In a twist of fate, you are reborn from a life of orphanhood as the Dark Emperor, Blackbeard Teach. A.S. the embodiment of Teach. You awaken the conqueror's haki at the tender age of 8, wielding a mental fortitude thrice that of others. Such precociousness bestows upon you a capacity for scheming that surpasses that of your predecessor. Thus, your immediate desire is to seek out your destiny, which lies entwined with the awakening of the dark fruit. At this moment, on the small island where young Blackbeard resides, you have already begun venturing into the sea to catch fish, contributing to your household. Hey Teach, didn't you catch any big fish today? Why are you returning empty-handed? A butcher on the roadside jovially remarks. Next time, he'll definitely catch a big one, and you'd better pay me handsomely. You respond with feigned politeness, exchanging pleasantries before hurrying back to your home on Sinalo Island. The first person you encounter is your mother, Massey, a cool elderly lady adorned with a wide-brimmed cowboy hat and a light scarf over her coat. Despite her appearance, her actual age belies her youthful vigor. Mom, I'm back, you exclaim, cherishing the few remaining family ties you possess. Perhaps due to the lack of genuine parental figures in your previous lives, you now hold this blood relation in particularly high regard. The seventh has returned, Massey remarks, reclining in her chair as she scrutinizes your demeanor, sensing a slight change in you. Didn't catch any fish today? Teach, for heaven's sake, your mother's savings are sufficient for our needs. Why must you venture out for fish at such a young age? The sea is fraught with danger. What would I do if something were to happen to you? It's fine, Mom, you chuckle, attempting to brush off her concerns. I've discovered my dream. I wish to become the strongest in the world and sail the seas as a pirate. A pirate? Are you jesting with me? Massey rises, intent on retrieving a stick from the yard to discipline you. Wait, Mom, hear me out. A flicker of trepidation ignites within you. After all, the future king of the world should not be subject to maternal reprimands. Massey locates a firewood stick in the corner of the yard and approaches you with ominous intent, her aura thick with dark energy. You feel a chill reminiscent of the formidable Charlotte Linlin from your past life, yet this moment feels even more daunting. Ye and Kikyo, come quick, you plead, calling upon your mother's two beloved adopted daughters for assistance. Initially tending to the flower beds in the backyard, the sisters hasten to your side upon hearing your mother's earlier call. Why must you save him, Mother? The elder sister, Ye, inquires, gazing at both you and the irate Massey. This little rascal dares to declare his intention to sail the seas as a pirate. Shouldn't he be punished? Massey explains, torn between her affection for her children and her maternal instincts. Ye observes your distressed expression and then looks at the furious Massey. Surely, there must be a reason for his words. Mother, please do not be too hasty. The gentle-hearted Ye pleads on your behalf, while the other sister, Kikyo, stands silently, equally kind and compassionate. Yet he remained somewhat taciturn. Though he spoke not, his worried gaze never strayed from you. Well then, let us see what justification you possess, the old lady remarked. If you cannot articulate it, be prepared to face the consequences. The young rascal, Massey, felt his anger dissipate somewhat. He turned to you, inquiring about your mother. Today, while fishing, I discovered a new ability. You feigned a hint of excitement, declaring, it is this very power that compels me to venture out to sea. Massey pondered in silence, questioning what new capability could provoke such thoughts. Mother, please have a seat, you advised Massey, addressing both Lyre and Jieka. You too, please take a seat as well. The two sisters promptly fetched small chairs to settle down. What on earth are you up to, Seventh? Massey appeared bewildered by his son's behavior. Mother, Lyre, Jieka, are you all prepared? After that inquiry, you allowed a few seconds for them to compose themselves, and then an overwhelming surge of spiritual pressure erupted from you, your conqueror's haki. Drawing from your memories, you had already sensed your mother Massey's extraordinary nature. Her savings and the name Marshall D. Massey indicated that she was certainly no ordinary individual. Thus, you chose not to conceal your haki and revealed it openly. While Massey was merely surprised, Jieka, who trusted you implicitly, succumbed to unconsciousness due to her lack of defense. Fortunately, you had previously instructed her to move her chair, preventing her from falling. Lyre, on the other hand, appeared entirely unperturbed, seemingly already accustomed to the impact of your haki due to some unspoken traits and inexplicable will. Dad, Conqueror's haki. Massey was indeed taken aback. What is Conqueror's haki? You feigned ignorance, while Lyre also expressed curiosity. Haki, Massey explained, is a latent power possessed by all humans in this world. It is an inherent ability akin to an instinct that embodies both presence and intimidation. However, The vast majority of individuals remain unaware of this power, or may never be able to harness it throughout their lives, that he elaborated. Among these, the most potent form of haki is Conqueror's Haki. The spiritual shock you just unleashed is known as Conqueror's Haki, a rare ability bestowed only upon those with kingly qualities, a formidable power that emerges once in hundreds of thousands. That he continued to share his knowledge. The other two forms include Armament Haki, which enhances attack and defense, and Observation Haki, which allows one to predict and evade attacks. The qualities of a king. Lyre murmured, her gaze fixated on you, reflecting a hint of concealed excitement. Mother, do I possess such kingly qualities? You continued to feign enthusiasm. Massey, do not be overly arrogant, he cautioned. In this new world, the seas teem with those who wield Conqueror's Haki. 7th, I ask you, have you made your decision? Do you truly wish to set sail? Massey inquired with a grave seriousness. Yes, I aim to become the most formidable pirate in the world and the king of the seas. You finally ceased your pretense, your aura radiating outward. Are you prepared to face the possibility of perishing in the ocean at any moment? He questioned. The aura of Massey swiftly intensified, distinct from the domineering presence of Conqueror's Haki. This was a manifestation of a fierce killing intent, born from countless battles. I shall never yield, she declared resolutely. You respond with solemnity. She noted, yes, that's so? Massey appeared somewhat melancholic, her staff inadvertently clattering to the ground, producing a loud clang. Through the recent exchange, your suspicions had solidified. Your mother was undoubtedly no ordinary woman. How do you know? So many rogues? You jested, probing playfully. Could it be that my mother is a notorious pirate as well? Massey first glanced at you, then at Jack, who lay unconscious on a small chair, before letting out a sigh. Please, awaken Jack, she instructed. It is time for me to share the tale of your mother. With that, she stepped into the small room. You assisted the slowly rousing Jack, making your way into the room as well. Throughout this, you cast several hesitant glances at Lien. She, of course, noticed your gaze, but merely responded with her customary gentle smile. The three of you settled into the room, curiosity brimming as you regarded Massey, who occupied the head of the dining table, eager to unravel the mystery of your mother's past. You're correct in your conjectures. Teach, Massey began. I was once a pirate. Feigning surprise, the two sisters maintained their soft smiles, whispering explanations to a bewildered Kikyo. I am not a native of Sinalo Island. A decade ago, during my time in my homeland, on a small island surrounding the Red Land, I joined a pirate crew while at sea. It was there that I met your father. Massey's expression held a hint of unspoken anguish. That man perished 7 months before Teach was born in a mutual destruction with a naval admiral. At that time, I was at a similar strength as your father, but I had been on another island acquiring weapons with a few subordinates. Because of this, our pirate crew's combat power diminished, leading to our defeat at the hands of that accursed admiral. Your father, carrying several tons of gunpowder, leapt onto the warship, detonating it to ensure their demise. That admiral possessed a devil fruit ability and was closest to your father, so it is likely he now lies at the bottom of the sea. When I arrived, I gathered the surviving crew members, eliminated the remaining navy, and subsequently disbanded the pirate crew. Massey's demeanor remained impassive as she continued. What of the treasure aboard the ship? I have heard tales of pirates amassing great riches. You inquired, your mind racing with conjectures regarding these events. Do you think I would caution you against violence if I were not sufficiently equipped? Massey retorted, casting a glance at the ship that lay before her. At that time, I had a foreboding sense of my condition, which prompted me to disband the crew and take the majority of the treasure to prepare for your birth. A subtle shift in young Massey's demeanor betrayed her emotions. Later, while passing by Sinalo Island, I encountered Lien and Kikyo, orphans left with no refuge as pirates descended upon their home. Massey's voice grew heated. Those true scoundrels of the SETO think that one would engage in the slave trade. Observing your sisters, whose beauty is striking, one might consider capturing those 2 children of merely 3 or 4 years. Fortunately, the hunter of that time, in a bid to protect the orange lily, wielded a small knife and, much like you, awakened to the power of the Conqueror's Haki, instilling fear in that band of scoundrels, who were subsequently sensed by your mother, leading to their rescue. Later, while I was pregnant, I adopted your 2 sisters, and we journeyed by ship to the crossroads of Xena. 3 months hence, you were born. As Maxie spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, as if lost in thought. So it was indeed your existence confirmed my earlier conjectures. Firstly, through FBS, I had glimpsed images of Blackbeard as a child, seated alone at night, weeping with his legs drawn to his chest, lost in contemplation. The fact that he had two sisters and a mother was also gleaned from FBS at that moment. I pondered the reasons behind Blackbeard's solitary tears. With Maxie's words, the overall narrative began to crystallize. Initially, Maxie had absconded with the majority of the pirate crew's treasures, igniting dissatisfaction among certain crew members. Their captain had perished, and Maxie, merely a woman, though possessing some strength, was dismissed by the pirates as inconsequential. After their disbandment, it is plausible that some joined other pirate crews and disclosed Maxie's circumstances in her interview to the new captain, which consequently drew the ire of the pirates. In the original narrative, Blackbeard became an orphan for this very reason, living alone on a small island until the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Contemplating this, my heart brimmed with rage. An unmentioned pirate crew posed the greatest threat to my wife. A sense of anger and urgency enveloped me. In the original tale, Blackbeard joined the Whitebeard pirates at around 14, while you are but 7. This implies that within these 7 years, that obscure pirate crew might launch a sudden attack on you. It is speculated that Blackbeard's life as an orphan could not have exceeded 4 years. In the SBS images, Blackbeard appeared nearly 12 years old. I could only wager that he would not still be crying for his family at night after 3 years had passed. Should I flee? After much contemplation, I questioned the efficacy of escape. Even if I fled, how would it change things? If they could locate West Continent Island, would they not also find East Continent Island and North Continent Island? Judging by my assessments, Maxie's strength likely equaled that of a rear admiral, though not overwhelmingly powerful. He surpassed the likes of Bastille. He must possess methods of training and techniques for harnessing hockey. Without such means, fleeing would be futile. However, if there exists a path to strength, why would I run? What then would be the purpose? To become the king of the world. My hockey would surely wither away, absolutely unacceptable. My mother, sister, Orange Lily, and I possess inferior talents. Yet if I can effectively train during this time, a counterattack is not out of the question. Moreover, both my sister and I are bearers of the Conqueror's hockey. With each passing year, if I fail to yield result from my training, I could relocate to the territory of a formidable pirate crew and pay a fee, thus alleviating the constant threat to my life. What are you pondering? Maxie gazed at you, who were lost in thought with a furrowed brow. Somewhat perplexed, it seemed that this little one had undergone some transformation, prompting Maxie's concern. Is there something troubling you, mother? Are you exceptionally strong? You inquired, expressing your desire to venture out to sea. Please, could you guide me? You playfully pouted at Maxie, a sensation both novel and slightly embarrassing for you. With a sigh, Maxie lamented, a wielder of Conqueror's hockey cannot remain subdued forever. I had initially grown weary of the bloodshed that accompanies a pirate's life, wishing for the 3 of you to lead a peaceful existence. Yet, reflecting upon it now, such a notion appears utterly unattainable. From tomorrow, Kikyo, you and the others shall train by running 20 laps around Senarl Island. Tragically, that includes 3 laps of jumping. After this, you will continue your swordsmanship practice as before. Kikyo, do you wish to pursue martial arts, swordsmanship, or perhaps another form of combat technique? Dear mother, I aspire to cultivate my skills in martial arts. Kikyo maintained her usual demeanor, cold on the outside, but warm within. Very well, then you shall explore it on your own. I am not well versed in martial arts. However, hockey can greatly assist with combat techniques, and when the time is right, I shall offer you guidance, Maxie stated, turning to you as a dark aura began to emanate from your form. From now on, you will bear weights while running 60 laps around Senarl Island daily. Tragically, that includes 10 sets of squat jumps. The remaining training will be focused on building your physical prowess, which I shall personally oversee. I trust that the strongest in the future will not shy away from such training, Maxie warned. Commencing tonight, since you need not sleep, teach, she declared, establishing your training regimen. Isn't that excessive, mother? You feigned fear, glancing at Maxie, who threatened you with her gaze. Yet, you had endured much hardship in your previous lives. This effort was indeed within your means. Do not even think of slacking off. After dinner, you are to begin your training, Maxie shouted at her own son. A month later, having adapted to the rigors of training, you ran with weights around Senarl Island, your mind preoccupied with thoughts of Teach's demise in your first life. The manga had already begun, depicting the clash between Monkey D, Luffy, and Kaido. Many secrets have been unveiled, including the fact that the Monica fruit was the ability of Joy Boy from 8 centuries past, masquerading as a rubber fruit, destined to seek out the one who would fulfill its fate. Moreover, the legendary reincarnation of Joy Boy could only awaken on the brink of death. Kaido's repeated attempts at suicide were aimed at becoming Joy Boy, while the so-called smile was meant to invoke Joy Boy's visit, bringing laughter as foretold. This was the crux of it. The world of One Piece was gradually revealing the fated, bloodline-driven narrative typical of Japanese manga. The identities of the main characters have become unmistakably clear, and this deterministic world instilled in you a sense of apprehension. Luffy and Blackbeard represented the dichotomy of good and evil, two opposing destinies. This was evident in the contrasting tastes of cherry pie and beverages in the town of Magu. Their opposition was predestined, compelling you to prepare for the unknown fate that awaited you, for the conclusion might very well see you vanquished by Monkey D. Luffy. You were acutely aware of the destiny that loomed. The fruit that resonates most with one's true self is indeed the dark fruit. Although there exists a saying that no fruit is inherently useless, only the abilities of its wielder can be deemed so. The reality remains that the strengths and weaknesses of these powers are undeniable. Consider a user of the sound fruit battling against one wielding the magma fruit under equal circumstances. How could the former hope to defend themselves effectively? Moreover, discovering a fruit that aligns with one's character can exponentially enhance one's combat prowess. This is no idle chatter. Luffy's personality is most compatible with the Nika fruit in Japanese. Nika is an onomatopoeia for laughter, and thus, it shows Luffy a being inherently capable of bringing joy to others. Other fruits, while lacking the divine uniqueness of the Nika fruit, can still shine brightly if they find a compatible user. Take, for example, the future admirals of the Navy. The fiercely temperamental and cold Akainu wields the magma fruit, while the warm-hearted Akiji possesses the frigid ice fruit. The ambiguous Kizaru, whose demeanor is often perceived as lethargic, has been noted for his swift movements, embodying a seemingly careless attitude. He wields the speed fruit, which, despite appearing mismatched with his character, complements his personality and maximizes his potential. Blackbeard, with his treacherous and arrogant nature, stands as the epitome of ambition, perfectly suited for the formidable dark fruit. In this life, your ambitions eclipse those of Blackbeard, and your character is far more perilous. Thus your affinity for the dark fruit surpasses that of the original. Narrative. As you ponder these thoughts, your foot inadvertently nudges a box that is washed ashore. Bending down, you discover it to be a locked treasure chest. After finding a large rock, you place the chest upon it and take a smaller stone to strike at the lock with a measured force. Carefully, you brace your hand against the chest side and pry it open just enough to ensure there are no hidden traps or poison, finding it momentarily safe. Upon peering inside, an indescribable wave of elation washes over you. The exterior is adorned with a purple spiral pattern, remarkably akin to a pineapple, while the fruit segments resemble snails clinging to its surface. This is none other than the dark fruit, which Blackbeard seized from Sachi in the original tale. You meticulously confirm its likeness, not only in appearance but also in color, matching the representation in the anime. Indeed, you have validated your hypothesis. Just as the Nika fruit chooses its wielder, the dark fruit also seeks a compatible user. It is akin to how Shanks sees the Nika fruit, undoubtedly aware of its secrets. This may very well be the mission bestowed upon him by Rogerto: seek out Joy Boy while bearing the Nika fruit and instigate a transformation within the world. Shanks, traversing the East Blue with his fruit in search of allies, could not have been so easily discovered by Luffy. Their efforts are far from trivial. What do the Nika fruits seize from the hands of the world government? Perhaps it is merely fate that your tarred fruit and Luffy are drawn to one another. The current dark fruit, with its drastically altered character, aligns perfectly with the essence of darkness. This encounter is governed by the same principle, this damned fatalism. After a moment's hesitation, you grasp the somewhat oversized devil fruit, which is rather large for one so young, and take a hearty bite. As you chew, an indescribable flavor surges upon your tongue. This sensation is even more repulsive than the whole grain bread a destitute student once purchased to stave off hunger. It resembles the rancid stench of rotting fish that has festered for a decade, mingled with expired natto and black fish canned juices, all heaped upon the sour, decayed remnants of overnight rice on a sultry summer day. The experience evokes the feeling of spooning a heaping mouthful of it into one's mouth. There had always been whispers in your previous lives suggesting that consuming an entire devil fruit would facilitate its development and mitigate side effects. Gritting your teeth, you force the entire dark fruit into your stomach. Even pinching your nose cannot mask the intensely stimulating taste, as if it were directly affecting your soul. You squat on the ground, questioning the essence of life. Logically, given the tragic experiences of your past lives and the immense hardships endured, one would think you would have fewer demands regarding sustenance. However, this surpasses the threshold of human taste. After a prolonged moment, as the stimulation subsides, you sense an innate capacity stirring within your being. Extending your right hand, a nebulous orb of darkness manifests above it, flickering like smoke. The ability resonates subtly, absorbing the ambient air, light, and moisture without any conscious effort to control its activation. It simply emerges, slowly and palpably drawing in the surrounding elements. Indeed, this power is the dark fruit from the original narrative, the most malevolent of devil fruits, endowed with the infinite gravitational pull of a black hole, capable of absorbing anything that comes into contact with darkness and compressing and shattering it with unfathomable force. The raucous laughter erupts from your lips. Shahaha. This is the very source of all power in this world, the devil fruit most suited to you. With the ability acquired, you proceed, unrestrained, to employ the powers of the dark fruit. First, you undergo elementalization. Dark mist envelopes your entire being. The original text mentions that the dark fruit is not incapable of elementalization, but rather, darkness absorbs all flames, blades, and bullet-like energy attacks. Due to the fruit's black hole nature, your elementalized form attracts attacks toward your core, preventing you from evading them like other natural type abilities. Next comes the absorption aspect of the dark fruit. You direct your power towards the empty treasure chest that contained the dark fruit. As you channel your ability, dark water morphs into a swirling vortex of shadows above your hand. The treasure chest, succumbing to the overwhelming gravitational force, is drawn directly into your grasp. As you utter a word of darkness, the vortex transforms into a black plane, its circumference akin to that of a basketball, hazy mirror devoid of discernible contours, surrounded by billowing black smoke. Gradually, the treasure chest is consumed by the circle, and as the black orb dissipates, you sense a connection to the essence of the dark fruit's power. The infinite pressure of space compresses the treasure chest, causing it to shatter into countless fragments in an instant. You possess the ability to control the extent of these shards with further compression. The chest could be reduced to mere powder. In terms of lethality, these fragments, when released, wield greater power than the powder itself. Point 1 can envision this phenomenon as akin to an infinitely enhanced shrapnel grenade. The sharpness and density of the shards, along with the force of their release, far surpass that of any shrapnel grenade from your past life. With a resounding shout, the myriad fragments of the treasure chest erupt forth, as if empowered by a tempest, whooshing through the air with piercing sounds. Countless shards penetrate the colossal rock that had just been smashed, producing a cacophony of impacts. The exhilaration of your immense power fills you with an uncontrollable ambition and an overwhelming sense of strength, accompanied by vivid recollections of all earthly matters. For the willpower, this intense desire is also a component of its essence. Coupled with your spirit accumulated over 3 lifetimes, an extraordinary transformation occurs within your being. In the original narrative, Vegapunk discovered the lineage factor, an entity akin to a unique DNA that could be concealed within a devil fruit. Consuming it would recombine one's own lineage factor with that of the devil fruit, thereby granting the abilities associated with it. Furthermore, in the realm of DNA research from your past life, there exists a peculiar phenomenon known as the chimera phenomenon, where a normal individual harbors at least 4 sets of DNA. This term is derived from the chimera of Greek mythology, a creature with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail. In your own physique, your lineage factor bears a striking resemblance to this phenomenon. While the chimera phenomenon of past DNA studies is rare, sufficient samples exist. However, the lineage factor and DNA are merely analogous in this world. Such a phenomenon has manifested solely within you. This also elucidates why Blackbeard in the original work could consume multiple devil fruits. His innate talent is indeed extraordinary. You possess a clear sensation that your body is certainly capable of consuming additional devil fruits. This is an ineffable and enigmatic powered 8T present. With your 3 souls unified and having just consumed the dark fruit, your abilities have been significantly amplified, awakening the 3 mysterious lineage factors within you. Your strength now flourishes like never before. while the Blackbeard of the original narrative controlled one soul tirelessly, concealing the powers of three lineage factors within a singular body. He still bore weaknesses. In contrast, you have completely transcended Blackbeard. You can masterfully control yourself. With sufficient insight into the dark fruit, you mentally rehearse its applications while completing this final lap. Time has elapsed, and upon returning home, you witness Marcy guiding your two elder sisters in combat. Your eldest sister, Lai, possesses a terrifying talent. By the time Marcy came to their aid, she was already capable of confronting a group of adversaries with a simple knife. Despite being merely 4 years old, in order to safeguard the Bellflower, one awakened the Conqueror's haki. On that day, after you articulated your long-held aspirations, he could distinctly perceive that his elder sister had transformed remarkably from her former self. Previously, the fierce sister was gentle, always ready to shield him, regardless of his actions or mistakes. Yet now, she seemed to have transcended into a higher state of being. In the past, Sister Lai was always gentle. No matter what mistakes Teach made, she would always help cover for him. But now, she seems to have transcended, no longer suppressing her true nature. Even during combat training, a chilling killing intent and desire for battle often emerge. There are many gifted individuals in this world, such as Kaido, who possesses natural defensive power far beyond others, and Whitebeard too, who truly have innate divine strength. Sister Lai is one of those gifted people. She has an inherent control and fervor for combat, along with a natural killing power and desire. These abilities allow her to surpass the stronger Teach from before her reincarnation, even though her raw power is still less than his. Her combat skills, learned without a teacher, and her absolutely calm combat mentality are unmatched. Moreover, Sister Lai's swordsmanship is terrifying. She has been holding a sword since she was 4 years old, starting with a small knife and now wielding a short sword, as if she was born for the sword. If her previous sword training was to suppress her bloodthirsty nature, her current sword practice is purely a killing sword meant to sever everything, showcasing a truly fearsome swordsmanship. On the other hand, Sister Kikyo is different from Lai. Her personality leans more towards a silent gentleness, cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Although her talents in combat are not as strong as those of her sister and brother, her marksmanship is the highest among the three, able to hit every target perfectly with firearms, throwing, and shooting. Especially in archery, hitting her mark is effortless for her, and she has already begun to explore some rudimentary forms of observation haki. Teach, being her only 3 family members, is of course fully trusted, and upon returning home, he can't wait to show off his newly acquired abilities. "Mom, I ate a devil fruit by the sea," Teach excitedly exclaimed. "Oh, what fruit's ability? You're really lucky. First Conqueror's haki, and now a devil fruit. It's like you've changed into a different person." Marcy does not share the awkward belief that devil fruits bring a weakness to the sea. "Could it be that my son, Teach, truly has the qualities of the chosen one?" Marcy murmured. Anyone would be surprised to see a 7-year-old awaken Conqueror's haki and a fruit ability. The sisters beside him also looked at Teach with curious eyes. Darkness. Teach didn't elaborate further and directly activated his fruit ability, pulling an object from Lai's embrace towards himself. Lai felt an inexplicable, huge gravitational pull in front of her, and, knowing it was Teach's fruit ability, made no attempt to stop him. The sword in Lai's arms flew straight out, drawn to the vicinity of Teach's dark vortex. And with a wave of his hand, the fruit ability dissipated. He grasped the short sword and explained to the 3, "This is my fruit ability. The dark fruit that can absorb everything." Teach said, a mix of arrogance and excitement. "The dark fruit is a Logia type? I've never heard of such an ability, but looks like a strong fruit," Marcy pondered. "Hey, Teach, is your fruit a Logia type? Why aren't you using elementalization?" Since Marcy's strength hasn't reached the peak, she finds the combination of Logia elementalization and observation haki very tricky, so she immediately asked Teach about her doubts. "Mom, my dark fruit is a special Logia type. It can elementalize but cannot evade damage," Teach calmly explained. Marcy frowned tightly, unable to understand why a Logia devil fruit couldn't elementalize. "Why don't you practice against your sister to test your fruit ability?" With no answers in mind, Marcy could only instruct, hoping to see some clues from practical combat. Upon hearing this, Lai picked up a wooden sword used for practice and walked over, still wearing her gentle smile, holding the sword with one hand and twirling it. "Are you ready, Teach? Bring it on, Sister Lai." In previous practice matches, Teach had never won against his older sister, but now with the help of the dark fruit, he thought Sister Lai would be quite challenging. Lai said nothing more, raising her sword with her right hand and brushing her left hand over the blade. Her footsteps transitioning from slow pace to quick, small steps towards Teach, already able to gather a sword intent that belied her young age. Teach felt a heavy pressure, knowing this was his sister's first and strongest attack, a drawn sword slash with accumulated sword intent. Huh! With a loud shout from Lai, a flash of sword light suddenly shot from the wooden sword, slashing upward diagonally. Teach covered his right hand with the black smoke of the dark fruit, reinforcing the strength of his fist to meet the sword light head-on. In an instant, a shockwave erupted from where their fists and swords clashed. Teach and Lai faced each other, feeling as though the sword intent before them was endless, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, and the muscles in Teach's arms bulging with strain. On the other hand, Lai's expression was also more serious than during previous practice matches. After an indeterminate amount of time, Teach realized that if this continued, he would be cut down and defeated. Secretly activating his fruit ability, a layer of pitch-black material covered the ground in the small courtyard. Whoosh! A faint sound. To everyone's surprise, Teach, who had just been in a standoff, vanished. Chapter 7. The end of the battle. Lai couldn't capture Teach's whereabouts at all. She frowned deeply at the dark ground, feeling a surge of vigilance in her heart. She knew this was her brother's devil fruit ability. Suddenly sensing an extremely subtle movement behind her, she quickly turned her head, and Teach was slowly rising from the black ground as if emerging from the water. First his head, then his body, and finally the whole person floated up to the surface. Lai couldn't help but feel fear. She held her knife close to her chest, watching Teach warily. Lai's first sword strike was a deadly move that accumulated sword momentum, and although her subsequent sword techniques were also exquisite, they lacked the power and momentum of the first move. Teach's strange ability was precisely to evade the might of her first sword strike. After Teach surfaced, he immediately covered his hands with a dark aura and raised his fists to attack Lai. Soon, the two were engaged in battle, with fists and sword shadows intertwining. The sounds of dull impacts exploding as the fight stirred up a considerable amount of dust in the small courtyard. The two exchanged rapid attacks for an hour without reaching a conclusion. Teach's fists were slightly reddened, and Lai's wooden sword was splintering, but the desire for battle in her eyes grew even stronger. That's enough. Mashi felt she had enough understanding of Teach's abilities and current power. Seeing that the two were unable to determine a winner, she spoke up to stop them. Lai and Teach, hearing their mother's words, both jumped back a step to create distance, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath. I have a rough idea of your abilities and strength now, Teach. Was that move that turned the ground dark also a form of the dark fruit's power? Mashi had seen many devil fruit users, but none had abilities as strange as Teach's. Yes, Mom. That move is called Dark Hole. It can originally absorb all objects into darkness using gravity and then crush them into fragments when released. As she spoke, Teach activated the power of Dark Hole to absorb a chair from the courtyard. Release. The chair shattered into countless fragments that flew out. Then how can you enter the darkness? Mashi asked curiously. I discovered that the dark fruit's ability can attract objects into a dark space through Dark Hole, where they are automatically crushed by the pressure within that space, turning into fragments. And I can control that pressure, Teach said, somewhat proudly. After realizing I could control these abilities, I tried to create a pressure-free zone within the dark space that a person could enter. Once inside, a person can quickly move to any place where the ground has been darkened by Dark Hole, achieving the effect I just demonstrated. This was the first unique ability Teach developed from the original story of the dark fruit. I named this move Dark Passage. Teach proudly introduced it to her mother, Mashi. What a strange and marvelous ability. Regardless, Mashi, through Teach's hockey and fruit abilities, began to believe that her son would undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure, and at this moment, she felt very pleased. After a moment's thought, Mashi said, Teach, you haven't used your true killing move yet, have you? And you lie. Where's that fierce spirit you usually have during practice? Why does it disappear every time you spar with your brother? You both need to double the intensity of your training. Mashi appeared angry, but in reality, she was increasing the relative training intensity based on their strength. Okay, Mom, Lai replied. Her inherently cruel and bloodthirsty nature had long since suppressed itself after training. But whenever she faced her family, especially Teach, she always feared hurting her brother. So she couldn't bring herself to use the most lethal sword techniques. Even though the battle with Teach had ignited her combative blood, some instinct made her avoid Teach even when her killing intent was overwhelming. This was the bond of family. Teach was no different. His fruit ability was known as the most vicious devil fruit, primarily because it absorbed others' abilities and the unpredictable gravity was also a headache for opponents. Agreeing with his mother Mashi, Teach knew he needed to increase the intensity of his training, understanding his mother's intentions. So he accepted the arrangement without any other thoughts, and even gratefully acknowledged his mother. Then, let's have dinner. Mashi felt comforted that the two accepted her request, secretly thinking that a user of Conqueror's Haki was indeed extraordinary. Turning around to enter the house, she prepared enough food for 30 people, already laid out on the dining table, and the family of 4 began their most leisurely mealtime of the day. Although 30 servings of food looked like a lot, for the 3 siblings, especially Teach, they could eat it all. As usual, Teach himself ate about 20 servings, Lai ate 5, and Mashi and Kaiki shared 5 servings. However, Teach found that despite usually being sufficiently full after eating so much, this time he was barely half full, likely due to the effects of the devil fruit. After dinner, it was usually the time for the 3 siblings to go out hunting and fishing to fill their stomachs completely, as it was indeed too difficult for Mashi to prepare 50 or even 60 servings of food every day. So after every meal, the 3 siblings would go out to forage and cook. Additionally, they could engage in combat with the beasts on Zenru Island and practice in real combat. But this time, Teach did not choose to go out after dinner. Instead, he looked serious and spoke to his family. Chapter 8 Crisis Mom, Liar, Jegung, I have something to say. Tiki spoke with a serious expression to his family. Marcy was curious about her son's significant change and couldn't figure out what he wanted to say. What's wrong, Tiki? Marcy asked, voicing the question of the 3 women. It's like this, I've always had a bad feeling in my heart. As if in the near future our family will face a particularly great crisis, Tiki said in a serious tone. Marcy didn't reply. In the past, she probably wouldn't have believed her son would say such nonsensical things, but the current Tiki made it impossible for her not to trust him unconsciously. Can you predict the future? Or foresee danger? During Marcy's pirate career, she had indeed heard some legends about people who could predict the future, but she still didn't know what it was all about. Mom, how much savings do you have left? Tiki asked his mother, actually hinting at the source of the impending crisis. Why do you ask this? Wait, Marcy began to realize, recalling that when she disbanded her pirate crew, she had indeed taken a large sum of money. Her crew members were definitely not innocent, and revealing her assets and location to others was highly likely. If it were to be like before, with 3 young children who had strong talents but had not yet been trained, and she herself had lost her former strength due to a comfortable life. At that time, when those ruthless pirates came, could her current self stop them? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Marcy's forehead, and her whole body felt as if it had been electrocuted. Dying was a small matter. She had already prepared for death since the day she went to sea. But how could these 3 children have their futures cut short so early? Moreover, they were 3 exceptionally talented seeds. Seeing Marcy, who was shocked and frightened, Liar and Jegung were very confused. Although they were physically a few years older than Tiki, mentally they were just children of 11 or 12, and it was hard for them to deduce anything from these few words. Tiki, do you mean that this money will attract my former crew? Marcy explained her shock to Tiki. Whether it will attract them, I'm not sure. But that feeling can't be wrong, Mom. It's been these past few years. There will definitely be others bringing disaster upon us. Tiki emphasized his guess again, while also testing his mother's understanding of the observation of the future. Marcy's face turned pale, and Liar and Jegung had already begun to vaguely grasp the thoughts of their brother and mother. So the 2 sisters also started to feel an invisible crisis. You all go train first. Marcy's expression changed again before finally instructing the 3 siblings, and she also took off her outer garment and walked toward the bedroom. Has her home been targeted by pirates? This time, the usually quiet Jegung asked. Compared to her more thoughtful older sister, she was naturally a bit timid. That's what my instinct tells me. Tiki affirmed again, wanting to give his sisters enough pressure to catalyze their growth, at least to be able to protect themselves in the upcoming battle. After saying that, the 2 sisters fell silent. After all, for young children like them, this was indeed an unimaginable disaster. Although they now had some training plans, facing such a crisis where disaster could strike at any moment would be uncomfortable for anyone. Moreover, they were just an 11-year-old and a 10-year-old child. Tiki could probably see their thoughts and said to encourage them, let's go continue training in the back mountain. We must become strong before they arrive. In the backyard of the Tiki family was a small field of spider lilies, and behind the flower field was the highest peak of Xena, Rhode Island, where the 3 often trained and hunted. Compared to their previous training, which occasionally included chatting and laughing, today's practice was quite silent. The sisters thought about their future enemies while Tiki pondered how to further develop the power of the dark fruit. As one of the main villains in the original story, Blackbeard's main fruit ability, the dark fruit, was not fully revealed in the original work, but there was no doubt that it was an extremely top-tier ability. Even if it would bring the user double the pain, it was not a significant problem for the resolute Blackbeard in the original story. What about Tiki now? The power of the dark fruit far outweighs its drawbacks. In the classification of devil fruits, every ability type has some special fruits. The Zoan type has the most, with almost every mythical beast type carrying special abilities, such as Kaido's Flames, Thunder, and Flame Clouds, Yamato's Frost, and Marco's Healing Flames. These all combine, to some extent, some Paramecia or Logia abilities. Next is the Paramecia type. The abilities of the Law-type fruits need not be mentioned. Although they are extremely powerful, they still belong to the realm of Paramecia. However, some special Paramecia fruits, like Katakuri's Machi fruit, although there are reasons for Oda's changes. The Machi fruit combines abilities such as changing physical properties, freely altering body shapes, creating substances, and storing items, which is enough to set it apart from ordinary Paramecia concepts. It represents an update that combines Paramecia and Logia, and the dark fruit is currently the only special Logia-type devil fruit. Chapter 9. The concept of developing the dark fruit. Other strong, natural-type abilities, like those of the three admirals and Enel, inherently carry destructive power, such as frostbite and burns. The concept is that even without using techniques, simply manifesting some elemental abilities can still cause damage. Weaker natural types, especially like Smoker's smoke fruit, have elements that don't deal significant damage on their own. However, all these natural type abilities ultimately lead to the same result, inflicting damage through techniques. It can be said that the lower limit of natural type fruits is the highest. But to a certain extent, except for a few top-tier fruits, their upper limit is far below the powerful Paramecia and Zoan types. Even the top natural types are only on par with these two categories. However, the dark fruit is very different from ordinary natural types. The disadvantages of being unable to avoid attacks through elementalization and the double pain sensation are well known. But what about its advantages? The dark element represented by the dark fruit inherently possesses gravitational properties. Having control over gravity in battle is formidable, especially since this gravity also carries the concept of absorption. Moreover, the dark matter of the dark fruit, when condensed on the user, has hardness comparable to that of ordinary haki. Particularly, the strongest ability of the dark fruit, which is absorption, is enough to classify it as a special type within natural fruits. This concept is strikingly similar to some rule-based abilities of Paramecia fruits. If we say that the Machi fruit is a special kind of Paramecia leaning towards natural, then the dark fruit is the most unique kind of natural leaning towards Paramecia. This world is idealistic, and different wills can bring comprehensive influences, just like the willpower and confidence of a strong heart. Losing this will lead one to become mediocre. Like the Golden Lion Shiki, their decline ultimately stems from the loss of the belief of a strong person. Besides the significant impact of strength, a good mindset also greatly affects appearance. In our real world, a person's character can slightly alter their outer demeanor, and this is even more pronounced in this idealistic world. This is also why many beautiful women become unrecognizable as they age in this world. Although Oda's dark humor plays a part, the impact of mindset on appearance is enormous, especially evident in characters like the Traitor King Cobra. The third most idealistic point lies in the development of devil fruit abilities. Imagination is the greatest enhancement method for Paramecia fruit abilities. With imagination, one can develop endless fruit techniques. The Nika fruit's rubber form can be said to have been maximized by Luffy, a combat genius. Gear 2nd, Gear 3rd, Gear 4th, and even Gear 5th, along with various techniques, are examples of this. Apart from Luffy, few can truly understand the rubber fruit, let alone awaken it, which is why the Nika fruit has remained unrealized for centuries. Many other fruits, like Doflamingo's string fruit and Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit, have also been developed to the extreme of their abilities. Conversely, Foxy's slow fruit, despite its powerful abilities, was poorly utilized by him, showcasing the impact of imagination on fruit powers. The absorption liberation ability inherent in the dark fruit is strikingly similar to the rule-based abilities of Paramecia. This absorption concept can be applied in countless ways. Moreover, once absorbed into the dark space, there exists infinite pressure. Blackbeard's unique strength allows him to control this pressure beyond the original narrative, enabling him to develop this barren dark space. Blackbeard has designed several directions for the development of his dark fruit abilities. Firstly, there's the basic gravitational and adhesion enhancement ability demonstrated during his fight with Ace, which opens up a path for him to develop his physical combat skills, akin to a natural haki. With haki combined, battling feels like wearing 2 layers of armor. The protection from haki and the defense from the dark element are incredibly suitable for physical combat. Secondly, the concept of absorption can be likened to Kuma's ability to repel everything. The dark fruit's absorption means absorbing everything. Its repulsion can generate the force to actively or passively repel any object according to the user's will, with the speed of repulsion controllable by the user, potentially reaching the speed of light. The things that can be repelled include solids, liquids, gases, fatigue, pain, damage, heat, souls, slashes, shockwaves, energy, and so on, encompassing all forms of matter or energy. Blackbeard's dark fruit can also do the opposite, absorbing all those substances, energies, and even concepts. The pawpaw fruit was prematurely retired due to its bugs, but the absorption of the dark fruit is absolutely not weaker than the concept of repulsion. Besides the most bug-like characteristic of absorbing everything, the liberation ability is also frightening. Normally, liberation just releases material fragments from the dark space to injure others. But what about the absorption of pain, fatigue, and damage? Mid-battle, Blackbeard could absorb his own serious injuries and then liberate all negative effects onto his opponent. How can one fight under such circumstances? This is the terrifying aspect of the dark fruit. Chapter 10 Sisters. In addition to absorption, liberation, and gravity, another development direction is to materialize the dark matter condensed from the dark fruit to attack. Just like Moria could develop the shadow gun, my dark matter is definitely harder and more lethal than shadows. This adds a development direction similar to the sand fruit, allowing for the imitation of the sand crocodile's attack techniques. Blackbeard could completely develop a series of techniques like the dark sword, dark spear, dark shield, dark armor, and so on. Besides that, the dark space linked by the dark meridians also has great potential. Although it is an auxiliary ability, its power is self-evident. Not only can it evade fatal damage through dark passages, but can also create a permanent storage room in this dark space. If I store a Pluton cannonball there and pull it out during battle to hit the enemy, if they can't enter the dark passage in time, it's possible for them to perish together. This, of course, is just a last resort when there's nowhere to escape. The only development ideas Blackbeard can think of for the dark fruit are these for now. The next goal is singular: to become stronger, strong enough to protect myself or even counterattack when pirates come. At this moment, the mountain where the 3 siblings were located before Blackbeard crossed over. The 3 could only play around the outskirts, with no concept of training. There are many animals in the mountain, enough for the 3 young children to experience and train. Lee, I heard from Mom that you awakened your conqueror's haki when you were 4, right? Blackbeard asked his extraordinary older sister, trying to gauge his teammate's strength, which is an important aspect of combat. Yes, Blackbeard, but Lee glanced at Kikyo, as if she found it difficult to speak about her past experiences. Seeing that both her sister and brother were looking at her, Kikyo thought for a moment. In fact, during the month of training, the 10-year-old Kikyo had gone through countless psychological struggles. It's okay, sister. I will also become stronger, just like you and brother, and catch up with you. I will no longer fear those things. After contemplating, Kikyo firmly declared her resolve. Seeing Kikyo finally overcome her fears and no longer escape from her childhood nightmares, we felt happy for her. You know, Blackbeard, Kikyo, and I are from a small island that was raided by pirates. At that time, we were 3 and 4 years old. That group of pirates found Kikyo trembling in a corner, and those disgusting pirates surrounded her, ready to capture her as a slave. Although I ambushed and injured one of the pirates later, we were too weak compared to them. Kikyo and I ended up being cornered by a group of pirates in a dead end. Kikyo was only 3 years old at that time, and that despair had become her shadow. Since then, she had become silent and always followed her family quietly. I awakened my conqueror's haki at that time, Lee said, her youthful face barely hiding her pride. It was my awakening of haki that led our mother to save me and Kikyo. I see, Blackbeard said, looking at Kikyo seriously. Kikyo, don't worry. From now on, whether it's nobles, celestial dragons, pirates, slave traders, or anyone else, as long as they dare to lay a hand on my sister, Marshall D, Teach, I will make them taste the most terrifying punishment in the world. So, Kikyo, don't be afraid of anything. Trust me. Kikyo, help me. Assist me in becoming the strongest person in the world, and I will ensure you the safest life. Anyone who harms my sister will be torn to pieces." The 7-year-old Blackbeard spoke half seriously and half jokingly about his ambitions, which sounded somewhat childish to adults, but were extremely impactful to two 10-year-old girls. Kikyo didn't speak, but her emotions were hard to hide as she was touched by Blackbeard. Her usually calm eyes were now filled with waves of emotion. Lee's gaze towards Blackbeard grew hotter. Although she was a cruel and bloodthirsty person, such a promise of care was something any little girl couldn't resist. For Lee, if Blackbeard were an ordinary person, she would suppress her murderous nature and accompany her brother for life. Since learning that Blackbeard awakened Conqueror's Haki, Lee had been prepared to support his growth. Now, after hearing Blackbeard's words, she was determined to help her brother reach the highest peak in the world. She was willing to do anything for him. "Blackbeard, I will make sure you reach the highest point in the world," Lee said with a crazed expression, calmly stating this, and then quietly began her training. Kikyo seemed like she wanted to say something, but being a few words short, she opened her mouth and then closed it again, smiling at Blackbeard with a complex expression, before hurriedly picking up a small wooden bow and running off to practice archery. Blackbeard, having seen Kikyo, who often had a blank expression, smile, was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that his usually cold second sister Kikyo also had a charm different from that of his older sister Lee. Chapter 11. Fighting a tiger in the mountains. Since the day of the speech with his sister, the training of the three of them has all coincidentally intensified. In this world of One Piece, the physical talents of humans are simply extraordinary, and what is more, all three of them are exceptionally gifted. Even though Kikyo's physical talent is slightly weaker than that of her siblings, she is still much stronger than the typical genius in the One Piece world. It can be said that the saying, "as long as you don't train to death, just train hard," applies perfectly to the three of them. Especially after Teach awakened his ability to fully control his body. Similar to a return to life, he became like Luffy from the original story. No matter how severe his injuries or how exhausted he would recover after a meal. Even if he ate until his belly was bulging, he could quickly digest and absorb the food. Teach even applied the concept of absorbing the dark fruit to the absorption of food, which made his utilization of food even more efficient, since eating without burdening his body could actually accelerate his strengthening. It's easy to imagine the terrifying speed at which Teach's appetite grew. Therefore, after their daily training sessions, the sisters would prepare an extra meal together with Teach. Besides their combat training, both sisters have their own hobbies. Kikyo is interested in cooking, and every time she watches Teach gobble down her meals, a hint of joy always appears in her calm eyes. Ri chose the surprising path of medicine, according to her, aside from her own preferences. Studying medicine was to help Teach, and also to prolong battles during fights with enemies by using medical skills to treat both sides, thereby enjoying the combat more. For this peculiar reason, Ri spends her time studying medicine in addition to her basic training in martial arts and swordsmanship. Teach himself doesn't have any special hobbies. He doesn't even need to sleep, and, aside from training, it's still training from morning till night, covering martial arts, fruits, swordsmanship, and marksmanship. He has almost been living in the back mountains, and aside from the unchanging routine of returning home every evening to have dinner with his family, his life consists solely of sweating. The highest peak of Xena, Rhode Island is an unnamed mountain, filled with a variety of animals, including fierce beasts and birds. And even tropical creatures like crocodiles, hippos, and elephants can be found on this mountain. Teach couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the One Piece world. One day, after returning home for supplies and resting for a while, Teach went back to the back mountains to continue his training. For some reason, Teach felt as if something was watching him in the dense jungle today, but lacking the perception of observation haki. This feeling came and went. Teach had to be extremely cautious and observe his surroundings. Roar! A loud, beastly roar came with the wind, followed by a massive black tiger leaping out. Crouching in front of Teach, fur bristling, looking ready to attack at any moment. Teach looked at the giant tiger in confusion. Although he knew that the creatures in the One Piece world were extraordinary, this tiger alone, with its 4 limbs on the ground and its head raised, was probably over 10 meters tall. Moreover, it was a rare black tiger with purple spots, with bits of blood and flesh stuck between its teeth. Teach had been training for a while, but he had not fully explored the back mountains, and this was the first time he had encountered such a fierce beast. Seeing that Teach remained still and faced it, the wild and aggressive tiger finally couldn't hold back. Roar! Roar! The tremendous tiger's roar was accompanied by the rumbling sound emanating from its body, creating a frightening sense of oppression. But for Teach, this giant tiger was merely a bit of trouble. With With his fruit abilities combined with human intelligence, he could still turn the tables. The enormous tiger, accompanied by a foul smell, suddenly charged at Teach, its fierce expression terrifying. As the saying goes, dragons soar and tigers leap. The tiger's pounce involved extending its front paws, with its body following behind and its tail swinging behind it. Seeing the black tiger attack, Teach activated the gravitational ability of the dark fruit, using the gravity to assist his body as he leaped to the side to dodge the tiger's front paw strike. But it wasn't over yet. The tiger, seeing its front paws miss, reacted extremely quickly, turning its head in midair and swiftly lunging to bite Teach. Teach calmly lowered his body to avoid the bite, then quickly crouched down, using upward momentum to jump and reach the tiger's jaw, maintaining his position in the air with strong suspension and the reverse application of gravity. He swung his fist, wrapped in a dark aura, and struck hard at the tiger's chin. This blow seemed to make the giant tiger see stars, but it quickly regained its senses. As its head was knocked down toward the ground, the tiger ignored the fall of its head, controlling its body to whip its tail like a steel whip, while its front paws dug into the ground to accelerate its movement. Then it slammed its entire body down with its enormous tail aimed at Teach. Teach decided not to dodge anymore. He wanted to try to take this hit. The dark passage beneath him had already been opened in case he needed to retreat. He placed his left hand on his right arm, while his right hand quickly and precisely grasped the tiger's tail. His body was suddenly pulled back by the immense force of the tail, and his feet carved two deep grooves into the ground. Finally, as the tiger's forward momentum faded and its rear strength had not yet been released, Teach seized the initiative. Chapter 12. Hippo Blackskin Teach gripped the tiger's tail with one arm, the muscles in his right arm bulging with veins. The entire right half of his body covered in a layer of pitch black. This wasn't hockey. It was the dark matter of the darkness fruit, used to reinforce his body and amplify his strength. Oomph! Teach let out a muffled grunt, lifting the entire tiger by its tail and flipping it 1.5 times in the air before crashing it back to the ground, knocking the giant tiger unconscious with that blow. Teach switched hands, using his left hand to grab the tiger's tail again, performing the same move of lifting and slamming it down. This time, the massive black tiger's head hit the ground and instantly began to bleed from its 7 orifices. Dying on the spot, Teach let out a sigh of relief, panting as he leaned against the giant tiger to recover his strength while waiting for his sisters to arrive. The 2 loud crashes of the tiger hitting the ground indeed attracted the attention of his sisters, as hurried footsteps approached from afar. Upon seeing the figures of his 2 sisters, Teach finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath while bursting into laughter of victory. Hee! His delighted voice echoed throughout the deep mountains. The reason Teach didn't use Conqueror's Haki during the battle was to test his own strength. Now that the test was complete, dealing with this mutant giant tiger, although not easy and exhausting a fair amount of energy, he still retained enough strength to fight afterward. The 2 sisters were understandably shocked to see such a fearsome tiger killed by Teach. Did you do this, Teach-kun? That's amazing. It was Ri who spoke first. Although surprised by Teach's strength, she quickly felt proud of her brother. Kikyo, on the other hand, stared in awe, nodding her head in agreement. Seeing the astonished expressions of his sisters, Teach felt a swell of pride. This period of relentless training was starting to show results, followed by another round of hearty laughter. Hee. Sisters, hurry and help me skin this tiger. I want to taste the flavor of this big cat. In the world of One Piece, the energy contained within the cells of such creatures was immense. People who consumed this type of meat over time likely contributed to the robustness of their bodies in this world. Hence, Teach developed a habit of enjoying the meat of powerful beasts whenever he hunted in the mountains. Wait a moment, Teach. Kikyo stepped forward, intending to handle the giant tiger. Thud! The sound of a knife piercing the incredibly tough fur echoed. The boning knife Kikyo carried failed to penetrate the tiger's hide, although it wasn't a particularly sharp knife. It was an expensive dining knife bought specifically for her foodie brother on Sinalo Island. Teach was also relieved he had killed the tiger. Otherwise, facing this tough tiger hide would have made the battle even more challenging. Use this, Kikyo. Teach handed her a small knife made of dark matter, which he had reversed in his grip. Okay. Kikyo took the small knife and immediately began stabbing at the giant tiger. The sound of cutting through skin and flesh soon followed. The 3 siblings would often go out hunting for meals, and Kikyo had developed proficient skills in processing wild animals. Before long, a massive and complete tiger skin was cut off by Kikyo. The 3 dragged the bloody carcass of the giant tiger to the edge of a lake. where they washed the tiger's skin, rolled it up, and set it aside while cleaning the tiger's body. Ree chopped down a giant tree with a single stroke, using the remaining pieces to create a barbecue rack, which she then kicked apart to use as firewood. Setting up the large barbecue rack, Teach ignited the fire while Kikyo grilled the meat. The delicious aroma quickly filled the air, and the large chunks of meat turned golden brown with a hint of char, the surface forming a crispy crust that glistened with oil. They took out the barbecue seasoning and salt they had brought, mixing it and applying it to the meat, the sizzling sound accompanying the rising smoke. Teach couldn't wait any longer and used his dark matter to create a small knife, slicing along the grain of the meat and taking a piece to stuff into his mouth. The hot temperature combined with the crispy grilled meat and the firm yet tender texture made it incredibly flavorful and satisfying. Seeing Teach's delighted expression, Kikyo felt a rush of happiness. Every time she saw her sisters and Teach enjoying the food she prepared, it brought her genuine joy. Calling Ree over, the three gathered around the barbecue rack, using the dark matter utensils created by Teach to begin savoring the delicious meal. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the grass and leaves. The three, with their keen senses, put down their plates and turned to look. They saw a baby black-skinned hippo peeking at them from behind the bushes, its eyes filled with a human-like fear as it noticed them staring. Yet, it seemed tempted by the aroma of the grilled meat and unwilling to leave. Teach didn't mind. However, his two sisters were instantly captivated by the adorable hippo calf. Teach realized this and said nothing, knowing it was understandable for them to like such things at their age. He stood up and walked toward the hippo, intending to catch it to entertain his sisters. As the baby hippo saw the approaching human, its fear intensified and it quickly scrambled away, turning to run with its short legs. However, after flailing about, it found it hadn't moved at all. When it opened its eyes again, it saw the black vortex on the human's right hand slowly spinning. Teach found the little hippo's expression amusing and increased his power, pulling the hippo towards him as if it were flying. The little hippo was terrified, thrashing and trembling. As Teach held the hippo's body, he found it felt strange, with a unique resilience similar to touching a piece of armor. He extended a finger, concentrating a bit of dark matter to form a small knife, and jabbed it at the hippo's skin. Huh, didn't he break the skin? Chapter 13. Where is the magical hippopotamus? Tichy was astonished to see that this hippopotamus could withstand his sharp dark matter knives with its skin. He lifted the small, wriggling hippopotamus with both hands and examined it closely for a while, feeling that this black hippopotamus seemed a bit strange. What was Tichy doing? The two sisters beside him were a bit curious as they saw Tichy observing the hippopotamus. This hippopotamus was indeed peculiar, Tichy said as he carried the hippopotamus with one hand and walked towards the barbecue rack nearby. The small hippopotamus continued to struggle in his hands, but as they approached the barbecue, it became less intense and instead showed a human-like greedy expression, drooling all over TCHY's hand. Feeling the wetness in his hand, Tichy frowned and threw the small hippopotamus to the ground. The tough-skinned hippopotamus was certainly unharmed, but at that moment, it was surrounded by Jieking and Lai, with Tichy behind. Initially panicked, the smell of grilled meat made it unable to move its legs. Can hippopotamuses eat meat? The three siblings were speechless. This hippopotamus was too greedy. Tichy, why did you look at it for so long? Lai asked, while Jieking waved a piece of meat above the hippopotamus's head with a small knife, causing the short-legged hippopotamus to jump up but still unable to bite it, making it anxious and turn in circles. This little hippopotamus's skin can't even be cut by my dark matter knife, Tichy said, grabbing the hippopotamus, which had just eaten a piece of meat and had a blissful expression, and made a slash with the dark matter knife on its back. See, this juvenile hippopotamus's skin seems to be tougher than that of a black tiger. The two sisters knew how sharp Tichy's dark matter knife was, and they were astonished to see it couldn't even cut through the hippopotamus's skin. After chewing on the meat strip, the hippopotamus, seeing that it was grabbed again and slashed, immediately looked at Tichy with teary eyes, pretending to be pitiful. Tichy knew that in the world of One Piece, not only were humans perverse, but some animals were also extraordinary. The sea kings in the ocean go without saying, and the growth of the elephant masters among animals is visibly powerful. This hippopotamus was likely a special type of animal, particularly good at defense. At this moment, this hippopotamus was still small, but it wouldn't be hard for it to grow to dozens of meters in size in the future. By then, a tough-skinned, thick-fleshed war machine would be a great help to Tichy. Just look at little Oars in the Marineford War. Although his defense was somewhat lacking, and he had one leg cut off by Doflamingo, he could still help the Whitebeard pirates break through and storm the plaza. But what if Ors had even higher defense? He would be a terrifying giant war machine. This hippopotamus had that kind of potential. Haha, what a nice little fellow. Sisters, how about we adopt it? Tichy decided to abduct this extraordinarily potential hippopotamus. Of course, the others had no objections to what Tichy wanted. Lai smiled and replied. Jeking also had nothing to say. She was the only one among the three who still retained a bit of childlike innocence. Seeing this, Tichy unsurprisingly turned to look at the hippopotamus, ready to start his persuasion. See this meat strip? Follow me, and you'll have plenty of this kind of food in the future. Tichy tempted the young hippopotamus with a piece of meat he had cut off. The small hippopotamus could not resist such temptation, continuously grunting and nodding its head up and down. How about we name you Blackskin? Follow me, and you'll eat well. Tichy stroked the hippopotamus's head while continuing to paint a bright future. The small hippopotamus nodded vigorously, drool continuously dripping down, its eyes full of anticipation and little stars for the future. Although the sisters had some black lines about Tichy's naming, they wouldn't oppose their dear brother over such a trivial matter. Congratulations, brother, Lai said with a smile, first congratulating Tichy, then turning to the hippopotamus, her face full of smiles but with a dark aura behind her, saying, Little hippopotamus, you must listen to Tichy's words from now on. Although her tone and expression were gentle, the unscientific dark aura was evident, scaring the little hippopotamus to run behind Tichy, nodding its head like a pile driver. Tichy knew that Lai understood the hippopotamus's special nature, and this was to help him tame it as soon as possible. His personality led him to not say much at this moment. Let's continue eating tiger meat. Jeking, the barbecue you made is really great. Tichy nodded to Lai, then grabbed Jeking's hand, which had been somewhat neglected, and went back to continue eating meat. In the end, the three of them and the hippopotamus nearly finished half of a giant tiger. This was a giant tiger standing 10 meters tall, and in this world, their appetite showed how terrifying their talons were. After finishing, they rolled up the tiger's skin and dragged the meat home. Every time they hunted, they would leave some leftover food to bring back to their mother, Massey. The remaining tiger meat would be enough for Massey to eat. You little ones had quite a harvest today. Before they reached home, they could see Massey waiting at the gate for them. Mother, Tichy defeated a huge tiger today. Lai was the first to step forward to boast about her brother to Massey. Of course, Massey could see the enormous tiger carcass left behind, and it was evident that Tichy had caught such an impressive prey, which surprised her a bit. Well done, Tichy. Massey saw that Tichy's abilities had greatly improved and had begun to show talents beyond her own, finally saying the long-forgotten affectionate name for her son. Introducing the little hippopotamus, Blackskin, to Massey, the siblings, although they had just eaten, felt their appetites grow a bit empty as they walked, ready to eat more food. After dinner, they continued to train. The sisters finished their training and went back to rest, while Tichy, due to his physical condition, stayed outside to practice swordsmanship, shooting skills, and so on. A day passed like this, and time flew by. 5 years later. Chapter 14. The Storm is Coming. New World, Sinalo Island. Year 1494 of the C-Round calendar. 12-year-old Teach has become increasingly strong after 5 years of relentless training. In the early morning, after a night of training, Teach stands by the sea, gazing at the surface of the water with a furrowed brow. Recently, his premonition has grown stronger, and he constantly feels that pirates will attack. Fortunately, his body doesn't require sleep, or he would be sleepless every night. The phrase appearance reflects the heart existed in his past life. Not to mention in this idealistic world of One Piece. 12-year-old Teach has already changed significantly from the original Blackbeard's childhood appearance, although he still bears some resemblance. He is definitely much more handsome than in the original story. In his first life, he was a handsome orphan, and in his second life, he was a great and charming man whose allure remained strong even in middle age. The souls and wills of these two handsome men have merged with Teach in this life, influencing him to some extent. Thus, the current Marshall D. Teach appears relatively refined. His curly, jet black hair falls freely, and his eyes often resemble those of an eagle or a wolf, fierce and sharp. His thick eyebrows stand out prominently, and he has a strong hooked nose and a square jaw. Notably, his teeth are entirely different from the original's missing teeth. He has 2 rows of neat, white teeth that shine, and his 4 canine teeth are exceptionally long. Looking at his body, he doesn't have the deformed appearance typical of the One Piece world. Instead, he has a well-proportioned and strong physique, with highly developed upper body muscles. His waist is not the exaggerated triangular shape, but rather a broad, muscular torso. embodying a true tiger back and bare waist. In addition to his 8-pack abs, dense muscles cover his torso, and this unique aesthetic far surpasses that of the Greek sculptures from his past life. His long legs are robust and proportional, unlike the others in this world with stick-like legs, and he has grown significantly taller, now nearly 2 meters tall. He wears black trousers and long boots on his lower body, while on his upper body, he wears an open white t-shirt and a black leather coat with purple patterns. It's hard to imagine the term handsome being used to describe a 12-year-old child, but it fits Teach perfectly at this moment. Overall, 12-year-old Teach can be considered a wild, wolf-like handsome guy. As the handsome Teach gazes out at the sea, he hears footsteps approaching from behind and knows without thinking that it is his sisters coming. He sees 2 strikingly beautiful young girls walking towards the shore. On the left is a slightly older girl with a gentle smile, her features beautiful and refined, with long black hair braided down to her chest, wearing a black kimono and carrying a treasured sword at her waist. To the right is a girl whose beauty is not inferior to her sisters, though she appears a bit more youthful, with a delicate and charming face. She carries a quiver of arrows and a wooden longbow on her back, the bow wrapped in black leather with purple spots, and wears a red and white outfit similar to a shrine maiden's, with her long black hair cascading naturally. Are you still worried about those pirates, Teach? The older sister, dressed in a black kimono, steps in front of Teach with a concerned look. She knows Teach's premonitions are often accurate, and she feels deeply for her brother, who is constantly surrounded by a sense of crisis. She reaches out her hands to gently massage his temples, her gentle gaze fixed on him. At the same time, the 14-year-old second sister, Kikyo, says little but stands behind Teach, softly kneading his shoulders. It's fine, Kikyo. I have confidence in our strength to face those pirates. It's just that this feeling of being targeted is really infuriating. Teach says these words to comfort his sisters while also reassuring himself. In fact, the 3 siblings have made significant progress in their training over the past 5 years. Teach and Ri have initially mastered the 3 types of haki, while Kikyo, although she hasn't awakened armament or conqueror's haki, has the strongest observation haki among the 3. Furthermore, Teach is certain that their mother, Masidi, is also secretly training hard. A mother's determination to protect her children can greatly enhance her strength. Given these circumstances, the 2 weaker warlords, Crocodile and Moria, may not even be their match. And the pirates who have come all this way for a bit of treasure are unlikely to be too strong either. Teach's greatest worry is that defeating these pirates is a crucial step in altering his fate and playing against destiny. If he wins, he can prepare and plan for the future without worries. If he loses, he will have no choice but to accumulate strength like in the original story and follow this world's damn fate, using his dark self as a stepping stone for the sun god, Luffy. Thinking of this, Teach's brow, which had been smoothed by Ri and Kikyo, furrows once again. Seeing this, the 2 sisters don't know what to say, only silently deciding to work even harder to train against those pirates. Thus, the 3 of them shared a warm moment before beginning today's work. Digging traps, yes, digging traps, ever since their training began 5 years ago. Teach has been planning how to defend against these pirates. In a situation where the enemy is aware of him, but he is not, any underhanded means can be used as long as they can defeat them. Teach's home is already filled with various traps, big and small. These pits are 5 meters deep, and most people in this world could easily jump out of them. However, these are not ordinary pits, although they are relatively shallow. The bottoms contain gravity darkness orbs created by Teach's fruit ability. These orbs can last for 3 days, and their feature is that they attract all matter. Placing one at the bottom of a pit means that anyone who falls in will face one result, being sucked to the bottom and unable to escape. Unless they possess extremely strong haki that can ignore the fruit's ability, the outcome is the same. Additionally, the deep pits are filled with countless sharp blades and weapons made of dark matter, which can disregard gravity. Falling into the pit and being drawn to the bottom will result in being pierced by a swarm of these objects. Chapter 15. Before the Great War. In addition to the pits, Teach and his companions have planted many fast-growing giant trees along the road surrounding their home, which have now grown tall. The trees are also rigged with countless traps. Anyone who walks along the paths leading to Teach's house will be exposed to the threats of these dark matter traps. Hiding in the shadows. A gentle pull on the activating rope switch will trigger numerous arrows made of dark matter, iron nets, rolling logs, and large bags of quicklime that scatter everywhere. These are not ordinary shapes. The traps are also covered with dense, poisonous barbs that will surely cause the enemy to cry out in pain. Moreover, these dark matter creations are hard to detect. In terms of observation haki, Unless one has trained to an extremely high level, they won't notice these insidious dark matter traps. Besides these external traps for cleaning up small fry, Teach has also prepared quite a bit of equipment for himself. First are 3 guns, all revolvers. In his second life, Teach had played with guns his entire life, so he naturally knows their structure like the back of his hand. In this life, Teach invested heavily to have a blacksmith create parts for 2 guns based on the revolver design from his past life. One, a gold gun adorned with silver patterns, is named Destiny. The other, a silver gun decorated with golden patterns, is named War. The last revolver is a pitch-black firearm made of high-concentration dark matter, constantly emitting a dark aura unique to dark fruits, capable of firing special bullets, gravity bullets that, when they hit a person, have extremely high lethality and also exert a strong gravitational pull on other objects. This gun is called Death. Additionally, he crafted a CSLR-4 sniper rifle for his second sister, the very sniper rifle that Teach had wanted to use to shoot Liang Ping in his second life. Although his sister is more suited for archery, this gun has its own advantages and is sufficient for self-defense as a secondary weapon. Aside from firearms, there are also melee weapons. Although Teach has practiced swordsmanship over the years, he lacks the innate talent for the sword that his sister Lai possesses. He primarily uses his sword as a weapon. Nonetheless, he spent a fortune hiring a swordsmith to forge 2 precious swords infused with dark matter, one for himself and one for his sister Lai. The tough tiger hide from the giant tiger 5 years ago was used as fabric, providing each family member with a code of decent defense. At this moment, Teach is wearing the black and purple spotted fur coat. After repeatedly checking the traps and maintaining the weapons, the 3 siblings began their training for the day. On the back mountain, 2 waves of overwhelming haki clashed, creating an invisible momentum that formed a fierce wind blowing in all directions. This was Teach and Lai training their haki by colliding their conqueror's haki with each other. Over the past 5 years, they had done this countless times. Moreover, conqueror's haki, as a manifestation of mental will, is extremely unique. During one accidental training session over the past 5 years, Teach Conqueror's haki merged with Lai's. Instead of colliding like before, the 2 haki flows began to blend and resonate with each other. At that moment, it felt as if the softest, finest fur of a cat had brushed against their hearts, stirring them. Especially when they noticed Kikyo watching them with a bewildered expression, their flushed faces made the thrill indescribable. Through their training, their haki could combine to create an effect greater than the sum of its parts, achieving a combined conqueror's haki that could barely cause damage to physical matter. If they didn't wish to merge, they could also revert to their individual haki to train their intensity, as they were doing now. On the other side, Kikyo seemed unaffected by the clash of conqueror's haki, repeatedly drawing her bow and shooting arrows towards the mountain peak. Unbeknownst to them, a cherry tree had been planted at the top of the mountain years ago, which was now laden with dense, bright red cherries. Underneath, countless arrows were stuck into the ground, a testament to Kikyo's training, as she skillfully used her powerful observation haki to accurately shoot at the small cherries from a kilometer away. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sounds of arrows being released echoed, and Kikyo astonishingly fired 3 arrows simultaneously, each landing squarely in a cherry. The combination of her observation haki and archery skills was truly impressive. After finishing their haki clash, Teach and Lai took a moment to rest and witnessed Kikyo's astonishing shooting artistry. Kikyo's archery is incredible. They both smiled, approaching her with expressions of admiration and affectionately massaging her shoulders to help her relax. Kikyo, who was usually quiet, became even more flustered and couldn't find the words to respond. Kikyo, your archery will be indispensable against those pirates, Lai added, knowing that Kikyo, due to her childhood, had a soft personality and they always encouraged and comforted her. Just like now. Speaking of which, we don't have much time left. If those pirates come, they'll definitely be shot to pieces by Kikyo's rain of arrows. Teach nodded seriously. Kikyo wasn't foolish. She knew her brother and sister were always trying to comfort her, so she would do her best to train. Shooting at the cherry tree like today had become routine, and every cherry would be brought back to be cleaned and made into cherry pies for Teach. Enough to fill him to 7/10 of his appetite, indicating the large quantity. Laughing, the 3 of them headed down the back mountain, with Teach carrying a large bag of cherries. What they didn't notice was that a 3-masted sailboat flying a massive black pirate flag was rapidly approaching Sinalu Island across the distant sea. Chapter 16, The Arrival of Pirates. The 3 people walking side by side down the mountain path had not yet realized the danger that was about to come. Chatting idly on the way, suddenly, Teach, who was walking in the middle, turned around sharply. He did not activate his observation haki. Instead, he used the ability of the dark fruit to set up a circle of dark creations around Xena Road Island to sense incoming ships. This time, the ship he sensed was the largest he had encountered in recent years, and it was very likely that it was the group of pirates coming to attack. The sister beside him looked puzzled as he suddenly turned around. They knew that Teach had used his fruit ability to create a sensing mechanism for the island. But he had never reacted so violently before. They all opened their observation haki to sense the situation at the island's port, and their expressions turned grim, especially Kikyo. Her observation haki was the strongest and could sense that nearly 100 pirates were on that ship. The three siblings exchanged glances and nodded. They had trained for this scenario countless times, and this was the first time they were putting it into action. Kikyo, you go home to notify Mom. Then quickly get to the mountaintop to provide cover for us. When the pirates chase us up the mountain, activate the traps, Teach instructed Kikyo. Let's ambush that group of trash, the two said as they pretended to be siblings going up the mountain to pick cherries, heading towards the port. At this moment, at the port of Xena Road Island, the captain of the Zamayer pirate crew, Shimeyer, was strutting down the main road of the island, enjoying the fearful gazes of the islanders. Around him, thorny branches surged and suddenly grew outwards, taking the life of an innocent islander. The blood was absorbed by the branches as nourishment, making them even more vibrant and robust. This was the notorious captain of the Zamayer pirate crew with a bounty of 250 million berries, Thorny Shimeyer. He was a paramecia-type user of the thorn fruit, a fruit that allowed him to manipulate thorns to attack. This troublesome fruit ability could also absorb blood to enhance growth, combined with his murderous personality and strength. It was no wonder that his bounty had reached such heights in just 2 years since he debuted, especially considering that before this era of great pirates, bounties had not inflated to the levels seen in Luffy's time. 250 million was already quite substantial. Captain Shimeyer, we have inquired. That woman lives at the foot of that mountain, said a lowly crew member, pointing respectfully towards the distant mountain peak, eager to take credit. Lead the way. With a sneer, Shimeyer began to act authoritative, wanting the crew member to lead the way. In reality, it was just one visible mountain, yet he still needed someone to guide him. This was the arrogant and vain nature of Thorny Shimeyer. The underling, knowing his captain's temperament, bowed and gestured for Shimeyer to follow him. After passing through the town streets, they still had some distance to the back mountain, and, at this time, the number of pedestrians on the road had dwindled. Nearly 100 members of the Zamayer pirate crew marched towards Teach's home. Just then, they encountered 2 half-grown children, one large and one small, a boy and a girl. The larger boy was about 2 meters tall, wrapped in a black fur coat with several buttons fastened, looking like a large black bear from a distance. The other wore a black kimono with the sleeves rolled up, holding a basket, looking charming and cheerful, making anyone who saw her think she was a village girl as gentle as a sheep. Upon seeing the girl, Shimeyer's eyes lit up, and he pushed past his entourage to approach her. Miss, let me introduce myself. I am Shimeyer, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 250 million. With that, he stared intently at Lai, glancing at Teach beside her, unsure of who the little boy was. Mr. Shimeyer, this is my brother. He was born a bit slow-witted, so please don't mind. We are residents of Xena Road Island, here to pick cherries from the mountain, Lai said, lifting the basket to show Shimeyer her harvest. If you like, Mr. Shimeyer, you can try some, Lai said with a sweet smile, though the killing intent and disgust began to permeate the air. But at that moment, the infatuated Shimeyer was oblivious to these undercurrents. Seeing the beautiful village girl offering him cherries, he hurriedly approached, but after a couple of steps, he felt it would harm his image and pretended to walk casually. Then let me have a taste, he said with a disgusting grin, reaching for the vegetable basket. What he did not notice was that the boy, who had been pretending to be foolish, had completely changed, showing no signs of foolishness at all. After exchanging a glance with Lai and slightly nodding, he quietly reached into Teach's coat with one hand, while still holding the basket with the other. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From within the black coat came a knife handle slowly emerging from the black mist. At the same time, both Teach and Lai released their Conqueror's Haki, combining their powerful wills. The black-red lightning like Conqueror's Haki burst forth, and the nearest Shimeyer, along with the other pirates, except for 5 or 6 officers, were all knocked unconscious by this mental force. Shimeyer himself also suffered greatly from the impact, nearly losing consciousness. However, As a pirate with a bounty of 250 million from the era before the Great Pirate Era, he had his own will and managed to hold on, quickly using his hands to protect his throat and heart, the two fatal points. As Lai unleashed her conqueror's haki, she quickly drew her sword. A flash of cold light glinting as a dark sword shadow shot out. Originally aimed straight at Shimayer's throat, but seeing his swift reaction, Lai had to rely on her formidable swordsmanship to alter the trajectory of her strike. This book is something I wrote casually for fun. The next chapters up to 30 are all battles. If you find it dragging, you can skip or not read them. Just to reiterate, these are pirates with a bounty of 250 million from over 20 years ago. They are not weak. Not weak. Not weak. The protagonists and his sister are only in their teens. The battle with that pirate will take several chapters. If you dislike battle scenes in One Piece, prefer one-hit KOs, or like protagonists who are invincible at 3 years old or can defeat everything at 10, then you might want to stop reading now. I really can't believe that someone could think my battle scenes in a One Piece novel are dragging. Go read your slice of life stories. Don't finish reading and then feel that my battles are dragging or leave malicious reviews. Hurry up and say goodbye to One Piece, which is a battle background. Chapter 17, a meeting gift for pirates with a muffled sound. Lai wielded his sword with one hand, altering its trajectory in an astonishing manner. The blade, originally aimed straight at the throat, suddenly lifted slightly, gleaming coldly. Although this strike lacked the accumulated sword momentum that Lai excelled at and forcibly changed direction. After years of swordsmanship training, Lai, a combat genius and a talent for killing, naturally unleashed unimaginable power. Zymir only felt a flash of white light in front of him, followed by intense pain in his eyes, forehead, and eye sockets, after which he could see nothing. Not only that, the powerful, slashing sword chi, aside from being blocked by Zymir's face, divided into two segments that sliced across his cheeks and shot backward. Sizzle, sizzle. For simultaneous cries came from behind, as two minions knocked out by the conqueror's haki lay wounded. Meanwhile, Zymir, who bore the brunt of the slash, suffered even more severely. With his entire facial flesh nearly cut open, his eyeballs were almost severed in half. Had it not been for the bone of the eye socket catching the blade, both eyeballs would have surely been sliced in two. At the same time, Teach was not idle. His right hand, which had been practiced tirelessly day and night for 5 years, was already enveloped in a pitch-black armament haki. His fingers curved slightly like claws, mixed with the unique black smoke emanating from the dark fruit's power, making it clear at a glance that this was a black hand. Dark Tiger Claw, an attack method learned from fighting the mountain tigers. The black light erupted, and 5 claw-like black hands swiftly and powerfully extended, slashing across Zymir's chest. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 5 wounds tore through Zymir's abdominal skin. Moreover, Teach strike carried the ability of the dark fruit, leaving behind almost invisible tiny dark substances that exerted their power in the wounds. These unseen, eerie gravitational forces constantly pulled at the wounds, causing not only continuous bleeding, but also making them difficult to heal. Damn it, you two brats. Zymir reacted quickly despite taking 2 hits, rapidly activating his fruit ability to let the thorns indiscriminately strike forward, hoping to teach the little thieves a lesson. However, no matter how he activated it, the thorns that usually obeyed his commands showed no reaction at all. He naturally didn't understand that this was the power of the dark fruit, thinking instead that the brats opposite him had used Sea Prism Stone. Seeing that he couldn't use his fruit ability, he wrapped his hands in black armament haki and began to wildly swing them to attack. Only then did he have time to use his observation haki to sense the positions of the little brats. In the blink of an eye, the 3 began to unleash their attacks. Just as Zymir activated his observation haki, he found that there were no little brats in front of him. He couldn't feel anything at all. It turned out that just as he prepared to activate his fruit ability, Teach had already noticed, using the power of the dark fruit while opening the dark passage domain. The dark ability spread across the ground, and Teach led Lai into this dark space to escape. Moreover, before fleeing, Teach held the black gun death high with one hand. The 2 bodies of the 2 had already entered the dark space, leaving only Teach holding the gun outside. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were rapidly fired, and only then did he fully enter the dark space. The 2 set of actions had been practiced countless times over the past 5 years, and undoubtedly this was the most successful one. A seamless combo poured down upon Zymir. Aside from the last few bullets hitting his armament haki-covered body, causing little damage, only superficial injuries, the rest of the attacks worked perfectly. from disguise to Conqueror's Haki intimidation, followed by slashes and Dark Tiger Claw, and then time was left for the Dark Fruit's ability to be disabled, before escaping through the Dark Passage. Aside from the last few bullets being a mere bonus, the entire sequence was executed flawlessly. They were undoubtedly overjoyed, as this attack had nearly cost Zymir half his life, making dealing with these pirates much simpler. In contrast, Zymir was different. Having suffered such a significant loss, how could he, violent, arrogant, and dismissive of others, endure it? Damn it, damn it, damn it, you little brats. 2 little bastards, I will make the thorns pierce every part of your bodies. Poison will drip into your wounds. The branches will suck all your blood dry. Zymir cursed Teach and Lie through gritted teeth, while covering his eyes with one hand. Someone, he shouted backward, having been unaware of the situation of his subordinates after being hit by the rapid combination attack. Seeing no one respond, he activated his observation Haki to check, only to find that the ground was littered with bodies. Except for a few cadres, almost the entire army was wiped out. The few cadres knew what Zymir was about to do next, and were so scared that no one dared to speak, which led to Zymir's situation of receiving no response. With a huff, Zymir ignored the few cadres and activated his fruit ability, causing 3 thorny branches to grow from his body, slowly reaching out toward the fallen subordinates on the ground. The next horrifying scene unfolded, just like he had casually killed civilians in the town with branches. These 3 branches pierced through the bodies of 3 pirate minions. The branches swelled rhythmically, like a throat drinking water, pulsating with life. Zymir's complexion began to improve, and his injuries were gradually healing. This was the terrifying aspect of the thorn fruit. Not only did the thorns have the ability to attack, but they could also absorb the blood of others to heal themselves. The minions on the ground were painfully awakened from their unconsciousness. No, boss, don't kill me. Woo-woo-woo-ah. It hurts so much. The 3 cried out in agony, their bodies visibly shriveling and withering away. At that moment, a sharp arrow shot in from a distance. The pitch-black arrowhead exuded black smoke. It was the special dark matter arrow that Teach had given to Kikyo. Whoosh! Like the sound of slicing through cucumbers, the arrow accurately pierced through Zymir's blood-sucking thorns. Moreover, the timing was impeccable, striking right in the gap where the thorns had swelled. The thorns were directly severed. Thanks to the properties of the dark matter, this special and precious blood-sucking thorn completely lost its effectiveness. Zymir, already furious, could no longer contain himself. Falling repeatedly like this was an experience he had never had since setting sail. Frustrated, he even felt a bit wronged. If not for his subordinates watching him, he would have wanted to cry. That I was meant to heal his right eye, and now that it had been severed, recovery for his right eye was hopeless. Squinting his left eye, which had not fully healed, Zymir turned to look in the direction from which the arrow had come. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Looking back at the angle from which the arrow had been shot, it could only have come from that high ground in the distance. This indicated that there was likely a powerful sniper lurking in the shadows, constantly threatening him. Chapter 18. Please enter the trap. Zymir felt a bit scared. Those 2 little brats must have disguised themselves and launched a sneak attack because they couldn't defeat him in a fair fight. It was clear that this was a well-planned ambush. An arrow that spanned over 1,000 meters accurately struck his blood-sucking thorn. How could a sniper with such ability be on this Xena Road Island? Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he activated his observation Haki, vigilantly looking towards the highest peak in the distance. At the same time, he secretly accelerated the growth of the blood-sucking thorn, the branches swelling faster. Aside from his right eye, his left eye and abdominal injuries continued to heal. Just in this tense state, 3 more arrows flew from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air breaking was faint yet distinct. Zymir was alarmed and hurriedly activated his fruit ability, causing thick thorns to grow wildly, covering his remaining 2 blood-sucking thorns. Thorn shield. 2 thick thorn branches crossed in front of the blood-sucking thorn, but he underestimated the power of the dark matter arrows and the skill of the archer. The arrowhead relentlessly pierced through the thorn shield, embedding itself within, the sharp tip slicing through the surface of the blood-sucking thorn, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. Damn it! Zymir cursed inwardly, but there was no time to react. This wave of 3 arrows was an attack where the last arrow was the real killing blow. The first 2 arrows were meant to divert attention, while the last one was aimed at Zymir with lethal intent.Zymir's reaction was quick, seeing the last arrow fly toward him, although startled. He had over 1,000 meters of distance to work with, allowing him a little time to react, but it was still urgent. How to defend against this arrow? Jump aside? That way, while he could avoid being hit in the chest and head, other parts would surely suffer heavy damage. The thorn shield was already too worn out to create another one in such a short time. Hardened armament hockey to take it head-on? Zamair wasn't foolish enough to test the strength of the arrowhead with his own body. In a panic, he extended a thorn to grab a pirate lackey, quickly retracting the thorn branches and placing the lackey's body across his chest, while simultaneously reinforcing his body with armament hockey. Just as he prepared everything, the arrow shot toward him like lightning. Swooshes! The sounds of tearing fabric and skin, as well as the sound of meat being sliced, echoed. The pitch-black arrow, exuding dark smoke, completely pierced through the lackey's body and continued on, the arrowhead directly embedding itself into Zamair's reinforced chest. Zamair's face, which had just regained some color, turned pale as he shoved the lackey's body away, the blood-sucking thorn hastening to absorb the last of the blood. While Zamair rolled and hid in the woods by the roadside. Damn it! Hoof. Hiding behind a tree, Zamair calmed down instead. His left eye had regained some clarity, but the blood-sucking thorn had been pierced, so his vision was not as clear as before. His right eye only absorbed a small amount of blood for healing, leaving him with a blurred view of shadows. The most troublesome was the claw wound on his abdomen. Although he had absorbed blood throughout, it still hadn't fully healed, as if something within the wound was preventing his recovery. Now calm, he began to think. Although those two little brats had initially used some method to impact his spirit, considering they were only in their early teens, they could only rely on sneak attacks to harm him, which should be of little concern. While he had seen Conqueror-esque hockey before, the kind that affected the material world was different from what he had encountered previously, and since they were just kids, he was reluctant to believe they could wield the legendary Conqueror's hockey. He dismissed the power that was strikingly similar to Conqueror's hockey as merely a special tactic of those two brats. On the other hand, that sniper was a bit tricky, but as long as he got close to this guy, he figured he could take him down, given that most snipers were weak in close combat. Zamair opened his single eye and exchanged glances with his subordinates hiding in the woods. This group has provoked me. Naxido, did that woman come to this island all alone? You better pray she didn't squander that treasure. Otherwise, after I took such a big fall, you know the consequences. Zamair vented his anger, saying those two little brats could only rely on sneak attacks, while the remaining sniper only dared to shoot from the shadows. And that woman mentioned by Naxido probably wasn't he that formidable, giving him the advantage. Follow me, I will make them suffer, he commanded a few subordinates, as they were already on one of the paths leading to Teach Place. Ahead was a lush canopy of trees for cover. The moment they stepped out, an arrow flew from a distance. Zamair, with his full observation hockey activated, rolled to evade. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. How could that accursed archer be so accurate? Without further hesitation, he took off running forward, but after only a few steps, he heard muffled cries. Turning back, Zamair's expression darkened. It turned out that the archer, seeing he couldn't hit him, started shooting at the fallen pirate crew members one by one. How disgusting. The notorious pirate Zamair could no longer stand it. He could accept his lackey pirates dying to heal him, but this method of gradually eliminating his forces was utterly intolerable. After all, these pirate lackeys, although not as capable as his crew, were still members of a crew that had earned 250 million berries before the Great Pirate Era. And some of them were no slouches. Zamair did not want to be left as a lone commander. He quickly activated his fruit ability, causing countless thorns to sprout from the ground, wrapping around the angry pirate crew members and sending them to the nearby woods. Zamair turned and re-entered the woods. Awaken, thorns! Crack, crack, crack! The sound of whips striking bodies was heard as Zamair used thorn vines to whip the pirate members to wake them up. Chapter 19. Traps. The effect of the barbed whip was quite good. After a series of lashings from Zamair, most of the pirates who had been stunned and knocked out slowly regained consciousness. One by one, they felt bewildered, unaware of how their hazy consciousness had faded, only to be awakened by the sharp pain coursing through their bodies. Upon seeing the bloody whip marks on their skin, most of the crew realized that the captain was at it again. The crew, not knowing what had happened, looked at Zamair with resentful eyes. A bunch of fools. Haven't you all been shot full of arrows like a bee's nest? And yet you still look at me, damn it, gritting his teeth as he uttered these words. Zamair felt just as wronged and upset, having encountered such a group of unruly fighters. Captain, what should we do next? The first mate approached to inquire about the next course of action, hoping to ease the atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, Zymir thought to himself, those two little brats must be related to the woman Nahito mentioned. Since they are here, there's no way I'm leaving empty-handed. Moreover, he covered his right eye. Cursing in anger, this I still throb with pain, I must take revenge. His gaze turned towards the end of the path, where, according to the information gathered by his minions, that woman was said to reside just behind it. Zymir's eyes seemed to have caught on to something, and they instantly turned bloodshot. He saw from a distance that those two little brats were standing at the end of the path. Although he couldn't clearly see their facial expressions, Zymir was certain that these two bastards were mocking him. Get them. Yes. Charge up and capture the two little brats at the end of the path. Whoever catches them will receive an extra reward of 1,000,000 berries. With Zymir's enticing offer, the remaining 80 or so pirate members rushed forward like a swarm, brandishing knives and guns, madly sprinting towards Teach and Lai at the end of the path. Seeing the pirates rushing towards them like madmen, Teach and Lai exchanged glances, their smiles growing wider as they crossed their arms and watched the ensuing spectacle coldly. The pirates, still unaware of what awaited them, continued to run excitedly. Suddenly, a series of shrill screams halted their mad dash as they saw a deep pit open up in front of them. Just moments ago, many of their brothers had fallen into it, screaming. As they approached the edge of the pit and looked down, they saw more than 10 people, except for the last 2 or 3, sunk to the bottom, as if something had pulled them down, their bodies pierced by unknown black blades. The remaining 2 or 3 weren't in good shape either. The first 10 had been pulled down to cushion some of the space at the bottom, preventing them from being dragged all the way down. But even so, the powerful gravity sphere at the bottom continued to exert its pull, constantly dragging the bodies of these 2 or 3 individuals. Their upper bodies barely managed to hold on, but their lower halves were in dire straits. Pulled by the gravity sphere, their lower limbs were slowly compressing against the bodies of their dead companions below, while the blades pierced through their lower bodies. And the gradual downward pressure only expanded their wounds little by little. They were in a situation where being alive was worse than being stabbed through like their companions. It was downright chilling. The pirates of Zymir's crew found this to be incredibly bizarre and brutal. Frowning, Zymir walked to the edge of the pit, the creases on his forehead deep and twisted. What are you standing there for? Save them. At his command, the pirates pulled out ropes meant for binding captured enemies and lowered them into the pit, telling the 2 or 3 survivors to grab on and prepare to be pulled up. But wasn't that easy? Those 2 or 3, constantly tormented by the gravity sphere, saw the rope as their only hope, and thus exerted all their strength to cling to it. With the added pull of the gravity sphere, the force on the rope increased dramatically. Ouch! The first pirate to throw down the rope was almost yanked into the pit himself by the sudden pull. Thankfully, his teammates behind him were quick to grab him and prevent him from falling. Seeing that he couldn't pull anyone up by himself, Zymir grew a bit angry. Useless. You all pull together and get them up. A bunch of useless idiots can't even pull one person. His subordinates dared not defy his authority, and they had to gather more pirates to pull with all their strength like a tug of war. But it still didn't work. Zymir could no longer sit still and reached down with a branch to try pulling himself. The moment the branch was grabbed by the pirate at the bottom, he could feel a powerful force pulling back from branch. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it up an inch. Instead, he found himself being pulled closer to the pit's edge. As he neared the edge, Zymir decisively grabbed a knife from one of his subordinates and cut the branch. Bizarre. This was too bizarre. It was as if there was an underwater monster in the pit. Realizing that rescuing those 2 or 3 was already a difficult task, Zymir didn't hesitate to order his men to continue advancing. Just as he lifted his head to glare hatefully at Teach and Lai at the end of the path, he suddenly noticed the boy holding a black gun, aiming it. Thorn shield. His reflexes were quick. Having suffered a great loss, Zymir was on high alert. So the moment he saw the gun raised, he immediately went into defense mode. Hiding behind the shield and taking a closer look, he was suddenly taken aback. Not good. Let go. He hurriedly commanded the few pirates holding the rope, but it was too late. With a bang, the gun fired, and a special gravity-infused black bullet accurately struck the first pirate holding the rope. Like in a tug of war, the sudden loss of the first anchor person caused an immediate increase in force, leaving the remaining few completely powerless to resist. They screamed in horror, unable to let go of the rope before being yanked into the pit. There was another sickening sound of flesh being pierced, and the pirates who had barely managed to survive at the bottom were pushed deeper into the pit, while the newcomers were also pierced by various blades. Although not many entered, they could clearly feel themselves being trapped. In essence, they could only wait to die while being impaled by the blades. "Captain, save us. Captain, we're not dead yet. Help. Please, Nahito. I don't want her dead anymore. Just save me." Those in the pit, pierced by the blades, felt the sharp points sticking through some of the pirates' corpses. Though the remaining parts piercing their bodies didn't kill them. The feeling of being constantly sucked to the bottom and impaled was truly agonizing, prompting their cries for help. Don't worry about them. Keep moving. Keep your eyes on the ground. If you fall into the pit, you can save yourselves. Seeing that rescue was hopeless, Zymir turned cold-blooded, ignoring the cries of his subordinates as he moved forward along the sides of the pit. Chapter 20, of course. We have to kite before the great battle regardless of those subordinates who had fallen into the trap. The remaining pirates were sweating profusely and feeling an endless sense of despair. After all, they were pirates and never expected a good ending. So, at the command of Zymir, the remaining 70 people marched forward in a grand manner, sticking close to the roadside and cautiously sweeping the ground as they advanced. They were either lucky or sufficiently cautious. As they managed to probe through the remaining traps on the road, the revealed deep pit forced them to advance slowly along the sides, as no one dared to attempt to leap over the bizarre gravitational force that had just sucked in the unfortunate who had fallen into it. What angered them the most was that the two little demons at the end of the road occasionally fired shots at them. Just like cats playing with their prey, they couldn't speed up too much, for if they were not careful, they might fall into that pit and meet a terrible fate. Thus, while feeling frustrated, the group had already reached the middle of the road, and their numbers had decreased to about 50 due to the gunfire. Seeing them enter the zone where the ropes had been set, the brother and sister duo felt a surge of joy. They had to provoke them, otherwise, if they were to retreat after discovering the traps, it would be a loss. Teach picked up a small stone from the ground, activated his observation hockey, aimed at Zymir, and with a whoosh, the small stone was accurately thrown towards him. Zymir's soul nearly left his body. This was simply despicable. Even someone accustomed to the means of pirates like Zymir couldn't help but explode in anger. This little bastard. I will definitely not let him go. He quickly covered himself with a layer of armament hockey and used both hands to block downward, his eyes fixed on the trajectory of the stone flying towards him. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it only made him angrier. The stone wasn't fast, but it was incredibly precise. Wasn't this a provocation? The proud and arrogant Zymir could not tolerate such disrespect. Veins bulged on his forehead as he instinctively lifted his hand to smell it, then awkwardly combed his hair back, feeling even more humiliated. Listen up, you little ones. Whoever can catch or kill that little black bastard will be heavily rewarded. Money, women, treasures, I'll give you everything. Move faster. After this encouragement, those moving along the edge of the pit obviously quickened their pace, and it seemed that less than a quarter of the distance remained to reach the end of the road. The desire in the pirate's eyes grew stronger. Just then, as Teach secretly pulled a rope switch somewhere, swish, 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 countless black raindrops fell from the sky, glimmering with a cold light. This wasn't rain. It was like knives falling from the sky. The pirates looked around as various spearheads, knife tips, sword edges, iron caltrops, arrowheads, and iron nets rushed towards them with piercing sounds. In addition, there were also large bags of quicklime mixed in, and as the pirates opened their eyes to fend off the sharp traps, countless lime powder got into their eyes, a sensation far worse than being stabbed by knives. Zymir squinted his eyes, activating his observation hockey to dodge the incoming sharp weapons, occasionally using his fruit ability to grow thorny branches to knock down those that were unavoidable. At the same time, he was furious. How could it be so insidious? Am I the pirate here, or are you the pirates? Were these underhanded tricks thought up by those little demons? Damn it, I've stirred up trouble on the seas for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such little brats. Seeing that the end of the road was not far away, looking at those who were hit by traps, either blinded by lime or panicked and falling into the pit, Zymir felt a wave of bitterness. He couldn't care about so much anymore. He steeled his heart. Those two little demons were so close. Seeing the fear on their faces, they must have no backup plan left. Little ones, victory is at hand. Kill those two little demons and seize the treasure. This island is yours to enjoy. After delivering a motivational speech that every boss should have, Zymir drew a curved knife from a nearby subordinate, raised it, and charged directly toward Teach and the others. Inspired by this, and with Zymir leading by example, the pirate minions were greatly encouraged, each howling and waving their weapons as they charged forward. Teach and Reet remained calm, continuing to shoot with their revolvers. Seeing Zamair's encouragement work, the crowd of pirates yelled as they rushed closer. They calmly holstered their pistols, revealing looks of mockery. Not good. Zamair realized the expressions on the opponent's faces were suspicious. "Little ones, be careful," he shouted, raising his knife defensively in front of his chest, vigilantly observing the surroundings for any traps. After a long observation, he slashed the air in front of him a few times, testing it, and swept the ground, finding no abnormalities. Zamair's scarred, single-eyed face became even more unsightly as he looked back at the two little demons, feeling that their expressions were even more mocking. Thinking he had been played, Zamair became furious. He believed those two little demons were just trying to trick him, and he hated himself for being so jumpy. It was truly embarrassing. Angrily trembling, he pointed a finger at the two of them, and just as he was about to shout in anger, he suddenly felt the ground tremble like an earthquake, with a groaning sound emanating from the earth. Looking closely, some stones on the ground bounced up and down like people on a trampoline. Cold sweat drenched Zamair's face. The sound grew louder, and the ground's tremors intensified. Activating his observation hockey, he sensed a massive and powerful creature nearby. A huge black shadow gradually emerged behind Teach and Reet, accompanied by the trembling earth, with four sharp blades of cold light flashing in the shadow. It was as if a terrifying prehistoric saber-toothed tiger lay in ambush in the jungle. A wild and fierce aura surged forward, and not only Zamair, who had activated his observation hockey, but the other pirate subordinates could also see this terrifying monster. The subordinates watched the monster charging towards them from a distance, and the overwhelming pressure shattered their courage. They wanted to run back, but feared falling into the pit, and all scrambled up the trees. However, they soon realized the trees were coated with a transparent, oily liquid, making it impossible to climb. Despairing, they ran back, pushing and shoving each other at the narrow edge of the pit, many falling in. In a panic, they attempted to jump across, but halfway through, the gravitational pull dragged them down, and despite their arms clinging to the edge, they were slowly sucked back down. Even before facing that giant beast, many had already met a tragic end. With a grim face, Zamair no longer cared about his subordinates, carefully observing the hints of black beast skin revealed in the jungle. Chapter 21. Fierce battle with pirates. With the rustling of leaves, a massive black shadow beast emerged before everyone. It was a gigantic black hippo, standing 15 meters tall and 40 meters long, bursting forth with four enormous canine teeth that gleamed like steel blades. Its skin was rough, jet black and shiny, with a ferocious and savage expression on its face. Its four legs, as thick as the pillars of a building, propelled it forward at incredible speed. The entire body broke through the thicket and came behind Teach and Leet. Without losing momentum, the siblings seemed to have eyes at the back of their heads, leaping to the sides to clear a path for the hippo to pass through. The humanized face of the hippo revealed a carefree expression, and it quickened its pace, almost reaching the pirates in front of it. The body curled up and rolled into a giant black ball, like a watermelon bug. It rolled down the path, and at this moment, the surrounding area was densely packed with trees, making it impossible to hide in the woods. The tree trunks were covered in grease, making climbing impossible, and the pirate lackeys quickened their pace to run away, ignoring the potholes and pushing past their obstructing companions. Some, seeing no way to escape, drew their swords and stood in a triangle formation, attempting to create a makeshift barricade. Unfortunately, all was in vain. The hippo's skin had grown incredibly tough over the past 5 years, and Teach and his companions had been using it as a punching bag for training, rendering it impervious to blades. As it rolled forward, it was unbeatable, crushing swords and blades as if they were mere toothpicks. Those left behind, if they fell into the pits, would be fortunate to die from the sharp blades. Being hit by the hippo was a far worse fate, akin to death by collision. The immense kinetic energy meant that even a slight touch could result in broken bones, flesh torn, and bodies crushed into flat pieces, heading towards another dimension. Rolling and crashing all the way, the pits posed no obstacle to the massive hippo ball, which rolled right over them until it reached the end of the path. A few pirates, faster and stronger, managed to reach the edge of the path and hide in the woods to survive, but they were unaware of the hippo's terror. After completing its roll, the hippo returned to its original form, glaring coldly at the surviving pirates, baring its massive jaws and charging into the woods. The crushing power of the hippo's bite was terrifying, especially for a creature that could be considered a freak of nature in the world of One Piece. It was as easy as biting a cucumber for a human, killing 2 pirates in one bite. The rest either died from the initial impact or climbed trees. which proved useless as the hippo easily knocked the trees down with a single charge, ultimately leading to their demise as they were bitten and swallowed whole. After all this, the hippo finally stopped, coldly observing the remaining pirate officers and Zymer. "That's enough, black skin. Just continue clearing out the riffraff," Teach instructed from a distance. And the hippo didn't hesitate to begin cleaning the battlefield, sucking in countless pirate corpses like a vacuum cleaner with its open mouth. Zymer, who had just used his fruit ability to create thorns and escape with a few officers by hanging in the tree canopy, was now filled with dread. The nearly total annihilation of his forces made him hesitate about whether the treasure was worth the cost. With a sullen face, he looked at Teach and the sibling duo. "Kids, do you have any other tricks up your sleeves? Go ahead and use them, otherwise you will die a miserable death. How could there be such a foolish pirate like you? Where are your men?" Teach mockingly pointed at the chaos behind him, while Leet smiled, adding to the mockery. "You still want to kill me?" The wise and brave captain of the pirate ship. This round of taunts clearly had an effect, as Zymer's eyes turned red, his body thrashing with thorny branches, shouting, "I'm going to kill you," and charged forward. Teach patted Leet's small hand. Both understood that the final battle was approaching. Despite the mockery on the surface, both were extremely cautious and took Zymer's strength seriously. "Thorn whip," Zymer shouted, and suddenly a massive thorn erupted from the ground, sweeping toward Teach and Leet. The two had already prepared themselves, so they jumped to avoid the enormous thorn branch. However, to their surprise, Zymer was not affected by his anger in battle. One failed attack led to another, and another thorn whip struck out with fierce force. Just as Teach and Leet landed, they knew that jumping again would result in being hit, so they stopped dodging, coating their fists and blades with arm color, and struck back at the thorn. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as hands, swords, and thorns collided, sending dust and air scattering in all directions. They remained locked in this standoff for a moment, with Teach and Leet being pushed back a meter before they regained their strength and pushed away the thorn. Realizing he couldn't suppress the two kids, Zymer came to his senses, continuing to swing the branches while shouting, "What are you waiting for? Attack together and kill these two little bastards." His subordinates had already planned to charge in together to take them down, but the wide range of the thorn attacks made it difficult to advance. Hearing Zymer's command, they rushed forward, intending to surround and kill the two kids. But a flash of sword light passed from behind them, accompanied by the words, "How can I let you interrupt my children's battle?" Several officers were caught off guard, and 3 of them had their hands and feet severed instantly. Everyone present stared in shock at the woman holding the sword, smiling with an aura that was no less than a man's. It was none other than Teach's biological mother, Marcy. At this moment, she had lost the frail appearance of before, though her looks were not conventionally beautiful. She exuded a heroic spirit. Especially after years of training to protect her children, her strength had returned to what it once was, and she seemed revitalized. "Mom, Mother!" Teach and Leet exclaimed joyfully. Although Teach knew that his mother had not slacked off in her training over the years, she appeared much stronger than he had expected. Trudy à prise en surprise. For Teach, having his mother as support meant that his first step towards defying fate was secured. How could he not be happy? "Foolish children, go ahead and beat that little brat to a pulp. I'll handle the rest." Her domineering declaration showed no concern for facing the remaining 7 capable pirate officers. "Oh," Teach responded excitedly, turning to face Zymer, his fists coated in armed color and dark matter enveloping him, making Zymer feel like a sheep being hunted, while he himself was the prey. Chapter 22, The Great Battle with Zymer. Teach's seemingly provocative actions made Zymer's already gloomy face look as if he had eaten old dog shit. Fine. Thorn chains. Without any warning, during the standoff, Zymer couldn't hold back and quickly activated his ability. The ground shattered, and countless massive thorny bushes sprouted, suddenly twisting towards Teach and lie like venomous snakes ready to strike. The two remained calm upon seeing this. Teach raised his left hand horizontally, and Lai jumped into the air, using Teach's left hand to push off and soared upwards, avoiding the thorns on the ground. Meanwhile, Teach strolled leisurely on the ground, extending his right hand across his chest. Dark water. A pitch-black vortex emerged from Teach's hand. Those resilient but not particularly heavy thorns couldn't withstand the gravitational pull of the dark fruit. Especially when they touched the dark matter, all abilities of the thorns were nullified, and they were obediently drawn into the dark water, just like ordinary thorns. As a rare plant-type devil fruit user, Teach's ability was naturally quite troublesome. The character Green Bull in the original work appeared to be a devil fruit user related to plants and was incredibly tricky. Zamair's fruit ability was certainly not inferior. Seeing that the thorn chains couldn't bind them, he immediately turned and rolled several times until he was parallel to Teach, avoiding the gravitational range of Teach's dark water vortex. But just as he steadied himself, Teach jumped in front of Zamair, his black iron fist wrapped in armament hockey and dark matter, carrying immense force. Crashing down like a meteor. Seeing that Zamair seemed to have no way to evade, Teach's eyes grew fiercer, and he accelerated his punch, channeling all his strength into his right hand. Dark Star Flow. At this moment, that fist truly resembled a black meteor from the heavens, falling to the earth. Zamair had no way to avoid it, panic evident in his eyes. Suddenly, his face turned pale, as if he had expended a great deal of energy. Before he could react to the upcoming change, the black heavy fist of Dark Star Flow crashed fiercely into Zamair's body. However, strangely enough, there was no dull thud of hitting flesh. Instead, it sounded like wood breaking. Teach's fist pierced through Zamair's chest, yet the wound did not bleed a drop. Instead, countless small branches crisscrossed inside. Zamair had transformed from a living person into a scarecrow woven of thorns. Seeing this, Teach remained unhurried. He recognized this as a type of devil fruit ability. In his past life, he had seen Moria's shadow clone and Hawken's fruit ability. These were all devil fruits that could transfer damage. Zamair's ability was slightly different. It should be akin to the substitution technique in Naruto, creating a thorny substitute to bear fatal damage while the real body shifted to another location. Realizing this, Teach began to focus on his observation hockey, as he didn't know where Zamair would reappear. Just as Teach sensed Zamair's impending attack and was about to use the dark passage to shift, two slicing sounds of thorns cut through the air behind him. Lai pressed both hands on the sheath and hilt of her sword, evidently having just executed a Iato slash to shatter the thorns, attempting to ambush Teach. Teach said nothing more upon seeing this, their tacit understanding, after merging their conqueror's hockey and mental wills, became more fantastical than a telepathic bond between twins. They could almost understand each other's thoughts. Dark acupoint. Teach shouted loudly, and the ground was quickly enveloped in a layer of pitch-black dark matter. Zamair, who had just used his peripheral vision to check for any tricks on the ground, suddenly found the little devil in front of him had disappeared. Immediately, he maximized his observation hockey, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, still wary of Lai, who was accumulating sword momentum nearby. He had lost count of how many times he had sweated coldly today. Suddenly, a chilling premonition struck him, and his hands transformed into thorny branches that rapidly grew longer, shooting out to intertwine with surrounding tree branches. Using this force, Zamair's body was suspended in the air, his feet not touching the ground. He always felt there was a crisis on the ground. However, while he thought well, Lai would not allow him to act freely. Reverse slash. Having accumulated some sword momentum, Lai decisively drew her sword, first executing a reverse Iato slash from the lower left to the upper right, cutting diagonally towards Zamair's chest. Then, she quickly reversed her wrist, using her other hand to press on the back of the sword, slicing down from the upper right to the lower right. This lightning-fast move transformed into two strikes, first hitting Zamair's chest, which he blocked with armament hockey, resulting in a shallow wound that was not serious. The second strike did not aim at Zamair's arm. Instead, it struck at the thorny branches. As a result, Zamair, who had transformed both hands into thorns to lift himself into the air, found the entire right side of the thorns cut in half, losing balance and descending closer to the ground. Seeing such an opportunity, Teach, who had been waiting on the dark ground of the dark acupoint, would not hesitate. His upper body emerged from the ground, grabbing Zamair's sagging right leg, then surged into the dark space beneath the ground like someone diving underwater. Zamair screamed in fright. His left hand's ability was pushed to the maximum, forcibly lifting his body. He left only his right foot submerged in the pitch-black dark space. Then, the darkness on the ground disappeared, and Teach emerged from it, laughing. Zamair's foot was like a planted radish, rooted in the earth. Seeing this, Teach and Lai did not give him a moment to breathe. Taking advantage of his compromised mobility, they attacked with punches and sword strikes from both sides. Dark Celestial Body, Death Sword, slash. Teach's ambition was to develop the dark fruit into a black hole, so he always simulated cosmic celestial bodies to develop some attack methods. This punch was one of those. It was wrapped in the ability of the dark fruit, crashing down on Zamair like a collision between celestial bodies. Lai's sword strike was similar, She possessed a natural talent for slaughter, and merely killing some prey allowed her to accumulate endless killing intent, thus creating her unique series of sword techniques. This was incredibly troublesome swordsmanship style. Other sword techniques could be cultivated through training, but Lai's sword path, while also requiring cultivation, relied more on her innate talent for killing and slaughter. The two attacks arrived in an instant, and in this moment of crisis, Zamair rapidly secreted adrenaline, his mind clear. He urgently executed his defensive technique. Rap. Thorn Python. Chapter 23. The erupting Zymir's hands grew thorny branches that twisted like pythons, wrapping around Lai's sword and teach's arms. Each enveloped them. Lai was somewhat okay, as he could still cut through the thorns. But the continuous growth of the thorns reduced the killing intent and power of his sword attacks, as they would wrap around him again and again. Teach, on the other hand, was different. The thorns formed a gauntlet-like armor around him, intending to reduce the force of his punches. However, something strange happened. The thorns posed no obstruction to Teach. They acted just like ordinary thorny plants, and Zymir couldn't control them at all. Since he couldn't control the thorns, their obstruction was no different from none at all. A pitch-black iron fist, emitting black smoke, came crashing toward him. Fortunately, Zymir reacted quickly, using armament haki for defense in an instant. Clang! The collision between the iron fist and Zymir's armament haki-wrapped body produced a metallic sound. At first, Zymir could withstand the power of this punch, but as the full force came crashing down, he was knocked back like a tidal wave. When he landed parabolically on the ground, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his hatred for Teach intensified after taking that punch. Hiss! Cough cough! He inhaled sharply, then spat out saliva mixed with blood. Zymir set sail at the age of 20, from the East Sea to the Grand Line, and finally roamed the New World. I've never seen a brat like you with such abilities. You have a feeling similar to the sea stone I battled against in the Navy. Kid, you're also a devil fruit user, right? Is it a fruit ability or sea stone? No need to know that now. Kid, let me show you my true strength. What a terrifying brat. With your age, having such power, cunning, your fruit must be on par with those monsters at sea. It's your misfortune to meet me before you grow up. Remember in your next life, don't mess with Zymir. Thornhell. Countless thorns burst forth from the ground, and even the trees along the roadside, which shouldn't have grown thorns, sprouted numerous thorny branches like potatoes sprouting. Except for the sky above, which had fewer branches. All other areas were completely overrun by thorns. Moreover, they gradually closed in, separating from the outer space, and a square thorny iron cage appeared around Teach, Lai, and Zymir. It resembled the steel cages from past life. Seeing this scene, Marcy outside the thorny cage was taken aback. The thick thorns intertwined to form walls that obscured the view inside. Although she could still sense it with observation haki, how could a mother rest easy? Just moments ago, she could still pay attention to the Battle of the Three while fighting the pirate officers, but now that they were completely out of sight, Marcy was truly panicked. In her worry, she forgot her own situation. A pirate, seeing her in a daze, jumped up and swung his cutlass down at Marcy from the air like a powerful strike. Even with observation haki activated, her attention was on the inside of the thorny cage, so she only realized the attack as it approached. In a hurry, she used armament haki for defense, preparing to take the blow head-on. Just then, a sharp arrow precisely struck the throat of the pirate jumping to attack. The pirate was sent flying sideways by the force of the arrow until he crashed to the ground, convulsed a couple of times, and then fell still. The archer was Kikyo, who had rushed down from the mountaintop, having shot arrows from up there just moments before. Kikyo, protect yourself. Marcy felt joy seeing Kikyo come to help, but then worried about her second daughter being in close combat, far from as monstrous as the other family members. And she anxiously reminded her. The two gathered together, with Marcy protecting Kikyo from close range, while Kikyo shot at the pirates from distance. Mother, where are my brother and sister? Kikyo's first question was still about her brother, as she bent her bow and shot at the pirates. In that thorn cage, Kikyo, we have to kill this group of pirates, and then save Teach and Lai. As Marcy spoke, she swung her long knife faster. Originally, she could hold her own against a few pirates while being distracted by her concern for her children, but facing the serious Marcy and the potentially sneaky Kikyo, the pirates were no match. Although it wasn't as easy as cutting through vegetables, Marcy's knife and Kikyo's arrows caused the pirates to fall like flowers in a storm. Before long, the pirates outside the thorny cage were completely wiped out. The two looked toward the thorny cage. Now their only option was to set it on fire. But that would risk harming Teach and Lai inside. With no other choice, they could only resort to the most foolish method, continuously hacking at the walls of the thorny cage with their swords. However, the thorns were terrifying. When one segment was cut off, another would grow back to replace it. After hacking for a long time, they finally made a tiny gap. Just as the two were impatiently chopping at the thorns, the battle inside the cage was also fierce. Thorns grew randomly from all directions, stabbing at the two siblings, while Zymir occasionally used his abilities to attack, even with their observation haki at maximum. It was difficult to avoid these troublesome thorns, resulting in numerous small wounds and scars from the branches whipping against them. After blocking the attacking thorns, the two quickly drew close, supporting each other back to defend against the thorns. Lai, if this continues, he will wear us down. Pay attention to my attack in a bit, Teach said to Lai. The space was small, so he didn't want to speak too loudly in case Zymir overheard. Fortunately, the two had a tacit understanding and didn't need too many words. Brat, still thinking of some conspiracy? Even rocks can't save you, I tell you. D. Perhaps fearing that the initiative would fall to Teach, Zymir took the lead in launching an attack to try to disrupt Teach. Seeing him take the bait, Teach finally showed a relaxed expression. He decisively activated the dark path again, but this time without touching the ground. So the dark path layer only covered the densely packed thorny branches beneath his feet. Teach and Lai both entered the dark space, and with a shout of dark curtain, the entire thorny cage was shrouded in darkness. The thorns on the ground that could sense the enemies were rendered ineffective. In the darkness, Zymir activated his observation haki, shouting loudly to the surroundings, "Little bastards, come out. Let's see how long you can hide. Your fruit ability must touch the ground, right? This space is already filled with my thorns. Let's see where you run." While saying this, he moved toward a corner of the cage, leaning against the wall and carefully observing every movement inside the cage. By the way, I started writing this novel just a few days ago, and my Zymir thorn fruit made its appearance before chapter 1053 of the manga. I didn't expect that chapter 1053 would actually feature a green bull with a plant-type devil fruit. I wonder if everyone has seen it. The green bull can also grow branches to absorb others' life force, and it even made Quinn skinny. Chapter 24 Thorn Seed Zymir, with his alertness at its peak, mainly guarded against the ground. Although this space was shrouded in darkness due to Teach's ability with the Yami Yami no Mi, the memories from the previous dark passage were too profound for him to ignore. Thus, under this habitual thinking, he only assumed that the dark channels would cover the ground. Teach had long developed the Yami Yami no Mi to the extent that it could cover the walls, and in the void of darkness, countless dark substances slowly spread over the walls of the thorn prison like rapidly growing moss. Due to the Yami Yami no Mi's ability to suppress other powers, Zymir was unaware of the abnormality of the thorns behind him in the corner. Dark planet. Gravity. Crash. Teach unleashed this move on the dark channel wall at the corner. A massive black sphere appeared behind Zymir, while Teach and Leet slowly rose from the ground in front of him. Zymir, firmly pulled by the immense gravitational force of the black sphere at the corner, was alarmed and hurriedly manipulated the thorns within the prison to stab at the two, while he struggled desperately to escape the gravitational pull of the dark planet. Teach and Leet were not overly concerned about the thorn attacks. A few wounds were insignificant to them. They both used Busashoka haki to wrap their bodies for defense while launching fierce counterattacks. Teach's fists, enveloped in dark matter and Busashoku, delivered a series of bizarre black iron punches towards Zymir as if beating a drum. Leet was no different, wrapping his long sword in Busashoku, stabbing and slashing towards Zymir's vital areas, such as the throat, eyes, mouth, nose, heart, and abdomen. Even with Busashoku for defense, Zymir was beaten black and blue, covered in bruises under their relentless assault. Knowing that this way would inevitably lead to his defeat against their onslaught, Zymir gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood shot out like an arrow, aimed directly at Teach's body. Although Teach did not know what this blood was for, he did not dare to relax and immediately turned and jumped to evade it. However, at close range, this sudden attack still splattered onto Teach's arm. The blood then spread rapidly and weirdly towards Teach's main body. Seeing the attack take effect, a sinister smile appeared on Zymir's pale face. "You little brat, you've been infected by my thorn seed. Before long, it will take root and sprout in your body, piercing through every inch of your skin and devouring your flesh and blood. Just wait to die. Ha ha ha. Shield, thorn demon face." Massive thorns grew and wove together to form a gigantic demon face shield, enveloping Zymir entirely. He realized that since he could not escape the troublesome gravity, it would be better to hide and wait. Once that little brat died from the parasitic thorns, this bizarre fruit ability would naturally lose its effectiveness. By then, not only would he kill the sword-wielding brat, but also the woman who had taken the treasure. After waiting behind the shield for a while and regaining some stamina, Zymer began to feel puzzled. According to logic, using the thorn seed would greatly deplete his vitality, similar to a bug-like perverse move. Prepared to inflict 1,000 points of damage to the enemy, while harming himself eightfold, relying on his blood-sucking thorns to restore his body. Zymer had heard of a type of torture where a rat was placed on a person's body and covered with an iron basin. When the basin was heated, the rat would frantically burrow into the person's body to survive, causing the victim immense pain. His thorn seed was even worse than this. It drilled out from within the body, and that kind of pain few could endure. He had used it once before, and soon after the thorn seed took root, countless thorns grew from within him, brutally drilling him to death. This time, according to the timeline, it should be about time. So why had he not heard the brat's screams yet? Activating Kinbunchika Haki and sensing within the thorn prison, he found that the two brats were still safe and sound. He did not know how dangerous Teach's Yami Yami no Mi was. As the nemesis of all devil fruits, it could nullify a person's fruit ability upon contact, and it could absorb and nullify the creations or concepts produced by others' abilities. For instance, in the original story, it absorbed the shockwave from Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi. Moreover, if developed properly, even Magellan's poison, which nearly killed Teach in the original story, could have been absorbed. However, at that time, Teach had just acquired the fruit and had not developed it fully, which is why he got poisoned. Thus, Zymer's thorn parasitic seed was naturally not an exception. When that blood first splattered onto Teach, he did not immediately use the Yami Yami no Mi to absorb it. Instead, he observed the effect of the move. Realizing that if he let it go, he would be harmed, he immediately activated his ability to absorb the thorn seed into the dark space. This move was a powerful technique that Zymer had developed at the cost of his vitality, and keeping it in the dark space to nurture it for future use could be considered a trump card. After this, Leet accumulated his sword intent, while Teach absorbed the fallen thorn remnants from the ground of the thorn prison through the dark channel, waiting for Zymer to come out for a decisive strike. Unable to contain himself, Zymer felt a sense of despair behind the demon face shield. It seemed he could not escape today. His strongest killing move was ineffective against them. Damn, what is that little brat's bizarre fruit ability? Is it a paramecia? Damn it. After thinking for a moment, madness flickered in Zymer's eyes. He gritted his teeth and withdrew the demon face shield. Seeing him emerge, Teach quietly dissipated the dark planet, allowing him to move freely. Both sides knew that the final showdown was approaching. Without a word, they covered their arms in pitch-black Busashoka Haki, and the air seemed to spark from the collision. For a moment, as if in agreement, all three charged at each other. Teach raised his dark fist. Leet held his sword horizontally, and Zymer's hands, wrapped in Busashoku, shone with metallic light as countless thorns danced naturally around him. Bang! A massive sound erupted as the three collided. Teach's fists met Zymer's, while the remaining thorns were entangled and cut by Leet. Stalemated, Teach secretly activated the Yami Yami no Mi, relaxing his left hand to let Zymer's fist strike his body. Dark water. A black vortex appeared above Teach's left hand and then slammed down on his Zymer's arm. This strike was like a leech, and no matter how much Zymer struggled, he could not escape this terrifying vortex. At the same time, Zymer realized that his fruit ability had once again become ineffective. He had previously thought that the little brat was carrying sea prism stone fragments, but he didn't expect it could also make a user lose their ability. What kind of devil fruit is this? It has gravity, absorption, and can even transfer itself. In a panic, Zymer's right hand frantically pounded on Teach's body, but it was completely futile. Lee could no longer tolerate this man beating up his beloved brother. With the restraint of the thorns gone, he shook his long sword and aimed it directly at Zymer's right hand. Chapter 25, the final move of the Thornfruit Zamayer, was caught off guard. Even with enhanced Haki defense, he was struck head-on by the powerful Sword of Lie, which was filled with rage. The sword blade sliced through Zamayer's wrist as if chopping ribs. You stinky little brat. The blade severed Zamayer's wrist, leaving only a thin layer of skin connecting the two parts of his body. Zamayer cried out in pain, his eyes wild with madness, as he raised his right hand to his mouth and bit off the last piece of flesh connecting them. Then his armed, Haki-wrapped right arm, now missing a hand, continued to frantically strike at Teach. It seemed he was determined to take Teach down with him. Teach couldn't let him feel triumphant. His left hand absorbed Zamayer, while his right hand emitted black smoke and shone with metallic reflections. Unrelentingly, he pounded Zamair's body and head. After a prolonged exchange of blows, both of them were covered in scars. Unlike Teach, Zamair had also suffered numerous sword wounds. Seeing that the time was right, Teach stopped hitting Zamair with his right hand and brushed over his own body. Absorb. Then, visibly, all the scars on Teach's body disappeared. Even the swelling and torn skin from the earlier blows faded away. He touched Lai again, performing another absorption. Lai immediately regained his health, and now both of them appeared completely normal, except for some dust on their bodies, looking nothing like they had just been in a fierce battle. Seeing this, Zamair's face turned even worse. This damn fruit ability, is it beyond the limits? Or is this little brat some special race? Before he could think further, Teach's right hand struck fiercely against his body. Release. Zamair rolled his eyes, and in an instant, countless pains appeared on his body. The thorn wounds, lash marks, and the swollen, torn wounds he had inflicted on himself were all transferred back to him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Having just used up the thorn parasitic seeds, Zamair's face, which had turned pale, now became yellow, his entire face resembling a pale gold. Blood flowed from him like a fountain. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. Seeing Zamair in such a miserable state, Teach and Lai hastened their attacks. Another release unleashed countless thorn remnants absorbed into the dark space, which shot out like steel needles directly into Zamair's body. The torrential attacks rained down on him, causing Zamair's form to sway unsteadily on the verge of death. However, at that moment, Zamair's muscles suddenly bulged, his hair rapidly turned white, with only a few strands of black mixed in. The wound on his severed right hand also began to heal somewhat. Ignoring his battered state, he raised his head like a corpse, his eyes vacant yet crazed and bloodthirsty. Teach and Lai couldn't care about him anymore, as it was clear he had used some method with severe side effects. They both jumped back to avoid him, without Teach's dark water to restrain him. Zamair's withered right hand grew a massive, thick thorn branch in place of his palm. Numerous branches sprouted from him and the surrounding thorny ground, and he looked at Teach and Lai with a twisted smile. Ha ha ha, die here. Madness enveloped Zamair as the thorns of the entire thorn hell seemed to come alive, like the tentacles of an evil god, constantly waving and twisting. Thorn whip. The thorn on Zamair's right hand rapidly grew and shot toward the two, while the surrounding thorns on the ground also moved to strike them. Realizing the danger, Teach quickly released the dark tunnel, and Lai sliced through several obstructing thorns, allowing them to enter the dark space. Seeing them escape, Zamair was not angry. He continued to swing the thorn branches down onto the surface of the dark tunnel. This dark passageway, while Teach could stay longer inside, others, even under Teach protection, couldn't withstand the erosion of dark matter energy for long. Realizing they couldn't stay, both had no choice but to jump out. Seeing them emerge, Zamair became even more excited, his face twisted with madness. You two little bastards, come die. His voice, coming from a parched throat, sounded like a demon in hell, screeching curses at the brother and sister. Python thorn. Branches, thicker and stronger than before, broke through the ground, spinning and flying toward the two to ensnare them, while the surrounding thorn branches of the thorn hell also grew thorns to attack them. Teach and Lai worked together to repel the largest branch, but the branches on the ground were difficult to defend against. A thorn wrapped around their legs and arms could be shattered, but countless branches surrounded them, ultimately restricting their movements. While they were not fully bound, their actions slowed considerably. Worse still, another python thorn attack came from Zamair, making it hard to defend. Just as the siblings cleared away the branches of the thorn hell, the python thorn attacked. A slip up, and they were ensnared by the thick branches, much like a python constricting its prey. Dark water. Teach activated the dark fruit, severing the thorns entwined with his body and breaking Zamair's connection. Then, with a powerful punch, he smashed through the surrounding branches and hurried to Lai's side to free her. During this, he was repeatedly struck by Zamair's thorns. Once the two managed to break free, Zamair realized that his attacks were ineffective against that little brat. Without hesitation, he charged forward, intending to engage in close combat. Thorn piercing. The massive branch that replaced his right hand transformed into a drill-like shape, slicing through the air toward Teach. Since Zamair's hair had turned white, his attack power and defense had significantly increased. This thorn thrust was no different, enveloped in black hockey, carrying immense force as it aimed for Teach's body. Dark Uranus. Another punch, infused with hockey and dark matter, struck with force and speed comparable to Zamair's. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Teach's right fist collided with the thorn drill, sparks flying in between. However, Zamair had used a forbidden technique to amplify his abilities, and this state, at the cost of his vitality, was still slightly stronger than Teach. The thorn drill pressed against Teach's black iron fist, looking as if it would overwhelm him. But Lai, who had been waiting for an opportunity, saw her brother's deteriorating condition. Without a word, she struck at Zamair's thorny right hand. Death sword break. With terrifying sharpness, a glint of cold light flashed as Zamair's thorny right hand was severed once more. Infuriated, he went completely mad, as the state gained from sacrificing his vitality was becoming unsustainable, causing him to act like a madman. He swung his hands and thorn branches chaotically. Teach and Lai struggled to defend, but they could not withstand these frenzied, reckless attacks. The visible wounds on their bodies increased. However, they were not completely defeated and still had some strength left. Seeing this, a determined look flashed in Zamair's eyes. Countless thorns. In it all, does this move look familiar? Anyone recognize it? Chapter 26. The strange curse, energy, countless thorns, ending everything. With this shout, Zymer's entire body rapidly aged, his skin becoming dry and rough like tree bark. Fine wrinkles crawling across his face like insects. The few sparse black hairs among his white strands turned white quickly, his head of white hair showing no signs of life. His originally tall figure shrunk by nearly half, resembling a skeleton draped in skin, not much better than an old man on the verge of death. Just as Zymer's body quickly withered, countless thorn branches suddenly erupted from his body, moving at a speed many times faster than a bullet. Before any sound could be heard, the thorn branches were already piercing through, a speed so great that it surpassed the speed of sound. Tiki and Lai had no time to enter the dark passageway. Just at that critical moment, they suddenly sensed a small hole opening in the thorny hell's ground of the dark passage. There was no time for hesitation between life and death. The two siblings, already pierced by many thorn branches, jumped into the dark passage and quickly moved through the dark tunnel to escape the thorn prison. Ah, you bunch of bastards. I curse you with my life to a miserable death. Puff. The two who had managed to escape heard Zymer's mournful cry, followed by a spurt of blood, before he fell silent. Tiki could distinctly feel a strange energy emanating from within the thorn prison, entering the thorn branches embedded in their bodies. This energy, though vibrant, was also bizarre and malevolent. It was Tiki's first time sensing such a thing. Just to clarify, earlier it was mentioned that he spat blood onto the two, which is not a curse, but the life force in that blood. The thorn fruit is a plant type that can control life force. Everything from forcibly activating his powers and turning his hair white to this is accomplished using life force. There will be more uses of life force later. The technique of life restoration uses life force. Here, the combination of life force with the thorn fruit is intended as a foreshadowing. Many didn't catch it, thinking it was detached from reality. In fact, in One Piece, there is indeed the use of life force, but the plant-type fruits utilize it more completely, and of course, thicker blood can channel more life force, quietly using the power of the dark fruit to absorb it. Countless tiny dark whirlpools appeared within him, absorbing that energy through the wounds. After absorbing some, he realized that while this energy could be absorbed by his dark fruit, if left unchecked, it would eventually turn against him, like suddenly activating during a battle to hinder his next move. Is this what they call a curse? He thought about Zymer's harsh words, realizing they were not empty threats. Without further hesitation, and with no time to think about how the thorn prison had opened a gap, he hurried to check on Lai's condition, knowing that it wasn't just him who had been pierced by the thorn branches. Lai, relax a bit. Zymer's last words should have had an effect. My fruit ability can sense that there's a special energy lying dormant within you. Fortunately, my ability can absorb it. Let me take a look at your body. Tiki spoke to Lai. Without much conversation, even with countless wounds from the thorns, Lai maintained her gentle smile, fully trusting Tiki and not resisting any of his actions. Tiki, please. Lai was about to speak, but was silenced by Tiki's hand over her mouth. With a glance, they understood each other's intentions through the connection of their conqueror's will. Tiki was stopping Lai from saying such courteous words, and Lai was reassuring him to boldly handle her condition. After doing this, Tiki placed his palm on Lai's chest, closing his eyes and slowly and gently delivering dark matter energy to sense that energy within her. Lai, whose chest was pressed down, had a slightly youthful face that flushed red. Even after struggling for 100 years in hell and seeing the outside world for the first time, it couldn't compare to the tenderness in her eyes at this moment. Soon, Tiki sensed that energy within her, the same as his, lying dormant like a time bomb. ready to disrupt and harm the host during fierce battles. This is interesting. If I'm not mistaken, this ability is also brought by the thorn fruit. Just what is that strange energy? However, based on Zymer's earlier use of the thorn parasitic seed and the technique of countless thorns ending everything, it is very likely something akin to life energy. Tiki didn't waste time anymore, as the black dark matter energy was input in Eli's body through contact, wildly searching. Like a train burrowing through mountain tunnels, or like a cart playing in water, he didn't know how long it took, but he finally captured that strange energy. The dark matter energy absorbed it like a blood-sucking mosquito. A wave of comfort washed over him, making him shiver, and everything became bland, finally allowing Tiki to rise beside Lai. Cough, cough, cough. Outside the thorn prison were not just the two of them. Marcy had a dark expression watching their interaction, looking extremely displeased. While she could freely scold her son Tiki, she found it hard to say anything stern to her adopted daughter, so she could only cough a few times to remind the siblings. Beside Marcy, Kikyo's pure white Miko sleeves were covered in dirt and dust, and her cute face bore streaks of grime. She was currently holding a bow with both hands, expressionless as she watched them. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the feelings of grievance and loneliness almost spilling from her eyes. After this reminder, Tiki was fine, having rich experience and a thick skin. But Lai, being just a 16-year-old girl, even though she usually appeared stable and mature, now revealed her youthful demeanor, blushing and starting to look down at her concealed toes. Hee hee. Cough, cough, ha ha. Mom, how did you manage to break a gap in that troublesome thorn-hell prison? Thanks to you, or we would have been done for. Tiki awkwardly changed the subject, but the wound pierced by the thorns pulled, causing him to spit out some blood foam, then inquired about what happened outside. Oomph. You little brat. I'll settle the score with you later. Marcy first gave Tiki a harsh word before beginning to narrate the situation outside the thorn hell. After you two were locked in by Zymer's pirate ability, I was left alone being attacked by pirates outside. Thanks to Kikyo arriving in time, we were able to eliminate the pirates outside the wall together. This damned thorn prison is not only hard and resilient, but even if you open a gap, the other thorns will grow back to fill it. Kikyo and I were helpless against it. Luckily, Blackskin had already dealt with those pirates and helped us break through the thorn wall, first burning the hole to prevent it from growing back, then using his strength to smash the sword stuck in it, which barely opened a gap. And Tiki, you should remember, after Kikyo found out you were trapped, she went crazy digging at the soil around the thorn cage. Just look at her dirt, and then look at you, you little brat. After Marcy finished recounting what happened outside, she looked at her two daughters with concern while scolding Tiki for his actions. Chapter 27. Kill and Punish the Heart? Upon hearing the words of his mother, Marcy, even Teach, who had lived 3 lifetimes, was moved by the feelings of his often unassuming second sister towards him. He smiled broadly and walked over to Kikyo, displaying a hearty and carefree grin. Ha ha ha, Sister Kikyo has really helped us a lot, he said, putting his arm around Kikyo's shoulder and speaking a bit more seriously. Thank you, my dear Sister Kikyo. After saying that, he leaned his face against Kikyo's cheek affectionately. Kikyo's arrows have helped us take down most of the pirates. That's really impressive. Ha ha. All right, Blackskin, you did well too. It's all thanks to you. Seeing Teach not mention himself, Hippo Blackskin felt a bit awkward and dragged his hefty body over to Teach to share the credit. But anyway, we survived. One arm that wasn't wrapped around Kikyo waved a fist in the air as he shouted this statement. This was Teach's first step in changing his fate in the world of One Piece. That damn destiny could be changed. In the original story, Blackbeard's childhood was tragic, but Teach had come to alter his own tragedy. Now he was surrounded by his mother and 2 sisters with great potential. If this third life was a game of chess, Teach had gained the upper hand against fate. The outcome was still uncertain. But this initial victory was the cornerstone for changing his destiny in the future. Don't celebrate too early, you brat. Is that pirate still alive? Marcy was still a bit worried about Samir in the thorn cage. Well, let me use my ability to check, Teach suggested, feeling that Samir was still quite troublesome, and it was best to avoid confronting him directly. Dark tunnel. As soon as he spoke, a pitch-black substance covered the ground, and the small gap in the thorn cage was like a hole in a water bottle, unable to hold back the invasion of the dark energy from the dark tunnel. Detecting within, Teach sensed that Samir's life force was not far from that of a leaf falling in the wind. If left alone, he would eventually perish on his own. Moreover, the weakened Samir had no strength left to control the intensity of the thorn cage. It seems Samir doesn't have any extra strength to harm us anymore, Teach concluded after his investigation. He then placed his hand on the wall of the thorn cage. Dark nebula. The pitch-black energy instantly covered the entire wall, twisting and struggling uncontrollably before ultimately being sucked into the dark matter. This was a powerful wall-breaking attack created using the gravitational force of the dark fruit. Inside the thorn cage, Samir, at the center of the space, was propped up by the thorny branches of his withered body, barely standing. His bloodshot eyes could still move slightly, glaring at Teach and his group with hatred. A strange smile creeping up on his face as if he were pleased that his final curse would succeed, eventually harming Teach and Lai. Countless thorns shot out from him in all directions, filling the entire space with their menacing presence. Sharp thorns even pierced into the tough walls of the thorny hell cage. Clearly, this attack was continuous. Even if Teach and Lai escaped the thorn cage, these thorns that absorbed Samir's life energy would continue to grow and stab. It could be said that if Teach and Lai hadn't found that gap, they would eventually be pierced by the continuously released thorn branches while inside the thorn cage. Seeing such a dangerous scene, and Samir's wrinkled face smiling, Teach found it amusing. So, he began to deliver a speech aimed at killing Samir's spirit. Ha ha ha! Great Captain Samir, what are you still laughing about? No way, no way, no way. Is there really someone who thinks their pathetic curse will trouble the enemy? At this point, Teach's smile turned even more malicious. Let me tell you the truth. ISNT your garbage curse using the thorns that pierced our bodies as a medium? Haha, I bet you've sensed my fruit-s abilities. The curse you cast with your last life force is absolutely nothing. Teach continued mockingly. My dark fruit has absorbed your life energy and replenished myself instead. Thank you, great Captain Samir. With a face full of sarcasm, Teach clearly articulated these words, causing Samir's already pale and withered face to twist even more in humiliation. Samir seemed to want to spit something out, but his body had almost no blood left to spare, so he merely dry heaved without flowing blood. Some indistinct sounds came from his hoarse throat, but it felt like he was cursing Teach. The hatred in his eyes turned an even deeper shade of red, almost as if he were trying to kill Teach with his gaze alone. Seeing Samir like this, Teach had a hunch and began to pretend to be arrogant and self-satisfied. Ha 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 ha! The pitiful pirate Samir is still going to die at my hands. I really am the strongest, haha. While saying this, he raised both arms and laughed as he walked toward Samir, simultaneously covering the ground with the dark tunnel in preparation to flee at any moment. His observation hockey fully activated. Teach, be careful. Brother, no. Brat, get back here. Seeing him so arrogant and moving closer to the still-alive Samir. The three women were terrified and tried their best to warn Teach, especially Lai, who had already drawn her sword, ready to stop him. Teach knew he had already fooled his family, but there was still a bit of distance to Samir. He continued to laugh arrogantly. What does it matter? Samir is already dead. Let me see how his corpse looks. While speaking, he subtly waved one hand behind him, with an understanding glance. Lai realized that Teach must have some trick up his sleeve, so she didn't try to stop him, but she still gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, looking tense and ready to act at any moment. Soon, Teach approached Samir. The barely standing Samir still wore an expression of hatred, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Haha, such a powerful pirate Samir has still been defeated by me. Look at this formidable thorn fruit. It's truly terrifying. Teach shook his head and commented on Samir. Samir gritted his teeth and endured, and Teach secretly admired this pirate's endurance. If he attacked the moment he got close, that would be too foolish. Samir's patience in pretending and waiting for Teach to relax before striking was the correct choice. Chapter 28. The Death of Zymer. As Teach spun around, commenting on Zymer while staying alert, he finally noticed a thorn suddenly lunging toward his back when he intentionally turned away from Zymer. Teach, who had deliberately exposed a clear flaw, knew that Zymer had little time left and that this strike was entirely a gamble on whether Teach was overconfident. Unfortunately for Zymer, he failed, having prepared early. Teach swiftly entered the dark space of a hidden passage and then moved to a nearby location through the dark corridor. Captain Zymer is well hidden, but I'm still a bit smarter than you. Didn't he expect that, did you? Haha. After being mocked one last time, Zymer's face turned ashen. Previously, he had only suffered physical blows, but this time, Teach had also tormented his spirit, causing a significant loss of his vitality. You little brat, Teach. Why do you have to play with fire when you have nothing to do? What if he had more strength left and really pierced you? Mashi jumped up and slapped Teach's broad back, scolding him fiercely. Earlier, Zymer's last thorn attack had scared the three watching women half to death. And as soon as they returned, Mashi immediately lectured Teach. Kaiki also looked at him with concern, while only Lai smiled, unconditionally believing in whatever his brother did. Haha, it's fine, Mom. This trash pirate actually set his sights on my family. How can I let him die so easily? Titch said fiercely about his bottom line. The three women were deeply moved by this, and Mashi couldn't complain about her son any longer, only repeatedly saying things like, "Don't do this next time." Meanwhile, Zymer, who was left with barely a breath, had been severely impacted both physically and mentally by Titch, looking completely defeated. His heart felt dead, especially after hearing Titch's words. He began to regret coming here to die for the treasure that Naxido, a former crew member of Mashi mentioned in previous chapters, had spoken of. After a discussion among the four of them, they turned their attention to Zymer, contemplating how to deal with this guy. However, seeing Zymer, who was listless and exuding an aura of death, they felt it was inappropriate to bully him further. Thus, Titch, feeling benevolent, distributed 3 handguns for himself, and Mashi to use, while Kaiki continued to use her own bow and arrows. In an instant, countless bullets and arrows were shot, striking Zymer's body. The firing continued for about 5 or 6 minutes before stopping, during which Titch silently felt gratified that he had such a big heart even against an enemy. Seeing Zymer's body filled with arrows and bullet holes, it was clear he was dead beyond doubt. And comparing his death to Whitebeard's in the war on the top was an acknowledgement of him. Titch slowly approached, extending his right hand backward. Upon seeing this, Lai used his knife to chop off a branch from a nearby tree and threw it to Titch. It landed perfectly in his palm, and Titch used the long branch to poke Zymer's corpse. Looks like he is definitely dead. No longer on guard, Titch walked to Zymer's side, clearing away the dense thorns, placing his palm on Zymer's chest, and once again sensing the complete absence of a heartbeat. Using the power of the dark fruit, he created a dark matter curtain, waving his hand to cover both of them. This was to prevent the fruit's power from dissipating and to better absorb and guide that force. With both palms pressed against Zymer's corpse, dark matter energy was inputted, and he could clearly sense a power from the fruit ability lingering in Zymer's body. Moreover, it began to gradually dissipate, and Titch hurriedly used the dark fruit to absorb it, utilizing the combination of gravity and this unique application to absorb the fruit's ability. By absorbing that strange fruit ability through the dark fruit, he slowly extracted it from Zymer's body and condensed it in his hand, holding the formless, transparent fruit ability. At the same time, Titch could clearly feel some gas remaining within Zymer's body that had not disappeared. This gas, similar to energy, was divided into 2 types. One was thick and heavy, while the other was clear and sharp. Titch tried to absorb a bit of each and was pleasantly surprised to find that both his armament haki and observation haki had significantly increased. Could this be the 2-color haki? The dark fruit, which had not been fully showcased in the original work, could actually absorb haki too? After doing all this, Titch lifted the dark curtain and spoke to his family. "Mom, do we have any apples?" "Mom, my dark fruit absorbs Zymer's thorn fruit ability, and I need a vessel for the devil fruit to be reborn." What an eerie and malevolent ability. Mashi, seeing the situation improve, had already lit a cigarette. But at this moment, seeing that Titch's fruit ability could absorb the abilities of the dead was still too much for her worldview to handle. It's important to know that while Mashi was a decent pirate with good strength, she was still just decent, and although she had seen a lot, there were some secrets she didn't know. At least, she had never seen a devil fruit encyclopedia. The devil fruit encyclopedia that Blackbeard had seen in the original story was likely encountered by him after Zymer attacked. Stunned, Mashi forgot to take a drag from her cigarette, her eyes wide with shock, unable to speak. After a while, she came to her senses and remembered Titch asking her to find apples. She glared at Titch and said, "You little brat, where do you expect me to find apples for you? Do you want cherries?" With that, she picked up the cherries that Kaiki had shot down during training and waved them in front of Titch. "Aren't all Paramecia devil fruits apples? Can cherries work?" Titch muttered to himself, lost in thought. In fact, Titch had high hopes for the thorn fruit ability. Although Zymer had developed the thorn fruit well, the most crucial point was that he lacked truly lethal moves, and his attacking power was somewhat deficient. If he had strong physical skills or swordsmanship combined with the thorn fruit's ability, then today's battle could have gone either way. The thorn fruit alone developed by him included the healing ability of blood-sucking thorns and the defensive thorn shield. In terms of mobility, the thorns could extend and retract, allowing him to fly like Spider-Man's spinning web, and he could even mimic Doflamingo to link thorns in the clouds, which were more reliable and easier to step on than Doflamingo's thin strings, right? For combat support, there were also moves like Thorn Python and Python Thorn to bind enemies. alongside the powerful Thornhell cage. He could even unleash extreme activity using life energy, just like Zymer was on the verge of death. As long as he had a bit of vitality left, he could launch his final thorn attack on Titch. However, when it came to combat attacks, the Thorn Fruit was merely the Thorn Whip and Thorn Spike. Perhaps Zymer's hockey physique was average and couldn't support him in developing stronger attack moves. But there was no denying that the offensive capability he displayed in this battle was severely lacking. Reached 50,000 words. This book is the author's personal interest and is the first novel I attempted to write. I'm a bit surprised to have written this much. Thanks to every friend who reads my book. Additionally, 50,000 words is indeed a bit short for the Tomato novel platform, and I can't manage to update 10,000 words a day like other authors. It's okay for everyone to be patient. I will persist until I reach 100,000 words. Even if the results are poor, I will write it to the end. After all, it's my interest, and I will stick with it. Chapter 29, The Ownership of the Thorn Fruit. It is most appropriate to give such a powerful and versatile fruit ability to Teach's family. And Teach feels that Lai is the most suitable for this fruit. Zymer's fruit ability was used very well, but it lacked strong attack power, while Lai was the exact opposite. Her strongest point was her swordsmanship based on killing intent and slaughter, while other areas were somewhat lacking. It can be said that if this powerful and rare plant-type devil fruit were given to Lai, she would become a powerful hexagonal warrior. After pondering for a moment, Teach decided to first find a vessel for the intangible fruit ability he had in hand before considering other issues. Mom, Kikyo, you two stay here for a bit. Sister Lai and I will go find an apple to transplant the thorn fruit. Who do you plan to give this fruit to? This fruit looks good. Can't my two daughters have it? Massey asked in confusion, as she also noticed the fruit's strength. Teach thought for a moment that directly transferring the fruit ability to others shouldn't be impossible, so he turned to Kikyo and Lai. He still preferred Lai, but found it hard to figure out how to express this to Kikyo. After clearing his throat, he finally spoke. Sister Kikyo, this thorn devil fruit is not suitable for you. I will find a powerful devil fruit that suits you in the future. So let's give this devil fruit to Sister Lai. Kikyo also knew that as a sniper, she indeed did not match well with the thorn fruit's abilities. So she nodded without speaking. Upon hearing this, Lai walked confidently in front of Teach, chest out and head held high, signaling him to transfer the thorn fruit ability. Sister Lai, this thorn fruit is very versatile, but it's more of a supportive devil fruit ability. It might not be very strong in terms of attack power. We just saw Zymer's battle. If you don't like this ability, I can find a suitable one for you. Teach was interrupted by Lai before he could finish. I trust you. Lai expressed her thoughts firmly and succinctly. She wouldn't consider whether the devil fruit was suitable for her at all. As long as her brother said it was suitable for her, she would choose it without any reason, and if there were one, it would be simply what Teach said. Teach, who was interrupted, also became resolute, waved his hand, and then the dark curtain covered, transferring the devil fruit ability he held to Lai. As the warm flow of the devil fruit ability entered Lai's body, the comfortable feeling made her almost unable to hold back sound. In fact, her endurance and willpower were quite strong, but being with Teach made her lose control. Sensing Lai's situation, Teach quickly completed the transfer of the fruit ability. As there were still Massey and Kikyo outside, and he did not plan to let them discover the awkward situation between him and Lai. However, this increase in transfer speed also amplified the stimulation and comfort Lai felt. The sensation she had been able to endure before became unbearable at that moment. Biting her lip, she initially planned to hold back her voice, but this time it broke her defenses. Femem. A bone-chilling sound escaped Lai's bitten lips, and Teach turned pale. After transferring the fruit ability, he awkwardly lifted the dark curtain and looked at Massey and Kikyo outside. Now, the strange and special sounds from inside could be heard by both of them. It was so ambiguous that Massey didn't want to break the tension. She just gave Teach a weird look mixed with annoyance, while also occasionally glancing at Kikyo. As the only adult with emotional experience, she could see some of the emotional entanglements involving her 3 children. Ahem, hith. Teach coughed twice and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He hadn't expected transferring the devil fruit ability to Lai would cause such a big blunder. Kikyo looked somewhat strange, unable to tell if it was jealousy, grievance, or even a bit of joy. Teach, feeling a bit numb, decided not to delve any deeper. Mom, sisters, our family's crisis has finally been resolved. Now let's clean up the battlefield. I can handle it. Remembering that he had said something unnecessary, he realized he could just use the dark passage to absorb all the corpses, weapons, and Zymer's thorns into the dark space. At this moment, Only one person from the entire Ymir pirate crew was still alive, and that was Naxido, a pirate under Massey. This person was the one who, in the original story, chose to betray and brought Ymir to destroy Blackbeard's family. It could be said that if Teach had not reincarnated, or if his reincarnated personality did not align so well with the dark fruit, a Teach without a fruit would absolutely not be able to defeat the Ymir pirate crew with his family. This battle was also thanks to the dark fruit's ability to counter devil fruit users and Teach's level of development. Otherwise, without the effect of the dark passage, Teach and Lai would not know how much damage they would suffer in the thorny hell. Thankfully, Ymir was a pirate who relied more on his fruit abilities to make a name for himself at sea, which allowed Teach to counter him. Otherwise, if they had faced another type of strong opponent, Teach's family would have died here. Moreover, Teach's reincarnation and his sense of the impending crisis for the future prompted the three siblings to start training, and Massey also regained her previous combat power. If it weren't for this, Massey would have had no fighting power left, and the remaining siblings would not need to be told what they would face. Therefore, no matter what, Teach would not easily let go of the guy who dared to bring crisis to him and his family. He would not allow him to die comfortably. Dark Water. Massey had no intention of letting this traitor have it easy, so she had left him a breath to deal with him after the battle. Therefore, Naxido, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, was still awake at this moment, suddenly feeling the pull of the dark water. He was startled as he floated in the air. Mercy, please. Massey, big sister, I beg you spare me. Knowing he was about to be dealt with, Naxido immediately began to plead for mercy. Massey, lighting a new cigarette, would not listen to his nonsense. She had long wanted to kill the guy who brought crisis to her children in a fit of rage. Naxido, slowly being drawn into Teach's hands, panicked, continuously begging for mercy and crying, showing a pitiable state. But it was all in vain. Once he was pulled into Teach's hands, Teach grabbed him by the neck. With an icy gaze, Teach stared at Naxido and coldly said, "You bastard, did you expose my mom's whereabouts?" Chapter 30. After the war. The red spider lily blooms. Is it you, you bastard, who exposed my mother's whereabouts? At this moment, Nashi was trembling like a leaf, intimidated by Teach's overwhelming presence. Please spare me. I know the secret location of a treasure. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you. I'll do anything. So please, I'm begging you. Let me go. Woo. His pathetic display was nauseating, and his words, clearly lies, were a death warrant for himself. After the captain died, Massey, as the captain's wife, took all the treasure of the pirate crew and wouldn't allow us to resist. Somewhat broken, Nashi was speaking recklessly, even trying to justify his actions in a desperate attempt to find a reason. My brothers fought and died on the pirate ship, and yet the treasure was taken by her. How can we accept that? If you let me go, I promise I won't hold a grudge, and our pirate crew won't bother you again. As Teach silently increased the pressure of his grip, Nashi, who was still babbling, suddenly ceased all struggles. Like a duck being slaughtered. Stop with the nonsense, and just answer one thing. Did you bastard, expose my mother's information? Nashi, struggling in the air, but unable to make a sound, turned red from the choking, crying and desperately nodding to beg for mercy, admitting without daring to hide anything. Very good, you admit it. That's all we need. After all, we're not the kind of bad guys who randomly accuse others. However, you've brought such trouble to our family. We can't just let you go easily. Nashi, hearing this, was terrified, panicking because he couldn't speak with his neck in Teach's grip. He could only quickly make gestures of pleading for mercy, like Tom from Tom and Jerry being held by the neck by a bulldog. Does this mean you want to compensate our family? Teach's malicious grin blossomed on his face. Nashi nodded vigorously, as if he had found the only hope. That's good. After all, the Marshall family is kind-hearted. We prefer not to use violence if we can avoid it. So please, sir, take a nap first. With that, Teach punched Nashi on the head, knocking him out, and then spoke to his family. Mom, Kikyo, is everything taken care of? Let's have a feast. I want to eat 100 cherry pies. Hey, you little brat, pay attention. My precious daughter is not your personal chef. Clearly from Massey, her biological son cannot compare to her daughter. Kikyo's reaction was different, usually expressionless. She showed some emotion this time. Mother, I'm fine if Teach likes to eat it. Isn't it because you all spoil this brat too much, allowing him to take more and more? Massey muttered with her arms crossed, then looked at Nashi, who was in Teach's hands, her former subordinate. What do you plan to do with this bastard? Massey asked. Do you have any suggestions, Mom? Teach was a bit curious why Massey asked this. Normally, her personality shouldn't be that a saint. TCH, What suggestions could there be? Teach. Don't let him die too easily. Massey scoffed, clearly sharing her extreme disdain for this betrayer. Haha, as expected of my mom. Marshall D. Teach, let's go have a feast. I'm so hungry, Mom and sisters. Teach laughed happily. Ever since defeating Simmer and changing his fate, Teach felt much lighter. His overall strength significantly improved, and his mood was great, making him eager to eat. Moreover, he could finally relax without worrying about pirates. Taking the time to enjoy the company of his two beautiful sisters, which was truly beneficial for his mind and body. Don't get too cocky, you little brat. Haha, wait. Mom, no. In a moment of pride, Teach was smacked by his mother. Although it didn't harm his strong body, he still held Nashi with one hand and covered his head with the other, enjoying this hard-won family affection. His two sisters behind him were happily laughing, and the hippo, Hype, hearing about food, happily bounced along, shaking the ground. The long-lost, joyful atmosphere of the family followed the small path back home. No one noticed that on the thorny cage's ground, a red spider lily was piercing through the thorns and blooming. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, intending to give this newborn plant light. But strangely, in an instant, the sunlight was swallowed by the enchanting red spider lily, absorbing and devouring the light. The already beautiful mandashage became even more alluring at that moment. As they joyfully walked home, the Marshall family's appetite had become terrifying, especially with the addition of Hype, the devouring beast, so the house was always stocked with large amounts of food. Especially cherries. After all, they are Teach's favorite. Although Massey always scolded her son, this woman, like Teach's two sisters, spoiled him. The saying, a sharp tongue, but a soft heart, truly applies to her. Back in the yard, Teach set Nashi down, casually cut down 2 trees to make a simple cross, and bound him to it. Afterward, he left him there and ignored him. The family set up a huge bonfire and barbecue rack, with the food mainly consisting of large fish caught by Hype in the sea and animals caught by Teach and his companions in the mountains. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. Due to the size of the food, the outer layers were cooked while the insides were still uncooked, so they could only slice the outer, crispy golden parts with small knives, like Brazilian barbecue. The utensils used by the 4 were all made of Teach's dark matter, as nobody wanted to bother with washing dishes. Ding! A somewhat modern oven sounded in the house, and hundreds of layers of freshly baked cherry pies emerged. Thank you so much, Kikyo and Mom. Seeing the glistening red, translucent, and fragrant cherry pies, Teach couldn't control his instincts, his eyes sparkling as he rushed to grab a plate of pies. Without caring about how hot the freshly baked cherry pies were, Teach grabbed one and shoved it into his mouth. Clearly, neither his hands nor his throat were affected by the temperature. Taking a bite, it was soft and sweet. The pie's edges, surprisingly, had some crispy crust from baking. The combination of the soft, cake-like base and the crispy edges, along with the sweet and tender cherry filling on top, was a delightful taste that was sweet but not cloying, leaving an endless aftertaste. Note: Oda's SBS setting is Teach represented by the flower red spider lily and the animal by the hippo. Originally, the blooming of the red spider lily was meant to be the conclusion, but the word count was too short. Please understand that the blooming of the red spider lily represents Teach's rebirth and the first step in breaking free from fate. The underlying theme of this story is to change fate and become the world's ruler. Chapter 31. Hosting dinner, Teach stuffed cherry pie and roasted meat into his mouth like a cow chewing peonies. His already large appetite was even more exaggerated today, as countless foods were rapidly consumed. After a while of stuffing his face, Teach's belly visibly swelled, and he seemed to have gained a bit of weight, his once handsome face now showing a hint of baby fat. After all, he was a 12-year-old boy, and this made him somewhat cute at the moment. The evidence was in the wide-eyed stares of the 2 sisters, Kikyo and Retsu. Realizing his state, Teach fellow was indeed a bit unsightly. He exhaled a puff of white air, and as if he had shrunk, he quickly slimmed down, his posture returning to its upright form. This was the application of life return, a power that greatly enhances the nutrients and energy one can absorb from food. There are 2 types, innate and cultivated. Innate abilities are like those of Luffy and Kid during the Wano arc when they finished eating and exhaled to slim down. Both possess natural life return, and with this talent, as long as they are full, their physique continues to strengthen, allowing them to absorb extraordinary nutrition from food, an ability many of the top powerhouses at sea possess, like Ace and Garp. The remaining life return is cultivated, like the Lion's Den of CN9. Although it can convert food energy, it is ultimately acquired and not as effective as the innate kind. What Teach displayed this time was innate life return, a result of perfectly controlling his body through the fusion of 3 souls upon his arrival in this world. Combined with the power of the dark fruit, it can be said that Teach currently has the highest absorption efficiency in the world. Seeing him slim down, the sisters were not surprised, as they had witnessed this many times over the years. It was just a pity that Teach had lost his baby fat. Only their mother, Marcy, remained composed, elegantly slicing and eating the roasted meat, though her eyes were still fixed on Nahito, bound to a cross. The family's dinner continued like this. Perhaps disturbed by Teach chatter or awakened by the aroma of food, Nahito, who had been in a coma, slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness seemed unclear, likely due to the beating he received from Teach. With a fuzzy mind, Nahito shook his head, and in that instant, he saw the devil Teach and Marcy's family dining not far away, while he was trapped on a huge cross, unable to move. Having thought he could keep his life, he was now close to giving up hope, trembling on the cross. Teach and the others had sensed Nahito's awakening the moment he shook his head. "Ha! Our good friend Nahito is awake," Teach exclaimed. "Black skin, give our guest some water to quench his thirst." The enormous hippopotamus, hearing Teach's words, sprayed a massive stream of water, more powerful than a high-pressure fire hose, drenching Nahito and even creating a small rainbow mid-spray. "Cough, cough, please spare me." The already poor condition of Nahito worsened with the dousing, and he started begging for mercy again. "What are you saying, Mr. Nahito?" Teach feigned displeasure. "You were once my mother's crewmate. You're still my elder. After all, how can we not treat you well?" While saying this, Teach leisurely ate roasted meat and sipped fruit wine, continuing, "Uncle Nahito, please don't decline. Haha, after all, you're our guest. You should at least wait until dinner is over before leaving, right? Haha." His tone was friendly, as if he were chatting with an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. But then an idea crossed his mind, and Teach's previously friendly smile turned even more sinister. "No, I dare not. As long as you let me go, I will do anything." Nahito shivered, becoming more hysterical at Teach's unknown attitude, which was more terrifying than death. Nahito, we just offered you water, and now it's your turn to add some music to our dull banquet, right? How can a banquet at sea be without music?" Teach said with a sinister grin. I will. Nahito stammered, bring forth Bink Sake. Before Nahito could finish singing, he was struck by a dark matter knife thrown by Teach. Hey, Uncle Nahito, stumbling through the song One T Do. How can a pirate banquet song be like this? It's simply unacceptable. Teach created another dark matter energy knife, rubbing it while speaking to Nahito, one hand resting on his chin in thought. How can we make you sing the most perfect music, Nahito? I'll sing it again. This time I won stumble. I promise. Please give me another chance. The trembling Nahito said, still hoping for mercy. Bink Sake, did I tell you to sing? Shut up. Teach suddenly changed from his previously amiable demeanor to a terrifying, twisted expression, shouting to interrupt Nahito's singing, scaring him into silence. Yes, this is right. As a guest, how can you casually interrupt the host's banquet? Uncle Nahito, this habit is not good, very bad. Teach turned to his second sister, Kikyo, his eyes lighting up. Speaking of which, my sister Kikyo has great musical talent too. How about she performs a piece with you? Nahito didn't dare say more. While Kikyo looked at Teach in confusion, not knowing what idea Teach had come up with, and she had no knowledge of music either. Seeing her puzzled, Teach whispered a few words in her ear. Initially, Kikyo blushed at the close proximity, but after hearing Teach's words, her expression turned bewildered. After hesitating, she glanced at Teach and reluctantly nodded. Afterward, Teach excitedly created countless small dark matter knives, though the tips were short enough to pierce flesh without causing fatal injury. Kikyo walked to the center of the dining table, picked up a small knife, nodded at Teach, and then expressionlessly threw it. Whoosh! As expected of Kikyo, the strongest among the 3 siblings in observation hockey, the knife hit its mark precisely, without injuring Nahito at all. This novel has a darker tone, so the protagonist treats enemies rather cruelly and shamelessly. A small climax is coming in the next chapter. Chapitre 210 of Gist. Even though it didn't cause him much harm, this knife still made Natsudo howl in agony. That's some wonderful music, Mr. Natsudo, Teach said, continuing to enjoy his dinner while listening to Natsudo's screams. Kikyo didn't stop throwing knives, each one faster than the last. Wait, Sister Kikyo, Mr. Natsudo has sung such beautiful music for a long-lost friend. As listeners, we should give him something in return, Teach said to her. So, Mr. Natsudo, after drinking water, you should eat some food, right? Come, Let me serve our guest Natsudo a meat dish. Saying this, Teach picked up the small knife he had been using to cut food, carrying the searing heat and some meat scraps, and threw it straight at Natsudo's abdomen. Huh. You demon. This knife was a specially crafted dagger for cutting meat, quite different from the specially made throwing knives Kikyo had thrown before. Its length and shape were quite lethal, especially with the added heat. As it pierced Natsudo's body, the intense pain stimulated him, and perhaps unable to hold back any longer. Natsudo finally said something defiant. Oh, is Mr. Natsudo dissatisfied with the Marshall family's hospitality? We even prepared water and roasted meat for you. Yet you are so ungrateful. That's not good. Teach mocked Natsudo, who was on the verge of exploding. Enough. You bastard demon. I just want to take back my share of the treasure. Woo-woo. All the treasure on the ship was taken away by that woman. We, the crew, got nothing. Those treasures were fought for with our lives. A somewhat mentally broken Natsudo hysterically expressed his reasons, blaming it all on Marcy. His eyes, filled with grievances, fixed on Marcy, trying to evoke a sense of guilt in her. The effect was somewhat there. Marcy felt a bit guilty about taking all the pirate crew's wealth. But she just silently ate her dinner without saying a word. Whoosh! A sharp dagger flew straight into Natsudo's thigh. Teach, maintaining the pose of throwing the dagger, slowly retracted his arm, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then coldly said, "So what? Your treasure? Who cares about that? If it belongs to Marcy, then it's hers. You can't blame anyone else." What my mother did was right. Scum like you are not worthy of talking about berries. Remember this before you die. In your next life, don't make such foolish mistakes. Whatever the Marshall family does, you'd better endure it all, rewards or plunders. No matter how great your grievance is or how innocent you are, anything we set our eyes on no longer belongs to you. Ha ha, foolish guy. Only worthy to be controlled by me and my family. How can a mere piece of trash compare to a deity as noble as the heavens? Defying us is your greatest sin before death. Ha 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 ha. With Teach's arrogant laughter, tangible black thunder manifested. The Red Conqueror's haki surged from his body, pushing the air outward in invisible currents. At this moment, in the eye of the storm, Teach was wildly arrogant. The might of darkness was unmistakably revealed, and the qualities of a king surged forward. Such momentum was fine for the mental attacks against Teach's family. Even the frenzied Teach would instinctively protect his family. But Natsudo was different. The endless violent impact washed over his brain, and his already battered body became a burden. Under such a level of Conqueror's haki impact, he fainted directly. Fainted? What useless guy, Teach said, somewhat bored as Natsudo quickly lost consciousness. Mom, sisters, I'm not in the mood to eat anymore. Let me deal with this trash first, and then come back to have dinner with you. Casual in his words, Teach went to the cross to untie Natsudo, still carrying him with one hand as he walked toward the town of Sinalu Island. Hey, you brat, hurry back, Marcy instructed her son. Although Teach's actions might seem unreasonable, foolish, and extremely arrogant to others, if you were someone being protected, even if you knew these words were a bit excessive, you would still gladly accept them. Marcy was in such a state, somewhat lost in thought, moved by her son's grandiose words. She was originally reflecting whether taking all the pirate crew's treasure was too harsh, but with Teach's comfort, she began to resolve this inner conflict. On the way, Teach avoided pedestrians, using the power of the dark fruit to absorb the blood Natsudo spilled on the ground to prevent anyone from discovering their trail. By the time Teach had walked a while, Natsudo had already regained consciousness. Ooh, he whimpered, unable to make any sound due to the chokehold, only able to whimper as the fear of death constantly stimulated his mind. Ha ha ha, Mr. Natsudo, how could we let you, our guest, go home alone after attending the banquet and finishing dinner? Let me show some hospitality, ah ha ha, with a malicious smile mixed with Teach's devilish words. Natsudo already knew what kind of person Teach was. He understood that he was about to suffer. Many have faced death, but unfortunately, Natsudo was not one of them. Trembling and struggling in Teach's grip, he found that struggling only tightened the grip around his neck. Due to lack of oxygen and fear, he closed his eyes, devoid of color, praying for a good outcome, at least a quick death. Suddenly, Natsudo felt the surroundings descending rapidly. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was being held high. Teach lifted Natsudo to eye level and gently said, "Mr. Natsudo, it was my oversight. I neglected one thing. Where's your way home?" Huh? Why aren't you speaking? Natsudo, being choked, couldn't utter a word and could only let Teach do as he pleased. I understand now, mister. Nazi-do must still be fond of our Sinalu Island. Speaking of which, it's such a beautiful place that carries the pleasant dining memories you shared with our family today. Indeed, you need to stay a while longer. Teach pretended to suddenly realize and began to speak nonsense. Hey, Mr. Nazi-do, how about you sleep another night before leaving? After all, it's getting late, and it would be a failure on the host's part to let guests walk home at night. Putting on a troubled face, Teach hypocritically asked, "Is that okay, Mr. Nazi-do? Why aren't you responding?" "Well, I'll take that as a yes." Unable to resist and captured, Nazi-do, filled with despair, was dragged into a small forest behind the town. Chapter 33. The male guest of all.What Canteen, Xena, Rhode Island, on the edge of town. In the all.What canteen within the town, there is a storage pool for ingredients. Ha, Mr. Nashido, this is the bedroom I've arranged for you. How do you like it? It's quite popular with everyone, Titch said quickly while covering his nose. All right, Mr. Nashido, good night. I have to go. My mom and the others are still waiting for me. After tying Nashido's hands and feet and throwing him into the pool in a kneeling position, Titch immediately ran out. Nashido's body was still bleeding from the wounds caused by the flying knives, and at that moment, those wounds were already filled with filth, sending strange pains coursing through them. Additionally, due to being choked for so long, Nashido was severely oxygen deprived, and once he was released, he instinctively gasped for air. Titch, using his observation haki to sense the surroundings, dared not think any further. Poor Mr. Nashido, would he die from infection due to the wounds, choke on the water, or even pass out from overexertion? The malicious Titch laughed heartily as he left the canteen. Only the ingredient storage pool continued to bubble. Manual segmentation. Not long after returning home, Titch found that his family had nearly finished all the food, and the remaining scraps had been fed to the hippo. Black skin. Having witnessed Nashido's banquet, Titch naturally didn't have any appetite at the moment. The family didn't even need to clean up the dishes. Titch could simply make the dark matter disappear, eliminating that hassle. After finishing everything, the family gathered together in the house after a long time. Usually, this was the time for nighttime training. After his sisters finished training and returned late at night to sleep, Titch, due to his physical condition, couldn't sleep and would just lie in bed for a while before heading out again to train. But today was different. Having defeated the persistent threat from the pirates of Zymir, the family was now free and unrestrained, so they needed to sit down and discuss their future properly. Well, what should we do next? Titch, do you have any thoughts? Asked Marcy, sitting in the main seat, exhaling smoke rings while hugging her shoulders. Perhaps because he was the only man in the family, or perhaps due to Titch's strong presence, despite being the youngest member. Titch had already become the pillar of the Marshall family. Mom, sister, my ambition is to become the strongest in the world, Titch said seriously, suddenly becoming solemn. He seemed to merge into the darkness of the room. His ominous words echoed, and then to rule this world. Our family will be stronger than those trash celestial dragons. Titch didn't hide his thoughts from his family. And since he usually read books to gain knowledge besides training, Marcy wasn't surprised to hear such words from him. After all, although Titch was only 12 years old in physical age, the time he had spent awake surpassed that of someone over 20 due to not needing sleep. As Titch's mother, Marcy naturally understood her son's character and thoughts. At least we should take it step by step. We only have 4 of us right now. Our strength is good, but our influence is negligible in this world. Titch, you must have a plan, right? Marcy, having been a pirate herself, suggested that they should first develop their influence. However, seeing Titch's confident demeanor, she realized that her son, who often had many ideas, must have a plan in mind. Prompting her to ask, Titch nodded, acknowledging his mother's words, then reached out into the void with his right hand. The ripples of dark space immediately appeared, and he pulled out a rough world map. Since very few people in this world could draw a complete sea chart, this casually purchased map was naturally not very accurate. However, it was sufficient for a general plan. Titch pointed to Xena, Rhode Island on the map, saying this is our hometown, located in the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. Then he pointed to the 4 seas. This is what pirates refer to as the paradise. Most of the New World is occupied by pirates. If we want to expand our territory here, we will undoubtedly face those well-known monsters. Zymir shouldn't even be considered a strong one among them. Although I have confidence in myself, Sister Lai, and Sister Kaiki's talents, it is still too early for us to face these guys at our young age. Titch continued, placing his finger back on the map. The pirate paradise is enough for us to develop our influence. But the most important thing is that my sisters and I need a stable environment to grow. Of course, being pirates in the 4 seas is not something we need to worry about. With our talents, it probably won't be long before we become the strongest pirates in the 4 seas. If we keep lingering there, it won't be long before the Navy sets their sights on us, and then we'll have no choice but to come to the New World. But being the strongest in the four seas is far from enough for our talents. At the very least, we need to grow to the point where we can trade blows with the currently prominent monsters like Roger, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. So, we might as well develop an underground influence in the four seas, and, after growing stronger, use that as a springboard to set sail and become pirates to venture into the New World. After explaining his plan, Marcy and the two sisters had no objections. "You kid really is." Marcy looked at Titch with a complicated expression. Since that day, 5 years ago, when her son awakened his conqueror's haki and returned, she had found it hard to see through him, but she never expected him to be so capable now. Ha ha ha. No need to say more, Mom. We're family. Titch knew his performance far exceeded reality, so he began to play it down, intending to gloss over it. Perhaps to change the subject, Titch said seriously before that, "We still need to collect some wealth." He pointed to the air, indicating Magic Valley Town, the golden country of Gaia Island. "Isn't that just a tall tale spun by the big talker Roland?" Marcy exclaimed. "You're not actually believing that rumor, are you?" Mom. Sometimes rumors may not necessarily be true, and big talk isn't necessarily false. How about we take a gamble? I'll bet my future title of the world's strongest. Titch naturally couldn't mention that he was looking for the gold in Sandora or the thunderfruit in Baika. "Fine, I'll accompany you to look for it," Marcy replied helplessly. "Ha ha ha." As expected of my mom, Titch turned to his sisters, Lai and Kaiki, asking, "What do you two think?" The two exchanged glances, and Lai replied, "Just do what you say." Kaiki nodded in agreement. After that, they discussed some trivial matters, bandaged each other's wounds, and concluded today's agenda. "Family, if you're to arrange a mythical Zoan devil fruit for Titch, what ability would be best? If you have suggestions, I hope you can let the little author know, and I will consider them." Chapter 34. A loud bang in the sky. Titch prepares to set sail year 1494 of the Sea Circle, New World, Sinalu Island. After defeating the Zamayer pirate crew, the Titch family packs their belongings, which Titch stores in his dark space. Titch's ability is indeed quite convenient. Lee is very satisfied with Titch's power, smiling and praising her younger brother. On the other side, Kaiki and Massey nod in agreement. After all, as women, they always have more luggage, especially clothing and various items. With Titch acting as a portable suitcase, it's hard to imagine any woman not loving the convenience of travel. Let's hurry to Zamayer's pirate ship. I can't wait to set sail. Even though he feels like an old man inside, ever since defeating Zamayer yesterday, Titch seems rejuvenated. His thoughts more active, no longer the gloomy person constantly worrying about the future. The three women are naturally pleased to see this change. After all, Titch, as the youngest child, is also the most introspective. Since he foresaw the arrival of the Zamayer pirate crew, he has been burdened with worries. So this brighter transformation is something they all welcome. Chatting playfully, the four of them head towards the port of Sinalu Island. Although the hippo, Hype, is enormous, it has often gone into the sea to hunt over the past 5 years, passing through town and heading to the back mountains. Thus, it is hard not to be noticed. Most people on Sinalu Island are aware that a giant hippo resides in the highest peak. The openly traveling Hype has not caused much commotion. Ignoring the gazes of the townspeople, they walk confidently towards the dock, having become 2 worlds apart from the residents. Over the past 5 years, the Titch siblings have grown stronger and occasionally appear in town to buy or sell some game. Naturally, the townsfolk regard such powerful individuals with respect and distance. In this extraordinary world, the difference between the strong and the ordinary is immeasurable. People instinctively fear the strong, and the concept of equality is nonsense in this world, where even the Revolutionary Army only opposes the waste of noble bloodlines. It is only natural for a powerful person to have a higher status and privileges in an extraordinary world. At this moment, the Marshall family embodies this reality. The people of Sinalu Island fear them, and this fear stems from the strength of others. This is the world of the Pirate King, where battles and killings occur daily, and weak commoners are akin to ants, especially in the New World. In summary, the Titch family has revealed their strength to some extent over the years, avoiding a lot of trouble. Of course, the gazes filled with are part of that. Upon reaching the port, they see a large 3-masted sailing ship docked by the sea. Unlike other ships, the pirate ship of the Zamayer pirate crew, capable of holding nearly 100 people, is naturally more refined. It is significantly stronger than the Straw Hat pirates going merry. If the Zamayer pirate cruise ship is a tiger, The other fishing and merchant ships at Sinalaport are like little kittens snuggling beside the pirate ship. Teach's eyes light up. This is the first time he has seen such a massive sailing ship, modern ships excluded. Fixated on the Zamair pirate ship, he can't help but grin widely. "Huh, Mom? Sisters, let us set off." He quickly runs forward a few steps and then leaps into the air, seemingly unbound by Earth's gravity. He hovers for a moment before rapidly retracting and expanding, shooting towards the port like a rocket. Like a shooting star, he lands at the center of the dock, right in front of the pirate ship. Boom! Dust and debris are kicked up by his landing. As the smoke clears, a tall, muscular black figure slowly emerges. Surrounding the pirate ship are over a dozen pirate members left to guard it. Some pirates fishing on the shore are knocked into the water by the impact. In an instant, all eyes are on Teach. What is that thing? A meteor? Is it a person? Both pirates and fishermen at the dock are discussing this figure that has descended from the sky, which exceeds their understanding. Talp, talp, talp. Footsteps echo from the dust, and a young man clad in black, with a somewhat youthful face and a robust build, steps out. Despite being surrounded by dust and smoke, strangely, his clothing and body show no signs of being dirty. He grins widely, surveying the pirates at the port with a gaze akin to a customer inspecting the quality of meat in a butcher shop. "You bastard. We are the bounty pirates of the Zamair pirate crew. That commotion was caused by you, right? Come over and apologize, then lick my shoes clean, or we want tea let you off." Indeed, many people in the world are so inflated with self-importance that they can't see clearly. This foolish guy is one of them. Although he senses that the person who fell from the sky must be very powerful, his confidence in his captain, Thorn Zamair, makes him arrogant enough to threaten Teach. Haha, I'm really sorry. I didn't notice that," Teach says with a Navi expression, scratching the back of his head as he apologizes to the pirate. Seeing Teach's demeanor, the arrogant pirate becomes even more emboldened, ignoring the warnings from his more perceptive companions, and continues shouting, "Kid, this isn't something you can solve just by apologizing. Haha, come over and lick my shoe clean. Ha! Do you know what happened to the last person who was so arrogant with me?" Teach, smiling, channels his sister Lee's demeanor as a dark aura rises around him. The pirate, sensing something terrifying, trembles and grips the hilt of his sword, drawing it. "I'm a subordinate of Captain Thorn Zamair, with a bounty of 250 million. You'd better." Before he can finish, Teach, like a ghost, moves forward, his fingers curling into claw-like shapes as he lightly imprints on the pirate's abdomen. The pirate's abdomen remains intact, but a massive hole opens in his back, with countless organs and blood gushing out, creating a red fountain. "Haha, of course, he is dead. I asked you a question, and you answered incorrectly. That's your punishment," Teach whispers slowly into the pirate's ear, releasing his right hand. The pirate, still clinging to life, opens and closes his mouth, trembling as he collapses to the ground, losing consciousness. By the way, what about giving Teach the hellhound fruit? Many people predict that Blackbeard will have this fruit. New information confirms it's the octopus mythical zoan type. Starting today, updates will be in the early morning, so everyone can read the new chapters after getting up. My updates are quite stable. Chapter 35. Encountering a Sea King while at sea is a pirate tradition, kneeling on one leg atop the corpse of a pirate. Teach let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. The members of the Zamair pirate crew were understandably infuriated, drawing their swords and aiming them at Teach. Who exactly is this guy? This question arose in the hearts of every crew member. The Zamair ship is now mine. Be sensible and unmoor the ship so we can set sail, or this scum will be your fate. The arrogant Teach threatened more than a dozen pirates by himself. The atmosphere became lively as the pirates debated, unsure of what to do after witnessing Teach's swift and bloody dispatching of their comrade. Just then, 3 women and a giant black hippopotamus appeared on the road leading from the town to the port. They were Teach's family. One of them smiled and placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, clearly enjoying her brother's actions. The other 2 had nothing to say and let Teach do as he pleased. Their mother, Massey, was fine, but the sisters, Kaiki and Lai, caught the eyes of the pirates. Their beauty was too much for a group of bachelors who had been at sea for years. Oof. Teach snorted coldly, and a powerful mental pressure surged forth, overwhelming the pirates, who collapsed one after another onto the ground. "Oh my, Teach is really impressive," Lai said with a smile as she walked over to Teach's side. "What should we do with these pirates?" Massey and Kaiki also approached, asking how to handle the pirates. "Let Blackie take care of it," Teach replied coldly. The hippopotamus, Blackie, perked up at the mention of its name and quickly dealt with all the pirates. Once Teach saw that Blackie had finished, He silently used the powers of the dark fruit to erase all traces, then jumped onto the deck. At this moment, the port was already deserted. Fishermen and merchant ships had fled at the first sign of conflict, and those who remained were unfortunate enough to catch Blackie's attention. Teach couldn't care less. Having lived with Teach for so long, the three women knew his character well, and they said nothing as they jumped onto the ship. After snacking, Blackie was satisfied and plunged into the sea. It could go out to sea alone and even hold its breath underwater for 3 days. However, it was a bit unfamiliar on the ship, as it was the first time Teach had boarded such a vessel. He had no idea how to steer it, but fortunately, Massey, the seasoned pirate, was there to guide him. Why didn't you leave a few behind? This ship is stuck because of the anchor. It can't move. Seriously, there are no boatmen at the port anymore, Massey said with some frustration. The Zymir pirate cruise ship was called the Thorn, a large vessel capable of accommodating 100 people. Now, without a crew, it would be difficult for just their family to operate it. At least getting out of the port was a problem. Haha, let me handle it, Mom. Where's the anchor? Teach walked to the edge of the ship's deck and indeed spotted a giant anchor chain that was keeping the Thorn from being swept away by the waves. Hey! A massive black vortex appeared in Teach's hand, attracting the anchor buried in the seabed, which trembled as it broke the surface and flew into the air until Teach caught it in his hand. Haha, Mom, sisters, hold on tight. We're setting sail, he said, swinging the massive anchor head, which was about the size of 5 people, like a meteor hammer. Then with a forceful throw, the anchor flew away and sank into the sea. Teach grabbed the anchor chain, and with a single arm pull, the entire ship surged forward, heading towards a spot where the anchor had just fallen into the water. Teach picked up the anchor again and threw it out, pulling the ship forward once more. After a few back-and-forth motions, the Thorn officially sailed out of the port into the vast sea. You brat, really? Massey, who had just been studying how to steer the ship at the helm, was taken by surprise as Teach shouted and the entire ship was pulled forward as if flying. She barely managed to grab the helm to avoid falling. However, her cigarette fell from her mouth onto the deck, prompting her to mutter a few complaints. Internally, she was incredibly proud of her son Teach's powerful physique, even if she didn't say it out loud. Kaiki and Lai were fine, as they had been watching Teach's actions on the deck and were mentally prepared, so they weren't startled by this sudden way of sailing. However, Lai looked at Teach, her eyes glimmering with a hint of red light, her gaze brightening with a special desire brewing within. Ha ha ha. After doing all this, Teach stood proudly on the massive Thorn sculpture at the bow of the Thorn, his eyes shining as he gazed out at the limitless sea. It's been 5 years. I've been in this world for 5 years, and I, Marshall D, Teach, have finally changed this world a little bit. Just wait, people of the sea, Roger Whitebeard, and the Navy, I, Marshall D, Teach, will be the king of monsters among you. At this moment, as Teach officially sets sail, he truly experienced the exhilarating feeling of being spirited and unrestrained, especially as the sensation of breaking free from shackles and defying fate engulfed his mind. Boundless desire, momentum, and dominance surrounded him. At that moment, Teach shone like a powerful deity, standing at the bow with his arms crossed. A confident smile spread across his face. The young tiger was already beginning to roar in the mountains and forests. Suddenly, a gigantic sea creature with the body of a bull and the head of a snake broke through the surface of the water, its mouth full of sharp teeth, and its throat's esophagus entrance was nearly as large as the Thorn itself. It looked ready to open its mouth and swallow the entire ship whole. The foul smell and crashing waves assaulted the Thorn. Standing at the bow, Teach's smile remained unchanged. He still exuded confidence. He lowered his arms, no longer crossing them, took off his black captain's coat, leaving only a fitted white shirt. He swung his right arm a few times to loosen up. Then his muscles bulged suddenly as he drew back his entire right arm, delivering a powerful black iron fist that shot out right in front of Teach. There was a brief pause of half a second, and a massive black shockwave erupted, like a laser, like water shot from a high-pressure hose, like a black tornado, and more like the exhaust of a missile, all swirling together as it flew out, resembling the Kamehameha wave. But this black shockwave was far from as smooth and even as the Kamehameha. Instead, it was irregular, with countless black gases and dark matter protruding at the edges of the light wave, and its color seemed to absorb light. This black shockwave surged straight towards the Sea King's upper jaw, cutting through it effortlessly like a hot knife through butter, breaking into its head and creating a large hole in the back of its skull, while the remaining shockwave continued to fly out, angled towards the sky, not knowing how far it traveled. If one had to describe it, It was quite similar to the attack of the two giants in Little Garden killing the giant goldfish, or the combined attack of Big Mom and Kaido. The entire sea surface and the sky seemed to absorb the color of this pitch-black shockwave, turning dull and lifeless. The sea was parted like a middle parting, with the water pushed aside beneath the shockwave. The Sea King's massive body was penetrated by the shockwave, and its corpse sank into the sea, causing immense waves that triggered a tsunami rushing towards the Thorn. Chapter 36 Legend set sail, facing the tsunami. Tiki remained calm, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, his gaze steady as he looked at the massive waves. Death's sword slashed the sea. A flash of white light appeared, and a dark red slash shot out, slicing through the entire wave as if it were nothing. In an instant, the sea became calm, with only small ripples remaining. The one who drew the sword was Lai, seen holding the sword in her right hand, angled down and pointing towards the ground, while her left hand pressed against the scabbard. It was clear that she had just made her move. Since defeating Samir, both Tiki and Lai had experienced significant and lasting improvements in their respective powers. It was as if they had both made rapid progress. Tiki's Dark Shockwave, named Dark Star Flow, and Lai's sword technique were connected, almost as if they were bound together since childhood. When Tiki fell ill, Lai would feel unwell too, and conversely, whenever Lai made progress, Tiki would subconsciously gain new insights into techniques. This was the mysterious tacit understanding that existed between them. Sheathing her sword, Lai looked passionately at the figure standing at the bow of the ship, unconsciously stepping forward to stand behind Tiki, reaching out her trembling hand to caress Tiki's back, separated only by a layer of shirt, lost in thought. Tiki smiled slightly. He knew that the reason he didn't team move to eliminate the tsunami was because his sister Lai would take action. Clearly, their thoughts had once again reached a consensus. He turned, jumped down from the ship's bow sculpture, took Lai's hand, and locked eyes with her. At that moment, there was no need for excessive words to describe their situation. Their complex emotions transcended familial bonds, friendship, and even love. They were each other's other selves in this world. They were like one person. As they gazed into each other's eyes, Kikyo, feeling a bit dejected, gripped her longbow tightly, her fingers turning pale. She had just bent her bow and knocked an arrow, preparing to shoot and stop the tsunami, but unfortunately, she was a moment too slow, making her feel somewhat unnecessary and awkward. Watching the two hold hands and gaze at each other, Kikyo bit her lip, her face growing pale. Feeling flustered and unsure of what to do, she looked down at her feet, then back at the two, as sadness gradually filled her heart. Kikyo couldn't help but fantasize. If only I could have acted a bit sooner, would the person standing there holding Tiki's hand be me? But immediately she felt downcast. Her skills were a bit lacking compared to both her brother and sister, and she wasn't sure if she could extinguish the tsunami with her arrow. She felt a bit sorrowful, wondering if she was too incompetent compared to her brother and sister. On the other side, Tiki was the first to notice his second sister Kikyo's unusual demeanor. He turned to face Kikyo, still holding Lai's hand. Seeing them turn, Kikyo felt both embarrassed and disappointed, not daring to meet their gaze and silently lowering her head to look at her bow, an arrow. Kikyo, Tiki called her name in a calm tone. Unable to avoid it any longer, Kikyo finally lifted her head to look at them, her small cherry lips opening and closing, clearly unsure of what to say. "We are family, Kikyo." Lai also spoke up, affirming this fact. Am I not? Compared to you?" Kikyo hesitantly mumbled. "No, Kikyo. Even if you think you are someone who can't do anything, in my heart, you are the most important." Tiki reassured his second sister Kikyo, understanding how much pressure this sister, who excelled in agility and precise shooting, felt being beside two monsters like him and Lai, especially after defeating Samir. The gap between the three of them became even more apparent. There was no choice but to comfort Kikyo again. Lai's expression grew serious at this moment, nodding in agreement with Tiki's words. Feeling comforted, Kikyo silently accepted her sibling's words, but she still seemed a bit hesitant. Her gaze kept drifting to the hands that Lai and Tiki were holding. "Is it not the right time for me now?" Kikyo's shy little face began to move backward. She felt like she was intruding as a third wheel between Tiki and Lai. "No, you arrived just in time." Tiki reached out his other hand towards Kikyo, inviting her. In an instant, Kikyo's face turned bright red. After hesitating for a long while, she reached out to hold Tiki's hand, standing close to him like Lai. The three of them leaned together, gazing into the distance at the scenery. At this moment, the sea was calm, sparkling under the sunlight. The massive wave that had just been slashed down fell, and mist rose and fell like rain, forming a rainbow over the sea. As they admired the beautiful scenery and felt the presence of her two sisters, Tiki's ambitions grew even stronger. This time, it was not only for himself, but also for his family. He thought to himself that his future could not be without any one of his family members. With this thought, Tiki tightened his grip on the small hands in his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Feeling the pressure from his hands, both sisters were a bit moved. In the end, it was Lai who was bolder, resting her head on Tiki's shoulder. Seeing this, Kikyo hesitated for a moment and then leaned on the other side. Tiki said nothing, just held their hands a bit tighter. On the ship, Massey, who had been steering and figuring out how to navigate the large vessel, glanced at the three siblings and smirked, muttering something about brat under her breath. However, even she didn't realize that the corners of her mouth had begun to rise uncontrollably. In a good mood, she unconsciously hummed a tune as she piloted the ship swiftly across the sea, heading towards the next island closer to paradise and the Red Earth continent. Surrounding the thorny rose, a massive black hippopotamus guarded the sides, occasionally surfacing. The weather was just right at this moment, the world was clear, and the only ship sailing on the sea was the thorny rose, with sunlight pouring down, casting a golden hue on it. The legend of the Marshall family, especially that of Marshall D, Tiki, was officially set sail. Chapter 37. Gains before entering the Red Soil continent, the second half of the Grand Line. The entrance to the New World. The scene near the center of the Red Soil continent. The Teach family piloted the thorny ship, stopping at several islands along the way and encountering numerous pirates, all of whom were defeated by the significantly stronger Teach and Luffy. Fortunately, most of these pirates were not very powerful, and Teach and Luffy's strength was enough to handle them. The originally mixed yellow and green thorny ship was now dyed black by Teach's abilities, and the pirate flag had been replaced with a white sailcloth, all to avoid attracting attention while crossing the Red Soil continent. After all, the Navy is not blind. It would be foolish to attempt to smuggle a pirate ship with a bounty of over 200 million openly across the Red Soil continent. Looking out at the distant horizon, there was a faint ring of red in the farthest distance. Teach stood on the deck, carefully observing. This should be the Red Soil continent. As they approached the Red Soil continent, even in the New World, there were significantly fewer pirates, especially compared to the era before this great age of exploration when the number of pirates was not so high. On the seas, Rox had already been dead for 12 years, and his subordinates, led by Golden Lion and Whitebeard, were clashing with Roger in the New World. Many other crew members, such as Kaido, Big Mom, Wang Ji, and Captain John, each had their territories. Notably, Teach was born in the year Rox was defeated. Whether it was coincidence or something else, Teach didn't care at all. In his eyes, the so-called Joy Boy and the D family's centuries-old hatred and fate had nothing to do with him, nor did he look up to them. In the original work of One Piece, Teach looked down on several people, one of whom was Kaido, who, despite his great strength, thought every day about becoming a new Joy Boy and committing suicide, almost acting like he was mentally ill. After all, Joy Boy was ultimately a loser, defeated by the 21 ancestors of the celestial dragons of the world government. Regardless of the means they used, a loser is still a loser. And the world government has ruled the world for 800 years, which is an indisputable fact. Kaido actually thought of becoming such a loser. Truly, he had the strength of a king, but lacked the heart of a king. Aiming to become someone else meant that his achievements would at most match that person. This was Teach's thinking, whether it was coincidence or fate. How Rox related to Teach had nothing to do with him. If there was any connection, it was merely one that Teach would surpass. Contemplating the affairs of pirates at sea, Teach was continuously constructing ideas about how to navigate his future path. At that moment, a small boat, taking advantage of its size, sped towards the thorny ship. "Hey, large ship ahead, please wait." A rugged man on the small boat pretended to be weak and called out to Teach's thorny ship. Even Teach couldn't help but show a hint of annoyance. These guys had bulging temples and muscular bodies, and it was obvious they were not good people. The most ridiculous part was that they all dressed in a ridiculous manner. Some wore formal suits, others dressed as farmers, and some looked like businessmen with monocles and high hats. It was a ridiculous disguise, clearly a ruse. Only in a comedic and passionate manga like One Piece could there be such foolish pirates. "We're in trouble at sea. Please help us. We'll pay you." Teach and Luffy exchanged glances. Although they had been sailing for some time, it was rare to encounter pirates who treated them like fools. "Ha ha, come on up. We're the most hospitable family." Teach didn't kill them with a long-range attack because he was afraid that being too close to the Red Soil continent would attract the Navy's attention. Another reason was that Teach needed to use the power of the dark fruit to absorb all the physical strength and hockey of these pirates. Especially after Luffy became the thorny fruit user, she developed a new technique called blood-sucking thorn variant, fertile soil nutrients, based on Teach's dark fruit ability. The plant-type devil fruit ability, being rarer than both Zoan and Logia types, was naturally extremely powerful. The strongest aspect was Luffy's ability, which resembled blood-sucking thorns. Not only could she absorb others' blood to recover in battle, but she could also directly absorb others' life force as her own nutrients when not fighting, much like the new Marine Admiral Green Bull absorbing Queen and King. The brother and sister duo had frequently used this special absorption ability to enhance their strength along the way, and these pirates would be no exception. Hearing Teach's hearty welcome, the pirates became excited, glancing at each other on the small boat and snickering softly. Soon, the small boat approached the thorny ship, and a rope ladder was lowered. The group dropped the pretense, grabbing swords and knives from a cabin. They scrambled up the ladder one after another. Once on board, their eyes lit up. Seeing Teach was one thing, but upon seeing the two sisters, they could hardly contain themselves. This was not the One Piece manga. In reality, everyone knew what pirates were like, especially when encountering stunning beauties like the sisters. Almost no pirate could hold themselves back. Their eyes seemed to glow red as they stared at Teach's family, only hesitating to rush forward due to Teach's imposing physique. Ha! Is everyone here? Don't let any of your companions be left behind. I want to send everyone off together. Although Teach's words sounded a bit awkward, out of caution, they said, "Wait a moment, we still have a few companions who haven't come up yet. I'll go get them." In reality, this group of pirates had previously robbed merchant ships by killing the guards and returning to their territory. It was only because of Teach's muscular build that they remembered to call for backup. All right, just you go. But be quick, okay? We still need to cross the red soil continent. Teach pretended not to notice and let him go to alert his companions. Wait for me. Don't go, kind family. I still have many companions trapped. The pirate excitedly looked at Teach's family, thinking today's venture was a success. At the same time, he signaled his companions on the ship to keep an eye on Teach's family so they wouldn't escape. Then he jumped into the sea, climbed onto the small boat, and made his getaway. Ha! Troubled gentlemen, let me treat you well. Luffy still smiled, but a bloodthirsty glint flickered in her eyes. The others, including Kikyo and Masi, also wore strange expressions, half smiling. Great, you are such good people. This group of pirates was actually moved by Teach, with a few even shedding tears. Teach laughed while activating the powers of the dark fruit. Two huge black whirlpools appeared in his hands, and a powerful suction pulled these pirates over, leaving them with no ability to resist, all drawn to Teach's side. Silently, Teach canceled his ability, and the pirates thought he had run out of strength, all preparing to draw their knives against him. Countless large, thick thorny branches with small thorn tips grew behind them. Notably, on the countless tiny tips, there were small openings like syringe needles to draw the blood, stamina, and hockey of the enemies. Seeing Luffy successfully bind this group of people, Teach activated the dark fruit ability again. How can you be so despicable? The pirates began to wail, completely forgetting their own past, and started to hypocritically blame others. However, soon this group of people suffered greatly. In front, they were being drained by Teach's dark fruit, and behind, they were being drained by the thorns of Ace, causing each of them to rapidly become thin and emaciated. Chapter 38, The Absorption Ability of the Siblings. The sea surface of a new world is always changeable. The weather and waves are the same. Often, just a moment ago, it was sunny, and in the next second, a storm could break out without any. Off the coast of the Red Land, a three-masted sailing ship is drifting on the sea. The weather, which had just been clear, has completely changed. Dark clouds loom overhead. Light rain falls, and occasionally lightning flashes illuminate the entire sky. Due to the cover of the dark clouds, everything around is pitch black, with only this one ship. The thunder and lightning serving as background, and the patter of rain as the BGM, creating a scene reminiscent of a horror movie. In the distance, a medium-sized pirate ship approaches. It is the accomplices of the pirate who had just been released. At this moment, this group of people is still unaware of the scene and encounters they are about to face. Although they are puzzled as to why there has been no reaction from the ship they are attacking, the pirates think it might be because it is raining and they have entered the cabin, plus there are their pirate comrades on board, which is why they haven't been discovered. The pirate ship quickly approaches the thorny rose. The crowd notices that there is still only that rope ladder at the side of the ship. The ship is incredibly quiet, but these greedy pirates are oblivious to anything unusual, thinking about what the pirate who came back to call them said about 3 women being on board. Their eyes turning red, crazed with desire, rushing to board the ship. There are too few people who can climb the ladder, and the pirates each pull out their grappling hooks, throwing them to hook onto the side of the thorny rose. They quickly climb up onto the ship. However, once they get up, they're all dumbfounded. Under the dark sky, countless figures resembling dry corpses are twistedly standing on the deck. Their faces are grim, as if they have suffered immense torment. The pirates see this bizarre scene, which is no less frightening than the first horror movie they watched in childhood. An overwhelming fear envelopes them. In an instant, the pirates remember the legend of the ghost ship, a group of burly men trembling in fear, huddling together. They can only draw their swords and grip them tightly to comfort themselves. Ha 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 ha! A wave of mad laughter echoes over the entire ship. The inexplicable, ghostly sight frightens the pirates to the point of tears, fearing they might be taken by ghosts and turned into dry corpses. One pirate suddenly discovers that the ground is covered in a pitch-black substance and screams in terror. The ground, what is going on? Upon hearing this, the others look down and see that indeed, the black substance covers the entire deck. And this sudden change truly frightens them. Titch slowly rises from the dark ground with his hands behind his back, wearing a sinister smile, resembling a fierce ghost. This fright causes several pirates to faint. The remaining ones grip their sword hilts so tightly that their fingers turn white, their pupils trembling as they stare at Titch. They do not understand whether this is the work of a devil fruit or a malevolent spirit. Although the power of the dark fruit is recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, very few people have seen it, so Titch's abilities are beyond the pirate's imagination. Bang! A flash of lightning strikes, and boundless white light envelopes everyone's eyes. When the pirates regain their sight, they suddenly discover that Titch has vanished. The darkness on the ground still exists, and the terrified pirates look around, waving their swords. They hear a comrade scream, but when they turn back, they can see nothing. Just as they are observing their vanished comrade, someone notices that more people have disappeared. The ground. It's the ground. One pirate finally discovers the source of the problem after several comrades have disappeared. It turns out that from time to time, hands emerge from the pitch-black ground, grabbing the pirate's legs and pulling them into the dark space. They have figured it out. This person must be some strange devil fruit user. They all lower their heads and draw their swords, hacking at the dark deck. At that moment, countless thorny branches fall from the sky, lifting one pirate up. The pirates realize that many of them have been grabbed by the thorny branches. This group of people is now in complete despair. This sudden and elusive attack has thoroughly broken their defenses. Titch and Lee seize the opportunity, using dark water and thorny bind to confine the pirates, then absorb their stamina and their precious hockey. They leave behind a field of dried corpses standing on the deck. Titch furrows his brow. These people are simply too bothersome. He uses the powers of the dark fruit to absorb them, and then tosses them into the sea for Blackbeard to use as chew toys. The reason for scaring this group of pirates is that Titch discovered while dealing with Naxado that he could sense and absorb Naxado's fear, resentment, and unwillingness, among other negative emotions. This greatly enhances his development of the dark fruit. Lee is similar. As mentioned before, Titch and Lee seem to be bound as one, and Titch finds that doing this promotes the development of his fruit's abilities. Lee also discovers that terrorizing and tormenting others enhances her dead sword technique. Moreover, the personalities of the siblings share similarities. The brother is reckless and brutal, while the sister has a natural affinity for killing. Such methods are nothing to them. They are not constrained by any humanitarian education. Therefore, this kind of evil behavior occasionally occurs on the Thorny Rose. After dealing with this group of pirates, Titch and Lee feel mentally and physically relaxed, a boundless pleasure sweeping through their hearts, and their strengths have each increased a bit. The family looks at each other in silence, although Kikyo and Massey are somewhat reluctant about Titch and Lee's actions. They all grew up in a new world and know that being a pirate is not child's play. Moreover, Titch's familial bond with them has long surpassed these so-called moral constraints, so they have no concerns at all. Of course, Massey is about family. While it's unclear whether Kikyo feels the same, perhaps she does, but it's not just that. Setting sail again, after tidying up, the family disguises themselves as civilians and heads towards the Red Land. The New World is only separated from the North Sea and West Sea by 2 windless zones. But due to the Sea Kings and the windless zones, most routes from the West and North Seas to the New World or from a New World to these 2 sea areas require passing through the checkpoints of the Red Land. So pirates can only go through Fishman Island as a detour. Titch's plan is to venture out into the West Sea to build his power, but for now, the main goal is to reach Sky Island for the gold and to raid the Thunder Fruit from Baika. At that time, he can only hope that Enel has better luck and doesn't eat the fruit meant for Titch's family. Otherwise, Titch smiles coldly as he looks towards the increasingly close Red Land. Chapter 39, Encountering the Celestial Dragons. The Red Line is located in the middle of the New World and the first half of the Grand Line. Although pirates find it difficult to pass through, trade and tourists from various places are constantly coming and going. Therefore, the central checkpoint of the Red Line, which separates the two areas, collects a considerable amount of tolls and fees, making it a significant source of income for the world government. Moreover, since Mariewa is located at the most central point above the Red Line, the Celestial Dragons do not allow civilians to go to Mariewa. However, other regions outside of Mariewa have developed into extremely prosperous towns, relying on the flow of people traveling along the Grand Line. This place can be said to be one of the most prosperous areas in the world. Additionally, there is no interference from pirates, although taxes are a bit higher. At this time, the Teach family, heading to the first half of the Grand Line, had arrived at the checkpoint of the Red Line. As Teach expected, the Thorny was indeed attracting the attention of the Navy and CP agents. However, the ship's color had completely changed, the flag had been replaced, and only the Teach family remained on board, so they were only a bit curious but did not impose too many restrictions. Especially after Macy used her money tactics, things became even easier. The family's savings, specifically the treasure from Macy's former pirate crew, had dwindled significantly over the years, but it was still enough to handle the current situation. Successfully passing through the checkpoint, the now black Thorny sailed into the center of the Red Line. Numerous merchant ships, passenger ships, and cargo ships were docked at the port. The crowd was thick, each replenishing their supplies. The family disembarked, and while Teach and Macy were fine, Kaiki and Retsu had to cover their faces to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. It should be noted that the frequency of celestial dragons coming and going here is even higher than that of the Sabati archipelago. If they were to encounter them, Teach believed he wouldn't hold back against the celestial dragons. Killing them was a small matter. Being pursued by an admiral would be troublesome, especially since the current admirals were the likes of Sengoku and Zephyr, who were incredibly strong. At least for now, Teach was not their match. As a hub connecting the four seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World, this place is not only prosperous, but also has various local specialties and delicacies. The types of shops on the streets are numerous. In addition, almost every industry has stores established here. Kaiki and Retsu, being only 15 and 16 years old, still retain some enthusiasm for shopping. Before even having a meal, Teach was dragged by his two sisters to a clothing store. Teach, try this one on. This hat is nice too. The two of them dressed him up like a doll, finding different outfits for him to try on. Meanwhile, they themselves were not idle. They had already changed out of their traditional kimonos and shrine maiden outfits and were trying various styles of clothing. Teach, does it look good? Retsu was wearing a women's suit with fingerless gloves, her black hair styled in a ponytail. The frameless gold-rimmed glasses on her face added a touch of mature allure. Kaiki was not to be outdone, having also changed her outfit to something resembling a sailor suit, her hair flowing freely and her flawless face looking fresh and beautiful. If one didn't look closely, they would hardly distinguish her from a youthful schoolgirl of the past life. Watching his two sisters, who were strikingly beautiful yet distinctly styled, change outfits in front of him, Teach felt a rush of blood. Damn it, how old is this body? It's not that I'm restless, it's just a physiological reaction. What? Teach can still fully control his body after being reborn? Now, Teach declares that Teach is gone. There was no need to suppress his desires and feelings. He unabashedly stared at his two sisters, puzzled as to why they were so ambitious, wanting to become the strongest in the world or the pirate king. What will you do once you succeed? Continue being ascetics? No, Teach would never be that foolish. He wanted to become the strongest in order to do whatever he wanted without restraint, achieving absolute freedom through his own strength. Wealth and enjoying beauties would eventually be his. So why hold back? Ah, beautiful, too beautiful, ladies. I wonder if I could have the honor of dining with such beautiful ladies? At this moment, Teach had been dressed up in a formal black suit by his sisters. His tall and upright figure made the suit look quite dignified, and he imitated a gentleman, politely making a request to his two sisters. Oh, what an honor. Retsu smiled at her brother's behavior, pretending not to know him and playing along with Teach's words. But I wonder if my beautiful sister is willing? Retsu silently passed the ball to Kaiki. Huh. Kaiki, caught off guard by her sister's betrayal, panicked a bit. However, seeing Teach extend his hand towards her, she first blushed in surprise, then forced herself to calm down and placed her palm on Teach's hand. Cough cough. After a cute pretend cough, she said, I agree. Ha ha ha, what an honor. Teach held Kaiki's hand while once again inviting Retsu. Miss, your sister has already agreed. Surely you wouldn't want to embarrass her? Retsu first reached her hand into Teach's palm and said, What a dilemma. Then I can only reluctantly accompany you to dinner. But don't bully us two weak women. Her teasing words provoked Teach. Teach was somewhat tempted, secretly tightening his grip on Retsu's hand. That's not something you could decide. Ha ha ha. The three of them walked out of the clothing store hand in hand. Macy did not follow her children to buy clothes, but instead wandered around shopping for what she wanted. Otherwise, the three of them playing dress-up under their mother's watchful, I would be asking for trouble. On the commercial street, Teach, holding the hands of two stunning beauties, naturally attracted many curious glances, especially those fixated on his sisters. Oomph. Teach snorted coldly, using his conqueror's haki to instill an invisible fear in those who were secretly eyeing them. It was very effective. Those people quickly averted their eyes. Although they didn't know where the feeling had come from, the threat of death was indeed looming over them. At the critical moment of life and death, who would pay attention to two beauties? Seeing them retract their gazes, Teach's mood improved a bit. At the same time, his desire to become the strongest and the ruler of the world intensified. If he could become powerful enough to surpass mythical figures like I'm Joy Boy, he wouldn't have to avoid the encirclement of mere admirals. Then doing anything would be justifiable. None of those who were staring would escape. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough right now and could only silently warn them. Clenching his teeth, Teach hated his current situation. One day, he would control the life and death of every person in the world. At that time, he would dominate everything. The hands of the two sisters tightened around Teach's. Having noticed his recent behavior, what woman could refuse such a domineering possessiveness from a man? Of course, this was based on the premise that there was an emotional foundation. The two sisters felt sweet inside. The three continued walking toward the restaurant when suddenly, a commotion arose from behind. Heavens, the celestial dragons have arrived. Chapter 40. The behavior of the celestial dragons. Hearing that voice, Teach was slightly startled. Although he was prepared for the possibility of encountering the celestial dragons at any moment, actually running into them still felt somewhat unlucky. Moreover, with his sisters on either side of him, considering the nature of the celestial dragons, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. A small dark shadow emerged from beneath Teach, and the three siblings quickly entered the dark space. They then moved through a secret passage to an alley. Hiding in the shadows, they coldly observed the approaching celestial dragon, his lackeys, and the slaves. It was extremely humiliating, although Teach could feign ignorance. Just as he did when facing Nahid and that group of pirates from the Redlands outer seas, that was merely a final mockery of the dead. This time was different. Without more powerful forces to back him, he had no choice but to resort to this method of escape. How shameful! Black smoke began to uncontrollably emanate from Teach's body. His eyes deadened as he fixed a lifeless stare on the celestial dragon. Veins bulged on his forehead. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his jaw was clenched tightly, especially the 4 canine teeth that were longer than average, now stained with blood. He unconsciously tightened his grip, and his sisters, Kiku and Rorono, knew well the pride that resided within their brother's heart. This situation would undoubtedly infuriate him. They could only grip Teach's hands tightly, their eyes filled with concern. Feeling his sister's emotions, Teach forced a smile to indicate he was fine. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the celestial dragon in the street. What was that? Were there 3 people just now? Where did they go? The celestial dragon, sporting a ridiculous hairstyle, wearing sunglasses, and holding a wooden cane embedded with numerous jewels, was dressed in the spacesuit from the original story, his head wrapped in a comically absurd bubble. Hey, Cien, did you see that? Were there 3 people there? A somewhat chubby, foolish celestial dragon, sitting atop a slave wearing a captain's hat, inquired about Teach and his sisters from his protective Cien department, replying to the great celestial dragon, descendant of the gods. Noble of the world, Lord Rodsvad. My subordinates are unaware if there were any people on the road just now. Please punish us, my lord. Typically arrogant, the Cien department now acted humbly like a dog, wagging its tail before the celestial dragon. Useless trash. Useless Cien troops. After cursing, Rodsvad, feeling unsatisfied, drew a handgun and aimed it at a Cien member, shooting him. There's no need for useless things to exist. The bullet pierced through the Cien member's body. The Cien member feigned death. Being an agent with decent physical capabilities, he wouldn't die from a single shot. However, he had no other choice but to play dead to avoid catching the celestial dragon's attention. Seeing this, Rodsvad nodded in satisfaction, his mood improving slightly as a disgusting smile began to form on his face. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he pulled out his handgun again. this time not aiming at the CN member, but at the captain's slave he was sitting on. "You damned useless captain. It's your slow crawling that made me unable to see those 3 people. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." With that, he fired 3 shots in quick succession, hitting the body of the pirate captain's slave. The slave dropped down, then, remembering something, struggled to stabilize himself, just to ensure the celestial dragon would be disturbed in his comfort. "Keep crawling. If you dare to stop, I'll kill you." Rodsvad was pleased with the slave's actions. He was used to controlling others, but it still felt exhilarating every time he did so. Yes, the captain's slave, humiliated, crawled forward step by step, blood trailing behind him. "You bastard. You're a horse. How can a horse talk?" Rodsvad became dissatisfied again, raising his cane and striking the captain's slave on the head. Enduring the pain, the captain's slave imitated a horse while crawling forward. Only then did Rodsvad truly feel satisfied, a disgusting and terrifying smile on his face. Sitting atop the slave, he looked down at the kneeling commoners around him, scanning carefully, trying to find the person who had suddenly disappeared earlier. Unfortunately, as he nearly finished searching, he still hadn't found anyone. In a fit of rage, Rodsvad kicked the pirate captain's slave and strutted away. Once they left, the commoners stood up, resuming their activities as if nothing had happened. There was no numbness on their faces, only a look of accustomed acceptance. Teach watched the entire scene unfold in the alley, feeling utterly disdainful. These damned celestial dragons were truly useless. As an ambitious person, Teach would not reject a higher position, as he was destined to reign over others in the future. However, what he hated most were these incompetent trash, who could rise to power simply because of their good birth or some sycophantic tricks. This was the reason he deeply loathed such garbage in his previous 2 lives. Moreover, he found the captain pirate slave particularly disgusting, living as a dog to the celestial dragons out of fear of death, lacking any dignity. What was the point of living? Teach asked himself if he would rather be shattered than live in disgrace. At the same time, his ambition to become the strongest in the world grew stronger. The celestial dragons? This race that had occupied the world for 800 years was outdated. One day, Teach would drag them down to the lowest depths of the world, torturing and humiliating them to death, one by one. Rodsvad, the celestial dragon that the Straw Hat crew encountered at Sabati Archipelago in the original story? Teach's mouth curled into an evil smile as he thought of something. "Just wait, I'll take you down. Ha. Your daughter Shirley Palace is quite nice. Get ready to become the lowest of slaves." An evil thought rose within Teach, becoming deeply imprinted in his mind, and he felt a slight enhancement in his dark fruit abilities. In a chapter, why does it feel so effortless to write about the torment of these commoners? There is not even a hint of awkwardness. It's truly frightening. Chapter 41. The meal and smoking of the 3 is discovered by Mom. It is evident that this dark and evil thought aligns perfectly with the will of the dark fruit. This thought propelled Teach to further develop the dark fruit. So under this enhancement, Teach's abilities became even more powerful. While contemplating how to deal with the celestial dragons, Teach sat in silence, his gaze hollow and lost in thought. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him, waving back and forth. It was Ree. "What are you thinking about, Teach?" Ree asked with a smile, clearly worried that Teach's prideful personality might cause him to stress over the humiliation from the celestial dragons. Ree, half concerned, half comforting, inquired about Teach. Kikyo looked at Teach with the same kind of gaze. "It's fine," Teach replied nonchalantly. The 3 of them understood the underlying meaning of their conversation. "Let's go to the restaurant. I'm starving. I want at least 50 servings." Teach wrapped his arms around his 2 sisters' shoulders and led them out of the dark alley toward the street. Seeing that he was acting normally, the 2 sisters silently followed Teach to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the decor was exquisite, and looking at the menu, one could truly see why this port city was a hub of the Red Earth continent. The variety of food was astounding, likely to cater to people from all over the world who came here to taste their hometown flavors. They even had the water meat from the city of Water 7. Teach's favorite was, of course, cherry pie. He couldn't help it. It was in his genes, and he never tired of it. Sister Ree ordered some rich soup and heavily seasoned seafood dishes, while Kikyo opted for rice balls and traditional Japanese tempura. In addition, the 3 of them ordered a massive amount of grilled meat as their main course. They asked the chef to work overtime to prepare the food since their appetites were terrifying. If the chef didn't get fully mobilized, they might end up running out of food. Teach had experienced this feeling in the restaurants he visited on the Red Earth continent. Soon, the food was served. Teach's table manners were not very good. He held a cherry pie in his left hand while occasionally taking bites of a large piece of meat with his right. Ri and Kikyo, sitting on either side of him, had an unspoken understanding, and would pick up their water cups to feed Teach with Kikyo's juice and Ri's light wine whenever he needed it. The feeling of alternating between bites of food and sips of the drinks their sisters handed him was delightful. Ri and Kikyo, on the other hand, ate very elegantly, but at a swift pace, frequently offering Teach a cup of water and even occasionally pulling out napkins to wipe the food residue and grease from the corners of Teach's mouth. Soon, the plates in front of the three of them were stacked as high as a person, most of it consumed by Teach. But that didn't mean Ri and Kikyo had eaten less. In the end, the restaurant had to call the neighboring restaurant to help prepare food just to barely fill their stomachs. After finishing their meal, all three had noticeable bulges in their bellies, especially Teach, who had even digested some of it. They supported each other as they walked out of the restaurant. Although they could quickly digest their food if they controlled their bodies, it was still nice to experience that feeling of being stuffed occasionally. Ha ha ha, we really ate a lot. Didn't we, sisters? Teach strolled leisurely, casually glancing at the surrounding shops while holding a cigar he had just purchased from a tobacco store, wearing sunglasses and looking like a tourist. The two sisters were similar. Although they didn't smoke cigars like Teach, they also wore sunglasses, and Ri even wore a sun hat. Treasure this time of leisure. We won't have much of it left, Teach said to his sisters, seemingly sentimental but actually expressing a superior pride. The three of them understood that their talents destined them to become powerful figures. This seemingly sentimental remark was actually made from a position of superiority regarding their lives as commoners. Then let's stroll a bit longer, Ri said, pulling her sunglasses down to her nose, revealing her bright, spirited eyes while teasing Teach. At that moment, Kikyo was different, although still quiet. Putting on her sunglasses seemed to cure her social anxiety. She looked up at the sky, raised her chin to see the road, and with her sailor outfit, she resembled a proud, slender cat. Walking like Teach, she strutted with a swagger reminiscent of Doflamingo. This sight caught the attention of both Teach and Ri. For Ri, seeing her sister so cute was delightful, but for Teach, it was less significant. He had always been open about his ambitions and had branded himself as a rogue. Although Kikyo was 3 years older than Teach, she still couldn't match Teach's nearly 2-meter height. He playfully ruffled Kikyo's cute head with his large hand and laughed heartily as they continued to stroll through the streets. Initially, Kikyo didn't react, but her face quickly turned red under the sunglasses, making her look like she was drunk, and her swagger became even more pronounced. As they walked, suddenly, Teach felt a sharp slap on his back. Ouch! Although Teach's body was quite strong, this attack was a special kind, and it was clear it was his mother, Marcy, who had delivered it. The added damage from a mother's special attack made Teach involuntarily gasp. "You little rascal, you learned to smoke, huh?" Marcy said with a dark expression, stepping in front of the trio to take a closer look. She laughed in disbelief and said sarcastically, "Wow, you really are something, even smoking cigars. Your mother hasn't even learned how to smoke cigars yet. Can you teach your mom?" Marcy intended to scold Teach for smoking. Definitely not, because of the fact that her son was holding hands with her 2 precious daughters. Her feelings were complex. On one hand, he was her biological son, and on the other, he was her beloved adopted daughter. If someone else had taken her good daughters away, Marcy would have no words and might even risk her life to deal with that person. But her biological son was different. This complicated feeling made her very uneasy, feeling sad that her daughters were being taken away, while also feeling proud and happy for her son's abilities. She could only complain silently in her heart. Being a mom is tough. Being Teach's mom is even tougher. Hearing his mother's words, Teach awkwardly smiled and looked down, quickly tossing the remaining cigar aside, using the dark fruit's ability to snuff it out, not littering, and putting out the butt with his foot after throwing it away. Starting with himself, what does everyone think about adding a character here? I feel Chun-Li fits the combat style of the One Piece world quite well. The recent version of Chun-Li's yoga pants looks increasingly appealing, but I've already added Kikyo and Ri from other anime. I'm not sure how everyone feels about these crossovers and integrating characters from other anime into the One Piece universe. Do you all enjoy these warm family interactions as transitional scenes occasionally? If not, I'll write less of them, so please feel free to suggest or leave comments. Thank you all. Additionally, regarding the arrangement of mythical Zoan fruits, a reader suggested the King of Hell or Death God type of human fruits, which I think is also a possibility. I would love to hear everyone's suggestions, so please share your thoughts. Chapter 42. Attention from him, although Teach is a 12-year-old genius boy with a mature heart due to his third life. He has never experienced the feeling of being caught smoking by his mother. He couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, and a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. I was just curious, he mumbled, feeling guilty. Marcy shot a glance at Teach, then looked at Kikyo and Lai, who were indifferent beside him, and she reluctantly accepted the reality. Well, whatever, with a monster like you, I suppose a little smoking won't hurt. Marcy's intention was not to stop Teach from smoking the cigar, but rather to address the behavior of the three siblings. However, after accepting the reality, she didn't care much anymore and decided to let them be. Speaking of this, Teach suddenly became alert. His mother was a serious chain smoker, even more so than Sanji, always with a cigarette in her mouth. Wouldn't her lungs be in serious danger? This was a question that Teach needed to address. But there was no rush for now. Everyone had finished replenishing supplies, and it was time to set off for the town of Magic Valley, the first half of the Grand Line. Hey Mom, have you eaten? If not, we should eat and then head to Paradise, Teach suggested as they prepared to depart. I'm not old enough for you, little brat, to remind me to eat, Marcy replied, knowing her son's concern, but responding in a way that suited her character. Set off. Head towards Paradise in the Grand Line. Teach passionately announced the next step for the family. Upon arriving at the dock, they boarded the pitch-black Thorn ship, and the four of them slowly navigated the large pirate ship towards the passage to Paradise. Just like the toll booths on real highways, there was a checkpoint from the Red Line to the New World and another from the Red Line to the Grand Line. This time, the inspection personnel were a joint team of Navy and world government officials, and these scoundrels saw that Teach's family was wealthy and planned to charge more than others. Teach's face darkened as he looked at the officials and Navy guards with cold, indifferent eyes. They seemed to have conspired to rob and extort Teach's family. Suddenly, Teach smiled, his demeanor friendly as he said to the officials, government officials working for us common folks. Why would we only pay such a small toll? And you, Navy brother, risking your life to protect us, we should pay more. While saying this, he gestured for Marcy to pay the toll. The checkpoint personnel knew they were being troublesome and corrupt, but seeing Teach's attitude, they said nothing further and let them pass. However, they had no idea what price they would pay for this small amount of money. On the ship, apart from Teach's family, no one questioned why Teach was so willing to give extra money to those officials. As family members, they understood just how proud and domineering Teach's personality was. He would only pretend to be kind and honest when facing those he intended to kill, making them fear him even more at the moment of their death. This method of killing would also enhance the development of the dark fruit's abilities. The three ladies, knowing Teach's character, could probably guess the fate of those people. They looked at them with pitying eyes, saying nothing, feeling it unnecessary to waste words on such garbage and the dead. After passing the checkpoint and preparing to enter the passage towards the Grand Line, Teach couldn't help but glance back at the Red Line from the deck. Especially at the top of the Red Line, Mariehua, where the celestial dragons, those power-holding scum, reside. He could also see the enormous throne of Panga City, as if it represented equality and the highest power in the world. The void throne that no one could sit upon in the eyes of outsiders since the original 20 countries stopped fighting to rule the world together. Moreover, in the flower between, the most mysterious and noble person in the world, Teach's eyes burst with desire and greedy ambition. Covered in darkness, as the abilities of the dark fruit allowed him to glimpse everything about Mariehua. After watching for a while and solidifying his resolve, Teach's expression remained neutral as he turned his gaze to the sea leading to the Grand Line. At this moment, in the Red Line, Mariehua, Panga City, and the flower between, a tall woman wearing a high hat opened her tightly shut eyes, revealing a hint of confusion in her blood-red eyes as she murmured, "Changed?" Then, frowning, she instinctively tightened her grip on the sword hilt, falling into thought. In an instant, countless gusts of wind surrounded the flower between, causing the flowers to scatter. Moments later, Im's eyes calmed again, hiding a hint of sharpness as she turned to look towards the Grand Line. Finally noticing the state of the flower between, she waved her hand, and the petals lined up like an army and disappeared. Is this darkness? Only this single voice echoed in the vast flower between. Leaving the Red Line, the Thorn ship sailed towards the first island of the Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago. The last island before entering the New World is Sabaody, and naturally, the first island of the Grand Line is also Sabaody, as the author wrote according to the world map. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask. As soon as they set foot on the island, they received a newspaper about those charging officials and the Navy. Supernatural incident. Several world government officials died for no reason. Terrorist attack. Mysterious assassins from the Red Line. Navy report. Recent strengthening of defense forces on the Red Line. Please rest assured. Tourists and merchants. Ha 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 ha. With a face full of joy, Teach laughed openly on the street, completely unconcerned about the possibility of being found out. Given the appearance of those officials, it was certain that they were not the only ones being overcharged. This was a common occurrence, and with more experience, they would clean up their traces. Furthermore, when he was staring at them intently at first, Teach had silently used the fine abilities of the dark fruit to imprint the mark of darkness on each person's body. This ability was not particularly useful at the moment. If the opponent's strength was inferior, he could control the time to detonate these marks. If their strength was equal to his, the mark would only cause them some hindrance. So it wasn't a great help to Teach right now. However, the potential of this move was far from over, as the abilities of the dark fruit developed. This tactic would also grow. Kikyo and Lai, who were following him, couldn't help but laugh as well. They had also seen the news of those people's deaths and mocked their foolishness. Chapter 43. Visiting Sabaody, the cheerful family continued walking down the streets of Sabaody. And it was the first time for Teach to see the wonders here. The roads of the Sabaody archipelago were made of the massive roots of the mangrove trees, and many bubbles, a local specialty, would occasionally form on the ground. The feeling of stepping on the ground was very soft, and the temperature and humidity were just right. In the world of One Piece, although there are many regions with variable weather, there are also quite a few places like the Sabaody archipelago with pleasant climates. In the original work, Rayleigh, that old guy, chose to hide in Sabaody not only because it was the most dangerous checkpoint for the supernovas heading to the New World, needing to leave seeds for pirates and protect the young pirate Roger was waiting for, but also because such a comfortable climate was definitely a major reason for his seclusion. However, he was still out at sea adventuring with Roger. On the other hand, Shaki, a member of the Rocks Pirates, should have retired long ago to run the Bartai Bar. According to the original work, she had already stopped working 40 years ago, just before Teach's family landed in Sabaody. Moreover, although from Luffy and others' perspective, Shaki was just a powerful senior information dealer, she was still one of the members of the Rocks Pirates. After her retirement, she had been running intelligence operations, or rather, it was her strong intelligence capabilities that attracted Rocks to invite her aboard. After so long in operation, her identity and influence would definitely be complex, especially referring to that underground intelligence network. It's even possible that she was the Dark Emperor of the previous generation of the underground world. In any case, Teach had reason to visit the Bartai Bar to confront this female pirate from the Rocks era. But there was no rush. They still needed to finish exploring the Sabaody archipelago first. Teach's family landed on Island 40, which was mainly a tourist area with specialty shops. There were also several rental shops for bubble cars. Walking out of the port towards the town, they saw houses built on gigantic bubbles. The family of four found a rental shop that looked quite luxurious and planned to rent a bubble car. The deposit is 10,000 berries per car. Please return it after use to get your deposit back, said a balding owner. He originally intended to extort some money, but seeing the murderous aura contained in Teach's not-so-tall stature, he couldn't help but back down. He hurriedly stepped aside to show Teach and the others the bubble cars, introducing them. Do you need to rent 4 cars? The shop owner glanced at the number of people in the Marshall family, amazed by the beauty of Kikyo and Ri. But he dared not look again because the young man in the middle, who looked imposing, would definitely do something. Although he had no real strength, he had developed some insight after many years as a businessman. 3 cars, Ri said with a smile, wrapping her arm around Teach's shoulder. Her intention was clear. She wanted to share a bubble car with Teach. 2 cars. Kikyo, still wearing her sunglasses, said coolly, also indicating she wanted to ride with Teach. Teach and Marcy, ladies, a bubble car can't fit that many people. The owner nervously ran his fingers through his sparse hair, wiping away a cold sweat. To the sisters, he said, 2 cars. 2 cars. They said in unison with determination. Yes, yes. The owner was startled and stood at attention, then went to the back to find the largest bubble car. In the world of One Piece, the size variation among ordinary humans is significant, with giants reaching 6 or 7 meters tall and commoners just over 1 meter. So stores and clothing shops prepare many different sizes for service. This bubble car was no exception, with sizes that normal people could drive and those suitable for giants 3 or 4 meters tall. The owner specifically found a bubble car that could be driven by someone around 3 meters tall for the sisters. The sisters were immediately satisfied and hurried outside, sitting one in front and one behind, leaving a seat in the middle specifically for Teach. Teach, unable to refuse their hospitality, was about to be modest but was suddenly pushed by the impatient Marcy to the front of the 2 sisters' car. Laughing, he was pulled up into the bubble car, which resembled a bicycle, with Ri in front and Kikyo hugging him from behind. The family chatted and laughed as they enjoyed the scenic views of areas 40 to 49 while riding towards the soap bubble park of Series 30. The scene was quite similar to an amusement park from a previous life, but many of the attractions were made of bubbles. By the time they arrived at the Sabeti archipelago, it was already noon. After nearly a day's worth of fun, it was evening. Only one last attraction remained, the bubble Ferris wheel. The eldest, Marcy, didn't plan to go up because that was just her personality, an adorable Sunder mom with a bad temper. However, when the family reached the base of the bubble Ferris wheel, the three of them first pushed their mom into the front bubble of the Ferris wheel and closed the door behind her, letting her experience this amusement ride alone. The remaining three naturally boarded the back Ferris wheel together. Teach was the largest among the three, but he was held by both sisters, who each took one of his arms and led him into the Ferris wheel cabin. In the year 1494 of the Sea Circle, at dusk in the Sabeti archipelago, Teach and his family purposely chose this Ferris wheel cabin, which would allow them to see the most beautiful sunset when it reached the highest point. Indeed, the timing was perfect. Just as they reached the top, the sunset's afterglow spread out in the distance. An endless golden warm light shone into the bubble Ferris wheel cabin. Inside the cabin, the three of them were illuminated by the golden sunlight. Teach held one hand of Kikyo and one of Ri, gazing at the beautiful scenery at the horizon. The boundless sea was also reflected in a warm red hue, with several seagulls flying by against the light, creating a picturesque scene of the sea at sunset. Even Teach, who harbored darkness within, felt an overwhelming sense of emotion at this moment. 3 lifetimes, and he never thought he would experience such a wonderful view. It wasn't just the sunset, the beautiful girls beside him, the two sisters with completely different personalities, were undoubtedly the top beauties. Their faces, highlighted by the golden sunlight, showcased their exquisite features, and their smooth, beautiful skin was fully revealed, allowing the light to reveal the fine hair on their faces. The way they looked at Teach was no different. At this moment, no words were needed. This beautiful sunset scenery conveyed the thousands of words in their hearts. This chapter serves as a transitional depiction of the emotional connection between the three characters and is not too relevant to the main storyline, so it is considered an additional chapter. Today, 3 chapters were released. If there are readers who do not like such scenes, please be lenient. Considering the extra chapter. Chapter 44. Attending the auction, this moment felt both lengthy and fleeting. Soon, the three of them felt the Ferris wheel moving, finally on its descent. They came to their senses, exchanging silent glances, looking down at their mother, Marcy, calmly smoking a cigarette and gazing at the scenery. Although she appeared completely composed, her 3 children could sense that she was feeling quite beautiful. There were 2 reasons for Marcy to sit alone in the Ferris wheel cabin. First, to allow her to enjoy the amusement without reservations, as mothers tend to be more reserved in front of their children. Second, the 2 sisters had a bit of selfishness, wanted to spend this time with Teach. Fortunately, the family's outing today was very enjoyable. After getting off the Ferris wheel, they exited the bubble park. They had a simple dinner and, after consuming all the ingredients at a restaurant, returned to their lodging at number 70, a high-rise hotel built on a gigantic bubble. It was already night. Due to his physical condition, Teach didn't need to sleep, so after the 3 family members were ready to rest, he put on his coat and left the hotel. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to check out the illegal area of Shambadi first. In fact, the auction at night was the most exciting, although it also took place during the day. How many people engaged in such grave businesses would be foolish enough to conduct their dealings in daylight? There were only 2 types of people, those with absolute power who could act recklessly, and fools. At this moment, Teach had already heard about tonight's auction and casually focused on a wealthy-looking nobleman. Teach hid in the shadows, with a dark shadowy passage appearing beneath him, extending long and thin into the nobleman's shadow. Like descending a staircase, Teach stepped into the dark space from the ground, then reached out, grabbing and pulling the nobleman into the shadow's dark passage fruitability. He quickly transferred to a secluded alley where no one was around. Slowly, 2 figures appeared in the darkness. "Where's the money?" Teach used a hint of his conqueror's haki, instilling fear and panic in the nobleman's mind. This directly stunned the nobleman, his eyes rolling back as he muttered repeatedly, "Don't kill me in my pocket. Don't kill me in my pocket. Don't kill me in my pocket." A yellow liquid stain appeared in his lower region. Teach frowned, using his dark fruit ability to draw out the contents from his pocket. Fortunately, the pocket wasn't too close, so it didn't get wet. After counting, there was indeed quite a lot, over several tens of millions of berries. He also discovered a small notebook detailing the nobleman's usual acts of extortion and collusion with forces to oppress civilians. TCH, what a garbage thing, this garbage world. Teach scoffed, disdainful of the fact that this trash was considered superior simply due to his birthright rather than strength. Most of the strong in this world possessed great power, but didn't T seek to overthrow or dominate the world. Instead, they pursued treasures of the sea and wealth. It was completely foolish to disregard the essence. As long as one was strong enough to rival the entire world, weren't all treasures and wealth theirs? Instead of thinking about how to improve oneself, pursuing these ephemeral things showed a lack of vision. He casually created a flying knife using the dark fruit's creation ability, which flew straight into the nobleman, ending his life, and then made the knife disappear. He then transferred through the dark passage. This sequence was seamless, with no chance of being detected. Perhaps years later, it would be discussed as an unsolved case. Transferring to the street, he stretched his body and walked toward the auction house. After paying the entrance fee at the door, he entered and took a seat in the back row, waiting for the auction to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ounce auction. The host in a suit passionately read the opening remarks. He didn't dare to waste time, as many pirates and nobles with guards were seated below. If he talked too much and annoyed them, a small host like him couldn't bear the consequences. The first item, a beautiful noble girl, only 18 years old this year. As a noble, she has received a good education since childhood, often appearing as a debutante at high-end venues. After losing her parents in a shipwreck, she has been selected by us. You need not worry about this fragile princess posing a threat to her master. Truly a rare gem. Starting bid, 30 million berries. A good-looking blonde, noble girl in an evening gown, wearing a collar, appeared with vacant and terrified eyes. Just like a piece of merchandise, she was being auctioned off. Soon, countless voices from the audience drove her price up to over 50 million berries. Ultimately, she was sold for nearly 60 million. Teach found this group of people dull and trashy. While he didn't consider himself a good person and was quite despicable, he couldn't help but look down on them. If it were him and he wanted a noble woman, he would personally crash the noble banquet and forcibly take her, rather than sitting here bidding and shouting. What a group of boring waste. After watching this auction out of sheer boredom, most of the items did not pique Teach's interest. There were various slaves, a paramecia-type devil fruit, treasure maps, and so on. None of these had any use for Teach at this moment. Only the final weapon caught his attention. A demon sword that could absorb the user's life force, haki, and flesh. It sounded even more domineering than the Enma from the original story, which automatically absorbed haki. After being idle for a long time, Teach finally sat up. Dear esteemed guests, although this sword will absorb the user's haki, stamina, life force, and various other things, as long as you can subdue it, this sword will serve as a powerful weapon to protect its master. Although this demon sword, called Oni, has not yet ranked among the top swords, with the infusion of haki for growth, I believe it will soon enter the high-ranking sword category, and even good swords or supreme swords are not impossible. The starting bid, 100 million berries. The host excitedly delivered this additional introduction. Anyone not a fool could tell how exaggerated his words were. However, the ability to absorb haki and other things to grow should be true, though not as exaggerated. Just right. He could also send a gift to Sister Lai, as she, being a swordsman, still didn't have her own formal sword. Teach didn't bid, waiting to see who would win the auction so he could plan a sneak attack. Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, stealing the sword through the dark passage ability was still possible. As for whether the sword would absorb his life, don't joke. With Sister Lai's murderous aura and her recently acquired thorn fruit ability, her life force was not lacking. Plus, she had Conqueror as haki. Teach didn't believe that Sister Lai wouldn't be able to tame this broken sword. Chapter 45. The Stolen Blade and the Noble Girl. Unfortunately, Teach waited for a long time, but no one bid on the ghost cut. Perhaps the bidders understood their own capabilities. Not many would spend 100 million berries on a blade they couldn't handle. So, the auction for this sword ended without a sale. The auction house was also aware of the sword's uniqueness. It was as if they had expected that this blade would likely not be sold. So they didn't hesitate to introduce it much. As they watched customers leave one by one, they hurried to handle the successful transactions of other items. The sword was being carried back, held aloft by someone. Teach secretly noted the location where the sword was being taken, using his observation haki to carefully sense it. As he sensed that the person was about to reach the warehouse door, Teach no longer hesitated. He hid in the shadows of a corner, pretending to walk outside. In fact, he had already linked to the dark space and the shadowy passage, creating a black shadowy substance that connected beneath him to the shadow of the person delivering the sword. With a quick turn, Teach slipped into the dark space when no one was paying attention. He swiftly moved behind the person delivering the sword, peeking out from the corner of the warehouse floor. The sword was placed on a delicate sword rack, and after setting it down, the person turned to prepare to lock the warehouse door. Seeing this, Teach noted that the delivery person was facing away and had not yet reached the warehouse door. This was the perfect moment. If he got the ghost cut, he could easily escape the warehouse. He slowly began to rise, but just as his neck appeared, Teach suddenly thought of something. He stopped moving entirely, still hidden in the dark corner, and quietly used the ability of his dark fruit to create and control a small black curtain, placing it on a surveillance nail that could oversee the entire warehouse. This had already wasted some time, so Teach had to speed up. He emerged from the inky darkness, grabbed the ghost cut, and quickly sank back down. As he entered the dark space and moved suddenly, just as the delivery person was about to close the warehouse security door, a wisp of black, shadowy substance slipped out of the warehouse, almost imperceptible like a hair. Sensing everything, Teach understood that the theft of the sword was secure, urging his abilities to hurry outside the auction house. Feeling the presence of the eerie sword stored in the dark space, Teach smiled and pretended to be nonchalant as he walked onto the street. The surroundings were dimly lit, with few pedestrians. Although it was only around 7 or 8 o'clock, this was an unlawful area, aside from the bustling taverns and casinos. Everyone else hid away to avoid being ambushed at night. However, Teach, with his 3-color hockey, dark fruit, and powerful physique, was completely unafraid of this small island of sham body in the first half of the Grand Line. As he walked confidently down the street, the sound of struggling cries suddenly rang out. Teach turned to look. It was a dead-end alley. At the alley's entrance stood 2 guards, their backs to the alley, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, especially eyeing Teach, particularly since there was a treasure chest being guarded nearby. The cries were coming from inside the alley. Teach frowned, using his observation hockey to sense that there was a man and a woman in the dead end. The man was the noble who had bought the noble girl and that devil fruit at the auction. Silently, Teach used his hockey to intimidate the 2 guards, who immediately fell to the ground. However, Teach wasn't foolish enough to disturb the people inside. He activated the shadowy passage, and the 2 guards fell into the dark space like the Chinese diving team executing a perfect dive. Only then did Teach feel at ease. He casually picked up the devil fruit from the ground, holding it in one hand, and walked deeper into the alley. Indeed, the noble who had bought the girl was there, pretending to be frightening, deliberately intimidating the noble girl. He didn't move to touch her, but stepped forward with an oppressive air. Little beauty, don't run. Where can you hide? This is a dead end. Just accept your fate. The noble, with a lewd smile, showed no intention of moving into a room, wanting to do such things in broad daylight. This noble clearly was an experienced individual, taking satisfaction in defiling the former noble girl in such a dark corner, which would severely impact her psyche. His few steps forward brought immense psychological pressure to the girl, indicating he had done such evils multiple times before. The noble girl was different. She had always relied on her beauty and superior social skills at various banquets. Even when faced with men who had ulterior motives, they would restrain themselves due to their noble status, allowing her to navigate through their advances with her verbal skills. But facing a disgusting man directly, she was still just an ordinary girl, utterly unable to cope. She retreated to the very back of the dead end, tears streaming down her face as she screamed, hoping to attract someone as help. Desperate and helpless, she could only pray to the gods. In her heart, she vowed that if someone could save her, she would do anything. So she pleaded, "Please, don't let this disgusting noble achieve his goal." Trembling and curled up in the corner, she helplessly hugged herself, despairingly watching the noble approach step by step. "No, someone, help me, anything will do." The girl's heart screamed wildly, even voicing this plea, although her trembling tone made it hard to discern the meaning. Little beauty, don't tease. I'm coming." The noble, with an increasingly lewd grin, suddenly lunged forward, seeing the woman's psychological defenses crumbling, ready to pounce once the moment was ripe. He leaped towards the girl, but before he could land, he felt a grip tightening around his neck from behind. This terrified him, making him feel like the budding grass was retreating back into the earth. "You bastard! What the hell are you doing? How rude! Let me go!" he shouted, struggling and cursing to rally himself. But after calling for a long time and seeing no guards come, he understood he was in danger. He began to plead, "Please, let me go. That girl over there belongs to you. I have many properties and noble titles. Don't kill me." Hearing this, the noble girl turned pale, feeling as if she had just escaped from a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair. But the next moment, her hope surged. Teach had one hand gripping the noble's neck and the other grasping his ankles. With a squeeze, the sound of countless bones shattering filled the air. Teach crushed the noble's ankle bones. The noble let out a piercing scream, the intense pain rendering him speechless, only able to emit meaningless howls. After crushing the two wrist bones, Teach threw the noble to the ground. With his hands and feet crushed, the noble couldn't walk and could only roll around on the ground, trying to escape the dead end. Teach had a reason for this. He sensed the strong will emanating from the girl in the dead end and felt that she had potential worth cultivating. "Hey, you're not scared to death, are you? Pull yourself together. Just now, you said you'd do anything if someone saved you, right?" Teach asked the girl. When the girl saw Teach's wild, yet charming appearance, her face flushed slightly, and she nodded. That's good. Follow me. Remember my name? Marshall D. Teach. You must remember it until the day you enter your grave." Teach laughed joyfully, happy that he had accepted this promising girl at her most desperate moment. In this way, Teach was confident in training her to become his most loyal subordinate. Throwing the box in his hand toward the girl, Teach spoke. "Eat it, and then dispose of this garbage as you wish." A gleam of light burst forth from the girl's eyes. She knew the value of the devil fruit. This lord had saved her in her most desperate moment, and had given her the precious devil fruit. A tear rolled down her cheek as she knelt on her knees, her forehead resting on her hands, in a position of deep reverence. With her eyes closed, she shouted, "Thank you. I will be the most obedient and well-behaved sword in your hands, my lord. I will follow your orders no matter what, even if it means death." After saying this, she stood up, sobbing as she wolfed down the devil fruit, then wiped her tears and turned to look at the nobleman on the ground, still writhing like a maggot. "Actually, I didn't intend for her to be Bella Betty, the Revolutionary Army leader with the Inspire fruit, but in my plan, Teach subordinate must have the Inspire fruit. So I plan to modify it a bit, adding about 7 or 8 years to her age. Of course, if that's not acceptable, I can create a completely new character. After all, I haven't named her yet. If everyone doesn't mind this modification, she can remain Bella Betty. If it doesn't fit the original work, then I'll create a separate character. Please leave a message so I can confirm whether to change it or not. Thank you." Chapter 46. Betty's madness after consuming that devil fruit. Bella Betty was completely transformed. The once weak demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Betty was the best. Just a simple phrase to motivate herself greatly boosted her physical fitness and mental willpower. Even her untrained body could now unleash immense power without any side effects. Bella Betty felt the tremendous strength coursing through her limbs and secretly marveled at the wonders of the devil fruit. Her eyes gleamed with madness, and her face wore an exaggerated smile, as if something had snapped inside her. The darkness within her heart grew rapidly as she looked at the nobleman, still writhing on the ground, and made her decision. It was once the nobleman who approached Bella Betty step by step into a dead end, but now the roles were reversed. Betty's beautiful face twisted in madness as she slowly approached the nobleman. The nobleman, hearing the sound behind him, turned pale with fear, ignoring the pain in his limbs. He struggled to stand, but before he could take a step, the agony from his shattered ankle caused him to fall again. Even so, he continued to struggle to get up and run, but eventually the pain became unbearable, and he knelt on the ground, crawling on his knees. "Ha ha ha," Bella Betty sneered, playing a cat-and-mouse game behind him. It was only when the nobleman's knees were bloodied that she stepped forward. She grabbed the nobleman by the collar and dragged him deeper into the alley, causing him to panic and scream, trying to free himself with his hands. But the pain in his wrists held him back. After all, Betty was still a girl with little experience. She raised her fist and struck the nobleman in the stomach. Her punches fell like raindrops, hitting many fatal spots. If she continued to strike like this, she would beat the nobleman to death. Hey, wait, if he dies so easily, it would be too simple. Teach interrupted Bella Betty's rain of punches. Countless dark substances appeared in his hands, twisting and coiling to form a small dagger, which was unlikely to cause fatal injuries. However, it would not lessen the pain, as a longer, more powerful blade would pierce straight into the adrenal glands, numbing the sensation altogether. Instead, a small blade would slowly torment the enemy. This was Teach's wisdom. He had done the same with Nashtor when he invited him to dinner. "Ha ha, let me see your hatred. Whether you can keep up with me depends on this nobleman's gifts," Teach said with a wicked grin. Hearing Teach's words, Betty's eyes lit up, and her mad expression became even more twisted as she walked toward Teach with a face full of sanctity and devotion. Kneeling at his feet, she took the dark dagger from Teach's hands, kissed his hand, and then bent down to kiss his shoes. Fortunately, Teach had been using the power of the dark fruit to absorb the dust and grime from his clothes, preventing Betty from kissing dirt. Ha, no need for that, Betty. I know your sincerity. Now let me see your determination. Teach withdrew his foot and stroked Betty's hair, urging her to rise and do what she was meant to do. Yes, my lord. After rising and bowing deeply again, she gripped the dagger tightly and walked toward the nobleman once more. At this moment, the nobleman was already terrified, crying and wailing. He regretted coming to this damned auction house today and regretted even more that he had bought this devil-like noble girl. Most of all, he regretted that he insisted on pursuing his interests without even renting a room, planning to do such things outside. Now, it was too late for regrets. He helplessly struggled with his limbs, hoping to escape from these two demons. Unfortunately, he was still delusional, just as he attempted to crawl out of the alley. A delicate foot stepped down on one of his legs. He felt the blade cut and tear through that leg, then the other leg, and then his body, arms, and face. The worst was his lower abdomen, where he didn't know how many times he had been stabbed through his pants. At this point, the nobleman was barely recognizable as a human. Countless tiny wounds covered his body. He looked like a picture made of jigsaw pieces. Teach's dark matter knife was very effective, causing no fatal injuries, just a lot of bleeding. It was only because the people in the world of One Piece were exceptionally gifted and Belabetti's speed was too fast that he was still alive. The nobleman was now in tremendous pain, blood and tears mingling on his face. Despite hanging on to life, he could only manage hoarse gasps, unable to produce loud sounds. Dirt, dust, and small stones entered his wounds, intensifying the pain. At this moment, the nobleman had lost all thoughts of survival, as every breath brought excruciating pain from the countless injuries. His eyes were devoid of life. Seeing that Belabetti was almost done, Teach stepped forward to admire the girl's masterpiece. Not bad, Betty. Is this a noble? How foolish and ridiculous. Teach laughed, clearly satisfied with Betty's actions. My lord, you flatter me. I am deeply honored, the noble girl replied, her madness gradually fading. An indescribable pleasure rising in her heart as she became infatuated with this feeling. Hearing Teach's words, she hurriedly responded with honor, even planning to kneel again to pay her respects. Teach frowned. He was very pleased with Belabetti, but he was somewhat dissatisfied with her kneeling so often. Get up. Don't do that anymore. Teach stepped in to stop her movement, then stroked her head, his large hand sliding down her face, exploring for a moment before returning to lift her chin. You are now Marshall D. Teach's person. You don't need to kneel to anyone, except in certain situations. Teach said with a burst of laughter, helping Belabetti up. The blushing girl, with her face reddened from Teach's touch, lowered her head in response. Yes, Teach. Write this with excitement. This chapter is an addition, thanks to all the supportive brothers and sisters. A little scary, this kind of plot is so easy to write. Chapter 47. The development path of the dark fruit encouraged by Teach. The girl stood up again, refusing to kneel. Following closely behind Teach, she appeared as a devoted servant. Teach then slowly walked over to the nobleman lying on the ground. Looking down, he saw the man covered in wounds, blood flowing profusely. The pain from the injuries caused the nobleman to twitch slightly, but any movement would aggravate the other wounds, causing unbearable pain. This cycle of struggling continued until he lost all strength. Feeling the blood draining from his body and the extreme pain of his wounds, the nobleman finally lost all desire to live. The physical agony surpassed the instincts of this cowardly noble. His eyes filled with hatred and lifelessness as he looked desperately at Teach, who was strolling towards him, and with a hoarse voice he uttered, Kill me. Before he could finish, he coughed up blood. His eyes grew even more desperate. Teach's dark matter knife, when it pierced a person, would attach small particles of dark matter to the wound. As stated before during the battle with Samir, the dark tiger claw, when it was initially designed to attack Samir, caused a seemingly harmless wound that was then tainted by Teach's dark matter. Even the unsolvable blood-sucking thorns, which exchange vitality to replenish one's self, could not touch the corruption of dark matter. Moreover, this man, who was completely powerless, would still die from continuous bleeding if discovered and sent to the hospital. The capabilities of the dark fruit were this brutal and cruel. At this moment, Teach looked down at the nobleman with disdain evident in his eyes. Teach had never cared for the weak because, although there were many strong people in this world, There were even more ordinary civilians. They could do as they pleased. But these nobles were different. Despite their weakness, they dared to enjoy the same treatment and luxurious life as powerful beings like Teach. Some even lived better than people like Teach. With his domineering personality, he viewed these trashy nobles like ants entering a restaurant. In this restaurant, Teach and other strong figures were the customers, but suddenly an ant came in to enjoy the same dining privileges. Teach did not care what other customers thought, but he was firmly opposed to and would actively punish such behavior. Although this nobleman was not as exaggerated as a celestial dragon, he was still a parasite living a life superior to others. Teach found these types the most disgusting. Ha! Just wait to die, noble sir. Await your death as your blood drips away bit by bit. Teach laughed at the noble, his demeanor akin to bidding farewell to an old friend. He took out a rope, bound the noble's arms, and hung him from a roof eave, ensuring he could hear the sound of his own blood dripping, forcing him to die in despair. Sure enough, the hanging noble was filled with resentment, his eyes covered, only able to hear the dripping sound in the silent alley. He knew it was his own blood. Woo, damn it. I curse you two dog men and women. Even if I go to hell, I will drag you into the deepest abyss of hell. My curse on you will not stop until the mountains are ground to dust and the seas are dried by the wind. Teach remained unfazed, but on the side. Bella Betty could no longer hold back and stepped forward, wanting to kill him. Cursing oneself was one thing, but cursing Teach was something she could not tolerate. She now regarded Teach, who had saved her and granted her the power of the devil fruit, as the most revered deity in the world. Showing disrespect to Teach was more infuriating than killing her. If you can do it, come and find me. Living, you'll die from my torment. Dead, you'll only be a defeated foe of mine. Teach sneered, feeling no sense of the curse that Samir had sent him before dying. Yes, Master Teach. The obedient Bella Betty complied, not daring to move against him. Teach sensed the nobleman's ocean-like negative emotions, which were absorbed by the dark fruit, enhancing Teach's fruit abilities. Feeling quite pleased, Teach experienced a surge of power from the fruit within him. Indeed, this method of unlocking my fruit abilities is correct. In high spirits, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, unconcerned about the girl beside him covered in blood and dirt, as he pulled Bella Betty close and laughed heartily while walking out of the dead-end alley. Outside the alley, there was no change. Without looking closely, one would not even notice the figures inside. Furthermore, the nobleman had chosen a decent spot. Despite his loud cries, not much could be heard from outside. If it weren't for Teach's keen hearing, he might not have even heard Bella Betty's cries. Inside the alley, only the nobleman remained, hanging blindfolded, listening to the sound of dripping water in a prolonged state of despair and pain, bleeding out entirely. Chapter 48. Captured Teach. The light outside the alley remained dim, and there were few pedestrians. Only the tavern in the distance was still noisy. Teach walked slowly, cradling Bella Betty in his arms. He pondered that this was truly an unexpected joy. He never expected to encounter the powerful Inspire fruit from the original story. This fruit had a significant effect in battles among their top-tier fighters, as its enhancement could instantly transform an ordinary girl into a powerhouse, knocking down the bounty of 52 million pirate Peachbeard with a single strike. Although the enhancement might not be as terrifying in top-tier battles, it was still quite effective, capable of elevating the combat power of the inspired individual to a higher level. The main point was its effectiveness in boosting low-tier combatants. While low-tier combatants in the world of One Piece might not seem very important, where a conqueror's haki could clear the field and various devil fruit abilities, sword energy, and martial arts possessed a few devastating large-scale attacks. However, in warfare, when high-tier powers confront each other, the outcome of the battlefield often depends on these low-tier combatants. One could imagine that if an ordinary girl could be empowered to beat pirates, then a group of seasoned soldiers, inspired by the fruit, would unleash a terrifying tide of war. Especially for an ambitious person like Teach, seeking to conquer the world would require the support of his subordinates. With the Inspire fruit, he would have the capital to confront the world government and various nations. At that time, as long as he had Bella Betty by his side, leading a million-strong pirate army, the path to world domination would be much smoother. Moreover, Bella Betty could be considered a significant gain. Her own combat strength as a future leader of the Revolutionary Army was quite formidable. Although the power of the Inspire fruit was mainly supportive, its enhancement benefits were maximized when applied to herself. As a force directly opposing the world government, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were naturally not weak. After being inspired, the already strong Betty could unleash tremendous power. Bello Betty was indeed a perfect acquisition. Teach couldn't help but smile at the thought. Coming to Sabaody was truly worth it. This experience might be the reason Bello Betty would eventually join the Revolutionary Army. Had she not met Teach, she might have faced humiliation and lived as a slave until she encountered the Revolutionary Army's ideology and joined the rebellion against the nobles. That would have transformed her into her original character, but this time was different. She met Teach and avoided the same fate. Her fate was altered by Teach, so she wouldn't blindly believe in the ideology of the Revolutionary Army, but would instead wholeheartedly choose to serve Teach. The more Teach thought about it, the happier he became, walking down the street with increasing joy. Bello Betty, held by him, worried that her blood and dirt might soil Teach. She was hesitant to move too much, but felt Teach's excitement and happiness, which made her genuinely happy. Betty, you are truly a treasure, Teach said excitedly to Bello Betty, his mind already constructing countless future development paths, with Betty being an important part. Master Teach, Bello Betty blushed with excitement. Being praised by the one who saved her from despair was her greatest pride. She pressed her body against Teach, as if she were about to melt. Cool me. Use the ability of the Inspire Fruit on me. Teach wanted to experience the power of the Inspire Fruit. Just as he was about to laugh, suddenly he sensed a bad premonition. Cold sweat poured down, his expression stiffened, and his arm resting on Betty's shoulder felt like it was being burned by fire. Seeing Teach like this, Bello Betty, who was about to activate the ability to inspire Teach, couldn't help but feel very worried. Her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Teach's tense expression. Mechanically turning around, drenched in cold sweat, he saw a slender and beautiful figure appear on the path Teach and Betty had walked, dressed in a black kimono and holding a sword. Her long black hair was braided and hung in front of her. Her expression remained a cheerful smile, and although she looked friendly, a terrifying aura of countless Azura hells emanated from behind her. It was Teach's older sister, Rhea. Teach, my little brother is impressive. Staying up so late and not going to bed. What are you doing here? She then turned to look at Betty, pretending to be surprised as she covered her mouth. Her eyes smiling but without a hint of warmth, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Oh, my little brother has grown up. It seems he's reached the age to date girls. Is this young lady Teach's girlfriend? It's a shame that sister was so worried about her little brother. Turns out he was out on a date. Rhea's tone and demeanor appeared as if she were about to cry, but the coldness in her voice was very apparent, as if she wanted to freeze Teach and Betty in place. Chapter 49. The Demon Blade. Onamaru at this moment, Teach dared not act recklessly anymore. He withdrew his hand from Betty's shoulder and awkwardly waved it in the air a few times. Sister Lai, you're here. Teach leaned closer to Lai, trying to please her. Caught in this situation, he didn't know what else to say and could only act awkwardly. Fly huffed, looking at the shy and uneasy Bello Betty with some appreciation. Although she didn't know what had happened earlier, she had seen Betty tormenting noblemen with her knife, which greatly satisfied her bloodthirsty nature. What is her deal? I saw what happened in that alley. She asked quite a girl. Lai couldn't bring herself to be angry at Teach, especially since he had just been holding another girl. Lai, let me show you this first. It's a gift I prepared for you. Teach extended his hand into the void, and a black portal appeared in the air. He then slowly pulled out a black sheath, the hilt a mix of black and red, with a round, gruesome, beastly pattern of a tautai on the guard. Lai's eyes were immediately drawn to it, filled with endless joy as she gazed at the sword. As a swordsman, she naturally loved blades, especially since this sword was a gift from her beloved younger brother, making her even happier. What is the name of this sword? Lai reached out to take Onamaru, carefully caressing the blade. Onamaru, a gift from Marshall D. Teach to Marshall D. Lai. It's a demon blade, Teach answered solemnly, believing that even if it was a demon blade, it wouldn't mean much to Lai. Onamaru, Lai murmured to herself, her hand continuously stroking the blade. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the blade being drawn echoed as Lai unsheathed Onamaru, revealing a dark red blade with a blood-colored edge and bizarre patterns that twisted across the surface. The sword looked both enchanting and sinister, exuding an aura of power and elegance. As it was drawn, a chill, killing intent and sword energy surged forth. Lai's eyes turned red, the gaze of a hunter spotting its prey. She could feel the sword absorbing her life force, dominance, and the essence of her swordsmanship. With a slight smirk, her usually elegant and demure demeanor changed drastically. Although her appearance didn't change much, her subtle expressions transformed her entirely. Boundless killing intent and dominance erupted from her. At this moment, there was no trace of the gentle and amiable sisterly figure before Teach. She resembled a demonic harbinger of slaughter from hell. With her slender hand gripping the sword, her delicate fingers turned pale from the tight grip, veins appearing as if she was wrestling with Anamaru. To Teach's surprise, within just a moment, Anamaru settled steadily in Lai's hand, devoid of any malevolent aura of a demon blade. It was clear that Anamaru had been tamed by Lai. Even Teach was somewhat astonished. According to the auction house host, this was not just any sword. Unlike the Enma from the original story that could absorb dominance, this blade could also absorb the user's life force, killing intent, and many other complex elements. While Anamaru might not match Enma in sharpness and hardness, its sinister and treacherous nature surpassed it significantly. Lai tamed it so easily, Teach felt a surge of happiness, realizing he had underestimated his sister. Watching her fierce and terrifying expression, he found her to have a unique charm. Overcome by an uncontrollable impulse, he stepped forward and embraced Lai. Haha, as expected of Sister Lai, you subdued this most dangerous demon blade so easily. It's just that this blade is a bit weak and doesn't team match my beautiful and powerful sister. Initially worried that his earlier behavior might have disgusted Teach, he felt reassured upon seeing her reaction. Let go. The sword isn't sheathed yet. Her face flushed as she said this to Teach, mainly because Bella Betty was still nearby, causing her to reject Teach. She had almost forgotten Teach's embrace of Betty just moments ago. Teach deliberately held on tighter. If it's Sister Lai, even if the sword pierces me, it's fine. Lai stopped speaking, lowering her head with a flushed face as she sheathed the sword. Bella Betty, watching this scene, had no particular thoughts except for envying how Teach cared for Lai. She had already come to see Teach as a god above her, naturally unconcerned about his relationships with others. The fact that he could show her a bit of affection felt like divine favor to her. Moreover, having been born into nobility, she had seen plenty of the entanglements and rivalries between noble men and women, so she wouldn't care about Teach's flaws. To her, they were insignificant. Chapter 50. Shachi Teach saw that Lai was silent and only lowered his head, blushing. He knew he had passed this hurdle and began to introduce Betty. The ghost cut was something I saw at the auction and stole from their warehouse using the ability of the dark fruit. As for Betty, Teach took a breath and said, she's not ordinary. I encountered a nobleman in the alley just now who intended to assault her. Fortunately, I passed by and saved her. I let her eat a devil fruit, and it turned out to be the Inspire fruit. It has the powerful ability to inspire people to unleash their physical strength. With her, our family doesn't need to worry about our subordinates at all. She represents countless strong lower-tier soldiers of the Marshall family. Moreover, she can even use the Inspire fruit's ability to influence high-end combatants like us. Bello Betty, you are truly a treasure for our family. The more Teach spoke, the more excited he became. It was so easy to gain the foundation of power. Even someone as deep as him couldn't help but feel this way. Taking advantage of Lai's inattention, he secretly reached out to stroke Betty, making her look like a pet being massaged by its owner, showing a blissful expression. Lai wasn't foolish either. She was a clever woman who understood the power of the Inspire fruit's ability. Naturally, she was happy that Teach had recruited Betty. But what mattered more was Betty's method of dealing with that male nobleman. Was that person in the alley you're doing? Lai asked Betty curiously. Yes. Betty, still shaken from being intimidated by Lai's ghost cut, answered seriously like a soldier. Good, very good. Come along with us from now on. Lai announced with a smile that the Marshall family had accepted Bello Betty. Come here, Lai called Betty to her side, giving Teach a sideways glance. Also wary of her brother, taking advantage of others. Just follow me from now on. I'll teach you how to fight and use hockey. It's best to stay away from this guy. Although she had a smiling expression, Betty could clearly sense the terrifying aura of malice and darkness. Lowering her head and remaining silent, even Lai couldn't force her not to serve Teach devotedly, treating him as her deity. Sigh, seeing her like this, Lai could only sigh helplessly and said, come on. Then she walked toward the area she rented, holding Ghost Cut. Teach, are you coming? After walking a few steps and seeing Teach hadn't moved, she curiously asked him, do you have other matters tonight? Teach didn't hide it and said, Sister Lai, you're just in time. Take Betty to Mom Kikyo. I haven't explored enough of this Sabeti archipelago. Lai knew her brother didn't need to sleep, and he had helped her find a good sword tonight. He must have other intentions. Since Teach didn't elaborate, she wouldn't pry further. She just needed to trust him. Nodding, she walked away with Betty, who kept looking back with reluctance. Teach silently watched the two figures, a rare warmth flowing through his heart. But it quickly transformed into a domineering desire to conquer everything. Without stopping, he headed towards Sabeti, island number 13, with the destination being Shachi's extortion bar. Before long, Teach arrived at the unremarkable bar. Apart from a sign stating it was an extortion establishment, there was nothing particularly special about it. Teach guessed correctly. After the Rocks pirates were destroyed, Xiachi drifted at sea for a few years before settling in the Sabati archipelago. Teach happened to meet this former pirate, information dealer, and now the underground emperor of the dark world, Xiachi. Haha, extortion bar. How interesting. Give me a glass of orange juice and 2 servings of cherry pie. Teach pushed open the door of the extortion bar and shouted inside, feigning surprise. At that moment, only Xiachi was inside the extortion bar. Rayleigh was still sailing at sea. Teach speculated that the two probably met after Rayleigh encountered the Roger Pirates' dissolution in the Sabati archipelago, and due to previous contacts and confrontations with the Rocks and Roger Pirates. They were familiar with each other. At the same time, they were both intending to hide away from the world, so they didn't care much for ordinary people. For various reasons, the two lived together until Luffy arrived at the Sabati archipelago. Teach secretly laughed. Rayleigh, you came too late, so don't blame me for digging the wall. You can think about your matters later. Xiachi is mine now. Indeed, Teach was now very eager for this great pirate Xiachi, not for any other reason, but simply because an information dealer was enough to pique Teach's interest, who was currently alone. Of course, as one of the few older characters in the original story who still retained her charm, Xiachi was also worth Teach's attention. Just think about it. What an achievement it would be to have the former Pirate King's deputy, the current Pirate King's mentor, and the woman of the Dark King, Rayleigh, snatched away by Teach. The underground emperor of the Dark World, one of the world's strongest information dealers, a cadre of the Rocks pirates, and one of the few powerful female pirates. These titles made Teach filled with a desire to conquer. Although only Teach knew these matters. The sense of silent achievement and conquest made his ambition and desires extremely strong, and he thoroughly enjoyed it. It was nearly midnight, and the bar's door was already closed and locked, with a sign hanging that said it was not in operation. However, Teach didn't care about this. How could he make a deep impression on Xiachi by behaving properly? Thus, with brute force, Teach pushed the door open along with the lock, revealing the scene inside. If Teach needs a weapon, what would be good? Do the readers have suggestions? This is my first time writing a book. These things can be changed without affecting the main storyline. What kind of weapon do you all like? Chapter 51. The Lonely Bar Owner, Summer Chi's Shakedown Bar. Midnight. After a day of fishing and extorting several clueless guys, those who resisted were kicked unconscious by Summer Chi and thrown out the door. She doesn't rely on the bar for her livelihood. Her main business is intelligence. The profit from a drink at the bar is 1,000 times more. Just enough for this strong woman to sell some wholesale liquor to fool the customers. Want to drink something she personally mixed? You're dreaming. She's a multi-billionaire pirate, having earned countless treasures from intelligence work. The bar is just a cover. These clueless customers think they can get a drink mixed by her? Few people on the sea have that qualification. Unlike other bars that stay open until dawn, Summer Chi's bar closes early in the morning. After hanging up the close sign, she is the only one left in the room, which is the most relaxing time of her day. During the day, she must keep an eye out for any government or Navy personnel disguised as customers trying to get close to her. Now that the bar is closed, she can be carefree and unguarded. As an intelligence agent, such caution during the day is essential. After closing the door, Summer Chi sits behind the bar with a vacant look, lost in thought. Soon, her face suddenly turns a bit red. She is over 30 and still single. The Rocks pirates are all monsters, with few normal people among them. And even if there were, there's no interest in romantic relationships. After the pirate crew disbanded, she, as a cadre, was forced to sail the seas for years to evade the Navy's pursuit, retiring only once everything stabilized. Otherwise, she would have had a hard time facing the Navy and the world government alone. During this time, her subordinates were all ordinary pirates just to get by on the sea. Naturally, she wouldn't lower herself to date these people. Now, having reached her 30s without a partner, she finds herself yearning for something as a single woman in her prime. Years of being single have made her desires grow stronger. What she craves is a charming, fit, wild, and powerful younger man as her partner, which is a common fantasy for most women in their 30s. Whether or not there are guidebooks in the world of One Piece doesn't matter. Summer Chi doesn't need one. She simply imagines a strong, wild, and handsome younger man with her. As she makes a slight noise, she is about to reach her destination when suddenly the bar door is pushed open. And even the lock is useless. Usually, as a powerful female boss, the surrounding thugs wouldn't dare to approach her even if they found her attractive. Otherwise, they'd get beaten up. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to mess with her at night. Summer Chi, having let her guard down, didn't use her observation hockey. so she was caught off guard. She sees the door swing open, revealing the wild and handsome Tiki, who is now only wearing an open-collared shirt after his jacket was taken by Betty. His muscles are strong and well-defined, although his face still carries a hint of youth. Overall, he looks wildly handsome. Both of them are stunned and lock eyes, as if time has stopped. After a moment, Summer Chi snaps back to reality and hurriedly pulls up her pants. Her aura becomes terrifying, and a visible dark energy surrounds her. She pulls out a short knife from behind the counter and shouts, "You bastard!" Didn't you see the sign outside? But she stops mid-sentence as she notices Tiki's appearance. Strong, young, handsome, domineering, and just the type of little wolf dog she had imagined. She can't help but stop, her face reddening. As a wealthy woman who has been single for many years, this is simply her irresistible type. Tiki feels a bit embarrassed. He knows he barged in rudely to make a lasting impression on Summer Chi and never expected this renowned female pirate to have such a hobby. Feeling awkward, he doesn't know what to say. Summer Chi looks mature and alluring. In the original story, she meets the Straw Hat crew when she is around 60 years old and still looks voluptuous. At over 30 now, she is at the peak of her beauty and allure. The flush from her earlier thoughts adds a beautiful glow to her face. Plus, her status adds to Tiki's interest, but he is too young, and pursuing her would likely attract the world's wrath. Boz lady, do you have any cherry pie? I'm hungry. Tiki steps forward to lighten the mood. Cherry pie? Little brother, let us see if you have the qualifications to eat one. With a swift motion, the short blade, resembling a fruit knife, flies towards Tiki's face. Realizing he has interrupted her, Tiki knows it's his fault. He has always been very tolerant toward women he likes. If it were another man or a woman he was interested in, he wouldn't care about the reason. Even if it were Tiki's fault, it still wouldn't matter. With no other choice, he can only engage. Tiki sidesteps the short knife, grabs Summer Chi's hand that wields the knife, and then pulls his other arm close to protect himself. Seeing her first attack fail, Summer Chi leans against the bar for support and kicks towards Tiki with her right leg. The impact between her leg and Tiki's protecting arm creates a loud thud. Although her kick doesn't achieve its intended effect, the force causes Tiki to release her knife-wielding hand. Here's an additional chapter. We're almost at 100,000 words. Readers, please comment and interact to encourage updates. The data before the official release is very important. Thank you all. Was Big Mom particularly beautiful when she was younger? Readers, do you have any thoughts? If so, I can set her up as adopting children instead of giving birth, and the protagonist can take her in. Chapter 52, Orange Juice. At this moment, both of them were standing outside the bar counter in the bar's hall. For a while, neither of them took the initiative to step forward, just exchanging glances and simultaneously relaxing. Xiaoqi had already gauged Teach's strength through their brief encounter. Indeed, he had a great physique, looked handsome, and fit her type. Although his strength was still not on par with hers, he appeared quite young and had strong potential. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi wondered in her heart, could it be that her fantasy was coming true? Had she really been sent a young man who matched her preferences so well? Her gaze suddenly turned predatory, like a wolf eyeing a hairless rabbit, making Teach feel a chill run down his back. As the atmosphere eased, Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Do you want to have some cherry pie, young man?" Then she stepped forward, took Teach's arm, and pressed him down in front of the bar counter. "Wait a moment, don't go anywhere." She then went to the kitchen to prepare food and the orange juice Teach had mentioned. Before long, Xiaoqi emerged, holding a plate of cherry pie and a glass of orange juice. She said to Teach, "Here you go, young man. Eat up. It's quite expensive, but you don't need to pay with berries." She then sat inside the bar, watching Teach eat with a strange expression. Although Teach found Xiaoqi's sudden change odd, he didn't care about the details. After all, Xiaoqi couldn't possibly be the kind of lowly trash who used drugs to kill and rob. Confidently, he picked up the plate of cherry pie and stuffed it into his mouth. "The boss's cooking is really good," Teach teased Xiaoqi with a smirk. Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at Teach, not responding to his compliment. "Where are you from, young man? How old are you?" She began to inquire about Teach's identity. As for whether he was married, such matters were not important to her. Naturally, she could take his place. Xiaoqi believed that as long as he wasn't that monster Charlotte Lingling, no one in the world could compete with her for a man. Her thoughts were focused on this young man who fit her preferences perfectly. "My name is Marshall D. Teach, I'm from the island of Siner in the New World." "Guess how old I am?" Teach answered the first question, but his age was hard to tell from his appearance. Xiaoqi leaned against the bar, smoking, the smoke veiling her eyes as she looked hazily at Teach, thinking to herself, is he from the D family? At the same time, she felt even happier. No one from the D family was simple, whether it was her Captain Rox, Roger, or the one who had chased her, Carp. They were all extraordinary. This kid was no exception, so she couldn't let this opportunity slip by. She had to reel him in. "You must be around 17 or 18, right?" she asked with a hint of curiosity and doubt. Imun liwalba, devrabiya. Finding her guess amusing and enjoying the moment of making this pirate queen feel embarrassed. Xiachi was initially surprised, then panicked as she realized Teach was about to drink the orange juice. Alarmed, she jumped up, leaning over the bar to snatch the drink from Teach's hand. "A 12-year-old kid can't drink this," she said, her face turning red as she uttered this inexplicable statement, then stood up from Teach. Teach was a bit dazed, feeling the soft and lethal touch of her skin and secretly pleased, but upon hearing Xiaqi's words, he immediately reacted. What does this mean? She must have put something in the orange juice. With the experience of a former police officer in his second life, Teach quickly understood that this was a special drug often used in bars. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, after all this time hunting geese. I've been pecked in the eye today. Even I can be subjected to such things. But upon further thought about Xiaqi's actions when she entered and the drink in her hand, combined with her age, Teach found this situation very interesting. He couldn't help but smile, looking at Xiaqi, who was now holding the orange juice behind her back. Feeling Teach's gaze, Xiachi became even more embarrassed and shy, realizing she was acting this way toward the 12-year-old kid. Trying to act nonchalant, she poured the drink out and nervously lit a cigarette. The thought that Teach was only 12 stirred a forbidden feeling in her, making this thrill-seeking female pirate even more excited. The more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she became. Originally unsatisfied after being interrupted by Teach, she felt increasingly excited, forcing herself not to think too much and turning to the kitchen to prepare a new glass of orange juice. Placing it in front of Teach, her voice revealed her unease. "Drink this one." As she set the orange juice down, Teach reached out, grabbing both the slender glass and her delicate hand. He brought Xiaqi's hand holding the cup to his lips, taking a sip, then accidentally licking the area between her thumb and index finger before placing the cup back on the bar, rubbing his hands together. With a smile still on his face, Teach exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, the boss's cooking is indeed great. You didn't wash your hands before, did you? This flavor is delicious. But I still want the first cup, ha ha ha." Seemingly unable to withstand Teach's teasing, Xiachi became slightly annoyed and flustered. "Hey, little brat, aren't you afraid of being eaten by the big sister?" Trying to mask her embarrassment with a dark tone, she was on the verge of exploding after Teach had licked her hand. As someone who had spent her life alone, she could hardly handle such stimulation and could only pretend to be calm at this moment. Already written over 100,000 words. To be honest, this is my first novel, and there are definitely many shortcomings. I am learning while writing, and I am very honored that some people enjoy this book I've written. Thank you all. Chapter 53. Shaki. My husband Teach has the potential of a great emperor. Oh, that's the best. The man eating Miss Shaki. Teach felt good and began his verbal assault again. The greed in his eyes seemed like it could burn a person, and the smile on his wild and handsome face was lewd on an ugly face, but seductive on a handsome one. Right now, Teach was the handsome type. Teased by Teach's words and with a provocative expression, Shaki finally couldn't hold back and shouted. She ran to the kitchen and pulled the curtain to cover herself. Teach didn't expect Shaki to do that, but quickly accepted it and began to eat the cherry pie while listening bit by bit. Teach ate very carefully. In the past, he had a huge appetite and would swallow anything whole because of his large stomach. Eating slowly would waste too much time. But today, he was eating slowly in the music restaurant. Soon, Shaki couldn't hold on for long. Perhaps the stimulation was too great. After a while, she came out from behind the curtain, her face flushed and looking a bit dazed. As soon as she came out, she saw Teach sitting at the bar, enjoying his cherry pie, especially with his eyes closed and ears perked up as if he were seriously listening. She huffed in annoyance, almost like she was being coy rather than angry. Clack, clack, clack. Her high heels made sounds on the floor as Shaki walked to the bar, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Seeing this, Teach waved his left hand, and from the dark space he pulled out a cigar, placing it in his mouth to signal the beauty to light it for him. Shaki sighed, picked up a lighter, and reached out to light Teach's cigar. Just as she was about to get close to his mouth, she found that he had spit out the cigar and grabbed her hands. He actually held Shaki's fingers in his mouth, just like that. Shaki's pupils shook, unable to believe that Teach was sucking on her fingers. She even forgot to pull them out, allowing him to suck on them. After a long time, he lifted his head to meet Shaki's gaze, and a wonderful feeling erupted between the two. Although surprised by Teach's actions, She didn't feel any disgust. Can you imagine? If the roles were reversed, it would be understandable. For the old bachelor Shaki, this was an irresistible temptation. She could only stammer you repeatedly now. Her brain was on standby, unable to think. Thank you for the hospitality, beautiful boss. Teach laughed loudly, watching Shaki intentionally lick her lips, playfully joking with the shocked beauty across from him. After taking a few big puffs, Shaki, forcing herself to calm down, said helplessly, "Little brother, you really. No need to say more. Are you trying to extort me at the bar? I will pay for it, but I hope this bar only sells to me in the future." No matter who it is, Teach interrupted her, taking control of the conversation. "You're really something, little brother." Shaki rolled her eyes at Teach. "The prices at my bar are quite high," she said, pointing to the menu beside her. A regular glass of rum costs 100,000 berries. "I wonder if little brother can afford it?" She looked at Teach with sultry eyes. I'm not talking about cherry pie and orange juice." After her words, Shaki's cheeks turned pink as she launched a verbal counterattack against Teach. Is this enough, boss?" Teach reached into the dark space and pulled out a severed head. In the dark space, there was no decay or air, so anything that went in would not change. Therefore, the head was intact, with still fresh blood on it. Its eyes filled with resentment and horror, and its face looked weak and in pain, like an old man on the verge of death. It was the head of Zymail. Shaki recognized it after a glance, slightly surprised. "Is this the 250 million berries, Thorn Zymail?" she asked Teach in confusion. "Yes, I wonder if this can pay for it?" Teach replied with a smile. "Oh my, what an incredible little brother you are." As long as you can pay, that's fine, but I have a question." Teach suddenly became serious. Shaki didn't respond, merely tilting her beautifully arched chin slightly to signal Teach to ask. "Can you give me another glass of that drink?" Teach asked, unable to hold back his laughter halfway through. Shaki paused for a moment before realizing why this brat was so skilled despite his young age. Feeling a bit embarrassed and angry, she clenched her fist and swung at Teach's head. "What do you think I am?" Teach dodged the punch, smiling as he took it. Luckily, it wasn't heavy. It was gentle, more like a lover's caress than a punch. Teach's expression turned serious as he prepared to reveal his true purpose. "Although this is abrupt, how about a bet?" Shaki, who had thought Teach looked serious and worried she had hurt him, felt relieved when she heard him mention a bet. She tilted her head, her short and delicate hair cascading down like petals floating in the air. "What kind of bet?" 10 years' time. Give me 10 years, and I won't just be someone famous across the seas. I'll make the whole world remember my name, becoming the nightmare that this world is destined to bear." Teach's words were serious and confident, as if he were not describing the future, but recounting a fact that had already happened. His aura rose, and a red energy surrounded him, shaking the air and blowing over the tables and chairs. Dark black mixed with dark red, lightning wrapped around his body as if it were tangible, making Teach look like a world king who could manipulate the entire world with a flick of his finger, exuding an aura that was not to be challenged. His domineering appearance was highlighted by his declaration, and to Shaki, it felt like witnessing the birth of a young world king. This aligned perfectly with her ideal partner, lover, and beloved. The desire in her eyes was almost about to explode, staring unwaveringly at Teach, waiting for him to reveal the specifics. At that time, the information queen of the dark world, Shaki of the Rocks Pirates, will be your woman. How about that? Okay, Shaki instinctively agreed before she realized what was happening. Although this boy met all her preferences, she found it hard to accept such a direct approach. Trembling, her rosy lips took a puff of smoke, trying to suppress her shivers. I mean, little brother, we just met. Aren't you being a bit greedy?" Suddenly? Just met? No, you've been in my sights for a long time. This is an inevitable coincidence. Is this fate? Yes, anyone who has caught my eye is destined from that moment onward. My will represents fate. No one can deny this point, whether in the future or now. I decide who should die. That is, their destined lifespan reached its limit. I decide who cannot die. Then no one in the world can threaten them. That's how it is. The woman I have my eye on, no matter who she is, what identity she has, whose wife she is, whose daughter she is, which country's queen she is, how much potential she has as a navy, or how powerful she is as a female pirate. None of that matters because from the moment she catches my eye, her first identity is my woman, Marshall D. Teach. Arrogant to the extreme, wildly confident, and utterly conceited, the words spoken by Teach at this moment came out without a hint of discord, as if he were explaining the most fundamental principles of the world, the truth itself. At this time, with Teach's mindset and words, the intense domineering aura around him broke through once again, affecting not just the air. The surrounding bar, tables, chairs, and floor all began to crack, ravaged by Teach's strong, aggressive, greedy, and terrifying conqueror's haki, losing their ability to resist, like lambs being washed away time and time again. Chapter 54. Quantity Matters. Xiaqi's eyes were fixed on the strong young boy in front of her, unperturbed even as the burning cigarette but fell and burned through her clothes. A serious expression of contemplation crossed her face. After thinking it through in her mind, she immediately made a decision. I promise you, Marshall D. Teach, let's see if you can do it. I will wait for 10 years. Her determined, beautiful eyes looked at Teach as she voiced her own decision. Such a person with immense potential. This overwhelming aura could even rival her captain, Rox. Although not strong enough yet, this boy was only 12 years old. Xiaqi believed that Teach's talent and abilities were far greater than those of his peers, let alone those like Whitebeard, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and Roger. The boy in front of her was destined to become a king of the world, surpassing Rox and even some legendary figures. Teach laughed upon hearing her agreement, knowing that he was secure now. His forces would not lack for information in the future. Even the bottom soldiers had the inspiring abilities of the Maramara fruit. A blueprint for an empire had already been drawn up. Unable to contain his excitement, Teach reached out and playfully lifted Xiaqi's gently curved chin, gazing at the mature and beautiful woman before him. It's good that you agreed. After I leave, no man is allowed to touch your body. Your body no longer belongs to you. It is mine. Remember that. Although this sounded somewhat hard to accept, there was no choice. He was a domineering president, and the beautiful woman opposite him, Xiaqi, was into that. At this moment, she was no longer the powerful pirate queen of intelligence, but resembled the pure and soft countryside girl, shyly nodding in compliance. This stark contrast made Teach's heart stir, a tingling sensation washing over him, his blood boiling throughout his body. Something as hard as sea stone was gradually growing within him. He felt the need to pull over a stool to sit at the bar and hide his embarrassment. There was no choice, given the age limitation. It was still too early for some things, and it was better to wait a few years. Xiaqi was initially puzzled as to why this young man suddenly sat down, but after considering Teach's expression, she realized. She never expected this domineering little guy would react this way. Xiaqi covered her mouth and chuckled, her teasing gaze undiminished as she swept her eyes over Teach. Oh, Teach, I didn't expect such a domineering person would have this kind of reaction. After all, you're still a 12-year-old child. The future king of the world is quite adorable. Give me a few years, and you'll regret saying that. Teach's face turned awkward as he exchanged harsh words with the beautiful woman teasing him. That's scary, Mr. Marshall. I'll be waiting for your big guy. Stop talking. Teach felt like he was about to lose control and quickly gathered his thoughts, closing his eyes to activate his ability to return life, forcing his body to calm down. Moments later, Teach regained clarity and sat properly at the bar, discussing future plans with Xiaqi. Xiaqi. I need a powerful Zoan-type fruit and a weapon worthy of me. The Queen of Intelligence must have information on this, right? Xiaqi rolled her eyes at him, speaking with annoyance. Do you think Zoan-type fruits are cabbages? And a weapon? What kind of weapon could match a monster like you? Her tone was sarcastic, but she internally recognized Teach's domineering nature. It was indeed rare for someone like him to seek a weapon that matched his stature. Moreover, my shop charges quite a bit. Can you afford it? Just put on my tab. I'll pay you back when I grow up, no matter how much it is. Teach felt a bit guilty, knowing that his ability to return life could be utilized for something, and his unique constitution meant he didn't need to sleep. At that time, he wouldn't be like a tired ox working the fields, but rather a tireless bull plowing field after field. Glancing sideways at the loquacious boy, the alluring Xiaqi could only agree, I'll keep an eye out for you. If I get any news, I'll contact you. Then, a snail phone crawled out from her body, and she took Teach's hand, spreading his fingers in her palm before using her pinky to poke at Teach's warm palm, maintaining a serious expression on her face. Use this snail phone to contact me. Remember the number and make sure to reach out. After doing this, she pulled out a complete life card from her body, tore off a corner, and handed it to Teach. You need to keep this safe. Absolutely don't lose it. Chatty Xiaqi no longer resembled her usual heroic self, but looked more like a wife packing her husband's luggage as he prepared to leave. And your fingernail? Give it to me. I'll make a card to keep here. After saying this, Teach raised his other hand, signaling Xiaqi to cut off a piece of his nail. However, Teach did not expect that Xiaqi completely misunderstood his intention. With a flirtatious glance, she grabbed Teach's wrist, pulling his hand into her embrace, raising his middle finger to her rosy, glistening lips. Using her delicate white teeth, She began to neatly nibble off a piece of the fingernail on Teach's middle finger. Teach was dumbfounded. He watched Xiaqi's actions, reminiscent of how he had just sucked on her finger when she lit his cigarette. No wonder she couldn't help herself. Teach was also about to lose control. He began to consider whether he should break his vow now, not caring about his age anymore. Xiaqi was retaliating for him, sucking her finger, wanting to return the favor. Watching Teach enjoying the same predicament he had put her in, she felt a mixture of excitement and worry. Suddenly, she realized she might have gone too far and could get burned. Xiaqi anxiously scanned Teach, her bravado crumbling as she felt fear inside. After all, this was also her first experience, and to have it happen so quickly with Teach was daunting. Would crossing that line too soon lead to? Xiaqi felt frustrated, but also vaguely excited, these conflicting emotions plunging her into turmoil. In the end, Teach decided to abandon this action. He sighed, helplessly grabbing the orange juice on the bar and downing it. Xiaqi understood from his determined expression that she had been saved, but she also felt a bit disappointed. Especially seeing Teach's vacant expression after struggling. She felt a pang of guilt, biting her lip and lowering her head to prepare herself mentally. After a while, she lifted her head, her choice firm, her gaze slightly shy as she walked over to Teach and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing her words, Teach's eyes lit up frighteningly, the corners of his mouth unable to suppress a smile as he nodded. With a wave of his hand, he used dark matter to seal the doors and windows, pulling Xiaqi closer to him. 2 hours later, see segment review. At this moment, she appeared extremely alluring. Teach found it hard to resist, but having just relaxed, he also felt a pang of concern for Xiaqi, so he had no intention of continuing. Chapter 55. The growth of observation. Hockey. Teach rewarded Xiaqi for her hard work, embracing her and pinching her playfully, then kissing her on the cheek. He let out a hearty laugh, feeling that this was still his first time in this life, and he had given it to this beautiful, mature woman. What a worthwhile experience. There is no greater joy in life than this. Teach had very few interests and hobbies, mainly beautiful women, fine wine, delicious food, and conquering the world. Now, he was not lacking in beautiful women by his side, but he still needed to satisfy his other interests one by one. At that time, while conquering the world, he would enjoy all the beautiful women and indulge in all the luxuries the world had to offer. How wonderful would that feeling be? Teach didn't know, but he believed he would surely achieve his goals. Just as he was thinking, Xiaqi, who had been taken advantage of in his arms, pushed him away and walked backward. After all, it was her first time doing such a thing, and she was very shy. Now that it was over, Teach was still trying to take advantage, and she found it hard to bear, especially after having touched Teach's hot, rock-hard legs. Her hands felt a bit sore and tired. She wanted to escape, partly to rest and partly to hide her embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Boss lady, Xiaqi, don't go. Come back. He followed her like a clumsy pig trying to find his wife. Enough, Teach, give me some time. Come back next time, okay? Xiaqi half pleaded, half pouted, unable to hide her embarrassment. Teach wasn't particularly eager. After all, even though Xiaqi was not young, it was still her first time doing these things, and most importantly, it was her first meeting. Xiaqi, see you tomorrow. I'll head out first. Standing outside the curtain, he only poked his head in, saw Xiaqi hiding and covering her face, and then looked her up and down with a mischievous smile. Xiaqi covered her face and refused to look at him, waving her hand to signal him to leave quickly. Seeing the lovely and charming mature woman in front of him made Teach very happy, and he laughed heartily as he walked out. Once outside the bar, Teach looked at the dark and empty street and felt a wave of boredom. He had already enjoyed physical pleasures, and now he didn't need to sleep. We're going to go to relax a bit. As he walked, he passed a bar that was still quite noisy even at night, and Teach perked up. In his perception, the second and top floors of that building were casinos. Interesting. Teach sensed that people inside were throwing money around, with various emotions erupting: happiness, pride, and even the unwillingness and despair of those who had lost bets. This place should be great for developing his dark fruit. I can sense others' emotions now. It turned out that Teach's observation hockey had unknowingly risen a level, and he could now feel some weaker individuals' emotions and simple thoughts. He rubbed his chin and thought about how to push his observation hockey further. A grin broke out on his face. Ha ha ha. So it was because of the massage Xiaqi just gave me. Xiaqi, oh Xiaqi, you truly are my treasure. In a good mood, Teach swaggered into the bar. Although there were not as many people in the bar as in the casino above, it was still crowded. Most of them were thugs who lived in the lawless area of the city, and while there were a few pirates passing through, someone like Teach, who was alone, was still a rarity. Many people were already eyeing him like hawks. To them, A lone person was just prey waiting to be slaughtered. After all, this was a lawless area, and it was normal for someone to disappear at such a late hour. Teach sensed the malice from the surrounding people and didn't care about their provocations, because it wouldn't be long before he dealt with them. He wouldn't allow others to provoke him while pretending nothing was happening. The weak should be aware of their status. If they provoke someone they can't handle, they can only blame themselves if they end up dead. Strutting up to the bar, he glanced at the menu, which was filled with spirits. "Give me a glass of orange juice." Teach slammed a bill on the bar and shouted. He was fishing, wanting those weaklings to make the first move so he could then enter the fray in a way that would leave them in despair, harvesting a massive amount of negative emotions to develop his dark fruit. "Ha ha 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 ha, you little brat, orange juice? Do you know where this is? Hey kid, hand over all your money and kneel to lick my shoes, or you'll be leaving this bar on a stretcher. Hey, don't kill him. Look at that face, don't waste it. Once you're done with him, hand him over to me. I want to have some fun." Teach couldn't hold back any longer. The previous remarks were tolerable. They were just a bunch of trash ants, but that last comment was utterly disgusting. "Shut up, all of you!" Teach shouted angrily, startling the thugs, as if they had been stared down by a wild beast. But it didn't take long for this group of trash ants to react, and their embarrassment turned into rage. Some were ashamed that they had been frightened by a kid drinking orange juice. They immediately drew their knives and raised their guns at Teach, each thinking that what had just happened was an illusion or believing their numbers would give them strength. Not at all intimidated, they planned to attack Teach. A bunch of ants actually have the courage to draw their blades? Let us see how you know your limits." Teach continued to provoke them. Finally, one pirate could no longer endure it. His trembling fingers lost control, pulling the trigger and firing a bullet at Teach, like the starting signal of a sprint. Knives and guns all moved towards Teach's body in unison. Seeing this, Teach knew the time had come. He no longer pretended. With a palm slamming down on the bar, wood chips flew everywhere. Using his incredibly fast reflexes and the gravitational pull of the dark fruit, he caught all the wood chips. Then, he coated them with a layer of darkness like bullets and tossed them out into the air. All that could be heard was a series of thuds as they embedded into flesh. And with this move, Teach rendered almost everyone incapable of action. Chapter 56. The Casino Tragedy. Countless screams erupted in the bar in an instant. These numerous wooden splinters, enhanced by dark matter, became incredibly sharp. Dealing with this group of third-rate pirates posed no challenge at all. They had no ability to resist, and each of them was covered in countless splinter fragments. Moreover, the absorption properties of dark matter prevented their wounds from healing while maximizing their pain. A group of people lay on the ground, screaming and wailing, fully aware that they had provoked an unapproachable character, praying that they would not be killed. Each one felt extreme regret and fear, while some blamed others for provoking Teach. Those who had provoked Teach were also complaining that others were more vicious with their words. In short, they were all mutually blaming and resenting each other. The deep gap between Teach and them made it difficult for these lowlifes to harbor thoughts of resentment. They could only vent their hatred onto others. Teach was very pleased with the negative energy these people provided, especially the feeling of resentment, which was truly delicious. Although it couldn't compare to the quality from that noble and Nacedo, the quantity was immense, allowing for a satisfying absorption in one go. He got up and sat down at a part of the intact bar, saying to the bartender, "Now, can I get a glass of orange juice?" The bartender, who had just been disdainful, was now trembling. "Okay, customer, you wait a moment." This bar naturally did not sell orange juice. But Teach had so forcefully suppressed the entire tavern that the bartender dared not resist and brought him cocktail orange juice. Teach took a sip of the orange juice and then spat it all over the bartender's face. "Damn, this tastes awful." He spat again. "You." The bartender was humiliated by Teach like this, his face turning pale. He wanted to retaliate, but was afraid of Teach's overwhelming strength. In the end, he lowered his head with dim eyes, visibly wilting, his spirit crushed under the threat of death. He had completely lost the most important thing in the pirate world, belief. Seeing him like this made Teach genuinely feel pleased. The feeling of wantonly torturing and humiliating the weak who had provoked him, their angry yet silent expressions, became addicting to Teach. He laughed loudly, further inciting the resentment of the people in the bar. "Ha ha ha ha!" Finally, someone could no longer bear it. A man with a scar on his face shouted with bulging veins, "You bastard!" Before he could finish, he fell silent as a middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked down from upstairs. "Boss, this guy is too much." The crowd began to complain to their boss, as if he were a savior. Everyone shut up. Seeing the injured on the floor, the scar-faced man angrily commanded his subordinates, a strong sense of caution accumulating in his eyes. He could vaguely feel that the arrogant man was definitely stronger than him. He signaled for the others to disperse, approached Teach with a drink in hand, and pushed it in front of Teach with a very respectful attitude. Teach still wanted to enjoy the casino upstairs, and taking care of the boss here would inevitably cause chaos. However, he wouldn't show any good face to these ants. He chuckled softly, ignoring the scar-faced man, and directly walked toward the second floor. After losing so much face in front of his subordinates, the scar-faced man's expression darkened even more. But it was only after Teach had gone upstairs and disappeared from sight that he dared to let out a heavy snort. Then, with a threatening gaze, he scanned the bar crowd, finally finding some confidence and following Teach upstairs. As soon as he entered the second floor, it was filled with smoke. Gamblers were smoking while excitedly tossing their chips. One by one, their eyes were red, bloodshot, and desire was proliferating among them. The various desires of this group were about to materialize. Once provoked, they would transform into massive negative emotions. Having prepared himself, Teach walked to a gambling table, casually knocked out a gambler, and tossed him aside to take his place. Gathering the previous gambler's chips in front of him, he laughed. "How about I take his place?" The gamblers looked at each other, intimidated by his swift and ruthless actions, and dared not seek death. So they let Teach take a seat at the table. The dealer wouldn't care who the gambler opposite was. As long as the mechanism was in motion, the winner would always be the casino. Teach chose the game that Fujitora once played, the guessing black and white game, as more people would participate in this game, making it easier to harvest emotions later. His palm tapped on the gambling table, and a nearly invisible black stream of dark matter slipped through the gap of the dice cup, using gravity to control the color of the dice. Black, black, black. Several rounds in a row were black, and the dealer was sweating profusely, nervously glancing at the scar-faced boss, who looked increasingly grim. With trembling hands, he opened the cup that had already determined the outcome, and sure enough, it was all black. The casino had already lost a huge amount of berries, and all the gamblers, witnessing Teach's godly betting, followed suit and bet on black, each feeling they had struck a massive bargain. The scar-faced man now looked as if he had swallowed a lemon. He wanted to explode, but felt his strength was far inferior to Teach's, so he could only endure. The dealer felt that he had caused the casino to suffer significant losses and would definitely face retribution. The emotions of these two were incredibly bright and delicious. Teach first absorbed their negative emotions, looking around at the frenzied gamblers, calculating that the time was ripe. The black stream of dark matter returned to Teach's side as the dealer nervously shook the dice, placing it on the table, looking at Teach, not daring to speak. "White," Teach called out, a color completely opposite to before. The dealer lifted the cover, revealing a black die inside. Only then did the scar-faced man and the dealer breathe a sigh of relief. The gamblers were in an uproar. Just a moment ago, many had trusted Teach's guess of white and bet alongside him, but now he had actually made a mistake. The gamblers instantly no longer believed in Teach, thinking the cup was broken and the dice were all black. Teach had just been lucky before. In the next round, the dealer shook the cup again, white. Teach bet all his chips. The gamblers no longer believed him. It had been black all night, so this time it had to be black as well. Thus, except for Teach betting on white, everyone else placed their bets on black. The cover was lifted and a white die appeared. In an instant, it emptied everyone's wallets. "You bastard! He's playing us. Kill him. Refund us, boss. Please help us set him up. Kid, obediently take all your money out." The furious gamblers had lost their entire fortunes. One or two was fine, but when everyone in the casino lost, it turned into a riot. Endless negative energy, visible only to Teach, surged forth, and he joyfully began to absorb it, warm currents flowing into his body. This feeling was so comfortable that he even slightly closed his eyes, silently enjoying it. "Hey, this kid is playing dead. Get up." The nearest gambler angrily punched Teach. The crowd, alerted by him, surrounded Teach in the center, using all their strength to strike him with various means. However, strangely, no matter how these people attacked, Teach showed no reaction at all. Soon, after absorbing the negative emotions, Teach opened his eyes. He looked coldly at the gamblers, black smoke swirling around him. He tore off his shirt, revealing a strong and muscular body. With arms folded and bending down, he unleashed the dark torrent. Then the ordinary person rose up like a deeply compressed spring, followed by an endless black torrent washing out. Everyone in the entire casino was struck by this black substance, as if iron brushes were scraping fish scales, gradually brushing away their clothes. Then their skin, fat, muscles, organs, until only smooth skeletons were left behind. Haha, a bunch of ants have finally met their end. The wildly laughing Teach now ran rampant among the piles of bones. Recommended on the front page, many new friends. Thank you all for watching. Chapter 57, Betty's Collar leaving Shamboree. Tichy stepped on the piles of white bones scattered across the ground, making a crunching sound. He waded through this ocean of bones to leave the casino. Before departing, he set the place ablaze, erasing any trace of his presence. Given that this was a lawless area of Shamboree, where chaos reigned, there was nothing out of the ordinary about it. Using the same method, he destroyed 2 more casinos in the area, and by the time he finished, it was around 6 or 7 in the morning. With dawn breaking and the night's chaos settling into calm. That night, 3 fires had broken out in the lawless areas of Shamboree, and curiously, not a single person had escaped from the burning casinos. However, due to the chaotic law and order of the lawless area and the fact that the victims were all gamblers and scoundrels, it didn't cause much of a stir. Tichy also concluded a night of absorption, enjoying the feeling of power coursing through his body, especially the considerable enhancement of the ability from the dark fruit. However, he wasn't in a hurry, taking a leisurely stroll back to Hotel Number 70 in Shamboree to reunite with his family. Upon returning, he found that his mother and 2 sisters had accepted the existence of Bella Betty. A girl who had almost been made a slave naturally evoked their sympathy. Only Betty remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to their goodwill, as she eagerly awaited the sight of someone. Tichy entered the family's room and pulled out the breakfast he had bought for them during his journey from the dark space, sitting down to enjoy a hearty meal with them. During the meal, Tichy glanced at the slave collar around Betty's neck, puzzled. Hadn't he found a key to her collar when he killed that nobleman? Why hadn't Betty taken it off? Noticing Tichy's evident confusion, Betty remained silent, perhaps shy. Her head bowed as she pondered something. Betty didn't want to take off the collar. Any attempt to touch it would meet with her strong resistance. And he had no idea what kind of drug Tichy had given her. Marcy, realizing Tichy's confusion, said to him. Upon hearing this, Tichy realized it was actually Betty's own idea. Betty, you have the collar key, right? Why don't you unlock it? Hearing Tichy's inquiry, Betty immediately stood up and was about to kneel before him, but Tichy stopped her. Lord Tichy, this is proof of my belonging to you. Please do not take it off. Tichy was somewhat surprised, looking at the collar on Betty's neck, which had an inscription of Tichy's full name, the characters elegant yet uneven, as if scratched out with something not very sharp. Then, Betty cupped the key in both hands and presented it to Tichy, the very key to her collar. Tichy also noticed that her right index finger was stained with blood. Putting 2 and 2 together, he realized that this woman had forcefully carved her name into the steel collar with her finger. Even he was astonished by Bella Betty's loyalty. And Betty's fruit ability had tremendous significance for Tichy, making this whole operation significantly enhance Tichy's goodwill and dissipate some of the hostility he had after a night of slaughter. Haha, Betty, if that's what you want, so be it. He reached out, took the key, and tossed it into the dark space. He stroked Betty's hair with his large hand and then grasped her hand, touching her injured finger. Such a wound that hadn't healed would instinctively flinch from being touched. And Betty was no different. She moved slightly but then froze, allowing Tichy's actions. She would not resist any of Tichy's actions. Even her body's instincts were suppressed. Her compliance benefited her. There was no pain in her finger, only a slight tingling, and then the feeling of injury vanished. Her finger was as good as new. Not a single scar remained, and Betty was astonished. Her understanding was still shallow. Such a miraculous effect only deepened her belief in Tichy's unparalleled power. Her eyes shone with admiration as she looked at the esteemed Tichy. Tichy placed the hand that had just touched Betty on a chair, activating the release, causing the chair to show many marks as if scraped by stones. This was the damage absorption and release ability of the dark fruit. After doing all this, he comforted Betty, encouraging her to continue being herself, and the family finished their breakfast for the day. In the morning, as the family rested, Tichy went to the bar to leave a note for Shocky. Using observation hockey, he sensed Shocky behind the door and inside. Shocky was also observing Tichy's every move with her hockey. Without further words, they both smiled, and Tichy left. The people of Shamboree had slightly enjoyed themselves, and it was time to head to the West Sea, this time with Betty accompanying them. At the dock of Island Number 40 in Shamboree, which was where Tichy's family parked the Thorn, they boarded the ship, preparing to set off. The ship's engines roared to life, and the Thorn sliced through the water surface, with Shamboree Island shrinking in the distance. Tichy stood at the stern, staring at the dock. He was confident that Shocky would have something to say to him. Sure enough, A tall, charming figure appeared, gazing at the thorn while dialing the phone bug in her hand. Tichy answered the call, and the phone bug transformed into a short-haired, mature image. Marshall D. Tichy, in 10 years, you must fulfill our agreement. I'm waiting for you. Ha! I told you were destined to be mine. Just wait and see. Besides that, they had no more words, and just as Tichy was about to hang up the phone bug, Shockey's voice came through. Don't die, Tichy. Chapter 58. Control of Magic Valley Town. Sailing in the first half of the Grand Line, Teach chose not to waste time in other regions. With over 20 years still before the start of the Pirate King storyline, most of the island's Luffy visits would not be the same as in the original. Moreover, he had not heard of any special features of these islands, so he naturally wouldn't linger and instead quickened his pace towards Magic Valley Town. After about 2 weeks of travel, he finally arrived at the part of Gaia Island located in the Blue Sea, guided by the permanent pointer he had bought, Magic Valley Town. As a gathering place for pirates, the town was already visible from a distance, shrouded in smoke and chaos. Although there weren't as many pirates now as during the Great Pirate Era, countless scum still congregated here. As soon as they approached the port, many pirates maliciously stared at the Dark Thorn ship before they even disembarked. Teach jumped directly from the bow of the ship onto the dock, glancing around at the nearby pirates with disdain in his heart, thinking he needed a reason to eliminate them. Behind him was the eager Bella Betty, who had also reinforced herself and jumped down, her beautiful face accentuated by the alluring collar around her neck. Following them were Teach's 3 family members. Both of his sisters were stunning beauties, stepping down from the ship in unison. With 3 beauties, along with Teach and Massey, this group stunned the pirates on the dock. Each pirate's eyes lit up with desire as they wanted to tease them, only to find their feet ensnared by countless sharp thorns. The thorny branches pulsated, rapidly draining the life force from these men. Once fierce and savage, they were now reduced to withered, skinny figures, clutching the thorns and struggling desperately, only to ultimately fall limply, lifeless. Haha, well done, fierce. Teach laughed heartily. He enjoyed tormenting the ants that provoked him, but he also took great pleasure in watching his family do the same. The group began to walk towards the center of Magic Valley Town. Along the way, pirates were killed by thorns, shot by arrows, or smashed to death by Betty with a large stick she had found. Only Teach did not take action, looking content as he watched those around him slowly merge with him, becoming like-minded enjoyers of this thrill. Scum, come out! Teach shouted from the center of the street, his voice echoing throughout the small town. Countless pirates reacted to the call. These restless pirates were like a barrel of gunpowder, often fighting among themselves. Blood, violence, lewdness, alcohol, drugs, and gambling were the local commodities, and now that someone was insulting them, they would explode with rage, unleashing their violent desires on others. From taverns, casinos, and various places, a sea of people gathered in the streets, surrounding Teach and his family. Initially, they thought about killing the person who insulted them, but upon seeing the 3 beauties beside Teach, they were stunned. Having been cooped up in this small town like frogs in a well, they had long since grown tired of the flesh and skin they were familiar with, and such beautiful women were a rarity. A black-red thundercloud appeared in the scene. An overwhelming, domineering pressure was released, causing the pirates on the scene to feel their bodies go weak and their spirits dazed, as if they had just experienced a nightmare, leaving them powerless. Teach still needed these pirates to help him uncover the patterns of the soaring sea currents, so he couldn't kill them all. This intimidation was already sufficient. He wanted to find the descendant of the original story's boastful king, Rolando, named Kulik, but he was just over 10 years old now, and there was no trace of him or his elders in Magic Valley Town. Reluctantly, he had to choose a method to uncover the patterns of the soaring sea currents. That was to use the lives of these pirates as experiments. Haha, from now on, no one is allowed to leave this island. Otherwise, Teach stomped forward, shaking the ground and creating a large pit. Using the gravitational force of the dark fruit, he attracted the dirt and stones in the pit to form a massive earth ball. This was Teach mimicking the Earth Explosion Star technique from Naruto. Based on the gravitational power of the dark fruit, he raised the earth ball with one hand and threw it into the sky. Then Teach leapt up, his toes covered in armament hockey, and kicked the earth ball. Like an egg cracking, the seemingly solid earth ball shattered into countless fragments that fell from the sky like rain upon the pirates below. Monster! What is this power? The pirates were stunned by this move, panicked as they felt the stones hitting their bodies. These were real and solid stones, extremely hard after being compressed. They felt the disparity between themselves and Teach, starting to fearfully look at Teach's body that had just landed. Inside, they could only pray that this person wouldn't go on a killing spree against them. If he didn't leave the island, that would be best. This play God should leave as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Entertainment before waiting for the current in the waters near Magic Valley Town on Gaia Island. There's a special sea current known as the Sky Current, one of the few ways in the world to reach the Sky Islands. If Teach wants to go to the Sky Island, the best way is to first pass through the Sky Current and take the risk. In the original story, Blackbeard originally intended to capture Luffy and exchange him with the world government for a position as a warlord of the sea. It was here at the Sky Current that Luffy was swept up to the Sky Island in the center of a whirlpool, while Blackbeard and his crew were capsized by the current. This shows the danger of the current. However, there are still patterns to test, and Teach did not plan to take such risks. His goal in controlling this group of pirates in Magic Valley Town was to figure out some of the rules of the current. The following week was a nightmare for the pirates. They were forced to chop wood and build ships on Gaia Island, and then relentlessly pushed by Teach to head toward the location of the Sky Current, where the signs of the current appeared, such as the large whirlpool. Each time there was a sign of the current, they would be sent out to their deaths, and very few returned. They also thought about escaping this nightmare, but that monster seemed to have endless energy, watching them day and night. Even when they secretly approached the shore of the island in the dead of night, he would immediately spot them, followed by the most brutal punishment. Those who were caught were publicly executed, and while death was one thing, being tortured to the point of wishing for death was what most feared the most. Each time they were discovered and sent to the execution platform, Teach would torment them in various creative ways, their screams echoing far away, creating a sense of despair and hopelessness among the pirates. Moreover, even if they could escape, there was a giant monster in the nearby waters that would swallow them whole. It was Teach's pet hippopotamus, Blackie. Going out to the whirlpool, they faced the impact of the massive current, and even if they thought about changing their course to escape, they would be drawn back by some inexplicable force. This group of pirates had completely lost their desire and thoughts of resistance, only waiting for death, hoping the next victim would not be themselves. Thus, they continued to sacrifice lives to the sea, and finally, Teach's family figured out some patterns of the Sky Current. In the year 1494 of the Sea Circle calendar, the weather was rainy. Teach was ready to face the impact of the Sky Current, but the timing for him to set sail was still a while away. He stood at the shore, motionless, accepting the drizzle. On the ship were only Kikyo and Marcy, who were not devil fruit users. Any mistake could be dangerous. Fortunately, with the help of the deep-water-capable hippopotamus Blackie, death was not a concern. Behind Teach were the countless pirates who were lucky enough to survive in Magic Valley Town. Watching this demon from a distance, hoping he would leave soon, Teach almost forgot about these people. Since there was still time, he decided to send off those who had helped him for so many days. Goodbye, Magic Valley Town. Everyone gather at the shore. Teach ordered the pirates. After days of repeated torment, the pirates had long since learned to submit and did not dare to resist Teach's orders. Except for a few who went back to call their companions, the others assembled at the shore. Before long, all the remaining pirates of Magic Valley Town gathered, standing shoulder to shoulder like animals in a breeding farm, their eyes filled with numb fear as they looked at Teach. With his hands resting on his hips, Teach paced back and forth and spoke. You all must have guessed by now that I am going to rely on the Sky Current to reach the Sky Island. If someone else had said this, the pirates would surely have laughed and mocked, but Teach's oppressive aura turned this unruly group of pirates into timid rabbits. First, I want to thank you all for your contributions to my plans. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to create so many experimental ships to figure out the rules of the current. Ha ha ha, my benefactors, do you have any wishes? Speak them out, and I'll fulfill them for you, whether it's money, beautiful women, status, or power. Teach now resembled a benevolent benefactor. However, this group of pirates was somewhat ungrateful and did not dare to voice their requests or wishes in front of such a kind and warm Teach. They had long been terrified by Teach, huddling together helplessly, their fearful eyes showing no sign of dissipating despite Teach's words. No wishes? It seems everyone is really polite. Teach confirmed this fact with a kind expression, but in an instant, his expression completely changed. He looked like an irritable, violent person with tendencies to harm others. Teach's once handsome face instantly twisted into a terrifying grimace, his facial muscles contorting in a way that resembled a tiger roaring after being starved for days. In a flash, Teach transformed into this furious figure. No dreams? No desires? Ha ha ha. Indeed, a bunch of worthless, lowly ants. Since you have no desires, what is the point of you still being alive? Let me help you. As his voice fell, Boundless dark energy appeared around Teach, with a crisp sound of footsteps. The imposing Teach slowly approached this group of pirates. In a good mood, adding another chapter. Chapter 60 Hellish scenes don't come over. Please spare me. I am willing to become your subordinate. I know where the treasure of the great pirate of the West Sea is. I can identify the powers of the devil fruits. Spare me. I can help you kill them all. Just let me go, and I will do whatever you ask. Countless pleas erupted from the crowd. These pirates had been tortured by Teach for over 10 days, facing the possibility of random death every day. Their inner defenses had been completely shattered by Teach, and in their eyes, Teach was synonymous with invincibility. So, even in this situation, this group of people did not dare to resist Teach, only begging him to spare their lives. Some even expressed their loyalty by saying they would kill all the others, while also not keeping their hands idle, resorting to mutual fistfights, turning the crowd into complete chaos. Teach greedily absorbed these massive negative emotions. Suddenly, a good idea came to him, and he finally stopped. From now on, I will only keep 50 people fight to the death. You must kill all the others around you to survive. Since you want to follow me, then let me see your abilities. After saying this, the ground trembled and countless thorns emerged. They intertwined and twisted with a rustling sound, forming a giant thorn cage. Hell of red lotus thorns. This activated ability of Teach is similar to Zameir's Thorn Hell, only larger in area. And thus the thorn walls of the cage are not as hard and dense. It is completely like a cage used to keep animals in a zoo. It is very suitable as a battlefield for these desperate pirates. And the corpses that die will be absorbed by the thorns, greatly enhancing Teach's vitality and strength. The pirates looked at the cage around them and went even crazier, doing everything they could to kill their former companions, friends, relatives, and even anyone. Even if there were clever alliances, they would stab each other in the back when the other was unsuspecting. The sounds of killing echoed far away, and the bloody smell could be detected even from a distance. Blood stained every part of the thorn hell. The originally dark green cage was now completely dyed red. It had truly become the hell of Red Lotus. The pirates' already intense negative emotional energy erupted even more at this moment, and countless dark, invisible substances were drawn into Teach's body. This strengthened his fruit ability and even his physical strength. A figure walked slowly beside him, holding the demon slayer. It was Lai. At this moment, she had absorbed so much blood and flesh from the thorn hell that her strength had naturally increased, but she did not keep it to herself, actively taking half of the vitality essence and condensing it in her hand. A faint green energy was presented to Teach. Teach, this is a share of their vitality for you. Teach did not accept it. Instead, he opened his arms and embraced Lai's body. Whispering into her ear, he said, I don't need it. Feeling the warm breath by her ear, Lai shivered, and the words she wanted to persuade Teach with did not come out. She simply pressed that palm against Teach's body and only withdrew it when the faint green light completely disappeared, feeling the vibrant energy flowing through her limbs and veins. Teach was also pleased. Disregarding Lai's struggles, he kissed her neck. The intense tingling sensation made Lai tremble all over, her weak arms wrapped around Teach's hair, suppressing the sounds in her mouth. After a long while, Teach finally released her, leaving her to calm down from the recent stimulation. He extended his tongue to lick the sweet scent from the corner of his mouth, absorbing the negative emotional energy produced just now. Turning to look at the scene inside the thorn hell. At this moment, there were very few still standing, and although the town of Magic Valley was a pirate stronghold, its numbers were not large. However, it was still a city in terms of town units, and, aside from those sent out to explore the sky current, the remaining people together numbered nearly 10,000. By this time, most of these people had already died in mutual combat. The ground was littered with corpses, all dried up from being absorbed by the thorns. Stepping on them would turn them into fragments of dried meat. That's enough, Teach shouted loudly, stopping the movements of the few remaining. There were probably less than 100 left. Each had bloodshot eyes, and those who survived until now not only had good skills, but also possessed a ruthless and sinister heart. Teach was very satisfied with these people, so he decided to personally send them to their deaths. The hope and dreams for the future reflected in their exhausted eyes after fighting for so long. Although this man forced them to kill in this cage for so long, his strength was undeniable, and being able to follow him was a beautiful opportunity. After all, he just said he wanted to see the abilities of these pirates who wanted to follow him. Surely he wouldn't turn on his subordinates, right? Without the fatigue from killing through the mountain of corpses, they looked hopefully at their future leader, the man who was like a demon. Haha, you all did well. Your hearts are ruthless, and your skills are not bad. I acknowledge you. Teach spoke in a leadership tone. The pirates exchanged excited glances and shouted enthusiastically. Oh, boss. Waiting. When did I say I would be your boss? Teach immediately interrupted their excitement. The pirates immediately had a bad premonition. Didn't TU just say you wanted to see our abilities? And something about wanting to follow you? Aren't TU planning to take us as subordinates? Yeah. You also said to keep 50 people. Seeing they had indeed fallen for it, Teach's wicked sense of humor began again. Ha ha ha, you're all right. But when did I say I would take you trash in after you finished killing each other? I only said to keep 50 people, but I didn't guarantee that you would still be alive. Teach feigned confusion, as if he had just learned this. All right, you guys wouldn't think I could look up to you trash, would you? Saying this with a sinister smile completely crushed the hopes of the pirates. Many people question Lai's strength. I set her and the protagonist as comparable to Beckman and Red-Haired, being close in strength but still a bit weaker than Teach. As for Zamair's strength, I have repeatedly emphasized that he was a 250 million bounty pirate from over 20 years ago, before Roger became king. He has dual color hockey and a very strong fruit ability development, comparable to the current middle-tier Shichibukai. It is already quite difficult for Teach and Lai to defeat him. So please don't dwell on the 250 million bounty. The eras are different. Chapter 61. Feast Bastard. This guy is too much. I will kill you even if I die. The pirates, who initially lacked courage, have been fighting among themselves for so long, but after being provoked by Teach, they all charged forward madly, their faces twisted and deformed. Teach, this guy with a twisted sense of humor, inflicted such psychological harm on others that this group found it hard to control themselves. They knew the gap in strength between the two sides was too great, but their anger outweighed their fear, and they exerted all their strength to get close to Teach, hoping to injure him just once before dying. This is how it should be. Go ahead and die gloriously in my hands. This is my gift to you. Teach looked at the pirates rushing towards him without panic, pulling out the golden gun Fate and the silver gun War from his revolvers. Standing still, he raised a gun in each hand without aiming, randomly firing into the crowd of nearly 100 people. And he didn't even shoot at vital areas. He targeted the corners, causing broken legs and severed limbs, leaving those shot to lie on the ground, wailing in agony. After paying the price of over 10 men, they finally reached Teach. They huddled around him, not daring to be the first to attack, as they were all too aware of Teach's strength. The first to strike could very well be the first to die. So, you've come to stand before me, but lack the courage to strike? Teach's fingers twirled around the trigger of his revolver as if chatting casually with these pirates. He completely disregarded the pack of wolves, eyeing him hungrily. After waiting a short while, without any movement, Teach couldn't hold back anymore and mocked the group of pirates who stood frozen in place. Sure enough, a bunch of trash. Even when they muster the courage, it only amounts to this level. Spit. A mouthful of phlegm was randomly spat onto the face of a pirate across from him. That pirate screamed, unable to endure such humiliation. Yelling to rally himself, he raised his fist and charged at Teach. The moment he moved seemed to trigger some switch, sounding the charge like a battle horn. A group of pirates howled and launched an attack on Teach. Teach stopped spinning his gun, grabbed 2 handguns, and threw them into the air. A black, mirror-shaped dark matter portal appeared, directly swallowing the 2 guns into the dark space. Time to move a bit. Teach loosened his body, stretched his shoulders, and smiled as he charged into the group of pirates. He didn't use his devil fruit powers, relying solely on his physical skills and observation hockey to entertain himself. He dodged the punch from the pirate who had been spat on by Teach, and with his left hand, he countered by slapping his chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, and he was sent flying back with tremendous kinetic energy, faster than the initial attack. His body flipped backward, knocking down countless pirates and forcibly creating a path through the crowd. The fallen pirate, after collapsing, propped himself up and glanced at Teach, then lay on the ground, spitting blood and losing his vitality. At this moment, the other pirates were already blinded by rage. Although they feared the power of Teach's strike, they could no longer turn back. Forcing themselves to forget Teach's terror, they drew their swords and kicked, surrounding Teach and attacking him with such moves. Teach, sensing these attacks with his observation hockey, slightly crouched down and extended his legs, jumping up like he was flying, and stomped down on the head of an unfortunate pirate. He crushed his brain, causing red and white soft tissue to splatter, and using this force, he propelled himself upwards. Reaching the highest point, he retracted his left leg and bent his right leg, transforming Teach into a meteor piercing through the air, and with his right leg acting as a drill. He slammed down into the crowd, A thunderous roar erupted, stunning even the distant pirates for a moment, while those nearby suffered even worse. Countless severed limbs and blood splattered, and the ground was cracked into a massive spiderweb pattern by Teach's stomp, the flesh and blood of the pirates staining the cracks a vivid red. At this moment, the ground no longer resembled itself. Instead, it looked like an evil formation connecting to hell. Teach felt a surge of excitement. Although he had no opponents of equal strength, dealing with these people felt quite wonderful. He grasped at nothing in the air with his right hand, his tiger mouth slightly open, while his left hand formed a palm shape covering the tiger mouth of his right hand, and then he moved his left hand to the side. As his left hand moved, the object his right hand held began to take shape, appearing as a handle-like object. Continuing, as his left hand moved, the object emerged, and he pushed and pulled until both arms were fully extended. A massive, pitch-black, smoke-emitting cleaver appeared, single-edged, broad, thick, and heavy, with 2 sharp undulations on the back, and 3 iron rings pierced through the back of the blade, merging with the large knife. The handle was blood-red, of medium length, and the junction where the guard of the knife met the handle was almost at elbow length, with a terrifying, soul-chilling demon head at the very end. Golden feast patterns intertwined on the back, and the black blade was streaked with a regular blood-red pattern. This was Teach's creation, a manifestation of his ability to mimic the Amitsukami sword of Kizaru using the dark fruit. The dark matter blade, feast, not the final weapon, just a manifestation of ability. There will be other fusions later. Everyone says it's an octopus-type mythical beast. Are you sure? Fish fruit, black magic dragon, a human hell-type mythical beast. Pick one from the octopus-type mythical beasts. Chapter 62. The horror of dark matter weapons. This knife combines the sharpness of dark matter, the ability to cause destruction and restoration, and continuously absorbs blood, flesh, and domineering energy to nourish Teach himself. This is also the origin of the knife's name, Tautai, the ferocious beast that devours everything. Teach held the huge cleaver in his hand, and with a slight swing, the sound of iron rings clashing echoed. Since this was the first time such a weapon had been created, Teach was very fond of it. After a few swings, he could easily tear through the air, producing a buzzing sound in midair. Unable to contain his smile, he nodded, feeling indescribably satisfied with this knife. Over the years, apart from developing his fruit abilities and physical skills, the main focus for him has been swordsmanship. Thanks to his efficient life that doesn't require sleep, he has plenty of time to strengthen himself in every aspect without any dead angles. With his right hand grasping the giant cleaver and his left hand curling into a claw-like shape, dark matter covered his fingers, forming sharp spikes similar to animal claws, enveloping his hand like a glove. Ha ha ha, you trash, don't die too quickly. Teach rested the cleaver on his shoulder with his right hand, while keeping his left hand in a claw shape in front of him, using these people to hone his weapon skills. With that, he moved like a rabbit, his form exploding forward, the cleaver still resting on his shoulder. While his left claw reached out, he struck at a pirate's chest, and with a crisp sound, his entire wrist pierced through the pirate's chest and emerged from his back. The pitch-black claws were covered in bright red blood, but soon, just like rainwater drying on the ground, it quickly disappeared from the surface of that black palm. This is the characteristic of the absorption of dark matter. The person, too, quickly shriveled and slimmed down after Teach pierced through his chest, effectively drained of life by the power of the dark fruit. Although the speed was very quick, the relative efficiency would decrease significantly. However, it was sufficient to serve as a means of harvesting when attached to weapons. Teach was very satisfied with the abilities of this creation from the dark fruit. With his left hand clenched into a fist, his arm shook, and the corpse that had been pierced through the chest shattered into large chunks and fell to the ground. Excitedly enjoying the refreshing feeling from within his body, Teach completely let loose. His left leg kicked forward, and his right arm raised the pitch-black giant cleaver off his shoulder. He gripped the hilt with both hands and swung it high from behind to in front, delivering a powerful slash. Although it was a sharp cleaver, there was no sound of sharp object slicing through the air. Instead, there was only a violent, explosive sound. The dark silver cold light passed. The more than 10 pirates in front of Teach were completely cut in half like paper. Then, the two of us fell to the ground, rapidly withering and shrinking. The evil, cruel, greedy, and bizarre scene completely stunned the group of pirates. The little bit of courage they had built up was no longer enough. Especially after Teach revealed this knife and claw, their fear grew even stronger. This was not enough to make them panic completely. But upon seeing those who had been killed quickly shrivel and wither, their psychological defenses collapsed. They all screamed and dropped their weapons, abandoning their fists and feet, desperately fleeing from the godlike Teach. Teach did not actively pursue them, just strolling behind them, herding them towards the edge of the dock like sheep. At the dock of Magic Valley Town, there was only the Thorn ship left, and this group of people still thought about rushing onto the ship to escape. Unfortunately, before they could get close, they were shot through their bodies by arrows. They felt helpless, sensing Teach's approach from behind, and one by one, they resolved to jump into the sea, as Teach's sudden appearance of the knife made them realize that he was a fruit user. Jumping into the sea would allow them to escape. Seeing them fall for it, Teach was overjoyed. After all, Hippopotamus Blackskin should be very hungry, and it was just in time to send this little guy some food. He quickened his pace, deliberately making noise. The group of pirates was frightened by him, scrambling to jump into the sea. One pirate, still in the water, tried to turn back to mock Teach, the drought duck, when suddenly he was sucked into the water by a small whirlpool. What is going on? He was caught in the current, unable to escape, only able to struggle and flounder. Added another chapter. Thank you to all my friends who read my book. I really didn't expect so many people to like this first novel I wrote out of interest. Rest assured, I won't abandon it, and I will use my sea stone stick as a guarantee. Also, please comment more to urge updates. I will interact more, and if there are more comments urging updates, I will work hard to add more chapters. Chapter 63, Arrival at Sky Island. Then, a huge black shadow appeared in the small whirlpool. A massive mouth opened wide, rushing from the bottom of the water to the surface, swallowing both the seawater and the pirates into its belly. After tasting the flavor, the anthropomorphic little eyes brightened, and the head, peeking above the water, called out to Teach in a cutesy manner. Hey, let's assume that's how a hippo sounds. I don't actually know how a hippo sounds. It then submerged back into the water, quickly searching for other pirates in the sea, surfacing and diving again. What a monster! Help! My leg. I can't feel my stomach. This group of pirates was utterly helpless against the black-skinned creature, its enormous biting force overwhelming them completely. It was as easy as an old man eating tofu. Blackaskin, Beiduna. After absorbing the desperate fear of these people, Teach praised his pet. Leth had also arrived by his side, activating her devil fruit ability. The bottom of the thorn hell was raised like a plate and brought to the shore. Come eat, Blackskin, Leth said to the hippo in the water with a heartwarming expression, looking like a kind little girl feeding stray cats in a park. Blackskin happily responded to Leth, opening its massive mouth, sharp hippo teeth glinting in the light. The base of thorn hell tilted, and all the dried remnants that had been absorbed poured into Blackskin's mouth. It chewed and swallowed repeatedly, and thanks to Blackskin's unusually large appetite, it managed to devour nearly 10,000 of these things. Leth and Teach looked at their adorable pet with loving expressions as it ate and acted cute. This scene was incredibly heartwarming. After eliminating everyone in Magic Valley Town and ensuring no one would know the whereabouts of Teach's family, they noticed that the sea surface was beginning to gather mist. It was about time. It seemed like the moment the sky-high sea current was brewing. Teach and Leth stood still as the ground began to tremble. A massive thorn without spikes emerged, growing steadily beneath their feet, dragging them toward the deck of the thorn ship. They effortlessly and elegantly boarded the thorn ship, setting sail toward the sea area near Gaia Island. The weather grew increasingly gloomy, and a light rain began to pour, with thunder and lightning suppressing the sea surface. Standing on the deck, the four members of Teach's family and Bello Betty looked cautiously and heavily at the distant sea, where waves were hidden. Though the pirates sent to test the waters had revealed some patterns over the past few days, no one dared to say whether this sea current would be the same as before. Taking a deep breath, Teach's gaze turned resolute. He believed he would not fail here again. The hippo, Blackskin, swam ahead, with thorns binding it to the hull of the thorn ship. The reason was that the thorn ship had not unfurled its sails. Any wind would easily blow it off course. So Blackskin was used to pull it to the center of the sea. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the sky turned completely dark, lightning flashed, and heavy rain poured down. The bottom of the thorn ship felt faint movements, as if something was brewing in the sea. Observing the position, Teach quickly released the thorns, allowing Blackskin to wait on the nearby sea surface. In just a few breaths, the sea surface, which had been gathering wind and clouds, completely changed its face, and a massive whirlpool appeared beneath the thorn ship. An immense natural force, akin to a calamity, drew in countless raindrops and seawater into the pitch-black whirlpool. The thorn ship's hull also began to spin wildly, but fortunately, Teach and Leth were prepared, binding everyone to the deck with gravity and thorns to prevent them from being thrown off by the immense inertia. Then the whirlpool's rotation stopped, and the thorn ship, which was about to fall into the sea, narrowly avoided plunging into the water. Teach understood that the sky-high sea current was about to arrive. With a hand pressed against the deck, bracing against the wind and rain, he shouted, "Dark star cloud." The dark material quickly covered the entire hull of the thorn ship, reinforcing it. Just after he covered the hull, the massive sea current surged forth. A powerful sensation pushed them. No, it should be said that it was an intense force pushing them upward. Everyone was propelled into the sky. The air rushed into Teach's group as clothes and even their ears and noses. Although it didn't cause them harm, it was quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, this force was fast, and not long after, the thorn ship was sent into the clouds. After flying up for a while in the clouds, the white clouds above became thinner. Finally, the pitch-black thorn ship broke through the cloud sea and emerged at the surface of the white sea. Looking up and around, a vast expanse of white ocean surrounded them. Due to the high altitude, the sun was closer here, and the sky was a beautiful blue, completely unlike the stormy weather below. It truly felt like they had reached heaven. It's definitely the octopus fruit now. Chapter 64. Baika. The five of them were slightly surprised by the scenery before them. Having grown accustomed to the blue seas of Qinghai, it was their first time seeing such a pure white sea. It was truly like a paradise on earth, especially for Massey, who was the most shocked by the scene, as she was the only one with experience at sea and had seen much of the world. She always thought the legend of the Sky Island was just a boast from the big talker Roland, but she never expected there really was such a magical place thousands of meters high in the sky. While Titch was also amazed by the scenery of the White Sea, he quickly thought that finding the thunder fruit or the Shangdola was more important. However, before he could speak, Massey expressed her thoughts first. If the Sky Island was real, then Roland wasn't lying. Was the legendary land of gold he mentioned, Shangdola, really true? Even now, when Massey was trying to relax and adopt a motherly mindset, she couldn't help but breathe heavily. After all, it was a city made entirely of gold. Haha, Mom, you're mistaken. The land of gold should exist. But there's one thing. It's not the legendary land of gold, but rather the belongings of our Marshall family. My collection, Shangdola, Titch said. Massey couldn't deny it and nodded. She understood her son's domineering personality quite well. However, if any child in the world had the same talent as Titch, surely that person would also be overjoyed, right? Massey remembered hearing in the news about a pirate named Whitebeard who loved to collect suns. She had seen Whitebeard's crew from a distance during her own time at sea, but never approached them. Back then, she thought Whitebeard was so powerful, but now, looking back, what did it matter how strong Whitebeard was? Collecting so many suns couldn't compare to her own Titch, Kikyo, and Lai. Thinking of this, Massey revealed a satisfied smile, sending a chill down Titch's spine as he felt a shiver run through him. Shaking his head to dispel the unpleasant feeling, Titch observed the sun's movement above to determine the direction. It's known that the permanent compass of Qinghai fails in the White Sea. Only this method could be used to judge their location. The sun was setting in the west, moving very slowly, but Titch was still able to discern its changes. He found the southern direction, turned the ship's helm, and began to steer south. Kikyo, use your observation hockey to sense if there's any land around us. Is that legendary Sky Island nearby? Titch asked while piloting the thorn ship, gesturing towards Kikyo. Kikyo, who was still polishing her bow and arrows, perked up immediately at his words. She hurried over to Titch's side, taking small steps. Closing her eyes with a serious expression, her delicate brows furrowed. She didn't realize it, but from an outsider's perspective, she was definitely a great tool for winning hearts. Titch was charmed by her appearance, but, seeing her so serious, decided to behave. Let us wait until she finishes sensing, he thought, with the thorn ship propelling forward. Kikyo soon detected a small island with her long-range observation hockey. Titch thought to himself that the small island to the south of the Sky Island must be the one. Baika, Thunderfruit. The pitch-black thorn ship charged through the White Sea, staining the pristine surroundings with a hint of black. Before long, they reached an island. Titch jumped off the ship first, taking a deep breath of the air from the Sky Island, his eyes filled with excitement. The place they landed was a forest, almost devoid of human presence, so they couldn't ask anyone on the Sky Island if this was Baika. Titch closed his eyes and concentrated, sensing that not far from them, a strong man with wings like a hunter was setting up hunting traps. There's someone there. Titch pointed in the direction to his family. They also sensed the life form, and hearing Tich's words, followed him to the hunter's side. A man with small wings on his back was crouching in the forest, humming a tune while leisurely setting traps. Suddenly, he felt a shadow looming over him. Looking up, an aggressive face appeared before him. It was Tich and his group. "I have a question for you. What is the name of this island?" Tich said, releasing a bit of his imposing aura to assist in his inquiry, uninterested in wasting time with this minor character. It's Baika." The crouching man, startled, straightened his back and reported loudly to Tich without having time to stand up. Satisfied with the information he wanted, Tich let the man go and focused on finding the thunder fruit, leading his family deeper into the forest. "Are they like Inel, those wingless guys? They're so scary. Truly monsters," the man left behind on the sky island murmured to himself. Just as he finished speaking, a thorn emerged from beneath him, piercing through his body from below, protruding out of his mouth. It was reminiscent of Vlad, the impaler's method during the medieval period. Supported by the thorns, his body couldn't collapse to the ground. After a brief struggle, his limbs went limp. Chapter 65. Enel, who hasn't eaten the fruit in this exploration of the unknown, Kikyo's observation haki played a significant role, allowing her to perceive details and ranges that Tich and the others often missed. At this moment, Kikyo was fully activated and her observation haki was terrifying. Once it was unleashed, Tich felt as if someone was looking at his naked body with X-ray vision, an odd and uncomfortable sensation. The forest terrain of Sky Island had slight differences from that of the Blue Sea. Although the oxygen wasn't as abundant as below, the sunlight was very intense. The trees on Baika Island were numerous and dense, and the plant growth was thriving. Baika Island was not small, and even with Kikyo's observation haki, she could only scan a little over half of the area. If they needed to find the rumble fruit, or Enel, they would have to wander through the forest. "Found it." Kikyo spoke up. She had been instructed by Tich to look for a solitary person in the forest of Baiko Island. The measurement was now official. However, that person moved very quickly. No, they were moving almost too fast. Kikyo's expression grew serious. In her perception, the human's speed was frightening, almost like light. Luckily, he was only moving back and forth in place. Otherwise, he could escape Kikyo's sensing range in just a few breaths. "Let us go." Tich saw the rumble fruit he had been thinking about right in front of him and immediately got up, urging Kikyo to lead the way. They rushed toward that location at the fastest speed. However, due to Tich's exceptionally strong physical qualities and speed, Kikyo, whose body was not as strong as Tich and the others, appeared a bit slow. Tich picked up Kikyo and threw her over his shoulder to run with her. The speed indeed increased significantly, but one of his hands was not placed where it should be, making it a bit awkward for Kikyo, who was leading the way. The process was quicker than Tich had anticipated because that person seemed to sense something and started running toward Tich and his group. After a short while, the two sides met. Before them stood a figure with long earlobes, golden explosive hair, a slender build, and no wings typical of Sky Islanders. He looked remarkably like Enel, with a lazy and proud expression, and was probably around 10 years old, younger than Tich. "Hey, who are you? Why are you running on my territory?" The boy, identified by Tich as Enel, questioned the group while suddenly realizing that they were all like him, people without wings. Having been excluded by the winged people, Enel felt an inexplicable sense of recognition and closeness. However, he did not hear a response from the other side and could only see the group staring at him with strange eyes. Is this the person? What makes him special? The others did not understand why Tich had come all the way here, and it was no wonder they were confused. Tich speculated that Enel had only obtained the rumble fruit for a few years, since being pushed into the forest. He had been relying on its abilities to easily hunt animals. His physical strength had not been developed at all. In the original story, Enel's physical skills were a mess, enhanced only out of necessity to develop the rumble abilities. Now, being young and with his fruit abilities not fully developed, he did not need such powerful physical strength. Therefore, he naturally had little need for physical training, living alone in the forest without anyone to teach him, and his strength was indeed quite poor. He looked completely like an ordinary child. This person was not as weak as imagined. "Hey kid, you're a devil fruit user, right?" Tich responded to the family's question and then asked Enel, "What is a devil fruit user?" Enel looked at the only man across from him with some confusion. It was the first time he had heard this term. "It's about eating a very strange fruit covered in patterns." "No, I've seen a fruit like that once. But it was too strange, so I didn't plan to eat it." Enel's words surprised Tich. The earlier prediction that Enel's physical strength was weak turned out to be because he hadn't eaten a devil fruit. Tich was overjoyed. Not only could he give the fruit's abilities to Kikyo, but he could also recruit the potentially strong Enel. So how did you find us? Enel rubbed his explosive hair. A bit proud. Yahaha. I awakened while exploring in the forest. I can see the movements of nearby creatures with my heart. Now, not only Teach, but the others, like Massey, were surprised. This kid can awaken observation hockey? And did it without anyone teaching him? What a pity that his strength is a bit weak. What's your name? Massey stepped forward to ask. Enel. Teach spoke up, laughing mischievously. Yahaha, Enel, why are you here alone in the forest at your age? Forget it. I can guess without you saying. Here, a choice for you. Be my subordinate, and I'll help you eliminate that group of people. How about that? Teach's expression was sinister, his tone enticing, using Enel's wishes to tempt him. Use your hands to execute them. Finally, he added this decisive phrase as a bargaining chip. Chapter 66, Thunder Fruit. Enel, as an orphan, was ostracized by the people of Burka because he was born without wings. He struggled to survive in the town, enduring countless hardships and exhaustion. Moreover, as he grew a little older, he was expelled from the city of Burka. The Sky Islanders never regarded Enel as one of their own. Their collective indifference and exclusion cast a significant shadow over Enel's life. It can be said that Enel's only wish now is to destroy the island of Burka and those winged people. When such an opportunity presented itself, young Enel's heart raced, and his cruel nature played a role. The temptation of personally killing all the Burka people was overwhelming, and he nodded vigorously without much hesitation. I'm willing. As long as it allows me to destroy those guys with my own hands, I will do anything. Good. As expected of the person I have my eyes on, keep up that momentum. Today is your moment of revenge. Teach was very pleased with Enel's ruthlessness. Among his subordinates, loyalty was essential, but being ruthless and decisive was even more critical. First, take me to the place where you saw that strange fruit. And once we secure the fruit, the entire Burka will be at your disposal. Teach lightly pushed Enel, urging him to lead the way. Yes. At this moment, Enel had no other thoughts. He just hoped Teach's words would come true. He wouldn't hesitate to agree even if Teach wanted anything. Enel led the way deeper into the forest. Soon, a naturally sculpted stone platform appeared, with a bluish-green devil fruit placed on it, covered in dense lightning markings. It was the thunder fruit. Boundless joy surged within Teach. This was the most suitable fruit ability for Kikyo. Firstly, it would compensate for her relatively weak close combat compared to Teach and the others. And secondly, the speed and attack power of the thunder fruit were top-notch. It would allow Kikyo, as a shooter, to take down most people in this world even while kite flying. Coupled with Kikyo's already powerful observation hockey, she could become a candidate for the world's #1 sniper. As long as she mastered armament hockey a bit, she would be the most terrifying mobile artillery in this world. Moreover, with electricity generating magnetism, Teach wasn't too sure if the people in this world understood this principle. But he understood it. Letting Kikyo act as a conductor for electricity would naturally generate a magnetic field and magnetic force, making it a superior fruit for the future kid. It could also significantly enhance Kikyo's physical strength through lightning body forging. Taking a couple of quick steps forward, he grabbed the bluish-green devil fruit. But before he could lift it, a venomous snake that had been lying in ambush sprang out. It seemed to be the guardian of this fruit. It might be a problem for others, but for Teach? With a flip of his palm, he quickly turned to the snake's back, grasped its body, and with a forceful grip, the snake turned into spicy strips on the spot. Seeing this scene, only Enel broke out in a cold sweat. When he was starving, he had seen this devil fruit. Fortunately, its appearance was so strange that he didn't dare to eat it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from that venomous snake. Teach thought the same. He speculated that the Enel in the original work must have developed his observation hockey to a certain extent before attempting to pick the thunder fruit. Otherwise, he would likely have been bitten by the snake. Black mist emerged from Teach's hand, carefully sucking away the dust and dirt from the fruit. Holding it up and presenting it to Kikyo. This is the fruit ability I prepared for you, Kikyo. I keep my promises, referring to the agreement made when choosing the thorn fruit's ownership. Kikyo was silent for a moment and softly said, "Thank you." Then she took the devil fruit from Teach's hand and bit into it. Her beautiful, delicate face instantly changed color, and her exquisite features twisted together. Unfortunately, even when making a grimace, a beautiful person still looks beautiful. Kikyo was like that. The expression of disgust on her face only made her appear oddly cute. In psychology, there's a term called beautiful aggression, meaning that one feels an uncontrollable urge to bully something cute. Teach felt just that at this moment. unable to resist the urge to smile at Kikyo's adorable expression, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Kikyo, you have to eat it all for the side effects to be less. Upon hearing this, Kikyo, who initially wanted to take a bite and throw it away, tearily ate the entire large devil fruit. Her fair little face scrunched up. Teach couldn't help but burst out laughing, which earned him a glare from Kikyo. Even with her good temperament, she was somewhat perplexed. Cough, Kikyo, I heard that eating the whole devil fruit will lessen the side effects. Don't rush, come on. Try using your ability. Teach stepped forward to comfort Kikyo while encouraging her to attempt to use her fruit ability. After hearing Teach's explanation, Kikyo understood and began to try to activate her ability. It seemed almost instinctual. A thread of azure lightning appeared at her fingertips, crackling and emitting the unique sound of thunder. Teach reached out to touch her body, signaling Kikyo to use her elementalization. There was no obstruction. He easily passed through Kikyo's chest, and the edges of her elementalized body flickered with lightning, unintentionally shocking Teach's arm. This left Marcy stunned. Is this a Logia? Or such powerful lightning? Chapter 67, The Power of the Thunder Fruit. Heading to Baika at this moment. Kikyo was somewhat worried that Teach's arm had been injured by her lightning. She stepped back, allowing Teach to withdraw his forearm. Then she began to amplify her fruit abilities. The sound of crackling thunder resonating as her lower body transformed completely into lightning. The blue flames that accompanied the lightning illuminated her surroundings, coalescing around Kikyo like a protective barrier for a castle. Surrounded by such thunder, Kikyo stood at the center like a goddess, majestic and sacred. Swish! Kikyo transformed into lightning and flew into the distance, her speed comparable to that of the yellow monkey, who could take down a supernova with a single kick. This speed was not determined by the development of fruit abilities or physical fitness. Lightning and brilliance were inherently fast elements. However, when they transformed into devil fruit abilities, the speed limit they achieved depended entirely on the user's neural reaction speed. This reaction speed could not be trained in this world. So Kikyo's initial use of the thunder fruit for rapid movement could rival that of the yellow monkey. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air and thunder, Kikyo returned to her companions. She nodded, indicating that she had initially mastered the function of the thunder fruit. Then, she made a fist with her right hand, and a bolt of thunder materialized into a tangible shape of lightning, which she held in her hand. With a powerful swing of her arm, she threw the thunderbolt. Boom! Zla! The lightning struck the ground and trees, instantly causing a massive explosion, followed by continuous flashes of thunder, forming a small lightning circle that dissipated after a while. After completing these actions, Kikyo moved on to the final test. She reached behind her to retrieve a bow, and then conjured an arrow made of thunder. She placed it on the bowstring, deliberately protecting the bowstring from being disintegrated by the thunder, and then drew the bow, until the bowstring reached its limit. She released her fingers, and a fast, powerful blue arrow shot out. Boom! A loud sound echoed as the arrow struck a tree trunk and exploded, completely shattering the area and creating a small vacuum zone. Very satisfied with the power of this shot, Kikyo smiled and once again knocked an arrow. This arrow was slightly different, more refined in shape, and more powerful in concentration. Whoosh! The sound of countless arrows piercing through tree trunks filled the air. This arrow penetrated the first tree trunk and continued without losing momentum, piercing through dozens of tree trunks before finally hitting a target and exploding. Everyone was astonished. Kikyo's archery combined with the thunder fruit was unexpectedly powerful, achieving top-notch destructive power and speed. Having completed all the tests, Kikyo stored her longbow, feeling very pleased. As the archer and sniper of Teach's family, she felt that although she had performed excellently from a distance, she still sensed a gap in her strength compared to Teach and Kuro. However, now that she had acquired the thunder fruit, things were different. This powerful natural type, combined with her strongest observation haki, would definitely enable her to possess attack power comparable to that of a vice admiral. Of course, it was only in terms of attack power and observation haki. She still fell short in other aspects when compared to a vice admiral, but that was already terrifying enough. As long as they were not royal-level powerhouses, this fast, high-attack, strong, and long-range archer would be a nightmare for them. Feeling that she could finally keep up with her siblings, Kikyo was inevitably a bit smug as she returned home, hand behind her back, standing up and lightly tossing her flowing hair. The lightning flickered in her hair as she did so, giving her an unexpectedly playful and charming appearance. Her eyes were fixed on Massey and the others, but her peripheral vision kept an eye on Teach. Haha, Kikyo, you're really amazing. with your current abilities? Even I might find it hard to deal with you, right? From now on, our family will rely on you to eliminate our enemies. No problem, right, powerful Kikyo? Originally looking forward to Teach's praise, Kikyo's face turned bright red when he actually complimented her, stammering shyly. In the end, she managed to squeeze out a response, "I can." Her voice was soft and gentle, barely audible unless one listened closely. Teach said no more, only gently stroking Kikyo's hair. The others were also very shocked by Kikyo's performance, offering her words of praise and compliments. The group chatted as they walked toward the edge of the forest. "Enel, now is your time. Think of those who unhesitatingly drove you out of the village, those who bullied you since childhood, those foolish winged people who treated you as an outcast just because you didn't have wings. Enel, your life has just begun. These trash do not deserve to be your opponents, yet they dared to humiliate you. You are the subordinate of Marshall D. Teach, destined to become one of the most esteemed gods in the world. If these people dare to disrespect you, then their fate is sealed with death. Lead the way and eliminate all those who have bullied you. Not a single one left behind. I will help you catch them, and then, with your might, annihilate them one by one." Teach incited Enel's spirit, intensifying his inner hatred and reinforcing his identification with Teach's command as his subordinate. Enel's eyes gradually turned red, his veins bulging as he thought of his background and tragic circumstances. Without hesitation, he felt an immense sense of happiness, like a child who had been bullied seeking help from a bigger brother for revenge. All the grievances he had endured over the years were about to be released. This 10-year-old child felt a complete sense of belonging as Teach's subordinate. That sense of security filled Enel's heart, leaving him with only feelings of respect, love, loyalty, and admiration for Teach, who was avenging him. Tears of excitement flowed uncontrollably as he wiped them away, resolutely leading Teach onward. Soon, the group left the forest and arrived at a town in Baika. "Isn't that guy, Enel? Seriously, what is this freak doing back in our town? Damn it, why wasn't he eaten by a beast?" This wingless guy even brought along a few other wingless freaks. They really are monsters and can only associate with other monsters. Those few wingless women are quite good-looking, though. They're all monsters. Just take them and kill them after using them. The residents here showed no concealment of their disgust upon seeing Enel return to the village, viciously cursing, insulting, and looking down on Teach and his group. They were completely unaware that the threat of death was right before them, especially since the last person's words were heard by Teach, sealing the fate that this village would not allow even a single worm to survive. They were all destined to disappear from this world. Chapter 68. Extreme Punishment. The destruction of Baika. Teach maintained a calm expression, as if he hadn't heard the shouts and malice from the group, and simply lowered his head to ask Enel, "How is it? It's this group of people, right? Once you decide, just tell me. Destroying them all only requires your thought." "I made up my mind," Enel said, shaking his head, indicating that he didn't need to think it over. "Let us send them off like this with my own hands." "Good," Teach replied with a dangerous smile, coldly scanning the group. He slowly walked into the village, hands behind his back, provocatively sizing up these winged beings. "What are you looking at, you bastard? Just a few freaks without wings. Show me some respect with your eyes." A burly Sky Islander, the most hot-tempered of the group, shouted while pointing in Teach's direction. The other Sky Islanders shared his sentiment and glared at Teach with similar expressions. Teach chuckled lightly and beckoned to the burly man with his finger. The provoked Sky Islander couldn't hold back, swinging his fist and running towards Teach, leaping as he approached, intending to punch Teach with the momentum of his fall. However, just as he descended upon Teach, his posture unchanged and about to strike, a hand shot out quickly and accurately, grabbing the Sky Islander by the throat. Teach tightened his grip, rendering him immobile, then increased the pressure, literally squeezing his eyeballs and some blood from his trachea out of his body. Then, a swirling black tornado of dark matter gathered behind Teach. The pitch-black substance spread from under Teach's feet and covered the ground, shocking the group of Sky Islanders. This was a power beyond their comprehension, resembling a god from legendary myths. In an instant, they scrambled to escape with some kneeling in prayer. Don't go. Enel has something to repay his fellow countrymen. Come back." In an instant, those fleeing found themselves unable to move, frozen in place as if caught in Teach's gravitational pull. With a slight increase in force, Teach drew them all to his side, gathering hundreds together. One by one, they were lined up neatly, their feet partially sunk into the darkness, making it hard for them to move. Regardless of age or gender, they all resembled pieces of meat on a chopping board, waiting for slaughter. Then, starting from their feet, The dark matter slowly enveloped their bodies, wrapping around their lower halves and dangling hands to prevent any resistance, especially their wings, which remained exposed. At this moment, they looked like tightly controlled cocoons. Titch was pleased with his results and said to Enel, "Wait a moment, I want to deal with a few people specially." Saying this, he walked towards the male Sky Islanders who had just insulted Kaiki and the others. "Don't come over, help. Ah, it hurts so much." The sound of tearing muscles echoed as Titch's large hands forcibly ripped off their white wings, which were supposed to symbolize angels, but were too small and appeared grotesquely deformed. "Is this the wing you're most proud of?" He shook the pairs of wings in his hand, sneering, "Not that great, huh? Since you like them so much. Let me help you." After saying this, he handed them to Kaiki, and a sizzling sound of electricity hitting flesh followed. Those wings were charred by the electricity, the feathers not completely burned but blackened and stuck to the scorched wings. "Ha ha ha. Since you like them so much, let them be with you forever. Look, being torn off your back is so unstable. I, Marshall D. Titch, am the kindest, most willing to fulfill others' wishes. May you be one with your wings forever." With an evil, sinister smile, Titch held onto those wings and stuffed them into the mouths of the Sky Islanders who had insulted him. They were their own wings, forced down their throats, leaving nothing behind as they consumed their own proud equipment. Their faces turned ashen, and besides the physical pain, being forced to eat their wings left the Sky Islanders devoid of any desire to live. The greatest sorrow is a dead heart. They stared blankly ahead, not knowing what to think. Is dit all?" Titch laughed loudly, seeing that those who dared to insult his family had given up. He absorbed their negative emotions and used his fruit's power to send them into the Sky Islanders' midst. The group of Sky Islanders watching the entire scene trembled in fear, begging for mercy in a disordered manner. "It's your turn, Enel. Here, take this knife and finish them off." Titch's expression was warm, like a friendly older brother, as he created a dark matter dagger and handed it to Enel. Enel took the dagger without hesitation, a crazed look bursting forth in his eyes, his face unable to contain a mad smile. He began walking towards the controlled Sky Islanders, mimicking Titch's method, cutting off their most precious wings, the very reason they discriminated against Enel, one by one, shoving them into their mouths. "Woo-woo, Enel. Do you remember when I brought you food as a child? Don't kill me. I'm different from them. Enel, I've liked you since I was little. Please, let me go." Ignoring these false pleas, Enel swung the knife down, processing them like the most skilled employee at a grocery store. Due to the sheer number of them, he was even encouraged by Bella Betty to finish off the Sky Islanders with wings. Finally, he savored the expressions of despair and humiliation on the faces of the wingless Sky Islanders before slitting their throats one by one to set them free, whether they were elderly or infants. Enel sighed in relief, feeling transformed. His lifelong wish was to exterminate these Bika Sky Islanders, and he never expected to achieve his dream at just 10 years old. With his life goals reached, he felt a sense of loss, while his respect and admiration for Titch grew rapidly. Titch understood how to subdue others, especially those harboring hatred. The best way to do so was to let them take revenge on their enemies themselves. Enel was like this, and so was Bella Betty. Their greatest wish was revenge, and once given the opportunity, their lives would be devoted to Titch. Such subordinates are the most loyal. At this moment, Enel's loyalty was rivaling Bella Betty's. He had completely regarded himself as one of Titch's subordinates, the most loyal servant and the most faithful dog. Chapter 70. Strangling Pierre. Draining the Lord of the Void soon, under Ganfer's guidance, Titch and the others arrived at Apiato, which is the part of Gaia Island that was washed up onto the Sky Island. Unlike the Sky Island, this land is not built on clouds. It feels real when you step on it. The land of gold, Skypea, is also here. Ganfer, hurry up and lead the way. We're just visiting the land of gold as travelers. Why do you look so miserable? Titch was sitting cross-legged on the back of Ganfer's mount, Pierre, letting Ganfer lead him. He spoke in a mocking tone, provoking Ganfer's nerves and dignity. Ganfer glared at Titch with resentment, gritting his teeth, but dared not resist for the sake of the Sky Island's people. "We're almost there," he said, then lowered his head and walked towards Skypea in humiliation. The surroundings resembled a primitive forest like that of South America, surrounded by towering trees and dense vegetation. As they ventured deeper under Ganfer's guidance, suddenly, Titch, Luffy, Kiku, and Enel, who had all awakened their observation haki, sensed a wave of hostility. It felt as if they were being watched by something. In the shadows of the jungle, a gigantic creature began to emerge. Titch knew what it was. It must be the Lord of the Void, that giant python. Sure enough, not long after, A massive blue and purple striped serpent appeared, its head flattened with two grotesque flesh whiskers growing above its mouth. It looked hideous. Oomph, you have reached the end here. This Lord of the Void is the guardian of all.What. Just wait to be eaten by it. You vile Qinghai people coveting the sacred domain. Let us all die together. Gonfor had resigned himself to death, believing that these people could not possibly be stronger than the Lord of the Void. So he planned to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, hoping to resolve the crisis of all.What. He turned back and firmly grabbed Teach's body, intending to let Teach be caught off guard and swallowed whole by the Lord of the Void. It was a beautiful thought, but unfortunately, he underestimated Teach and his companions and overestimated his own strength. With a kick, Teach knocked him to the ground, then watched helplessly as the Lord of the Void attacked. Despair followed, as Gonfor saw the Lord of the Void get punched in the mouth by Bellamy, who had enhanced his body with the Boost Boots fruit, then get stunned by Kiku's lightning. The Lord of the Void lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground, motionless. Teach, sitting on the trembling Pierre, did not move. He reached out and stroked Pierre's neck. Then, with a forceful grip, he directly choked Pierre. Pierre's body trembled and then collapsed, ultimately spitting out blood and flesh, lying still on the ground. Pierre. As a knight, Pierre was Gonfor's best partner. He never expected that one day his companion would be killed right before his eyes. Gonfor fell to his knees, crying bitterly, regretting his choice to bring this group of people to the Lord of the Void's territory, losing both his companion and his men. Suddenly, a hissing sound emerged as thorns burst from the ground, forming thorny traps that grew around the Lord of the Void's body and then into the ground, pinning the Lord of the Void down. Two thorns pierced through the Lord of the Void's skin, exposing the flesh and blood inside. This was the activation of Kiku's thorn fruit. Luffy and Teach stepped forward, one using the blood-sucking thorn while the other using the dark fruit, increasing the power at the gaps created by the thorns to start absorbing the massive body of the Lord of the Void. The process was excruciatingly painful. During this time, the giant python had already awakened, but it was tightly pinned to the ground by the thorns and could not struggle. It could only feel the loss of its blood, flesh, and life force, its enormous head revealing human-like expressions of despair, unwillingness, and pain. Soon, the incredibly huge python became thinner and drier, turning into a long, giant strip of dried meat. Finally, it lost all vitality. After absorbing the life energy of the Lord of the Void, Teach and Luffy felt the overflowing vitality within them and could not help but exhale. This ultimate feeling of comfort was highly addictive. Gonfor stood by, stunned. He could not comprehend how such a massive Lord of the Void could be so easily devoured. He didn't even have the heart to mourn for Pierre and trembled as he looked at Teach, feeling that his actions would surely be punished. "Sigh, if I die, then I die. My old partner Pierre is dead. Living has no meaning." Gonfor's face turned ashen. "Thief, ha ha ha. Divine being, I know you did it accidentally, right? Come on, Kiku, let us lighten the mood for the divine being." Kiku immediately activated his ability upon hearing this, lightning flashing in the sky, striking far away. With the enhancement of the Thunder Fruit, Kiku's observation haki had greatly improved, controlling the lightning to strike Angel Island, where Gonfor's people were. "What have you done?" Gonfor, without observation haki, naturally did not know Kiku's actions. "Just setting off some fireworks for your people." Teach helped Gonfor up and said, "Let us go. It's time for the travelers to see the legendary sacred domain. Otherwise, how about we all enjoy the fireworks together?" Thief, aha. Oomph. The heartbroken Gonfor knew there was no way out. He could only lead everyone to continue walking towards all.What. Consider it a contribution for Abe. Ha. One more chapter. Chapter 71. The Forbidden Devil Fruit. Soon, a huge city appeared before everyone. Nestled in a valley and surrounded by cliffs, the valley was filled with buildings that shone with golden light. All of them were ancient structures in the style of the Maya civilization, with the most prominent being a South American-style pyramid and a golden bell. Every structure was unmistakably golden, pure gold, except for Gonfor, who looked as if he had eaten something terrible. The expressions of the others couldn't hold back any longer. Their eyes sparkled with greed. With so much gold, they could spend lavishly for generations. Even Teach, who had seen such scenes in his past life, couldn't help but show a greedy expression. This gold was enough to serve as his starting capital. What he lacked most at the beginning of building his power was money. This world still needed a top-tier powerhouse to stand guard, and now he had both money and strength. Teach could boldly establish his own faction and steadily develop until maturity. By then, as long as Teach grew normally, he would be able to face many future powerhouses and be confident that he wouldn't fall behind. Teach laughed maniacally as he activated the powers of his dark fruit. A massive blackness covered every piece of land and every building in the area. The once golden city instantly transformed into a pitch-black realm, turning from a land of gold into a land of hell. This sight startled Ganfuer, who had initially held a glimmer of hope that this group wouldn't take too much from the land of gold. Unexpectedly, this person could extend his powers to such an extent, and, judging by the situation, was he planning to take everything? Ganfuer, with vacant eyes, sank into complete despair. He wanted to speak up to stop it, but how could this villain be swayed by his words? Suddenly, the blackness halted its spread. Teach retracted his dark tendrils because he sensed an object, not a building. It was not a historical artifact, but a fruit, a banana-shaped fruit, a devil fruit. Teach was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such a surprise alongside the gold. He hoped it wasn't some worthless Zoan-type fruit. Teach's plan was to eat one of each of the 3 types of fruits. He had already obtained the dark fruit. But as the most sinister devil fruit in the world, those upper echelons who had read the devil fruit encyclopedia would surely understand its value. Not to mention the fact that the world government had imprisoned so many criminals, keeping them alive until they died, simply to prevent the emergence of these devil fruit users. The powerful pirates who possessed devil fruits were naturally formidable. Otherwise, their powers would not have been developed to such an extent. Teach was uncertain whether anyone knew that the dark fruit could absorb and transform the powers of other devil fruits, but it was likely that some did. If it were discovered that he was a dark fruit user, he would attract the attention of the world government and be surrounded and captured by admiral-level individuals to be used as a devil fruit extractor, absorbing the fruits from the underwater prison. Thinking worse, if they discovered his body was deformed, slicing him apart would be merely a matter of time. This was also the reason Teach had never exposed his fruit powers in public. Everyone who had seen the power of the dark fruit, except for his family and loyal subordinate Enel, had died. Thus, Teach desperately needed another fruit power to conceal the strength of his dark fruit or to outwardly appear as if he had consumed another devil fruit. This way, he would not expose his value before he grew strong. Seeing Teach in a daze, as all the dark material retreated like a tide back to Teach's feet, everyone was confused. Only Ganfuer turned pale. The worst thought in his mind seemed to be coming true. That forbidden power, the true demonic power. The Sky Island had passed down a devil fruit through generations, and in its extremely distant history. This devil fruit had always been classified as a top secret and forbidden piece of information among the leaders of the Sky Island. Legend had it that this devil fruit would bring eternal night to the world. And there was even a prophecy that the bearer of this forbidden power would destroy the Sky Island, and even the world. Long ago, before the Sky Islanders came to Earth and lived on the Infinite Continent, there was a time when someone consumed this devil fruit, gaining forbidden power. That person quickly changed nature, transforming from a kind and humble individual into a person with immense ambition and insatiable desires. He forcibly ruled over all the Sky Islanders. And not only that, he had his way with all the beautiful women of the Sky Island, regardless of age, as long as they had any beauty to speak of. In the end, it seemed that he was devoured by the power, his mind eroded by the devil's abilities, completely becoming a slave to that forbidden power, intending to destroy the entire Infinite Continent. Fortunately, although the fruit's powers were immensely strong, the user was too incompetent to unleash the full potential of the devil fruit. Even so, he exhausted all the strong individuals of the Sky Islanders at the time. They united, and along with the wisest Dr. Moonview, they created countless mechanical soldiers, sacrificing their lives to defeat that person. They used special technological means to transfer his fruit powers and seal them away. Moreover, the environment of the Infinite Continent, which was the moon, was shattered by that battle, forcing them to rely on spaceships to come to Earth, landing on the Sky Island. To ensure it would not be discovered again, every generation of gods among the Sky Islanders treated it as a taboo. 400 years ago, the land of gold was washed up to the Sky Island, and Appiato became the sacred domain of the Sky Island, with this fruit naturally sealed within Appiato as the highest taboo. That was the most forbidden world-destroying fruit, the Zoan-type fish fruit, octopus mythical beast form, dragonhorn octopus. A fruit that not only possessed dragon abilities, but also the powers of an exotic octopus, a terrifying monster only found in myths and legends. Moreover, because of the actions of the previous user of the dragonhorn octopus fruit, this devil fruit itself had become a powerful mythical beast in fantasy. In the eyes of the Sky Islanders, it was the most terrifying devil fruit. Chapter 72. The powerful dragonhorn chapter form. I don't know how many years have passed, but this bastard in front of me actually sensed this fruit. The more I think about it, the more scared I become. Ganfuer was completely desperate, crawling on his knees to Tiki, wrapping his arms around Tiki's legs. Please, don't even think about touching that forbidden item. That is a true devil fruit. Unlike the previous devil fruits, they're collectively called devil fruits due to their characteristics. This thing is a real demon. The power of a demon will destroy the entire world. I'm begging you, don't be tempted by this fruit. Even the eater will eventually be eroded by its thoughts, turning into an animal that is only controlled by the original will of the fruit. So, please don't eat that fruit. It is a forbidden demon. Once released, the world will be destroyed. Crying and screaming, Ganfuer stuttered out this speech, which not only did not deter Tiki, but instead had the opposite effect, greatly stirring his interest. He knew that some devil fruits have their own will, especially the Nika fruit. Luffy's character, as portrayed in the original work, is not only due to his innate traits, but also influenced by the Nika fruit. Could this fruit be the same? Does it have its own will that subtly changes the host's emotions and personality? Although there is this crisis, don't forget that a fruit with the ability to modify others' will cannot be inferior, right? Ordinary fruits may have their own will, but they're nowhere near the level of Nika or what Ganfuer mentioned this time. Moreover, since it is a banana-shaped fruit, it must be a mythical beast type. This perfectly aligns with Tiki's intentions. Whether used as a backup ability in battle or to cover up the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi, it is excellent. Get out of the way. Tiki, attracted by this ability, completely ignored Ganfuer's obstruction, kicking him aside with a foot and striding toward the place where the fruit was kept. Additionally, Tiki's family and subordinates anxiously watched him, worried because they heard Ganfuer's words and were very afraid of that prophecy. They closely followed Tiki, fearing this unknown terror. The place where the fruit existed was at the top of the Mayan pyramid behind the Golden Bell. Tiki felt it as soon as the dark matter covered this area. With a fervent gaze, he looked at the door at the very top of the pyramid. He placed one hand on the door and pushed hard. Surprisingly, the golden door was quite heavy, and he couldn't open it once, so he had to use both hands. The door slowly opened, revealing a chilling aura, an oppressive and tempting atmosphere wafting out. Everyone except Tiki was astonished. Even Enel and Betty, who were not physically strong, shivered. Inside the pyramid was empty, except for a high platform on which a devil fruit was steadily placed. It was banana-shaped, entirely blue-black, with twisted patterns on its surface. But one thing that was different from other fruits was that the twisting patterns looked very much like twisted octopus tentacles. The whole fruit exuded a strong, evil, and eerie aura, especially an invisible temptation that was fully directed at Tiki. Tiki could even distinctly feel the fruit's desire for him. That's right, desire. This made Tiki a little hesitant, engaging in an internal struggle. His family and subordinates, seeing him like this, could only wait in silence. Only Ganfuer, who was bloodied and battered, had just climbed up the pyramid and saw Tiki facing the fruit. No, he wanted to rush forward to stop Tiki, but as soon as he moved, he was bound by thorns that suddenly grew from the golden ground. Lily would not allow anyone to approach her beloved brother in this situation. This was her instinct as Tiki's most beloved sister. But after doing this, when she turned around, she fell into great fear, because she saw Tiki was bringing the devil fruit to his mouth. No, don't. Tiki, put it down. Master Tiki. Everyone was stunned because Tiki intended to eat this fruit. It is common knowledge in this world that a person cannot eat two devil fruits, or they will die. They felt that Ganfuer's words were so evil that Tiki must have been tempted by this devil fruit. So they were all afraid of Tiki eating that fruit, fearing he would die here, and they all shouted to stop him. There's no need to worry. Tiki turned to these people and said solemnly, I won't die here. Saying this, he took a bite of the fruit and then shoved the whole thing into his mouth. There was no other reason. It was so terrible that he had to eat it quickly. Marsh and others watched Tiki eat it without any abnormal reaction, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, while also feeling a bit shocked. Even Marsh did not know her son could eat two fruits like this. Tiki showed no signs of abnormality after eating, only laughing heartily. This time a gamble paid off. This devil fruit is absolutely worthy of me. Marshall D. Teach. Stepping out of the pyramid, he jumped down and landed steadily. Feeling the endless power born within him, Tiki felt wonderful. Then his muscles bulged and deformed. His body grew larger, his limbs twisted. Suction cups appeared on the inner sides of his arms, and bulges appeared in 4 parts of his body where octopus tentacles extended out. His head elongated. Horns grew on top of his head, and black smoke accompanied Tiki's transformation. Soon, a gigantic, strange monster appeared. Floating in midair, boundless winds blew from beneath him. Looking up, The creature had a dragon's head and an octopus's body. The fierce and majestic dragon head surveyed itself, and the sharp dragon horns grew skyward. Just from the dragon's head alone, it was far more imposing than Kaido's azure dragon fruit. The body beneath the dragon head consists of 8 tentacle-like things, each resembling the body of a dragon without 4 claws, with a light-colored belly armor lined with suction cups on the inside and blue-black skin on the outside. Spines grew from the back like those of a spiky-backed dragon, and the dark spines had black-green liquid unconsciously condensing on them, dripping to the ground and creating large pits. The ends of the tentacles were sharp like the tips of knightly lances, glinting coldly and shining under the sun, and if one looked closely, there was also faint black-green liquid within. In the air above Golden Town, the body was stretching and spreading, with 8 tentacles curling and dancing freely, and the length of a single tentacle could easily wrap around a building. Just from its height, it was nearly 1,000 meters tall. This colossal monster, once again seeing the light of day, gazed up at the sun in the sky, eyes filled with hatred, and angrily opened its dragon mouth, producing a loud dragon roar. The shockwave of the sound even hit the buildings of Golden Town, reshaping some of them solely from the power of the sound. This is Tiki's new fruit ability, the fully beastified form of Dragon Horn Chapter. Chapter 73. The Dragon Horn fruit awakens on the spot. The fully released and unfurled dragon horn creature reveals its divine, imposing, majestic, dignified, eerie, and sinister qualities. This otherworldly beast, which cannot be described in detail with words, emerges once again into the world. After stretching its body for a while, the dragon horn beast intends to expand further, but suddenly remembers something and quickly shrinks down to the size of an ordinary person. Its tentacles retract, twisting in reverse, and the suckers gradually disappear into its skin as its dragon head also shortens, transforming into the figure of Teach. The human form of Teach contemplates seriously while rubbing his chin. He has just sensed an ethereal swirling in his mind, attempting to alter some of his thoughts. Although he had a similar feeling when consuming the dark fruit, the will of the dark fruit was almost identical to his own, acting merely as a guide to assist him. Therefore, consuming the dark fruit was not significant for Teach. Rather, the mutual compatibility made him stronger, and the dark fruit's abilities were enhanced as well. This time is different. Although the dragon horn still embodies greed, ambition, and desire, it entirely seeks to replace him. Or rather, it intends to devour him and change his thoughts. This perception is generally imperceptible to most people, and only Teach, as a reincarnated individual, can clearly feel the change in his soul. Anyone else would be brainwashed by such subtle changes. Meanwhile, the confused will within the dragon horn fruit is taken aback. Logically, the will of their devil fruit should be stronger for an ordinary person, yet this person's soul is surprisingly robust. It must be noted that this is a soul. It's not a simple matter of addition and subtraction. The power of 3 souls merging together definitely exceeds the sum of their parts. The will of the dragon horn believes it can finally emerge to conquer the world, only to be crushed by Teach's soul. It feels as if it has been dragged into a small grove, utterly powerless to resist, being washed over repeatedly, with no ability to resist, but sensing Teach's inner thoughts, personality, desires, and ambitions. The dragon horn is relieved. Since resistance is futile, it decides to go with the flow. Teach's psyche is not much different from its own will. Thus, it completely abandons its own will and actively merges with Teach. Unable to resist, it simply gives in and begins to enjoy the experience. As its host will likely also seek to conquer the world, it makes no difference. Consequently, the abilities of the dragon horn fruit awaken almost without training, achieving a state of awakening on the spot. Although this seems to take a long time in the realm of souls, their clash and fusion occur in an instant in the real world. After Teach conquers the dragon horn fruit, he fully feels the boundless power within him, in addition to the inherent abilities of the dragon horn. This mythical beast's abilities also merge with his dark fruit, enhancing his control over emotions, the manipulation of negative feelings, and mental control, as if he has stolen the powers of a dark god who governs human emotions and mental faculties. It is quite eerie. Teach eagerly plans to test his new abilities, but the large-scale attacks related to dragons cannot be used in this golden land. However, he can utilize the octopus-related toxins. Turning his head, he sees his subordinates and relatives arriving, all looking at him with expressions of admiration and surprise. Eating multiple devil fruits is something that can only be exhibited by beings of divine nature in this world. Dragging along a grim-faced Ganfuer, whose eyes are filled with madness, despair, deadness, fear, and tremors. He stares blankly at the half-visible dragon horn-form Teach just displayed, mumbling incoherently in a state of immense shock. A massive octopus tentacle emerges from the ground, wrapping around Ganfuer's body and bringing him before Teach. Now that Teach possesses some control over nerves and mental powers, he believes he can use neurotoxins to heal Ganfuer's mental state. Teach thinks of infusing his desire to heal Ganfuer's nerves into the toxin, and then an octopus tentacle erupts from his body, its sharp tip coalescing with drops of venom. This is not the initial toxin that merely created a pit like Magellan's. It is a neurotoxin that controls the mind. With a thrust, it pierces Ganfuer's flesh, and in an instant, Ganfuer's mind begins to revert. His eyes regain clarity, and the madness from before disappears. You madman, you really ate that devil fruit. Do you know what kind of disaster this will bring to the world? You're no longer yourself. Ha 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 ha. Wait to be consumed by the evil power and turn into a beast. You'll die before the world is destroyed. As soon as Ganfuer regains consciousness, he recalls Teach's transformation into the dragon horn and decides to lash out in despair. Oomph. An octopus tentacle swiftly coils around Ganfuer's left leg, tightening like a constrictor snake. It directly crushes Ganfuer's left leg, causing it to wither away, and then it twists off from Ganfuer's torso. The suckers of the octopus tentacle adhere to the left leg, and the immense suction, combined with the power of the dark fruit, allows for a more efficient absorption of flesh and blood than before. In an instant, that leg turns into dried meat. Chapter 74 Experiment of Abilities. After completing these tasks, there was still one ability to try. Teach extended his right pinky finger to his mouth, used his hockey to strengthen his teeth, and bit down hard on it, then chewed and swallowed it, ignoring the pain as he continued to stare at his finger. Before long, the flesh at the broken finger began to swell, and a new segment of the finger immediately grew back, identical to the previous one, only with some vitality lost. However, both Teach and the Fears can absorb vitality through their devil fruit abilities. This means that as long as there is enough cannon fodder to absorb, Teach can regenerate and heal without worry. Moreover, vitality can also be stored, right? If he casually stored the vitality of millions, then Teach would be invincible in battle. How could he lose if he couldn't be killed? Whether it's the dragon horn's ability to consume his own vitality to heal or the dark fruit's ability to absorb others' vitality, it doesn't matter. The combination of the two, using the dark fruit to absorb others' vitality to heal himself, is simply a bug. Only a monster like Teach, who can consume multiple devil fruits, could achieve such an effect. During this time, Ganfuer's pain generated some negative emotions, which Teach secretly absorbed, combining the power of the dragon horn with the dark fruit, creating a capability similar to an evil god. Thus, using it to absorb negative emotions became not only easier, but also more efficient. Thank you, Lord of the Sky, Island Gods. Without you, how could we have come to such a beautiful place? You have truly fulfilled the wishes of this traveler. Teach mocked Ganfuer, making him feel even greater guilt to absorb his negative emotions. Upon hearing Teach's words, Ganfuer indeed turned pale, and regarding the disappearance of the forbidden fruits guarded by generations, he fell into an indescribable self-reproach and sorrow. This emotion allowed Teach, who had combined the dragon horn and dark fruit, to be fully satisfied. He wanted to continue, letting Ganfuer, this negative emotion generator, keep shining. Blue-black tentacles grew, with sharp tips glimmering with cold light, and dark green venom condensed, which was the octopus's unique neurotoxin. After fusing with the dark fruit's ability, it mutated into a mental toxin that could manipulate people's minds. Almost anyone below the level of the four emperors or those with extremely strong willpower could be eroded and contaminated by this toxin. The tips of the tentacles, like needles, directly pierced into Ganfuer's body, and the venom quickly entered. Soon, Ganfuer was dazed because Teach created an illusion for him. In it, Teach's group ruthlessly destroyed the Sky Island, torturing all the people of the Sky Island in the most extreme ways, and he could only be tied up on the side, watching helplessly as Teach's group committed their crimes. Even while tying him up, they would capture countless old, young, sick, and disabled people from the Sky Island to execute them right in front of him. They pried his eyes open with fingers, forcing him to witness this disaster in the most painful way possible. As the Sky Island was destroyed, Teach's group took him around the world, destroying it in the most brutal ways. And the root cause of all this was him, Ganfuer. Ganfuer's mind was nearing collapse as he felt an overwhelming guilt. In the end, countless souls in the illusion cried out to Ganfuer, accusing him of unleashing the source of the world's destruction, saying he was the greatest sinner. Ah! Ganfoer held his head and cried, an endless sense of guilt occupying his heart, causing his spirit to completely break down. He babbled incoherently, waved his hands aimlessly, and stumbled as he walked, not knowing which direction he was heading, and tripped over himself after taking a few steps. At the same time, immeasurable negative emotions emanated from him, all of which were absorbed by Teach. This caused the ability of the dark fruit to rocket in enhancement, and the power of the dragon horn also significantly increased. Teach could feel that if this continued, one day his absorption would reach a conceptual level, at which point, whether it was the side effects of the devil fruit or anything else that could be absorbed, it would all be absorbed. Gravity could even reach a level where it could communicate with meteorites and use techniques similar to Fujitora. Leaving Ganfoer to his own devices, Teach once again used the ability of the dark fruit. If the previous size of the dark space was somewhat inadequate, and he might not be able to completely absorb Gold Country into the dark space, now, having absorbed the massive negative emotion generator that was Ganfoer, the power of the dark fruit had reached a new height, and the volume of the dark space had become enormous. The pitch-black dark matter enveloped all the golden buildings of Gold Country Appiato. Hey! A low growl first, followed by a release of sound, and boundless gravitational pull enveloped Appiato. Those golden buildings disappeared bit by bit, or rather sank into the pitch-black matter. The entire massive golden city completely sunk into the dark space like it was submerging into the sea, with not a single golden piece left outside. After Teach and his crew confirmed that there were no valuable items left in the ruins, they planned to leave, leaving the crazed Ganfoer wandering aimlessly in the ruins. Suddenly, 10 thorns shot up from the ground, simultaneously stabbing towards Ganfoer from all directions, directly piercing his body. Ganfoer was thus caught between the 10 thorns growing from the ground, losing his breath due to the thorns inside him. On the way, the fierce showed a slight smile, knowing that anyone who knew about his brother's dual devil fruit secret could not be left alive, even if he was insane, Mr. God. With that, he took hold of Teach's arm, and the group happily walked back to Angel Island. Chapter 75. The abilities of the dragon horn fruit. There was nothing worth missing on Angel Island. After shopping and dining on Angel Street, Teach acquired nearly all the shellfish from Sky Island, including various types like wind shell, fire shell, water shell, and resonance shell for daily life, as well as combat shells like slash shell, impact shell, and repulse shell for battle. These shells were not native to the Blue Sea and could serve various purposes, but their limited quantity meant they were only suitable for the initial development period of his followers and not enough for equipping a future large-scale force. After replenishing supplies, they left Angel Island. The thorny ship sailed swiftly across the white sea of Sky Island. As a 3-masted sailing ship, its power mainly came from the wind. And at that moment, Teach's new energy, the dragon horn fruit, granted him the ability to wield the wind. The ship took advantage of the wind's strength and quickly reached the boundary of the white sea, the boundary of the clouds. Below was the vast, long-lost blue sea, the azure surface shimmering with the breeze. If Teach had not consumed the power of the dragon horn fruit, the thrill of descending below would be no less than landing in the soaring sea currents. The wind carried the thorny ship forward rapidly, as if the front was not the sky at all. Upon exiting the clouds of the white sea, the thorny ship hovered in midair. An invisible wind surrounded the ship's body, gently lowering it to the sea surface, creating splashes. Below, the waters still surrounded Magic Valley Town, where Hippo and Blackskin had been waiting daily, hoping for their master's swift return. Unexpectedly, today, they witnessed the ship flying down from the sky. Blackskin was intelligent, but could not comprehend the situation fully. Upon seeing the ship resembling Teach's dark thorny ship, it swam excitedly near it, curiously inspecting the vessel. Suddenly, a strange octopus of human size flew out of the ship. As it exited the ship, it gradually grew larger, eventually reaching dozens of meters, bigger than Blackskin. With a splash, it fell into the water. It was only because Blackskin sensed its master's aura on the octopus through its animal instincts that it did not attempt to attack. The octopus was Teach's zone transformation. It could enter the water because the octopus naturally had a slime coating on its skin, forming a protective layer like a shampoo bubble, allowing it to move freely in the water. Moreover, this slime's strength and toughness were far superior to that of the red tree's bubbles, capable of naturally secreting new slime to protect itself even if a gap occurred. In addition, there was the wind ability showcased earlier. As a storm monster, It could manipulate fierce winds and strike enemies with thunder. Besides these two elemental attacks, the dragon horn fruit, being a dragon-type fruit, featured a massive dragon head, allowing it to utilize dragon breath and control fire elements. Thus, it could unleash attacks similar to Kaido's breath and cover itself in flames. After all, Kaido's fruit was merely an ordinary dragon. Despite being called the Azure Dragon, it was not the divine beast of the Four Directions. Its abilities represented only the basic capabilities of a dragon. In contrast, the dragon horn fruit was one of the most terrifying creatures among dragons, with abilities far surpassing those of ordinary dragons. Naturally, it also encompassed Kaido's minor abilities like flame clouds. Moreover, combined with the previously showcased poison abilities, one being extremely potent like Magellan's, creating large pits upon contact with the ground, and the other being a neurotoxin evolved under the influence of the dark fruit, capable of manipulating and enslaving others' minds. The octopus and dragon's resilient skin provided not only the octopus's remarkable flexibility and ability to elongate, but also a surface covered in strong dragon scales. This was the most terrifying aspect. Imagine attacking Teach. First, you would have to break through that troublesome slime layer, then penetrate the tough dragon scales, and finally deal with the octopus's incredibly resilient and slippery, thick skin. How could one possibly defeat him? Even internal damage from Haki could only defend against a significant portion. Moreover, the octopus's biological self-healing and regeneration meant any injury could be healed. Generally, unless one completely eradicated him, they might not even match his healing speed. Even if one pierced his heart, it would be futile. The octopus had 3 hearts. After one was done for, it could switch to another for battle. And by the time the third was needed, the first would have healed continuously and infinitely. How could one exhaust this monster? Of course, the healing ability had its limits, constrained by the user's own vitality. After all, it was impossible to produce so much flesh out of thin air. While ordinary individuals who consumed the dragon horn fruit were hard to defeat, simply wearing them down would eventually leave them unable to heal, as their life force would be depleted. However, Teach was different. He was a dual fruit user, and the other, the dark fruit, was a fearsome natural type capable of absorbing others' life force for his own use. He could even store life force within the dark space. The combination of these two powers was truly frightening. If Teach were to store the life force of millions, then in battle, one would have to exhaust that life force before being able to kill him. This was the power of the dragon horn fruit combined with the dark fruit. He could even freely change size, small enough to be human-sized and large enough to become a colossal beast, with the potential to grow even larger. Lastly, the octopus could expel ink, which could be laced with toxins to form poisonous mist, obscuring others' vision, except for those with observation Haki. Most importantly, this could be used to conceal some of the abilities of the dark fruit, leading others to believe it was merely ink. With such comprehensive abilities, it was no wonder it was considered a forbidden fruit. If one were to be corrupted by the will of the dragon horn fruit, the outcome would be relying on this power to wreak havoc across the world. Teach sensed the various abilities of the new fruit and unconsciously began to wave his tentacles in the water, splashing black skin with tears. Some things must be said. I have mentioned that I write novels out of pure interest and hobby, and I don't really care about rewards or book ratings. Everyone can act according to their means. Just sending a few donations makes me very satisfied. Thanks to all. The only thing I care about is feedback and book reviews because I write purely for the love of it, not for anything else. Some comments are constructive, and I appreciate the advice, but some low-star ratings are truly absurd. Right now, the rating shows 6. 7. Honestly, the book's performance is quite good, just a bit low on the score. I could easily ignore the score and continue writing for profit. However, I have to address some of the low-star negative reviews. The first negative review mentioned that my Battle Pirate King novel's first 30 chapters had a boss that was defeated too quickly. Detailed descriptions of battle scenes in a passionate combat manga also received a negative review. Another said the protagonist had no power and was useless, but at that point, the protagonist had just left the beginner village. How could he establish a power? I wrote that Teach's plan was to go to Sky Island for gold and thunder, and he was on his way. To say the protagonist had no power while still on the road is unreasonable, isn't it? Another person watched for 36 minutes and complained about the lack of characters. He hadn't even finished the beginner village, so how could I showcase other characters? Others said they disliked the protagonist's sister being stronger than him and gave a direct low-star review, along with several others. Note that several gave low stars simply because the protagonist had family and wasn't an orphan. There are still some people who question my book with negative reviews based on the settings of other novels. I can confidently say that I wrote this book while researching, and almost all the details can be explained with references. However, I am really a loss for words. To be honest, I feel like I've been broken down by these reviews. What are these negative comments even about? Is there a valid reason for them? It's really disgusting to encounter this group of people. I apologize for writing so much and disturbing your reading experience. Perhaps everyone has noticed the power of the dragon horn fruit. It's just to speed things up and push the plot along. Writing One Piece is actually my first book for practice and exploration, purely for my hobby. This kind of fan fiction doesn't have many readers, and I wrote it because I love One Piece, but I didn't expect so many unreasonable and absurd reviews and such a low rating. Even when I tried to explain to them, they still insisted on their unreasonable evaluations with confidence. I have already prepared outlines and some beginnings for other types of books. That genre is even more popular than One Piece, and the themes I write about are different from others of the same type, making them more appealing to readers. There will be more readers for a single female lead than for this book. These reviews and the 6.7 rating have really disappointed me. I am very grateful to those who gave me positive reviews, encouragement, and support. Thank you all. Rest assured, I will finish this book and abandon it. I'm just speeding up the plot progression. It's currently 2:30 a.m., and I'm writing down my thoughts. Thank you to those who have always supported and encouraged me. For you, even if I have nothing, I will complete this book. Thank you all. I love you. Chapter 76. Heading to the West Sea while summarizing his abilities, Tiki accidentally drew the innocent black-skinned hippo beside him. He didn't expect that after gently stroking the hippo's head with his enormous octopus tentacle, he would leap out of the water. In midair, the giant black and blue octopus gradually shrank and transformed into a human form. With a soft thud, Tiki landed on the head of the black-skinned hippo, which was over 10 meters long. He crossed his arms, letting the sea breeze rustle his black captain's leopard coat, and began to contemplate his next direction. To be honest, after obtaining the dragon horn fruit, he was nearly invincible. The ability to harvest life force and regenerate had brought his recovery to the pinnacle of this world. Now, he wanted to venture into the new world, but this era was filled with legendary figures like the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Roger, all existing within the oceans of the new world. Although Tiki's strength had skyrocketed to an exaggerated level, he was still some distance away from these individuals. It wasn't a matter of difference. It was just that Tiki was too young. His body hadn't fully developed yet, even for someone as gifted as Big Mom. The gap between her at 5 years old and at 15 was absurdly large. Therefore, the current plan was to go to the Four Seas, relying on his current strength. It would be easy to establish a power in this world of the survival of the fittest, especially with the gold from Sky Island. It would be better to develop a foundation of power in the Four Seas first. More importantly, he needed to leave himself 2 to 3 years of development space, which would be sufficient. At 12 years old, he was still at the tail end of childhood. In 2 to 3 years, he would transition into adolescence, and the difference between the two stages was significant. By then, Tiki in his teenage form would be confident enough to spar with legendary pirates like Roger. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before Roger would surrender and die. The Golden Lion would cause chaos at the Navy headquarters and be captured, leaving only the new generation of Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard in the New World. At that time, he could justifiably take Roger's place, establishing a situation where all 4 emperors coexisted in the New World from the very beginning. So, rather than directly going to the New World to be bullied by the 3 legendary pirates, it would be better to dominate the Four Seas first. When the time comes, he could directly go to the New World and become the top emperor. If he was going to do it, he would aim for the highest position. The New World was like this, and so was the Four Seas. This wasn't avoidance. It was just a path he had to choose due to Tiki's age. With a meticulous mindset, Tiki quickly determined his future direction. He gently tiptoed on the back of the hippo and leaped onto the deck of the Thorn ship. Setting sail. Destination, the doldrums. Ha ha. At such a spirited moment, Tiki naturally wouldn't hide his arrogance, laughing as he spoke to his crew. At the same time, he activated the wind ability of the dragon horn fruit. Whoosh! The wind roared in their ears as the air whipped against everyone's faces. The mast-sailed ship unexpectedly felt like a speedboat, its dark hull slicing through the water like a spear, heading into the distance. The first half of the Grand Line's doldrums corresponds to the East Sea and the South Sea. In the East Sea, the water is too deep, and even if there are some resources, they are far away in terms of time. It might be worth checking out in a few years. As for the South Sea, there's even less to mention. Aside from a few characters from the original story originating from there is basically no information at all. Because these two sea areas are near the paradise of the first half of the Grand Line, the world government and the Navy have more control, making it difficult to develop. On the other hand, the West Sea and the North Sea, located on either side of the New World, are much better. The control of the Navy and the world government here is somewhat weaker. Moreover, in the original story, the North Sea has Germa 66, while the West Sea has the Mafia and countries like the Land of Flowers that raise pirates. This shows how fierce the local customs are. Thus, Tiki decided to head to the West Sea first. The only reason for not choosing the North Sea was the group from O'Hara Island who could read the poneglyphs. Nico Robin and Nico Alvia, the duo who could interpret the poneglyphs, were talents Tiki did not intend to let slip by. There was no other intention. He was simply interested in their ability to read the poneglyphs. Setting sail, with Tiki's wind power, the Thorn ship quickly descended beneath the Red Line. This time, there was no need to pass through the middle station of the Red Line, and Tiki was too lazy to look at the celestial dragons who might emerge at any moment to disgust people. Below the Red Line, Tiki crouched down, pressing his hand against the deck. A layer of transparent, colorless, and invisible slime quickly spread out, rapidly covering the entire ship's hull, then expanding into a spherical shape, allowing Tiki and the others to experience a feeling akin to being coated in shampoo. They could see the outside scenery, even underwater. This was the application of the slime from Tiki's dragon horn fruit ability. As mentioned before, this slime's toughness and strength exceeded that of the bubbles secreted by the Yakiman red tree, making it suitable for underwater traversal. Once the complete membrane was applied, utilizing Tiki's gravitational and water-controlling abilities, the ship began to dive down into the darkness. They could only feel their way as they descended towards the bottom of the Red Line, then proceeded through the bottom of the Red Line into the waters of a new world before surfacing. Tiki had no intention of going to Fishman Island for the same reason. It was still too early. The two most important figures on Fishman Island were Neptune and Shirahoshi, and neither had been born yet. One was just a few years old. There was no point in going now. When the time was right, he would naturally capture them all in one go. Chapter 77, The Lidinos Islands and Basis New World, the edge of the Red Earth Continent Sea. Glub, glub, glub. Countless bubbles rise to the surface of the water as a ship breaks through the waves, surrounded by a layer of mucus protection. It is Teach's ship, the Thorns. They successfully utilize the properties of the mucus to reach the New World, and their next goal is to cross the doldrums and head to the West Sea. With the push of the wind, they quickly arrive in this sea area. Interestingly, even though it is a vast expanse of water with no apparent separation, the surface of the New World is always breezy, while the doldrums remain calm and still. Perhaps this world truly has such marvelous weather phenomena. Or maybe there's something peculiar about the doldrums that prevents the wind from passing through. Teach and his crew can naturally cross the doldrums. Although they will face some dangers from sea kings, the route of navigation would be significantly shortened. The reason the doldrums are considered a forbidden zone is twofold. One is the likelihood of encountering sea kings, which is secondary because countless beings in the ocean can defeat them, especially in the New World where there are even more powerful creatures. It has never been reported that a strong warrior died from a single sea king's attack. The second and more significant reason is the lack of wind. The doldrums are devoid of wind, and in this world, most ships rely on masts and sails for navigation. Even Luffy's Thousand Sunny, which is powered by cola energy, still relies on sails. Only naval ships equipped with Vegapunk's technology can install sea prism stones to evade sea kings and use their own energy to navigate through the doldrums for a period of time. Others do not have that technology. It's not surprising if a strong warrior can defeat a sea king. But how can one sail through the doldrums without wind and without a long-term power source? Even if someone like Rayleigh could swim across the doldrums, it's impossible to continually push a ship through the water for long. Perhaps monsters like Teach and Kaido could manage it, but others wouldn't even dare to think about it. This is the reason why the doldrums are uninhabited. Only naval ships can travel for extended periods due to their energy source, and the Empress's ship can navigate the doldrums thanks to the giant snake pulling it along. Coincidentally, Teach is one of the few who can cross the doldrums. He's certainly isn't afraid of sea kings, as they would only provide him with energy. No matter how large the sea king, Teach can shrink his form and turn into a dragon horn octopus to siphon its blood with his suckers, which the sea king cannot stop. As for the wind, Teach's gales are almost as powerful as those of natural type. Therefore, with all these abilities combined, Teach and his crew encounter almost no obstacles, except for a clueless sea king that came their way, allowing Teach and his crew to feast. They arrived in the West Sea without any hindrance. They casually found an island to land on and learned that the most prosperous island in this sea area was the Lidinos Islands. After purchasing the permanent log pose there, they quickly headed over. Teach's strength was already sufficient to dominate the West Sea. So it was easiest to start developing on the most prosperous island. The Ledi Nos Islands consist of one large island and three smaller ones, with the largest central island in the middle and the other three surrounding it in three directions. By the time they arrived, it was already night. The stars twinkled in the sky, and Ledi Nos, being one of the most prosperous islands in the West Sea, was brightly lit even at night. Teach and his crew disembarked and headed to a restaurant on the main street, where Teach devoured all the food in the restaurant by himself, wiping out the entire stock of cherry pies from all the surrounding shops. How could this guy's stomach hold so much food? He was like a bottomless pit. All the customers in the restaurant stared in disbelief, beginning to discuss among themselves. Hey, you must be a great fighter if you can eat that much. I want to challenge you to a duel. A small child with light purple hair, looking particularly goofy and as sturdy as a calf, who appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old, stood up to challenge Teach. This guy looks tough. We must not let Basis provoke him, or we'll be caught in the crossfire. Teach perked up at the chatter around him. Basis? He looked at the kid as purple hair and his consistently goofy expression. There was no doubt. This was his future subordinate, the first ship captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Sheesa's Basis. Although his strength was not particularly formidable, his loyalty was unmatched, which was why he could become the first ship captain. Now that they had met, if he trained well, he would rise to greater heights, and his loyalty would only increase. Such goofy characters are often the most loyal. Kid, what's your name? Teach asked, leaning slightly forward from his chair to look down at Basis. Wahahaha. You want to know my name? Remember it. I am Sheesa's Basis. I am going to become the champion of the Ledi Nos fighting tournament. The young Basis, unaware of the world's dangers, proudly proclaimed his name. I accept your challenge. But with one condition, let's make a bet. If you lose, you will become my subordinate. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Teach said in a seemingly kind and gentle tone. His family and crew watched with great interest, understanding that Teach intended to recruit this somewhat promising Basis. Wahahaha. I accept. Let us duel. Basis, still in his combative and brainless personality, readily agreed without a second thought. Good. You must go easy on me. Teach teased, looking at Basis's calf-like body pretending to be scared. Where shall we fight? Teach asked. Of course, we'll go outside. Follow me. Basis prepared to lead the way. He. There is no need to make it so complicated. Get ready, Basis. Bang, bang, bang. Teach threw 3 punches to Basis's head, controlling the force so that it only left him dizzy. You sneak attacked me. That doesn't count. Basis protested, feeling dizzy. Then you can attack me. I'll hold my breath for 3 minutes. If you can make me exhale during that time, I'll consider it a loss. All right, I'm coming. As soon as Basis heard Teach's words, he planned to sneak attack him just like Teach did. But Teach wouldn't let him succeed. Steel, never mind. I'll just use hockey to defend. It was too risky to use iron. Underneath his clothes, Teach's body was already covered in black, providing protection against Basis's attack, which was negligible, like a toothpick stirring a vat, with no pressure. Basis's fists turned red and swollen, and as the time approached, he hardened his resolve. Although he was goofy and boisterous, he would resort to some dirty and despicable tactics to achieve his goals. Just like in the original story when he ambushed Luffy when he was weak. Now, feeling determined, the 6-year-old Basis, muscular and with bulging arms, aimed a punch at Teach's lower body, the most vulnerable part of the human body. Teach sensed this and thought to himself, this Basis is quite good. He can use such tactics. When it's time to be ruthless, one should be so. Very good, this aligns with my thinking. However, he couldn't let Basis hit him. Whether it hurt or not was one thing, but he couldn't let this kid touch his sea prism stone staff. Activating his fruit ability, a tentacle grew from below, wrapping around and raising the scales outward. Basis, unaware of this, punched the raised scales, and his fist felt as if it had been sliced by a knife. The extreme pain caused Basis to squat down, howling in agony. Teach finally got up, holding a dining knife, and squatted down beside Basis, wrapping an arm around his body while playing with the knife. Little friend, you wouldn't go back on your promise, would you? That wouldn't be good, right? The metal knife glides, occasionally brushing against Bosch's neck. I give up, boss, I give up. Bosch's was so scared that he immediately lost his temper and begged for mercy. All right, Bosch's, you will follow me from now on. I will help you fulfill your wishes. This is a benefit of being under my command as Marshall D. Teach. No matter what it is. Yes, Teach. Bosch's was a bit skeptical, but he responded affirmatively to Teach. Bosch's, tonight let me show you my abilities. Teach took the initiative to pull Bosch's along. heading with his subordinates to the underground fighting arena of all.What that they had just heard about in the restaurant. Chapter 78. The brutal destruction of opponents in the underground fighting arena as a region known for its fierce culture. Various fighting activities, such as boxing and wrestling, are extremely popular. The people in this world naturally have a fighting spirit flowing in their veins. Especially since everyone knows that there are powerful pirates in the world, the common people yearn for such strength, though many lack the talent and courage. Thus, fighting and gladiatorial contests are very much in vogue. In the center island of Ladinos, the underground boxing arena is bustling with noise. Though this underground arena is termed underground, it is completely different from the concept in the past life. It merely requires some thresholds to enter, and it operates openly and above board. Even the authorities and the Navy tacitly accept the existence of such places. However, since it is a place where lives are lost daily, the boxing arena does not have a specific name. All the spectators gather around the fighting ring, forming the shape of an hourglass. It is a standard large fighting arena. Our champion, Nos, has won for 10 consecutive days. Will he manage to achieve a 14-day winning streak and claim the ultimate prize of the Ladinos Fighting Championship? The host warms up the crowd, introducing the streaking champion. The odds are now open. Nos has odds of 1-5, while his opponent has odds of 5-0. Should you continue to bet on Nos or take a risk on his opponent? Both competitors are evenly matched, so audience members, feel free to place your bets. A fortune could be made today. Nos' opponent is clearly much weaker than him, and the host is still trying to entice some foolish gamblers looking for a quick win. Teach has no intention of betting on Nos. He plans to make his move soon to disrupt the event and place his own bets. Soon the fight begins. Nos and his opponent charge at each other like two furious bulls, using all their strength to attack. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding echoes as the two muscular men deliberately grapple. Initially, both sides have plenty of strength, but soon Nos' opponent is overwhelmed and knocked down as if crushed by a landslide. He then lifts his opponent and locks his neck from behind, rendering him unconscious as the struggling limbs grow weaker and fall to the ground. Strangely, even after his opponent loses, the match does not end. The host does not announce a victory, and Nos does not cease his actions. He lays the unconscious opponent flat on the ring and slowly walks around it before returning to his opponent's feet. Then, Nos leaps 2 to 3 meters into the air, bringing his legs together and stomping down on his opponent's head like a precise missile. Crack! A loud, crisp sound rings out as his opponent's skull explodes, splattering thick matter all over the ground. The ring is drenched in blood, and Nos' feet are equally red as he continues to flaunt his physique and muscles on the arena. He has done it again. Nos has defeated his opponent once more with his execution move, the skull-crushing technique. It's simply art. The host's excited voice echoes throughout the fighting arena. Today's fixed opponent has been defeated, and now comes the challenge segment open to any audience member. Who among you wants to step up and kill Nos to claim his ultimate prize? As the host speaks, Nos wears a disdainful expression, exuding arrogance. Oh, a challenger has stepped up. He appears quite youthful. Is he really going to challenge Nos? Time is running out. If you don't bet now, the fight will begin. Will Nos continue his winning streak, or will the newcomer seize it? Everyone should take a chance. Fame and fortune await today. Teach's odds are over 3, and a group has pulled together 100 million berries in gold and cash to hand over to the casino staff. The one stepping onto the stage is none other than Teach himself. Standing across from Nos, his height of over 4 meters dwarfs the now much smaller Teach, suggesting considerable strength. But at nearly 50 years old, he has lost much of his potential. Having average strength among his subordinates, there's little value in nurturing him. Teach resolves that he will let Nos be his first blood on the Ladinos Islands. Kid, since you dare to step up, be prepared to die. I hope your skull is tough enough. Ha ha ha. Teach seems to ignore Nos' provocation and smiles as he asks, Are you ready? I'm talking to you, kid. It seems you are ready. Teach rises on his toes and grabs Nos' neck. Though Teach's hands are smaller compared to Nos' muscular neck, the force he exerts leaves Nos powerless to resist. With just a little strength, Nos rolls his eyes and faints. Teach then lays Nos on the arena floor in the same manner, stretches his limbs, and retrieves a prepared rope from his waist. He binds Nos' limbs to the corners of the square ring's pillars. Then, like a baby taking its first steps, he carefully moves forward, first stepping on Nos' left leg, then right leg, then left arm and right arm. Only after completing this does he cautiously walk over Nos' abdomen, chest, and finally his shoulders and head. The sound of cracking bones accompanying the helpless screams of his opponent revealing Teach's sadistic smile. It should be noted that Nos, who is nearing his peak at 50, is just trash in the 4Cs and only has the courage to bully those weaker than himself. He is naturally the most brutal and ruthless towards others. But once the tables turn and he is treated the same way, he absolutely cannot endure it. As soon as Teach stepped on Nos, he had already awakened in pain from his unconscious state, but with his limbs tightly bound by the ropes, he was completely unable to escape or struggle, only able to sense the pain while howling in agony. His desperate and painful emotions provided Teach with immense negative energy. At the end, stepping on Nos' shoulders and head, a crisp, loud sound resonates as Nos' already shattered body completely loses its vitality. Red and white tomato tofu soup splatters everywhere, and Teach, like a mischievous child playing in a rainwater puddle, stomps twice, stirring up droplets of rain, or rather, blood and viscous fluid. He stretches out his arms, welcoming the frenzied and excited emotions of the audience. Since arriving at the Ladinos Islands, Teach has brought them a visual feast far beyond any previous competitors. At this moment, the arena is more beautiful than the brightest flowers, a blood-red painting created with blood and tofu as pigments, laying out such a masterpiece on the ground. The mad and violent people of Ladinos look at the figure in the center of the ring with utmost admiration. This is the scene desired in such fights. Teach quickly becomes the new star of combat in the Ladinos Islands. Ha ha ha. Teach laughs heartily on the arena, showcasing himself for all to see. Accidentally forgot to set a timer. Consider this an extra update. Chapter 79. The chill of Retsu and Kikyo with today's influence. Ruling here in the future will undoubtedly be much easier, at least in the eyes of the lower class, who will fanatically support me. Teach's brutal methods will bring disaster to others, but as a qualified ruler, relying solely on intimidation is the most foolish approach. Kaido has such a massive treasure in Wano. Just extracting a little from the seams would make the people of Wano grateful. How could it be like in the original story, where external enemies arrive, and domestic instability leads to a swift destruction of power? Big Mom is the same. Her crew are like her children, filled with talent. If she shows even a little maternal love, how many of her children can truly be filial? If she constantly absorbs her children's lifespans and oppresses them, can they put in any effort? However, being overly protective like Whitebeard, sheltering everyone under his wings, is even worse. Although Whitebeard has a few, like Marco, who can contend with admirals, a closer look reveals their performance is truly lackluster. In this idealistic world, everyone sees Whitebeard as everything. He can't be that strong. In the original story, Ace's talent was even higher than Luffy's, but after being taken in by Whitebeard, he devoted himself to making Whitebeard the Pirate King, leading to stagnation or even regression in his strength. Therefore, Teach believes that when dealing with his subordinates, in addition to employing brutal tactics, he must also cater to their interests and showcase himself, giving them something to strive for, preventing their will from being frustrated. Just like now, having won over most of the fighting fans of the Ladinos, Teach's appearance this time is just to leave an impression on the people of the Ladinos, simply serving as a foundation for ruling this island in the future. He has no time to participate in a continuous 14-day fighting competition. Taking down Noth was sufficient. Next, he needs to meet the owner of the underground boxing arena. No, he should say the owner will definitely rush to find Teach. As he expected at this moment, in a room of the Ladinos' underground boxing arena, a strong bald man in formal attire, unable to hide his lewd aura, was watching the scene of Teach through a transponder snail, his eyes shining with excitement. While watching, he dialed the phone snail, saying, "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him leave the underground boxing arena. Our future income relies on him. Bring more people and weapons. We mustn't let him escape. Bring him to see me." After speaking, he hung up the phone. Ha ha ha, this is great. Such a good seedling has been discovered by me. As long as I can control him, the boxing arena business will thrive. The bald, lewd man fantasized about Teach becoming his special fighting hand to attract customers, feeling elated. Little did he know, his actions were completely sensed by Kikyo, who was using her observation haki to scan the entire venue. Upon hearing his words, even the cold and silent Kikyo felt a surge of anger. It's one thing to be eyed by someone, but being targeted by such a weakling is an absolute disgrace that Kikyo, heavily influenced by Teach's ideology, cannot tolerate. Her pretty face turned frosty as she continued to activate her observation haki, precisely sensing the location of the bald lewd man. "What's wrong, Kikyo?" In the audience, even though her expression remained unchanged, Retsu, who had grown up with Kikyo, sensed that her sister was in a bad mood. Kikyo leaned down and whispered a few words to Retsu, explaining the situation regarding that man. In an instant, a chill enveloped the underground boxing arena, and everyone could feel their hair standing on end, as if they were being targeted by a powerful beast. The intense aura instantly silenced the previously bustling underground boxing arena, which had been boiling due to Teach. Teach sensed this killing intent, and upon realizing it was from his sister Retsu, he immediately relaxed and quickly made his way to where his group was. What happened? Not only was Teach puzzled, but even Massey and the others, who hadn't heard the conversation, were confused about why Retsu, who had always been gentle and smiling, suddenly behaved so strangely. Retsu didn't answer, but let Kikyo explain. I've sensed that the owner of this underground boxing arena is contacting others to gather thugs, and he dares to say he'll keep you here, using you as a profit tool for the arena. Teach instantly became furious. Although he could anticipate that the casino owner would seek to cooperate with him or even threaten him, he never expected this owner to be even more greedy and arrogant than he imagined. Teach himself was also a greedy and arrogant person, but in his worldview, only he could be greedy towards others. He absolutely would not allow anyone to set their sights on him. Completely astonished by the boxing arena owner's thoughts, Teach also considered him a talent. How can I reward such a talent? Teach stroked his chin and began to ponder. Everyone saw him initially shocked and furious, then calmed down to think about the problem, leaving them all puzzled. However, after a moment, they understood. That boxing arena owner was going to suffer because every time Teach thought like this, it was like a poisonous snake lurking beside its prey. Once he finished his contemplation, that prey was destined for death. Chapter 80. 3 years later with Lafitte, not long after their exchange, the Teach family began to head towards the exit. As expected, a large number of black-clad thugs had already gathered at the exit, eyeing Teach and his group with weapons drawn. It seemed they had no intention of discussing matters peacefully, as a leader among them stepped forward to address Teach. Don't go out. A surge of red and black conquerors' hockey erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming, oppressive aura. All the people present were merely thugs, not comparable to seasoned pirates. Moreover, after days of absorbing the blood and flesh of others to nourish himself, Teach Conqueror's hockey had surpassed its previous limits. As his hockey manifested, all the black-clad thugs, except for Teach's small group, fell unconscious, lying on the ground and creating a carpet of bodies at the exit of the arena. A bunch of ants. Lafitte, where's that boss? Lead the way. Teach felt no concern for these people. His priority was to deal with the boss of the arena. Over here, Lafitte, who had been using observation hockey to sense the surroundings, immediately led the way. The group walked over the meat carpet and exited the arena. This building, besides the arena, also had a second floor serving as an entertainment center, featuring gambling, food, fine wine, meat, and poison among various other entertainments. The environment was extravagant, so the bold, lecherous boss naturally chose this place as his office. They forcibly broke in, ignoring the security personnel's obstruction. No one needed to call on Teach. Enel, with his observation hockey, and Betty, with her inspiring fruit ability, handled them easily. Reaching the door of the bald, lecherous boss's office, Teach kicked it open. Who are you? The bald man, neatly dressed and sitting in an office chair behind a large desk, had a long-haired head beneath him that was still moving. Upon seeing the women among the intruders, the lecherous glint in his eyes was unabashed. I don't know where you little pests come from, but I'm the boss of the Red Emperor's arena. As long as you keep making money for me as a fighter, I might let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. He shoved aside the head beneath him, zipped up, and stood up with a lewd look, ready to provoke them. Teach, furious but composed, simply gripped the air, and a pitch-black hilt appeared in his hand. The blade gradually extended from the hilt, like a spreading fire, until the entire blade was formed. What are your last words? A devil fruit user? No wonder you made it here. I'll show you how small your world is. The bald man boasted. I am the strongest in the Red Emperor's arena. Open your eyes and see how vast the world is. As he spoke, the surface of his fist, no, not a fist, just the part of his fingers in front, slowly became coated in a faint dark color. It was evidently armament hockey, but it was thin and weak, barely enough to cover his fingers, and it seemed it could only defend against toothpick-level attacks. Experience this. This is a power that only the strong of the New World can master, specifically designed to counter abilities like yours. Witness the world. Deadly move. Purgatory Demon Fist. 11th style. God Slayer. He charged towards Teach at an extremely slow pace, his fist lacking any real strength. When he struck Teach's chest, the sound of metal against flesh echoed. There was no doubt that the bald man's hockey was shattered by the defense of Teach's own haki. The bald man's fingers twisted grotesquely, bones shattered beyond repair. Ah! The bald man's scream served as a backdrop. Teach pointed at the darkening, almost purple metallic sheen on his chest, and spoke. "You were talking about armament haki? Can you enlighten this frog at the bottom of the well?" The bald man immediately understood. This person was no ordinary individual. He was clearly more brutal and powerful than the New World pirates who had come here. "Spare me, sir. My family depends on me. My wife and children." "Your wife, I will take care of." Teach interrupted, and then the dark, shadowy great sword effortlessly decapitated the bald man. When he tried to lift the head, realizing there was no hair, he had no choice but to dig his fingers into the skull, grabbing it to exit the boss's office. In the hall of the building, he gathered everyone. Holding the bloodied head of the bald man aloft with one hand, the 5 bloodied holes where his fingers had gouged out still oozed. The gruesome sight stunned everyone. "This scumbag is dead, and from now on, this is my territory. Who supports me and who opposes me?" Under the invisible haki radiating from Teach, everyone felt subdued and dare not speak out. They exchanged fearful glances, resigning themselves to this new boss. Thus, Teach established his roots in the West Sea, and the tendrils of eternal night first touched this world. 3 years later, in the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, the now 15-year-old Teach had completely taken control of more than half of the underground industry in the West Sea, using the Red Emperor's Islands as his base. His main enterprises included underground casinos and fighting arenas, encompassing various fields such as drug trafficking, alcohol, entertainment, transportation, usury, and assassination. It could be said that Teach had firmly become the underground emperor of the West Sea. Among his gains, besides steadily improving his strength and expanding his subordinates' territory and influence, the most significant achievement was recruiting one person, Lafitte, the violent peacekeeper of the West Sea. Teach's power developed rapidly, inevitably attracting the attention of the world government and the Navy, especially the government officials, whose greed for money was far greater than that of the Navy, wouldn't let go of the profitable Red Emperor's Islands. They employed various underhanded tactics to trip Teach up. Among them, one of the highest officials in the West Sea, the adoptive father of Lafitte, was the most aggressive. He had caused Teach considerable trouble in his attempts to take a piece of the Red Emperor's Islands. On a dark and windy night 2 years ago, Teach secretly infiltrated the residence of Lafitte's adoptive father. This man had no children of his own, so he adopted an orphan as his son, Lafitte. Teach speculated that since Lafitte had been known as the violent peacekeeper of the West Sea for so many years, he must have some background. Otherwise, he would have been impeached long ago. This so-called adoptive father was certainly part of that background. Lafitte was inherently violent, which aligned well with Teach's interests. During that night of infiltration, Teach showcased his strength and quietly injected Lafitte with a mental toxin to perform mental suggestion. Using mental control could greatly affect the brain of the controlled, leading to a breakdown like gonfall. Teach subordinates would not employ such a method that kills the chicken to get the egg. Thus, he only used some mental suggestion techniques. Lafitte did not disappoint. He was inherently restless and craved violence. When Teach first brutally killed an opponent at the Red Emperor's arena, Lafitte took notice of him. The two hit it off, and together they plotted the murder of Lafitte's adoptive father, faking it as an acute illness and leaving a will to his adoptive son, Lafitte. Lafitte was originally too young to become an official in the West Sea, but with a lot of money from Teach paving the way for him, he quickly inherited his adoptive father's political resources and became one of the most powerful figures in the West Sea. In this way, Teach bribed the world government with money, making his business thrive while having Lafitte as a backing to protect the industries of the Latinos Islands. Naturally, other officials who received some benefits would not actively seek trouble. Thus, over these 3 years, the Latinos Islands grew stronger and became a well-known destination worldwide. I reveal my cards. Teach begins to be invincible. Chapter 81. Emperor of the West Sea. Having firmly established himself as the Emperor of the West Sea, Teach also acquired his own title. He only declared himself using the form of the dragonhorn fruit in public, while the hidden dark fruit, even when manifested, would merely be regarded by others as a mythical beast, as magical element, or ink. However, once used, it would occasionally unleash overwhelming darkness. Over the past 3 years, there were inevitably situations his subordinates could not handle, leading Teach to personally intervene a few times. The grandeur of those moments left an unforgettable impression on all who witnessed them. The World Whip, Emperor of the West Sea, Tentacles of Eternal Night, Blackbeard Marshall D, Teach. In a year, it would be the time of Roger's execution, and Teach planned to personally attend, hoping for significant gains from the event. Whether in Lowtown, where he could recruit some promising subordinates, or in acquiring other valuable resources, it would all be useful. Teach had matured significantly. At 15, he entered puberty earlier than most due to his training. This was the age of peak energy and vitality. His appearance had also matured considerably. He still had a head full of curly, jet black hair, eyes often fierce like an eagle or wolf, thick eyebrows standing tall, a pronounced hooked nose, and a square jaw. Notably, his teeth were entirely different from the original character's missing teeth. He had 2 rows of neat, white teeth shining brightly, with 4 canine teeth longer than average. The only difference from when he was 12, aside from his maturity, was the short stubble on his chin. His physique had also exaggeratedly developed, standing at 3.45 meters tall. His body was similar to Whitebeard's but leaner, with a less exaggerated head-to-body ratio. He had an impressive muscular build, yet it did not hinder his agility, unlike those overly muscular men who couldn't even reach their backs. He combined muscle strength with flexibility, possessing complete control over his body, making it far more agile than it appeared. Moreover, over the past 3 years, he absorbed the negative emotions prevalent in places like casinos and fighting arenas. Such places were rich in negativity, and combined with the dark fruit and dragonhorn fruit. This negative energy not only nourished his fruit abilities, but also enhanced his physique, coupled with the absorption of flesh and blood to strengthen his body. These enhancements pushed Teach's already abnormal physique into a terrifying realm. He was on par with the older characters from the original, and without internal destruction, it would be difficult to breach his armed hockey defenses. All of this was achieved through rigorous training and supplementation, and he had even procured hockey-impeding C-Prism stone training equipment, akin to Barrett's training in the underwater prison, using the C-Prism stone to neutralize his body for training. His fruit abilities had developed to an abnormal level, especially the dark fruit, which was close to awakening and had touched the threshold of absorbing the fruit's ability side effects. It wouldn't be long before he could break through the curse's limits. After finishing his training for the day, Teach stepped out of his several hundred square meter room, outside of which was a massive swimming pool, at least 300 meters long, now grown to a size of 500 meters. The dark-skinned man could only poke his head in, looking troubled at his own size by the poolside. Teach shooed him away, stripped down to just his shorts, revealing a body of steel and muscle, and leaped into the pool. Even without using octopus mucus to cover his body, he could swim freely in the pool. This was the result of his training with C-Prism Stone over the past 3 years. The world was vast, and there was nowhere he couldn't go. After washing off the sweat, he surfaced to find his 2 sisters had arrived. Now 19, Lai and 18. Kaiki were at the most beautiful age of their lives. They had grown tall and enchanting, possessing both youthful sweetness and a hint of mature allure. Dressed in swimsuits, they sat at the edge of the pool, their long legs splashing the water as they gazed at Teach's figure in the water. Teach, come share your sticky stuff with your sisters. Lai teased, and the now matured Teach naturally wouldn't suppress his desires. Over the past 3 years, he had developed an extraordinary relationship with both Lai and Kaiki, and each time it involved the 3 of them. It was worth noting that both Lai and Kaiki were powerful women, and only Teach's robust physique could handle them. Upon hearing his sister's request, Teach quickly swam over, leaping out of the water at the edge and squeezing between the 2 sisters. He opened his arms to embrace both of them. You want it? Then we must do something first, Teach said with a mischievous grin. Oof. Kaiki and Lai rolled their eyes, but didn't refuse, bending down into Teach's embrace simultaneously. This was only possible in Teach's pool and room, a forbidden zone exclusive to him. No one could enter without permission, not even the newsbirds. This included Enel, Bartholomew, and Maisie, with Maisie avoiding it primarily due to embarrassment as she raised him. It would be too awkward if she stumbled upon them. So she immersed herself in gambling every day, lavishly spending. After all, it was her son's establishment, and whether winning or losing, she profited, always cheerful. The reward from her son allowed this mother to enjoy her life early on. Another exception was Bellobeth. As a woman herself, Teach had no need to guard against her seeing anything, and at most, they would just join in together. 3 hours later, Kaiki and Lai, like miners striking gold, finally collapsed onto Teach's legs, exhausted, not from physical fatigue, but mental exhaustion. After resting for a while, Lai spoke up, "Come on, don't take advantage without working." Teach swiftly pushed both of them underwater, launching a surprise attack that left the 2 powerful women clinging desperately to his body in the water. "Hurry up!" Each bit down on one of Teach's shoulders, feeling their strength returning. What Lai referred to earlier was the octopus mucus, which was almost imperceptible, ultra-thin, yet effective in providing isolation, allowing the users to swim freely underwater while still feeling the flow of water. Lai, clad in a black bikini and kaiki, in a blue swimsuit reminiscent of Japanese anime, swam around Teach like two mermaids, inevitably leading to moments of contact. Just as the fun was peaking, Betty appeared. Betty, spit out some water. Come join us. Betty had already been thoroughly enjoyed by Teach. In her eyes, being favored by him was a blessing, and she wasn't too shy about it, always appearing honored. At that moment, being invited by Teach was also a moment of honor. Thank you very much, Teach-san, but there is something you need to pay attention to, she said while changing into her swimsuit and entering the water, applying a layer of mucus as she swam to Teach's side to massage his shoulders. According to our informant, those guys are acting up and plan to gather against you in 7 days, she whispered in Teach's ear. Just a bunch of ants, not worth worrying about. Betty, you handle my biggest problem right now. Suddenly, the entire pool seemed to boil, with intense water currents crashing within, accompanied by the soft moans of Betty and the two others. Chapter 82. The underlying currents of the West Sea, it is unknown how much time has passed, but the water level of the entire pool has dropped by half due to the splashes from the intense collisions of the four. The physical condition of people in this world is simply abnormal. The mucous membrane inputs air, turning into a giant swimming ring floating on the water surface. Teach lies on it, embracing a beauty, drifting aimlessly with the flow of the pool water. Have those trash finally lost their patience? Enjoying the smoothness of 3 different textures on his skin, Teach's eyes are vacant as he contemplates that matter. As the boss of the unified underground forces of the West Sea, he is bound to clash with some existing underground powers while expanding his influence. Notably with the leader of the West Sea underground mafia family, Capone Beej, and his father, Capone Bedon. Their business scope, besides collecting protection fees, mainly revolves around casino transactions. Over the years, they have been repeatedly squeezed by Teach Daitino's islands, and they can only maintain their businesses in remote areas of the West Sea. This year marks the most exaggerated expansion of Teach's power, and these people are at a loss. They cannot compete with Teach, nor can they compete with the Daitino's islands, which have both black and white backgrounds. They are close to a dead end, and are currently plotting a conspiracy among themselves. What they do not know is that Teach has long controlled a portion of their confidence through various means, such as coercion, inducements, and psychological toxins. Hence, the information that Betty mentioned. They're just a bunch of ants. Do they really think they can nibble on an elephant? Teach simply decided to stop thinking and continue to indulge in beauty. His current strength is far greater than Shank's at the same time, having reached the level of a general, making him one of the top in the world. Not only him, but his 2 sisters are the same. Although they are not as exaggerated as Teach, their strength is stable and without pressure at the level of general candidates. Leet's swordsmanship is needless to say, having reached the realm of a great swordsman, and her mastery of the 3-color hockey is profound, especially the thorn fruit, which was primarily developed by the Westmere, neglecting physical and hockey training. While the fruit's ability is strong, it is not overwhelmingly so. Leet's physical condition and hockey are far superior to Westmere's 3 years ago, so the fruit's ability naturally improves. Lastly, there is the demon slayer that Teach once gave her, a cursed blade said to absorb everything. Although its initial strength is not high, it excels in absorption and has swallowed many famous swords over the years, with Teach's dark matter continuously infused within. The main aspect remains the nurturing of hockey. Do not forget that Teach and Leet's Conqueror's hockey can merge. They have often used this method to infuse hockey into the Demon Slayer over the past 3 years, including Armament Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, and more. Originally a blood-red blade, it has now darkened in color, turning almost black. Then, there is Kikyo, whose already abnormal observation hockey talent, combined with the Thunder Fruit, has become even more powerful, reaching the point of predicting the future. She has also learned Armament Hockey. Although she lacks Conqueror's Hockey, it is more than enough. Coupled with her superb archery skills, she has become the most formidable long-range artillery in the world, and no one can catch her if she wants to escape. In this world, apart from Kizaru, no one can put pressure on her. Additionally, she has developed the ability to generate magnetism, allowing her to control the magnetic field to some extent and create an electromagnetic cannon with immense power. This is the correct usage of the Thunder Fruit. The original Enel wasted this powerful fruit, clearly capable of using observation hockey and lightning for long-range kite flying, yet he insisted on using a broken stick to poke. As for the other Betty, she focuses solely on honing her martial arts, mastering dual-color hockey and the Inspire fruit. Bosch's and Enel, limited by their age, although somewhat talented, cannot be compared to Teach. They're only capable of dealing with pirates worth millions of berries. Teach's plan is to give each of them a good devil fruit, which would allow their strengths to skyrocket. Let us go. Kikyo, has the cherry pie been prepared before we came? You three have made me so hungry. It's time to eat. Activating her ability, the mucus bubbles beneath them generate buoyancy, sending the four to the shore to change their clothes. Teach's favorite food remains cherry pie, especially the one made by Kikyo herself. His appetite has reached an exaggerated level, and a small island belonging to the Daitinos Islands specifically provides food for Teach's family. In the dark space, he took out a cigar, which Lead held and brought to his mouth. Kikyo twisted her fingers, distorting the air into thunder, and a high temperature ignited the cigar upon contact. Teach happily walked out of his backyard, crossing a field of spider lilies towards the dining area. Meanwhile, on another dark and concealed island in the West Sea, there are notably more people than usual today. Upon closer inspection, they're all the big shots who roamed the West Sea 3 years ago. Those with slightly smaller forces have been swallowed by Teach Daitinos Islands over the past 3 years, leaving only a few leaders of the forces on this island. This year, they colluded to form the West Sea Underground Alliance. They are now gathering to prepare for the assault on Teach's forces in 7 days. Quiet, quiet. The situation is urgent, and you're still bickering over trivial gains. Do you want to be picked off one by the Daitinos Islands? Capone Bedon, the leader of the West Sea Underground Mafia, maintained order here. Bedon, watch your tone. Do you think you are someone important? The leader of the slave-capturing group, known for his fiery temper, looked down on Bedon. I am the leader of this alliance. You will regret it, Bedon. Just as they were arguing, the only woman present spoke up. Dressed in a masculine style, she wore a black and gray striped suit, a high-top hat on her head, and a monocle hanging over her left eye, holding a gentleman's cane in her hand. Her dark brown hair was styled up at the back of her head. Her appearance mature, sexy, and alluring, with a pair of charming eyes, especially with a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, making her the type that attracts men the most. What's more, beneath her striped suit pants, there was a reflective black silk, whether it was thigh-high stockings or tights. The exposed ankle area between the pants and shoes was evidently the most deadly part, with fully covered high stockings on her feet. The reinforced tips of the silk stockings were slightly transparent, and she wore a pair of black round-toed leather shoes. Stop arguing. Let us proceed as planned. No matter how strong Blackbeard is, he cannot defeat us when we join forces, especially since we have prepared Sea Prism Stone this time to specifically counter this man's fruit abilities. Chapter 83. Invitation to the Trap 2. Zero He. Let us do as Miss Camille suggested. You two fools, shut up. The woman is Camille, the smuggling queen of the West Sea, a woman of power, beauty, and intelligence. The one speaking up for her is the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Although they're called bounty hunters, they're essentially a criminal gang without a pirate flag, often robbing local towns while fighting pirates and then blaming the destruction on them. This way, they can claim bounties from the Navy while plundering towns, but such behavior is not too frequent, which is why they haven tea drawn the Navy's wrath. Bootlickers. Before Capone began and the leader of the slave trading group could speak, the drug lord, who has always been at odds with the bounty hunter president, intervened. Do you want to die? The bounty guild president immediately drew his pistol, pointing it at the drug lord. The drug lord also drew his long gun, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Enough. Capone began, being the most cunning and composed person here, and influenced the most by Teach, was the first to step in to stop these two. Let us proceed according to the original plan. In 7 days, let our people buy tickets as spectators. When that guy takes the stage, we'll attack together and kill him. Since Teach's attack nearly wiped everyone out, very few living souls have witnessed his full strength. In the eyes of these West Sea powers, even if Teach is stronger than them, it won TB by much. That is why they came up with such a ridiculous plan. I will transport your weapons to the subsidiary island of the Lady Nuaw C2, and whether it works or not depends on you. That woman, Camille, made the promise. All right, you can leave now. We'll talk about any issues after 7 days. Capone began reluctantly, said the closing words. For some reason, he felt very uneasy about this operation. However, if they didn't settle things with Teach this time, his influence would only become harder to contain in the future. With no other choice, they had to hastily begin the decisive battle, planning to catch Teach off guard. The leaders of the West Sea Alliance are all unruly individuals, consisting of several factions. The Mafia, the loan shark smuggling business, the slave trading group, the drug lord, the bounty hunter guild, and the most mysterious figure who had been silently observing the chaos among them. He is the leader of the last West Sea bodyguard mercenary group. 7 days later, at the leading Nuwa Sea Islands, the underground fighting arena. Or rather, it's not underground anymore, as the brutal fighting performances of the leading Nuwa Sea have been openly held above ground. Over the past 3 years, several ideas proposed by Teach have turned the fighting into a scripted, continuous event, emulating the formats of the WWE and UFC, promoting the leading Nuwa Sea fighting performances worldwide. The current scene can no longer accommodate the audience needed at the place where Teach first arrived. Thus, he had to build a larger fighting center. Even today, during the weekly global live broadcast, the fights were exceptionally intense and flashy. However, this time, real gladiators would not participate. Instead, some strong actors would be chosen. After all, this is aimed at the world, and excessive bloodshed would limit promotion. Soon, the venue was packed with nearly 100,000 spectators, with many fierce-looking thugs hidden among them. Outside the fighting arena, in Teach's room, Enel pushed open the door. Master Teach, this group has gathered, and all their movements are under surveillance. They are on their way here from island number 2. Ha ha ha. Let this group experience what despair truly is. With a clap, a thunderbolt flashed across the sky. In the previously clear night, sky instantly darkened, pouring down heavy rain. Teach had already transformed into the dragon horn form and flew up into the clouds before the event started, opening his mouth to release a water column that filled the clouds above the leading Nuwa Sea Islands with moisture. Then, he arranged for Kikyo to release lightning at the right moment to catalyze the cloud moisture, resulting in rainfall. The main purpose of this was to disperse the audience and end today's plot early, allowing him to deal with the West Sea Underground Alliance without any reservations. On the other side, the leaders of the Underground Alliance, 5 men and 1 woman, gathered together, looking somewhat awkwardly at the untimely downpour. Damn it, this rain is really suspicious. I think we're in big trouble. Worst case, we'll just admit defeat and become Blackbeard's subordinates. I think so too, although I'm a bit unwilling if I can get close to Blackbeard after acknowledging him as the boss. Wouldn't it be better to take the opportunity to kill him and take his place? I'm out. I'm not taking this risk with you, Beidang. Me neither. Me neither. Except for Capone began and the lone shark queen Camille, as well as the silent leader of the bodyguard mercenary group. The remaining 3 underground faction leaders began to retreat. Even though they were a ragtag bunch, such circumstances inevitably created this sentiment. This made Began extremely anxious, as his interests overlapped too much with Teach's. While others could endure, couldn't he? Moreover, Began was proud and high-handed, usually a mafia godfather surrounded by followers. It was too humiliating for him to bow down to someone else. You bastards, how can you back out here? Began, furious, had red eyes, drawing his pistol and pointing at everyone. Here, he had the most manpower, and the subordinates of the other factions were either at the fighting arena or hiding. Only Began's subordinates, the leaders of the Guard Alliance, saw him draw his gun and raise their weapons, surrounding the underground faction leaders. All right. You should all know about that guy Blackbeard. Unless you 3 really want to willingly become his dogs, you'll definitely regret it. I'm sure you've heard of his methods. Therefore, it's the safest way to follow along and deal with Blackbeard. The lone shark Queen Camille adjusted her single gold-rimmed glasses, leaning on her gentleman's cane to persuade and entice the 3 who were about to give up. The 3 were silent for a moment, and surrounded by Began's subordinates, they had no choice but to agree. 3 fools. Make sure to put in the effort. If we defeat Blackbeard, the cake will be ours to share, and the West Sea cannot accommodate this emperor. At worst, we'll just share some more benefits with you, provided you give it your all. Seeing the 3 soften their attitudes, Began spoke half coaxingly, half persuading. He would need the strength of these 3 later, otherwise he would have killed them long ago. After exchanging glances and nodding, they began to walk towards the central island of leading Nuwa Sea, where Teach was located. This location was still provided by Camille. Her intelligence indicated that Teach would always stay here after ending his weekly live broadcast. They rushed over and soon arrived. Pushing open the door, they were shocked to find the room empty. Everyone was stunned, especially Began. They all understood one thing. They had been deceived. Suddenly, they heard strange noises coming from behind, and 3 figures slowly rose from the dark ground outside the building, wearing cruel, contemptuous smiles. It was Teach and Kikyo, along with the Flame Sisters. Chapter 84. Betrayal at the last moment. Camuel and the Yellow Sea. Haha. You scraps of the West Sea. Do you want to defeat me? Come and try. Teach mocked. Don't let him get close. Everyone use sea stone weapons. Camuel, get your gear out. Camuel. The previously chaotic West Sea Underground Alliance suddenly experienced even stranger movements. Their entrusted Camuel suddenly went unresponsive, even changing formations at the last moment. A pitch-black armament color covered Camuel's gentleman's cane, and it struck hard the lower bodies of several underground force leaders. The speed was astonishing. Almost 5 strikes in less than 2 seconds. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and Camuel's sneak attack left these unprepared underground force leaders severely injured, temporarily losing their ability to move quickly. They were still thinking of counterattacking Camuel, but dark matter sprouted from under Camuel's feet, and he fell straight into it. Before long, he reappeared beside Teach. The several leaders exchanged glances. Realizing who the traitor was, the Queen of Usury from the West Sea Underground Forces had actually been subdued by Teach. Blackbeard, this woman Camuel is extremely cunning. If she can betray us, she can also betray you. Camuel, do you really want to be Blackbeard's dog with unwavering loyalty? These guys weren't entirely foolish. Before dying, they used words to provoke Teach and Camuel. However, both Camuel and Teach were smart and naturally wouldn't be swayed by their few words. Camuel directly crouched down, lying next to Teach's legs, using her soft, voluptuous chest to support Teach's lower body. Her face wore a wildly strange smile, and her eyes were bloodshot, as if completely under mental control. Betray you? Don't be so self-important. I've long been Teach's dog. What's wrong with a dog being loyal to its master? After mocking the underground force leaders, she looked up at Teach. Her red lips slightly parted, her gaze dreamy. Woof, woof, woof. Ha ha, Camuel, you've done very well. After you take care of them, you'll be rewarded. Teach stroked Camuel's beautiful head with his big hand, glancing at those underground leaders. Kikyo, go ahead. His tone was very calm, as if he was assigning a trivial task. Kikyo responded and then pulled back her long bow towards the sky. The sound of twanging echoed as a thunderous arrow was formed. Pulling the bowstring taut, she released it. The azure thunder arrow flew into the clouds, making the already gloomy Lidyinos even more eerie. Boundless thunder flickered in the sky above. Not good. Get out of here, quickly. Kapombadan sensed this power and understood Blackbeard's intention. He wanted to strike them all down with thunder. Although these few people's legs had been ambushed by Camuel and couldn't move quickly, it was still possible to leave recklessly. However, the reality far exceeded their imagination. As countless thorns burst from the ground, they wrapped around these people's already unhealthy legs, and moreover, the sharp thorns were faintly coated with a black-green liquid. This was precisely the ability of the thorn fruit. Over the past 3 years, through constant integration with Teach, her thorn fruit had evolved intentionally, allowing the thorns to produce some of Teach's dragon horn's venom. While it could directly poison people to death, Leth preferred using neurotoxins to paralyze them, then cruelly kill the enemies herself. At this moment, the thorns completely paralyzed the legs of the opposing crowd. The thunder had been brewing for a long time and suddenly struck without warning. A massive blue-white light enveloped the building. The remaining 5 inside were hit by this light, leaving behind shadows of their skeletons, their bodies nearly obliterated. It came quickly and went quickly. These 5 were directly struck unconscious by the thunder. This was still Teach's command. Otherwise, they would have been turned to ash by this powerful thunder. Ha ha, can't you do any better? Teach walked over to them and absorbed some of their injuries with his fruit ability, ensuring they wouldn't completely lose consciousness. Next, you will enjoy your fortunate days. Don't worry. I won't let you leave this world so easily. Everyone knows that I, Blackbeard Teach, love to entertain guests the most. He reached into the void and pulled out a brown-yellow animal fruit. This fruit had white circular stripes, segmenting it, resembling maggots. The name of this fruit was the same. First, let's see who will eat this fruit first. Giving away a devil fruit directly. Isn't there a more generous master than me? Ha ha ha. Oh, by the way, the name of this fruit is the animal-type bug fruit, maggot form. Once you eat it, you won't have to worry about surviving in a cesspool anymore. Hearing this man's words, the faces of this unruly group of West Sea underground tycoons turned as white as a sheet. I am willing to surrender. Blackbeard-sama, spare me. No, I can give you all my assets. Please let me go. Master, I also know some secret information. If you spare me, I will tell you everything. No, you don't even need to spare me. There are treasures on that island in the East Sea, and on that island in the North Sea, there is information about devil fruits. They all pleaded with all their strength, except for Kapombadan, who felt hopeless and remained silent. Because he knew that even if Teach spared someone, he wouldn't spare him, the instigator, and he never expected the power gap between the two sides to be so vast. How could such a man, comparable to the monsters of the New World, appear in the West Sea? Mr. Capone hasn't spoken, I understand. You must be willing to eat this fruit, right? Ha ha. That's great. This fruit is awarded to Mr. Capone. As for you guys, since you don't want to eat, then just enter the restaurant I prepared for you in your current state. Drag them away. Teach's subordinates had arrived, hearing their leader's words. They stepped forward and dragged the incapacitated underground force leaders into the public restroom of Lidiano's island, forcibly pushing them inside. Like drowning, these people struggled to raise their heads for air, but someone used a long stick to accurately press their heads down. Completely unable to breathe, these people had countless golden particles invade their mouths and noses, gradually losing strength, unable to struggle and drowning in the yellow liquid. Not only that, but Teach would also document their deaths in a booklet to spread it around, ensuring that their reputations would be ruined even after death, and serving as a deterrent, making those who already dared not resist Teach become even more submissive, tightening Teach's grip on the West Sea. Chapter 85. Capone Beach. As for Capone Beach, he naturally did not want to consume any worm-like devil fruit, nor did he plead for mercy. He simply lowered his head in silence, wearing a face of dead silence. Mr. Capone, your allies have all been sent down for a meal, and now it's time for you to eat my gift. Come, open your mouth and consume it. You will gain power, as this is an extremely rare worm fruit. Capone's face was ashen, and he simply said, kill me, just give me a quick end. No, Mr. Capone, how could you die here? I've heard you have a good son, who should be about the same age as me this year. What was his name again? Capone Baggy. Let me guess, where has the esteemed West Sea Mafia godfather hidden him? You beast, don't hurt Baggy. Finally, he struck a nerve with Capone Beach, his most beloved son. Among his many children, only Baggy was the one he held the highest hopes for. He could endure death and humiliation, but not harm done to his son. I'll eat it, give it to me. Fueled by rage, Beach chose to consume the fruit to ensure his family's safety. He would endure any subsequent humiliation. A wise decision, Mr. Beach. Teach pinched Capone Beach's head, pried his mouth open, and stuffed the disgusting, maggot-like devil fruit inside. Very good, Mr. Beach. Use your fruit powers and don't have any wicked thoughts. Beach only let out a cold snort, his form swelling, and then a white substance burst forth from his body, his limbs slowly retracting into his torso. His head also shrank little by little, entering into his body. He directly transformed into a massive white maggot, writhing on the ground, filled with hatred and unwillingness. Hey, Mr. Beach, what's with that expression? I didn't force you to eat this fruit. Show me a smile. Isn't eating a devil fruit something worth celebrating? Beach remained silent. Anyone forced to consume a fruit resembling a worm would feel immense humiliation, let alone this formidable mafia godfather. It seemed Mr. Beach still needed some stimulation. Saying this, Teach pulled out a photo, which clearly showed a young future superstar, the godfather who unified the West Sea underground mafia and the user of the stronghold fruit, Capone Baggy. Beach, who was being held, had no choice but to reveal an ugly smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. That's more like it, esteemed Godfather Beach. Now, change back to human form. I will grant you a form more suitable for this devil fruit. Hearing his words, Beach realized that resisting was futile and would only lead to greater humiliation. He transformed from a giant maggot back into human form. Teach condensed his fingers into a pitch-black dark matter great ring blade, and as Capone Beach had just transformed back, he swiftly struck. Swish, swish, two sounds. One slash severed Beach's left arm and left leg. Another slash took his right arm and right leg. The blade work was incredibly precise, not harming any torso with smooth incisions. The sudden, intense pain made this usually stoic and cold godfather scream out. Then, the cruelty escalated. Teach used two fingers to forcibly pluck out Beach's eyeballs from their sockets. Creating a small dark matter knife, he stabbed it into Beach's mouth, stirring it around to chop his tongue into pieces, then covered his mouth and shook him, forcing the fragments into his stomach. Two fingers were raised, faint smoke appeared, and the fingertips turned bright red. This was Teach's control over the fire of the dragon horn form. With a swift thrust, he directly shoved it into Beach's nostrils. Without a tongue, he could only emit strange howls. After a while, his nose was completely destroyed. Only his ears remained normal. Mr. Capone, I know these punishments are nothing for someone as strong-willed as you, esteemed godfather. I, as your junior, truly admire your courage. Therefore, I must get to know your son. After all, I can't let such a powerful man like you lose his descendants, can I? Well, I never said that after you eat this fruit, you wouldn't go looking for him, did I? That's That's your mafia's rule. The so-called disasters do not affect family. It seems I've never heard of that as your junior. Hee hee hee. Rest assured, Mr. Capone Beej, not only will I take good care of your good son Baggy, but also others in your family, your daughter, your lover, your wife. None will be spared. Ah, no, I'll take care of them all. You won't have any worries at all. Hee 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 hee. The head on the torso shook violently upon hearing this, the hollow eye sockets revealing anger, issuing strange cries from his mouth. Buzz. It was as if a sound emerged. A powerful aura erupted from Beej's body, a spiritual shockwave bursting forth. It was the Conqueror's haki that Teach had forcibly provoked out of him. Unfortunately, even if Beej awakened it early, it would make no difference, as both Teach and Ace were users of Conqueror's haki, with mastery far exceeding this newly awakened Beej. Kikyo, who had now improved her strength through Lightning Forge training, was completely unaffected by the Conqueror's haki shock, which she wouldn't have felt 3 years ago. Only Camuel's face changed slightly, and he nervously observed Teach, fearing he might consider him a useless dog. However, the intention to observe turned into a direct gaze with Teach, and his silent mouth formed a sentence, the shape of which made Camuel's face turn pale, but soon it flushed red again. After finishing with his newly raised little dog, Teach turned back to look at Beej. Ha ha! Truly remarkable. Godfather Beej has awakened the legendary Conqueror's haki. Too bad it's useless to me, ha ha. Given your aura, I've made a decision, Teach said with a serious face, using the same serious tone to deliver words that would plunge Beej into despair. What decision have I made? Let me think, Mr. Beej, you wouldn't think I would let your family go, would you? Ha ha ha. My decision is to stick to my plan, to let Baggy accept this fate just like you, and your female family members will inevitably require my care. Ugh. Beej on the ground was seething with rage, his body twisting, blood gushing from his wounds due to his movements. Teach used the lightning power of the dragon horn to sear his wounds, burning them black to stop the bleeding. Farewell, Godfather Beej. Oh, perhaps not a farewell, as I will need you to perform a show soon, a show to lure out your good son Baggy. Saying this, ignoring Beej's howls, he sent blue and white light to both of Beej's ears. Crack. ZZZT. Boom. The massive sound of thunder deafened Beej's remaining ears, leaving him in a state of numbness. Chapter 86. Becky in a dilemma at the center of the boxing arena in the leading Nuwa Sea Islands. There were hidden members of the Underground Alliance of the West Sea, numbering around 30 to 40,000, occupying a small portion of the audience. Due to a sudden downpour, the other regular spectators had already dispersed, leaving these 30 to 40,000 people at a loss, unable to contact their superiors or leaders. They could only wait dumbfounded in place. Previously, they had encountered 2 boys, one tall and strong named Bashes, and the other relatively thin yet quite sturdy named Inalu. They claimed to be subordinates of their boss and had received new orders to wait in place. Therefore, the members of various factions, unaware of the specific situation, believed the words of these 2, as they couldn't get through to their boss's phone bugs. As the crowd grew impatient waiting, the 4 display screens in the center of the boxing arena flickered with static. Then, a young figure appeared. You are all subordinates of the West Sea Underground Alliance, right? Haha. I officially inform you now. All your worthless leaders have failed. Now, apart from Capone Beej, the rest are enjoying life in the cesspit. I don't care where you garbage should go now. Your only value here is to watch the upcoming live broadcast. The camera shifted to reveal a person who had been mutilated into a human maggot. Who is that person? The methods of Blackbeard are terrifying. Is this guy really human? He looks like a living demon, so evil and cruel. Upon seeing this horrific sight, even these scum thieves were stunned, as the condition of this person was too intense. These people who licked blood on the knife's edge couldn't bear to look. Oh, he seems to be our godfather. A voice emerged from the crowd, identifying the man as a former member of the mafia who had received help from Godfather Beej and had pledged loyalty to him. Our godfather once helped me find a job and paid off my gambling debts. At that time, I swore to be loyal to him. I never expected the godfather would end up like this. Whoa, damn Blackbeard, I must kill you. What? He is the godfather. Hearing that man's words, all the henchmen present were stunned. They had all heard of the godfather's fame, which once resonated throughout the West Sea, commanding great respect. To be captured by Blackbeard and end up like this was shocking. It seems to be true. Look at his appearance, even though his features are unrecognizable. He roughly resembles that godfather. At this moment, those who had seen Beej confirmed this fact. A chilling dread rose within them. Blackbeard was too terrifying, and even the godfather had become like this against him. This was simply demonic. No, The demons from the stories they had heard were not as cruel and dark as Blackbeard at this moment. Stop discussing it. You guessed correctly. This maggot is the infamous godfather, Mr. Beach. He used to be a big shot in the West Sea, and don't be fooled by his current state. He is actually fine. Mr. Beach looking like this is just to better match his fruit. This statement left everyone confused. Fruit? What does this appearance have to do with the devil fruit? Ha ha, are you curious? Let me show you Godfather Capone Beach's new ability. The precious devil fruit user. The bug fruit, maggot form. Blackbeard stepped on Beach's body, secretly injecting dark matter into him to forcibly control him to transform into a beastly state. As Beach writhed on the ground, he uncontrollably transformed into a gigantic maggot, wriggling back and forth like a worm in a cesspit. Maggot. Ha ha. This is something I fought hard to obtain from someone else. So precious that I wouldn't dare use it. Only our esteemed Godfather Beach deserves this honor. 3 days later, Godfather Beach will perform a unique move from his maggot clan outside this door. The Sea of Excrement Madness. Those who don't want to see it can stay away. But if anyone wants to witness the once famous and powerful mafia godfather struggling as a maggot in a cesspool, you are welcome to come and enjoy it. This scene is bound to be rare in 100 years. Welcome everyone to come and watch, especially you, Becky. I know you are here. Your father has endured such humiliation for you. I wonder if you can save him. Don't worry, I won't intervene. Whether you can save him depends on your own abilities. If you rescue your father, I will spare your entire family. After saying this, the big screen went black. There was an uproar in the crowd. Even though they had guessed, it was still too much to accept with Blackbeard's confirmation. They all felt a chill in their hearts. And at the same time, one thought emerged. Never provoke Blackbeard. From this moment on, a saying in the West Sea became known. Never provoke Blackbeard. He is more terrifying than the storms at sea and more cruel than the sea monsters in the depths. When encountering him at sea, praying to the gods is your best choice. While others were silent, a young figure in the crowd looked at the now black screen with gritted teeth, unable to let go for a long time. He was Beach's son, the future pirate supernova, Capone Becky. His hatred for Blackbeard had reached an unbearable level. Even though he was naturally cold and chose to retreat, he would not be able to show his face in this world again. Such cowardice would be laughed at by everyone. He not only hated Blackbeard for treating his father this way, but he also hated him for making his declaration public, leaving him with no chance to evade. Young Becky was momentarily at a loss. News from his family reached him that their base had been surrounded by countless people even before they started their actions, and now he couldn't return home. Lurking in Leedy Nuaw Sea, fearing detection. As he pondered, a commotion broke out in the boxing arena. Dark matter surrounded them, and then a suction erupted from within. Countless unsuspecting people were sucked into it. However, Becky, with his excellent skills, wouldn't be sucked in immediately. A few of them stepped on others' heads and shoulders, quickly escaping outward. Becky was one of them. He stepped on a companion's head, using others as a path, and fled to the outside of the boxing arena. Then he broke through the encirclement of Blackbeard's henchmen and fled towards the shore of the Leedy Nuaw Sea Islands. Chapter 87. Becky's fruit. Becky, who had fled in panic, found himself troubled by the vast ocean ahead and the approaching henchmen from the Dinos Islands behind him. It wouldn't be long before they caught up. Determined, Becky jumped into the water and began swimming desperately away from the Dinos Islands. Time passed, and Becky had exhausted a tremendous amount of energy. He relied solely on his will to survive, mechanically flailing his arms and legs, and was fortunate enough not to encounter any storms, which allowed him to swim safely. His eyes had long since gone numb, staring blankly ahead, when suddenly his arm seemed to touch something. His eyes regained their brightness as he realized he had reached an unknown small island. He scrambled to the shore, lay back on the sand, and gasped for breath to recover his strength. There was a strong metallic taste of blood in his chest. Woo-woo. A voice came from nearby. It was not human speech, but rather sounded like the call of some animal. Becky struggled to look towards the sound and saw a boy, around 12 years old, covered in hair and resembling a monkey. Water. Give me water. The wild boy seemed to understand and nodded, soon returning with a coconut shell filled with fresh water. Additionally, he brought a fruit that looked like an apple, covered in dark green snail shell patterns. Seeing the fruit, Becky felt a surge of energy, suppressing the fire in his eyes, and gently persuaded the wild boy, "Thank you, come on, give me that fruit, and I'll take you away from this deserted island. Okay?" Chirp, chirp, chirp. The wild boy appeared to understand him, showing a happy expression and nodding vigorously. But then, he seemed to remember something. Becky had asked for water, and the fruit was what he brought out of pity to fill Becky's stomach. But now, seeing Becky so eager for the fruit, He thought it must have some benefits. Although the wild boy didn't understand much about human society, he had some cleverness. He hid the fruit behind his back and held out the coconut shell to Becky. Cough, cough, okay. Thank you. After drinking the water from the coconut shell, Becky kept his eyes on the wild boy. Then he pulled out the dagger he carried in his suspenders and suddenly used his last ounce of strength to launch a surprise attack, slashing open the wild boy's stomach. He then snatched the devil fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Blackbeard, just you wait. I'm coming for revenge. After consuming the fruit, he immediately regained his strength. This fruit was the stronghold fruit, which allowed him to hide people and weapons within his body, torment others by absorbing them, and even transform himself into a stronghold or weapon. Having gained power, Becky, blinded by his inflated ego, began searching for trees to make a raft to return to the Dino's Islands. Fortunately, the wild boy had already fashioned a rudimentary raft. Becky used it directly, sitting on it and heading towards the Dino's Islands. Meanwhile, on the Dino's Islands, after finishing his slaughter, Teach, who had deliberately let Becky, who had no fruit abilities, escape, planned to reward his newly acquired guard dog. In fact, it wasn't a new acquisition. Teach had forcibly controlled it during a previous visit by Carmule to negotiate a large loan at the Dino's Islands casino. Moreover, Teach had coated his sea stone stick with a special poison that wasn't very harmful. However, it catalyzed certain desires in those who came into contact with it. This was a new application of the poison Teach had developed, and he didn't dare test it on Kikyo and the others, but Carmule, a mature businesswoman, was a perfect candidate. That night, the once proud and disdainful businesswoman, the powerful sea queen, still wore that Kuri's outfit. Teach repeatedly stimulated her neural pathways until she rolled her eyes and lost consciousness without being released. Because Teach could stay awake day and night. Enduring the hawk is a technique for taming falcons, keeping them awake so that even the fiercest hawk would eventually submit. Carmule was subjected to even harsher treatment. Not only was she not allowed to sleep, but she was also forced to continuously engage in various activities. Even if Carmule lost consciousness, Teach would adjust the dosage of a non-harmful neurotoxin to keep her awake. The pain in her body would also be alleviated by another revitalizing toxin Teach infused her with. In this way, Carmule, completely unable to resist, not even able to commit suicide, surrendered utterly and wholeheartedly. Her will and pride were completely eroded by the relentless torment over the past few days. She became a loyal dog, living solely for Teach. Now, while others were cleaning up the battlefield, Teach's two sisters, aware that Teach intended to reward Carmule for her significant contributions, discreetly left the area. Carmule twisted the gentleman's cane she had been holding, as if activating some mechanism, and the originally hard cane quickly softened, transforming into a rope. Then she bent her legs, squatting down with her calves and thighs pressed together, placing her hands in front of her on the ground. In a dog-like posture before Teach, she looked up at him. Moreover, she even stuck out her red tongue. Woof, woof, she barked, holding the cane that had turned into a rope in her mouth. Aside from all this, the most important thing was that she still wore that mature suit, a beautiful woman in men's clothing presenting such a stance. She took a couple of steps closer to Teach, rubbed her head against his thigh, and wagged the rope in her mouth, barking twice to signal Teach. Teach was amused by her behavior, took the rope from her mouth, and tied it around her neck. Then he picked up the other end and led the beautiful dog into the room. That night, Carmule reached the pinnacle of her dog life. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Dino's Islands boxing arena, a massive white maggot was suspended high up by a crane above a stinking swamp. The maggot was none other than the sea godfather, Capone Beach, who, while cared for by Teach, had regained some vitality and was writhing beneath the crane, unaware of what was to come. For the past 3 days, he had been consuming a soft, foul-tasting substance that surprisingly tasted somewhat good, even though his sense of taste had vanished along with his tongue. However, the skin in his mouth could still vaguely sense something unusual. This was still overseen by Enel and Basses. Although they were both young, they had made significant progress due to Teach's continuous training over the past 3 years, during which Teach occasionally infused absorbed life energy into some diluted toxins, resulting in their enhanced abilities. They were now much stronger than their counterparts in the original story and had become competent subordinates. However, whether it was Teach or the two of them, they were all too young, not yet reaching the peak of their abilities. Teach was plotting, determined to find a devil fruit to catalyze his growth. As in the original story, Momonosuke grew larger due to the dragon fruit. Teach wondered if there were other methods aside from that fruit. For example, Madame Shirley's time fruit, the hormone fruit of the she-male king, the surgery fruit, and so on. Chapter 88. not acting until it's necessary outside the ring. This dirty place was certainly not where Teach and his woman would make an appearance. It was only Analu and Basha's directing their subordinates. Teach and the women were watching the big screen inside the boxing arena, which was showing the scene at the entrance. Only Kikyo had her eyes closed, using her observation haki to sense everything in the leading Nuwa Sea Islands, scanning every person present. Splash, splash, splash. In the distance, the sea showed signs of movement. A raft carrying the devil fruit user Becky arrived, and on the raft were countless coconut shells filled with fresh water, along with a humanoid wild monkey that served as a food reserve. Now, it had been almost completely eaten by the starving Becky. With bloodshot eyes, Becky looked at the leading Nuwa Sea Islands with boundless hatred, even before stepping onto the island, while still in the nearby waters. Kikyo sensed his state through her observation haki and continued monitoring his every move. At the entrance of the boxing arena, the execution by Godfather Baedon was about to begin. The hoist was slowly lowering the hanging rope, and the massive maggot above was struggling more violently as it sensed its descent. It was astonishing how, after 3 days, Godfather Baedon had become this way. Yes, Blackbeard is terrifying, but fortunately, he treats the people on our island quite well. That is a good thing. What does it matter how Blackbeard treats his enemies? This is a rare scene with the West Sea Godfather. Such a spectacle is hard to come by in 100 years. Yes, it is very generous of Blackbeard to allow us to witness the execution of the Godfather together. Support Blackbeard. A group of people was discussing today's big event, and regardless of what was said about Teach, someone would come out to speak in his favor. Of course, this was arranged by Teach. Only a fool would ignore such a battle of public opinion. As long as one stirs the pot a bit, one could become a saint in the eyes of this crowd. Why not? After all, there are so many fools in the world. Deceiving them is a success. Just as the hoist-s rope was descending, a bullet flew in from a distance, aimed precisely at the rope. It was fired by Becky from crowd. Unfortunately, it did not go as he wished. Halfway through, a bolt of lightning struck, melting his bullet away. He didn't think much about it. Seeing his father in such a maggot-like state was humiliating, which prompted him to impulsively fire that shot. He and T considered that if he hit, it would only accelerate his father's descent into the pool below. Perhaps he knew this, but a moment's action was better than this slow humiliation. It was the last bit of dignity he could give to his father, who had been imposing for 50 years. The crowd erupted into chaos due to the gunshot, and the people around quickly fled, forming a circle around Becky. Originally, these underground forces had remnants of their subordinates. One reason was the sudden attack at the boxing arena. Except for a few, most were absorbed into Teach's dark space. Another reason was that Teach had the greatest insider, Camuel, and each of their factions had Teach as subordinates. The coercion and temptation need not be detailed. Thus, Teach had complete knowledge of their positional deployments. When those underground leaders fled, their bases were surrounded and eliminated, leaving only their female family members behind, with none left to cut the roots. Naturally, Teach would personally deal with those women when he had the time. After all, there were few unattractive women among the leaders of these underground forces, and he couldn't let that go to waste. Teach most admired Genghis Khan's style, to deal with enemies by killing their kin, plundering their livestock, conquering their territory, and most importantly, seizing their wives and daughters. Not for any other reason, but for that sense of achievement, of conquest, and the satisfaction of revenge against those who wronged him, which is the most wonderful feeling in the world. As for Becky, without any subordinates, he had to come here alone. He believed he had fully developed his new fruit ability. The pirate world is often like this. One can get carried away and challenge enemies they cannot handle. Just like Becky at this moment, especially since he remembered Teach's promise not to act personally. Feeling a surge in power, Becky snorted coldly and charged forward to attack Analu and Bosch's. This scene was simply a case of inexperienced fighters clashing. Analu and Bosch's, trained under Teach, had decent abilities, and at their age, they had maximized their potential. However, facing Becky, who was nearly 20 years old and had eaten a devil fruit, they were somewhat lacking. Moreover, their fighting styles were mismatched. One was a brute force fighter, Bosch's, while the other, Analu, was skilled in observation haki. It was strange for these two to be fighting together, and they hadn't practiced any combined techniques beforehand, leading to confusion. After fighting for a long time, it looked like Baedon was about to enter the bog pool. Becky, in a fit of rage, disregarded his stamina and used most of his remaining energy to activate his fruit ability, instantly transforming into a large fortress-like humanoid. Of course, this was far from the 80-meter-tall, 585-ton version from the original story. He had only transformed into a fortress about 7 or 8 meters tall. He swung his massive fists and began bombarding Anilu and Bosch's. In the office behind, Teach's eyes lit up as he watched Becky's fruit ability. It was indeed correct to send the incapable Becky out. The snail phone instructed his subordinates to move Badon and the bog pool away, and Teach stepped out himself. Then, he jumped over 100 meters directly onto the battlefield. He didn't even use his armament hockey on his right foot and came crashing down on Becky's fortress body with a kick. In an instant, the huge fortress-like figure cracked like a wall, creating a massive spider web-like fissure centered around Teach's kick. Finally, I see you, Capone Becky. According to our agreement, I did not act. Oh, this is a kick. Ha ha ha. Chapter 89 Mimetic Baby Puff. Becky, who was kicked away, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. You are so despicable. No need to say more, Becky. Thank you for your fruit. I'll take it. Teach stepped on Becky, and as soon as the dark fruit activated, its ability completely erased Becky's powers like a mouse seeing a cat. At this moment, there was a complete blood hole in Becky's chest, created by Teach's kick. Originally, if he had transformed into a human shape using his fruit ability, the injury wouldn't have been so severe. However, the dark fruit was too domineering, directly cutting off his abilities, forcing him to endure the injuries of a castle giant in human form, which resulted in this outcome. Ha ha ha. Inarubasis, come here and subdue him. Bring him before Biden. It's time for the father and son to meet. Becky was pushed in front of the gas pit, watching helplessly as the white maggot that was his father twisted and descended. Plop, a muffled sound followed by the noise of stirring rice porridge with a spoon. The big white maggot Biden entered the gas pit and began to struggle. Becky was pinned to the ground, his eyes forcibly held open. Witnessing the humiliating process of his father's transformation, unable to hold back his tears, and began to cry loudly, while cursing Teach at the same time. You devil! I will definitely kill you. I will definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, he was beheaded by Teach, who wielded a large, curved knife. The cut was smooth, and his head fell to the ground and rolled a few times like a basketball. Plop, plop, thud, thud. It fell into the gas pit, forever joining his father. After doing all this, Teach spread his hands. Dark water. He absorbed Becky's torso into his hands, and immediately a powerful suction seemed to draw something from that torso. The intangible power of the devil fruit was pulled into Teach's hands, and he examined the energy while looking at Basis and Inaru. Who wants Becky's fruit ability? Both of them were momentarily stunned, but then lowered their heads together and spoke in unison. It's all up to you, Master Teach. Teach was very satisfied with their attitude, and he began to consider which of the two would be suitable to consume this devil fruit. Inaru was so flamboyant in the original story, never letting go of a good kite, always showing off with a stick, so Teach didn't plan to change him. Although Inaru's observation hockey wasn't as powerful as someone who had eaten the Rumble fruit, it was still formidable. With further development, he could mimic the future like Katakuri in close combat, which would be excellent. Such a strong devil fruit was essential, mainly to enhance his close combat strength. Although Inaru currently had an invincible title in the Lendino Islands, that was just child's play and not worth mentioning. Teach thought for a moment and decided to give Inaru a Zoan-type fruit, at least an ancient type. This way, paired with Inaru's observation hockey, it would shine brightly. As for Basis, the simpleton consuming the stronghold fruit was also very appropriate. Teach suspected that his infiltration capabilities were quite good. In the original story, he was able to return to Baldigo after being injured and infiltrating the Revolutionary Army's ship. This proves that this simpleton unexpectedly has that potential. Just imagine, if he had the ability of the stronghold fruit, storing a large number of Blackbeard Pirates members within him, and then releasing them all at Baldigo, it would definitely be a disaster for the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, the stronghold fruit itself possesses incredibly strong defensive capabilities. As the name suggests, it is a fortress with formidable defenses. Aside from being able to conceal a human body within itself, its strongest feature is its defensive power. Thinking this, Teach pressed the intangible energy into Basis's body. Instantly, Basis felt an endless power surge within him, his simple face breaking into a continuous smile. Just moments ago, the two had fought Becky and experienced the strength of the stronghold fruit firsthand, which is why he was so happy, while Inaru felt a bit disappointed. However, after personally finishing off all those related to Baika, he had already acknowledged Teach, so he wouldn't harbor any dissatisfaction, though disappointment was inevitable. Inaru, don't be blinded by temporary power. There will be a fruit more suitable for you in the future. Stop acting so petty. Teach scolded Inaru, prompting him to self-reflect. Yes, Master Teach, I understand. A single phrase awakened Inaru, who hurried off to clean up the aftermath. Basis also put away his joy and joined Inaru, practicing his fruit abilities. After watching them walk away, Teach began to contemplate his next move. Just thinking about it, a smile appeared on his face. 3 days ago, he had informed the families of various underground faction leaders about their deaths. Although those left behind didn't understand why they were surrounded by Teach and still received news of their leaders' deaths, a funeral was unavoidable, and they began to arrange grand funerals. The 5 underground factions were simultaneously holding their own funerals. Since most of the West Sea's territory was controlled by Teach, these people lived in the crevices of the West Sea. They were all in nearby waters, so there was plenty of time. Teach chuckled sinisterly. Then he walked to the shore, his body swelling, turning into a dragon horn and flying off with the wind. West Sea, the territory of the Mafia Godfather Capone family. Upon learning of the Godfather's death, all the Mafia members were deeply saddened. Biden was truly remarkable. Teach felt that his charisma towards his subordinates was comparable to the protagonist of the movie The Godfather he had seen in his previous life. Unfortunately, he had provoked Teach. Outside the Mafia stronghold, all of Teach's men were fully armed, surrounding the area tightly. Suddenly, they spotted a gigantic sea monster appearing in the distance. As it flew over rapidly, there was some initial fear, but when they saw it was their boss, Blackbeard, they felt relieved. Master Teach. Boss. You all did well. You've worked hard. No one from the Capone family escaped, right? Don't worry. We have surrounded this place in multiple layers. There are definitely no fish slipping through the net. That's good. In a moment, you can all rest. I will personally deal with this group of remnants. With that, Teach slowly walked into the Mafia's stronghold with his hands behind his back. Inside, there were still some station cadres and Capone family members. And upon seeing this leisurely man strolling in, they were all taken aback. Blackbeard's name had become known to all in the West Sea over the past 3 years. They all grabbed their guns and prepared to defend themselves in secret. Ha. No need to be so tense. I also respect the Godfather. It's just that our positions are different. I'm here to pay my respects. Let him in. A slightly aged female voice came from within. Chapter 90. Teach's Tactics and the Arrival of the Celestial Dragons. As Teach approached the funeral hall, he saw the woman with the voice he had heard. She was a nearly 50-year-old lady, still possessing charm, her hair styled up. As a qualified, mature woman, her appearance had not changed much. Only a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and brows added to her mature allure. Especially, there was a bit of extra flesh on her lower abdomen. Such small extra flesh on a lady's belly is a treasure. The unrestrained gaze made the woman uneasy, but with her husband Biden dead and her son Becky missing, the entire Capone family relied on her alone. Faced with this emperor of the West Sea, she felt helpless if she angered him. The remaining members of her family would be plunged into hell. Teach first pretended to lay a bouquet on Biden's grave and then feigned tears. Woo, you don't know what happened to Mr. Biden. He was forced to eat the zoan-type maggot fruit and died from overstuffing himself in a methane pit. Whoa. Then he suddenly remembered something and continued. Although it was me who did it, ha. Biden's wife's fair face turned red with anger, but she forcibly suppressed her rage, taking a deep breath before speaking. Thank you for your condolences, Lord Blackbeard. Madam, don't you want to know what happened to your son, Becky? The mature woman finally perked up, looking at Teach with hopeful eyes. Sir, may I ask about my son? Ha. One good news and one bad news. Which do you want to hear? Good news. The good news is he escaped from the Lictinos Islands 3 days ago. Hearing that her son was safe, the woman sighed in relief. Bowing in a traditional Japanese way to thank Teach. Thank you for sparing my son's life, Lord Blackbeard. Teach began to regard her differently. This woman was remarkable for going to such lengths for her family and loved ones. And the bad news? The woman remained in a bow, not daring to look up at the bad news, trembling as she asked Teach. Not in a hurry, what's your name? Carly. Good name. Kapuna Carly. Yes. You need not worry. The bad news isn't that bad. Your son Becky is dead. Ha. But he didn't eat the maggot fruit. He died in the same methane pit as his father. Ha. Such a deep bond between this father and son. Upon hearing this news, Carly was unable to accept the blow. Her eyes lost their light and turned white, kneeling there like Luffy during the war on the roof. You bastard. A tender female voice emerged as a girl pushed through the crowd, disregarding others' attempts to stop her, charging at Teach with a dagger. Teach's gaze sharpened. An enormous octopus tentacles appeared on the ground, binding every prepared cadre, mafia member, and male Capone family member, tightening like a python, silencing the entire scene. Then came a clang. The girl's dagger struck Teach, but was ineffective, as his powerful body distorted her metal dagger. He lifted her by the body. Little sister, what are you doing? I want to kill you. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. The completely mad girl could only repeat this phrase, while still stabbing at Teach with her twisted dagger. Aside from Carly, who had lost consciousness, all the men were dead, and the remaining women watched Teach with pale faces as the dagger struck him. What's her name? Who is she? Her name is Chris. She's Master Becky's fiancée. Ha ha ha. How perfect, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law together. How beautiful. And you, what are your identities? I am Biden's lover. I am Becky's aunt. I am Becky's sister. I am Biden's sister. I am. Ha ha ha. Line up and stand properly. It will be your turn soon. Carrying the crazed Chris, Teach approached Carly, slapping her to wake her up, leaving a red mark on her fair, mature face. You wouldn't want to see your daughter-in-law in any trouble, would you, Madam Carly? 2 lines of tears streamed down Carly's face as she helplessly nodded, then squatted down. Teach swept away the items in front of the portrait and moved to the altar, trapping the mad Chris with his tentacles. Lying on the altar to wait for Madam Carly, once high and mighty, managing all affairs of the Capone family and the Mafia, the Godfather's virtuous aide, Carly, humiliatedly took the initiative in front of many female relatives and Biden's portrait. Then Teach, having enjoyed enough, brought Chris in as well. Following that, other various aunts, sisters, and cousins joined in, and the West Sea Mafia family was completely erased from history, wiped out by Teach's evil and cruel tentacles. Next was the same method of destruction for the remaining 4 underground power leaders' territories, of course, not without the sacrifices of those women before the destruction. After being conquered by Teach, these people were gathered together and placed into a dark space, returned to the affiliated island of Latino's #1, all released, trapped in a building with strict prohibitions, only to be entertained by Teach whenever he felt like it. Teach decided that this place would be used to deal with the families of his enemies, serving as a sort of prisoner of war camp. This was the true meaning of defeating an opponent. If one couldn't even do that, then what was the point of fighting to the death? Feeling refreshed, Teach returned to his territory, only to find his subordinates waiting for him, as if there was something urgent. Confused, Teach asked what's going on. Reet was the first to speak, but upon smelling the strange odor on Teach, she became angry, turning her head away and refusing to speak. Kikyo was a bit gentler. Although she also smelled it, she merely rolled her eyes to express her discontent, but still spoke. Lafitte sent us a message saying a celestial dragon is coming here to watch the Latinos boxing tournament in a few days. Kikyo, this is how you enable him. Ho 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 ho, sisteriet, donte be angry, mva. Teach interrupted Reet's complaints, forcibly embracing her and giving her a hard kiss, then compensating Kikyo with the same. After that, he began to speak. Celestial dragon. Huh? Ha ha ha. I understand. No need to worry. Just instruct Enel and the others to handle it as usual, and I'll be the one to receive this celestial dragon. The 2 rewarded women nodded and said no more. They completely trusted Teach, believing that even if he killed that celestial dragon, it would be nothing serious, as they believed Teach would definitely have a solution for it. Chapter 91. The Palace of Illyris early the next morning. Teach personally arrived at the port of the Ledi Nui Sea Islands to wait. All unrelated ships had been cleared from this main port. The vast dock was prepared solely for the upcoming world nobles. In the distance, a magnificent giant ship appeared, sailing steadily towards the Ledi Nui Sea Islands, flanked by 2 naval warships. As the ship docked with a thud, only Teach from the Ledi Nui Sea leadership was present. The sound of footsteps echoed down the gangway, and soon, a person dressed in a luxurious gown, rather than the ludicrous space suits of the celestial dragons, descended. Behind her, several beautiful female slaves held up her dress to prevent it from getting dirty. With a swoosh, everyone except Teach knelt down. This made the accompanying naval officer break into a cold sweat. Yes, this group of maritime underground forces, or the real pirates of the New World, indeed looked down on the celestial dragons. But most would avoid direct encounters with them to steer clear of trouble. Who would have thought that this West Sea Emperor would be so audacious? He didn't kneel before a celestial dragon. If a conflict arose, a mere vice admiral like him couldn't bear the consequences, and he might not even be able to defeat this man. Thinking of this, he turned to signal another naval officer present, Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, who was specially arranged as a potential new star female Navy officer to cater to this female celestial dragon. Peach Rabbit slightly nodded to indicate she had a plan and would mediate soon, as she had already communicated with this female celestial dragon during the voyage, making it easier to talk. Bold, to not kneel before the descendants of the gods. Where's the Navy? Handle this bastard. A West Sea official who followed the Celestial Dragon, upon seeing this West Sea Emperor dare to offend the Celestial Dragon, was thrilled. He stepped forward to scold Teach on behalf of the Celestial Dragon, thinking that if he could get rid of Teach, all the industries of the leading New Sea Islands would be his. His greed, combined with his incompetence as an official, drove him to act this way. But he didn't realize that the Celestial Dragon he was dealing with was the most reckless in the world, and he didn't foresee the consequences of his actions. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, accurately hitting his legs, causing the official to scream and collapse to the ground. Forgive me, Celestial Dragon. He frantically knocked his head on the ground, begging for mercy. In fact, there are some unspoken rules in this world. Even among the Celestial Dragons, there are some elites who are not fools. They know what kind of strong individuals exist in the world. To maintain their rule, it's better to win over these strong individuals rather than disregard them. After all, a strong individual's combat power can easily destroy a country. Unless the Celestial Dragon elites are fools, they wouldn't humiliate these strong individuals. Therefore, the unspoken rule is that when encountering some strong individuals with potential and influence, the rules targeting commoners don't have to be strictly enforced. For instance, kneeling upon meeting. Generally, such situations are rare, and everyone tacitly understands and moves past them. Things proceed as they should. While kneeling before the Celestial Dragons is a rule, if it isn't explicitly mentioned, everyone can save face. Teach intended to handle it this way, but this foolish West Sea official came out to stir trouble, putting both sides in a dilemma. Who are you making decisions for? A cold, piercing voice emerged from the female Celestial Dragon's mouth. Although her attire was different from other Celestial Dragons, she still wore an oxygen mask. Teach then carefully examined the appearance of this female Celestial Dragon. She was incredibly tall, almost exaggeratedly so, taller than Teach, standing close to 5 meters. Her body was slender, with a tiny waist, and her skin was fair and rosy, her features delicate, resembling a doll. Even the stunning women beside Teach, who were comparable to the world's most beautiful woman, Princess Shirahoshi, were slightly inferior when compared to this Celestial Dragon. Just slightly. The most important factor was still her status. This woman was clearly an elite among the Celestial Dragons, similar to the Gorsei. From the sword hanging at her waist, it was evident that her personal strength was formidable as well. Moreover, one point astonished Teach immensely. This Celestial Dragon's eyes were red. This was quite rare among other Celestial Dragons. At least in Teach's observation of the original work, none had red eyes, indicating her status was exceptionally special. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The official could say nothing else, just continuously knocking his head and begging for mercy. Uft, 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 hiss. A very harsh sound came as the Celestial Dragon used her sword to stab and cut the official. The blade was dull, which made the official suffer greatly, and he didn't dare to scream. Logically, Celestial Dragon's weapons should at least be sharp blades, yet this was a dull knife, seemingly designed to torture people slowly, without splattering blood on her clothes. Personally and brutally torturing the official to death with a dull knife, the female Celestial Dragon's expression remained unchanged. Clean this up. Her slaves wiped away the blood that the official had spilled, laying down an expensive and exquisite carpet for the Celestial Dragon to walk on. The Celestial Dragon let her arms hang naturally and took a few steps towards Teach. You're the master of the leading New Sea Islands, Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach, right? She emphasized the letter D. Don't mind that, clown. My name is Iris Palace. I admire your recent performances and the events at the leading New Sea boxing arena. Lead the way. Haha. It is truly an honor, Princess Iris. This way, please. The two chatted casually as if nothing had happened, heading towards the quarters prepared for the Celestial Dragon Iris Palace. Teach could sense Iris Palace's uniqueness. They were of the same kind. Though it was called a quarter, it was not far from Teach's residence. A splendidly luxurious quarter stood firmly there, exuding boundless opulence. Iris Palace nodded, seemingly satisfied with the place. As they walked, she conversed with Teach. The boxing events of the leading New Sea Islands have many fans even in Mariejoa. I am one of them. Or perhaps the most loyal fan here. I came here to see a West Sea fight in person. It is my honor, Your Highness Iris Palace. But the weekly global live broadcast will take a few days. I can adjust the schedule to add another match. No need. Besides that big live broadcast, I am more interested in your regular boxing matches. You know, the real underground fights held every day. Teach understood as soon as she said that. There were 2 types of boxing events in leading New Sea Islands, as previously mentioned. One was the globally broadcasted event, which had a storyline and rules, with a broader audience and more fans. The other type, which Teach had participated in for the first time, was bloody and violent, the most exhilarating and adrenaline-pumping, providing excitement. After witnessing her kill the West Sea official with a dull knife, Teach realized that this female celestial dragon was also a pervert, just like himself and his sister. The Fierce One. Chapter 92. Strange events in the boxing match in the palace. Only Princess Aliris and her maid group, along with her protectors, Guion and Teach, remained. After we finish eating, we can arrange the real feast at the Ladairos boxing arena for you. I just wonder if you plan to eat the food prepared by your own chef, or if you'd like to taste the cuisine of our Ladairos Islands. The headmaid was about to say that celestial dragons would never eat food from these lowly commoners, but she stopped herself. She had been temporarily assigned to serve this celestial dragon, Aliris, and knew nothing of her temperament. It would be disastrous if she ended up like that West Sea official from earlier. Fortunately, she held her tongue. Princess Aliris did not immediately answer Teach's question. Instead, she removed her hood and smiled at Teach, her stunning beauty momentarily taking Teach's breath away. Then I shall humbly obey and try the food of your West Sea Emperor. Great. Please wait a moment. I'll go call someone to prepare food for Princess Aliris. As Teach stood to summon his people to prepare the meal, he also wondered if he could secretly slip something into the food to control the celestial dragon. However, as he took a step, Aliris's long arm pulled him back. Such matters can be handled by subordinates. You should tell me more about your West Sea. The proud celestial dragon had taken the initiative to touch someone else, and this casual demeanor made Teach more wary, completely dispelling his thoughts of drugging her. He instead instructed Aliris's maid to communicate with his chefs. The spectacle of the Ladairos boxing arena is unprecedented in our holy land, Mariehua. Some celestial dragons do make slaves fight, but those slaves have long since lost their fighting spirit. Sometimes, life as a slave is worse than death, so they have no desire for victory and no proper motivation to control them. Aliris casually spoke of the slave's plight, fully aware of their tragic circumstances, yet she remained unfazed, as if her nature were inherently bloody and cruel. To see a true life-and-death struggle, it must be on your Ladairos Islands. It shouldn't disappoint me, right? As she spoke, she excitedly nudged Io, her delicate feet wrapped in high heels, making the sound of heels clicking. Teach felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. Not just any kindred spirit, but rather a sisterly kind of kinship. He had encountered personalities like hers since childhood. As long as their brutal desires were satisfied, the details didn't matter, making them relatively easy to deal with, at least for someone like Teach. As others lacked the ability and determination. Rest assured, Princess Aliris. Tonight, we will select the two most experienced fighters from our underground arena. It will definitely be the strongest showdown in 3 years. Aliris covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Then I truly look forward to it. After a bit of mutual probing and chatting, the delicacies from the Ladairos Islands were served. Each ingredient and process had undergone strict screening by Aliris's maids before reaching the table. Teach picked up a piece of cherry pie and presented it to Princess Aliris, continuing to test her. Here, Princess Aliris, try our finest delicacy. Since I came here, I've indulged in countless cherry pies. This is a rare enjoyment in life. Aliris's red lips twitched for a moment before she feigned delight, accepting the cherry pie from Teach, even deliberately letting her fingers brush against his for a moment. Teach wore a smiling face, but inside he was churning. This celestial dragon was truly formidable. She gave him a strange feeling, especially whenever her blood-red eyes changed, causing his heart to race. And for the second dish, this ingredient is the unique spoon clam from the West Sea, incredibly delicious and tender. After being stir-fried, it allows diners to feel the essence of the ingredient. Such blatant words did not cause Aliris to react at all. Teach only heard the sound of teeth crunching. Seeing that his 2 attempts at probing had yielded no results, Teach ended his reckless behavior and officially began introducing each dish to Princess Aliris. Soon, the meal concluded, and it was still only midday. In the past, the fights were held at night, but today, Teach had moved it up a bit for the enjoyment of this celestial dragon. Aliris emphasized the need to keep her presence hidden, stating she would enter the audience with Teach. She also mentioned that having the audience present would create a better atmosphere. This made Teach feel a headache. With so many people coming in, problems were bound to arise, so he had no choice but to increase manpower to check every audience member. Teach and Princess Aliris began waiting for the match to start. Teach specially set up a VIP section, isolating it from other spectators and positioning it close to the ring. The 2 fighters in the arena were skilled individuals who had previously excelled in a 14-day challenge, and although their physical prowess wasn't on par with Teach's, Their back-and-forth exchanges and the no-holds-barred style were the most appealing, especially during the final execution of the loser. The two fighters were aware that today the big boss, the West Sea Emperor, was personally watching, so they gave it their all, losing the sense of life-and-death struggle. Teach noticed the fighter's slightly tense state and frowned. If this continued, it would not satisfy the bloodlust of the celestial dragon beside him. His instincts were correct. The celestial dragon, who had remained calm until now, finally showed an expression of impatience, nudging Teach. I want to see the true battles of your Ladairo's boxing arena. It seemed that only such bloody scenes of mutual slaughter could evoke feelings in this celestial dragon. Based on his sister's personality, Teach speculated that if the spectacle was bland, it would bore Lyris, but if it was bloodier and more violent, she would become extremely excited, which would certainly engage her emotions. Teach darkly glared at the two fighters on stage, removing his black captain's coat and shirt, revealing his muscular bare upper body, and slowly walked onto the ring. He intended to personally deal with these two incompetent fools. The moment he stepped onto the stage, everyone was excited. 3 years ago, Teach's debut on the Ladairo's Islands, where he defeated North, was still fresh in everyone's minds. His return after 3 years would definitely bring significant changes. More cruelty, more bloodshed, and more thrill. Only the two fighters on stage looked as pale as if they had just lost their mothers. Chapter 93: The Feeling of the Sea. Blackbeard. On the arena, both individuals were terrified by Teach's actions. They knew Teach's methods. 3 years ago, North had met a gruesome end in the arena, and now their situation would be even more tragic. Two useless fools. Use your maximum strength to face me. Otherwise, not only you, but your people around you won't be safe either. Teach was indifferent to the pitiful state of the two, even a bit annoyed. If you think you can show off without revealing your true strength, you will pay the price. Teach's mercy was reserved for his women and subordinates. These two did not deserve it. Yes. The only wish of the two now was no longer to survive themselves, but to fight for the survival of their families. They exchanged glances, and the two who were supposed to fight to the death immediately teamed up. One threw a punch aimed at Teach's head, while the other delivered a kick towards Teach's calf. Their strength was average. Being here as competitors was merely due to their ruthless demeanor. In terms of strength, they barely reached a level of 50 million berries after 20 years, while Teach was already at the level of a true commander. Dealing with these two was like child's play. With his right hand, he caught the fist, and with the other, he seized the kicking leg. Then, using these 2 points as handles, he swung them like 2 whips, sending the two spinning through the air. Their brains were spun like boiling water, and they fainted directly, throwing the two onto the arena floor. Teach began to contemplate how to satisfy the Illylith Palace in the most brutal way. The cheers from the crowd reached a climax, according to Teach's previous routine. The next segment would be the most thrilling. Got it. Last time he crushed every bone while walking, so let us try something new this time. Teach grabbed one of them with his big hand and, using his thumb, began to pinch him bit by bit. It was pinching, compared to the sole of his foot. The area of the thumb exerted less force, making it more painful and unbearable. The bones and flesh of that person were gradually softened by Teach's fingers, and his agonizing screams echoed throughout the vast arena. Even though the people in this world had extraordinary physical qualities, they couldn't withstand it. And the reason Teach could keep him conscious was that he infused him with life force to keep him alive. Soon, he finished dealing with this lump of flesh and casually placed it on the arena, looking at the other person. He had actually woken up long ago, stirred by the screams. Even though Teach was turning his back to deal with the other person, he didn't dare to escape or launch a sneak attack. The scene before him was simply too terrifying. He had completely lost his desire and only hoped that he wouldn't have to suffer like this. Teach tore down one of the corner pillars of the arena with his bare hands, shaping it into a long, thick stick. Very good, since you did that. I'll give you a quick end. Just lie there obediently. He toyed with the person on the arena floor, using the thick stick to roll from his feet to his head. Like rolling out dough, this living person was flattened into a dumpling skin. At the same time, Illylith Palace below was fixated on Teach's actions, filled with fervor, her long legs twitching and rubbing against each other. Gripping Teach's shirt tightly in her hands, she inhaled deeply, unconsciously bringing it to her nose as she watched, her eyes glued to Teach, breathing in his scent like a lovesick girl. On the stage, Teach finished dealing with the two and placed the first one in the middle of the second, pinching them together. Just like making dumplings, one was the filling and the other was the skin. At this moment, the arena had turned into Teach's hellish kitchen. Blood dripped from his hands, and Teach wiped them clean, resembling a chef who had finished cooking. The blood on his hands and body quickly absorbed and disappeared. At this moment, everyone present had gone mad. Teach's actions were several times more brutal than 3 years ago. Slowly walking down the stage and returning to Illilith Palace's side. The arena was quickly cleaned, and the next batch of competitors was getting ready to enter the ring. The new arrivals were filled with fear, but dared not act like the previous two, thinking they could show off their abilities. Below, Illilith Palace's eyes were even redder, as if a hungry tiger was observing its prey. Strangely, Teach's shirt and coat were now draped over her legs. Her face was filled with excitement, looking at Teach just like before when she watched him kill. That kind of desire, as Teach walked to his seat, intending to put on his clothes. Illilith Palace pulled him down to sit in the chair. Without saying a word, she gazed greedily at Teach with her crimson eyes, ignoring the fight of the two competitors on stage, her attention solely on Teach. Teach felt as if their genders had completely swapped. He was supposed to be the greedy wolf, but now he felt strangely like a sheep, especially with Illilith Palace's hand gripping his arm so tightly that even Teach's current physical strength struggled to break free. Let us go, there's no need to watch anymore. Illilith Palace's left hand gripped Teach's clothes, letting them hang down, but not on her side, rather awkwardly positioned in the middle of her body, as if trying to hide something. Teach certainly noticed this. He thought of some unpleasant things, his nose twitching slightly as he caught a faint familiar scent in the air. Though different, it had a slightly sweet smell. Planning to look back at the chair for any traces, he suddenly realized that the chair had turned into fragments without him noticing. Startled, he suppressed the excitement of discovering that liquid. The fact that the chair had shattered without him noticing made Teach more vigilant towards Illilith Palace. However, seeing her current state, the worst outcome would be. At the same time, Teach was somewhat amazed that this celestial dragon's strength was exaggerated to such an extent. Could it be that there were so many elites among the celestial dragons? This would be a troublesome issue to face in the future. Throughout the journey, Teach was thinking about the celestial dragons, yet he didn't realize that his arm was no longer being held by Illilith Palace. Instead, her hands were now touching Teach's abs, chest, shark muscle, and the lines of his abdomen. Teach endured with tears in his eyes. Back in Illilith Palace's palace, she removed the clothes in front of her, revealing the luxurious evening dress with some water stains. Suddenly, Teach felt a sense of weakness coming from the hand that was touching him. This feeling was akin to contact with sea prism stone. Chapter 94. Peach Rabbit. Teach's thighs are a bit hot. Princess Aliris had a strange look in her eyes as she scrutinized Teach, her emotions unreadable. I'm quite satisfied with Mr. Marshall's performance, but you're... Never mind, you can leave now. Hesitating, Princess Aliris instructed Teach to step back, leaving her alone in the room, lost in thought. Teach couldn't grasp the origins of this celestial dragon woman and casually replied before exiting. In the room, there was no one but Aliris. A stream of water appeared out of nowhere, quickly washing her damp skirt clean, and then the vapor completely vanished, including the water on her skirt. The darkness this time was peculiar. Just my taste, I wonder if I can break through this time. The voice grew fainter until it completely disappeared. Outside the building, a troubled Teach pondered Aliris's strange behavior as he wandered aimlessly. He had a guess in his mind, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Just then, a woman approached him, strikingly beautiful, with a knife at her waist. She was Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit Cheyenne. In the original work, fans had inquired about Peach Rabbit's age in SBS, but Oda had concealed her actual age. However, since she referred to Vice Admiral Crane as sister and was of the same generation as Chibuta, she couldn't be too old, just a few years younger than the three admirals. Teach's guess seemed correct. The Peach Rabbit before him was only in her 20s, but had already surpassed most Vice Admirals in strength. This talent was no small feat. The renowned Admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Fujitora were still approaching Admiral level and had a few years to go before promotion. Teach looked at the beautiful Peach Rabbit, his desires stirring, momentarily setting aside his speculations about Aliris, as that person seemed too far from him now. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, what a rare person to meet. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the legal owner of the Licdino Islands and have provided you Navy with plenty of berries. Peach Rabbit regarded him with a neutral expression. Although even the black market was common in this world, it still conflicted with her sense of justice as a Navy officer, especially after witnessing Teach's ruthless methods in the ring. It's an honor, Mr. Marshall. On behalf of the Navy, I thank you. Her response was neither warm nor cold, but at least she didn't show a deliberately evasive attitude, as Teach had maintained good relations with the Navy over the years alongside the world government. Peach Rabbit had been instructed by Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong to maintain a good relationship with Teach. After all, the Navy's funding relied on the world government's allocations, and having someone like Teach could provide significant help. Rear Admiral Cheyenne, no need to be so cold. The timing is perfect. Princess Aliris has gone to rest. Would you honor me with a meal? Moreover, Teach had heard that Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit was skilled in geisha arts, which he had long admired. His tone and gaze revealed his intentions without reservation, his burning desire almost palpable. Peach Rabbit frowned, feeling offended. However, since the Fleet Admiral had personally instructed her to build a relationship, and Teach's looks were among the best in this world full of ugly men, she reluctantly agreed. The two arrived at a restaurant where Teach dismissed all the diners and entered a private room that only he could access. Both were powerful individuals. When they let loose, they could consume a lot of food. Peach Rabbit's elegant dining style and slow speed extended their mealtime. Teach kept toasting her with specially crafted cocktails, and in this enclosed room, he slowly released a colorless, odorless toxin with low toxicity that would merely sap her strength. This was a Japanese-style restaurant, so both knelt at the table. Teach enjoyed his meal, maintaining a light conversation with Peach Rabbit, using warm and charming words to engage with the Navy's talented young woman, especially sharing grievances about a person named Kakizaki who often harassed her. Women often bond quickly over a shared dislike, especially when the drinks were filled with affection, allowing Peach Rabbit to unknowingly draw closer to him. Most importantly, Teach was handsome, and people naturally feel attracted to beautiful members of the opposite sex. Besides that, he catered to her preferences by ordering her favorite foods he had learned about from previous materials, tea rice and yatsuhashi sweets. When they arrived, he feigned surprise. "You like these two dishes as well?" Through various reasons, Peach Rabbit transitioned from being somewhat resistant to this boxing boss to talking freely about her pressures and work, making her feel like they had met too late in life. After a few rounds of drinks, Teach and Peach Rabbit began to open up to each other more deeply. "I've heard that Miss Shine's geisha skills are extraordinary. Now that we've nearly finished our meal, could you let me appreciate the legendary Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit's talents?" "Oomph. You say you dislike people like Kakizaki, but aren't all men the same?" she retorted. Yet, she wobbled to get up and changed into a prepared kimono in another room, applying the geisha makeup. It was not as exaggerated as in the real world of Japan, but added to her charm. In front of Teach, at the table, she began her geisha performance, starting with a piece on the koto before preparing to dance. What's going on? The alcohol today is so strong. I feel like I can't muster any strength." She nearly fell as she stood up from the floor. With her physical condition, this was unusual, prompting her to mutter in confusion. Teach stepped forward to support her, pointing to the buns on the table. While Peach Rabbit wasn't looking, he secretly ate one of the fluffy white buns. "If you're not feeling well, there's no need to dance," he feigned concern for Cheyenne, using a strategy of retreating to advance, as being slightly accommodating would yield better results. Sure enough, Peach Rabbit felt somewhat touched. Among the Navy, her comrades were either unattractive or uninterested in women, and the remaining weak seamen were unworthy of her strength. The only one who persistently pursued her was Kakizaki, who merely coveted her beauty without ever showing concern. Even after confessing, he often frequented places of ill repute. For the first time, she felt a man's care, especially from someone like Teach, who was different from the ugly men. I'm Fina." She stood up, leaning against his thigh for support. It should have been his thigh, but the numb Peach Rabbit only felt that the man's thigh was a bit hot. The heat gave her a strange sensation. Trembling, she picked up the geisha fan and began to dance, with a move that involved opening the fan to cover her face partially. The hand holding the fan was the same one that had leaned on Teach's thigh, so naturally, her nose and mouth were close to her hand, leading her to subconsciously sniff the scent of that hand. It was a bit strange. It was a smell she had never encountered before. Although it wasn't pleasant, it had an unexpectedly addictive quality. Not perverted. It's normal human behavior to smell things after touching them, or to sniff socks after taking them off. Chapter 95. Tao-Tu's Guilt and Compensation, releasing the long leg that had just been tattooed. Teach turned around to see that Tao-Tu had already closed her eyes, her legs resting on Teach's knees, with her upper body lying on the ground, fast asleep. This position was the most hypnotic. When the thighs rest on a place higher than one's core, it induces sleepiness, especially since she had consumed a lot of alcohol, causing her to fall into a deep slumber in no time. Gun, wake up, Teach called softly in Tao-Tu's ear, using his fingers to pry open her eyelids, revealing her vacant eyes. "So sleepy, Teach, don't touch me," Tao-Tu murmured, hugging Teach's arm like a pillow, sinking back into a more comfortable sleep. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Teach sensed the surrounding atmosphere with kin bunchikahaki and confirmed that no one would disturb them. He released dark matter, enveloping the single room and creating another space, as this was still a restaurant hotel. Although this room could only be entered by Teach, it would be troublesome if someone interrupted them. Jin, you shouldn't sleep here. You'll catch a cold. Since Tao, too, was holding onto his arm, Teach could only princess carry her to another spot. A spacious place without any clutter. Tao, too, caught in the air and feeling the ground beneath her absent, found it uncomfortable and unconsciously tightened her grip on Teach's arm. After Teach bent down to place her on the ground, she clung to him even more, wrapping around him like an octopus. Teach silently activated the mental toxin within his body and pretended to be dizzy and drunk, passively accepting everything. I'm drunk too. Jiyuan, don't move me. In this sleep, Tao Tu had a deep, restful slumber, feeling tired, refreshed, a little painful, and a little itchy. This wonderful sensation was something she had never experienced before in her life. The next morning, Tao Tu woke up in the early hours, her mind free from the painful aftermath of a hangover due to her strong physique. A sharp pain shot through her. Tao Tu's memory only included what happened after getting the tattoo yesterday. Teach had kindly moved her to a different place to prevent her from catching a cold. And then Teach had also passed out. It was she who had taken advantage of his drunken state, forcing herself on him. As she thought of this, her face flushed red. Although she had a great conversation with Teach yesterday and developed feelings for him, even having him tattoo a spider on her, it didn't mean she should give herself to him on their first meeting. How could she do something so beastly while under the influence of alcohol and violate him? Moreover, she hadn't moved after opening her eyes. She was still holding Teach in her arms, and their Bluetooth connection was still intact. Yes, it was Bluetooth. The strange sensation lingered throughout the night. God, I can't believe I'm this kind of person. Tao Tu fell in a deep self-doubt. Her memories indeed showed that she had taken the initiative while drunk, and Teach had been unconscious at that time. She couldn't help but feel guilty. The Navy's intelligence detailed Teach's background. He was still so young. How could she, an older woman, have taken advantage of a younger man? According to the original story, Blackbeard was only 38 2 years ago, making him relatively young compared to the 3 admirals and those vice admirals, even though he looked much older. Tao Tu should be 3 or 4 years older than him. Regaining her composure, she slowly disconnected. It was a Wi-Fi connection, so she shouldn't overthink it. As she disconnected, she trembled. Even when she pulled away, the strong sensation made her blush fiercely. There was no way to organize herself. As she still held someone in her arms, gently, she pushed the person she had been holding to wake him. Teach had performed well. He didn't need to sleep and had enjoyed the entire night, especially since he had been tightly gripping her. Teach opened his eyes in confusion, looking around. What happened, Jiyuan? What's going on here? Then, as if belatedly realizing, he looked down and discovered his state. You actually? Like an innocent youth. He indeed looked that way. Although he had stubble on his chin, it was just the first sprout of puberty, and he was still quite young. His appearance was naturally meant to elicit sympathy from Tao Tu, and it worked effectively. Seeing this younger boy, who was a few years younger than her, deepened Tao Tu's guilt, especially since she was a Navy officer. A righteous Navy officer had done such a beastly thing, causing her inner turmoil and struggle. Thus, under the weight of her guilt and the principle of upholding justice, she bowed her head, adopting a posture of apology, facing Teach. I'm sorry. I had too much fun talking to you yesterday, while you were unconscious. Please forgive me. I will take responsibility for this. This was something that shouldn't typically be said by a woman, but their identities and ages were special, allowing them to reverse roles. Teach looked down at her. Overall, she resembled a gourd, especially with the only accessory she wore, which accentuated her charm, uncontrollably blooming. And no, it's okay. Jiyuan, you just step outside for a bit. Teach pretended to be innocent, covering his eyes with his hand, which was intentional, as it would focus attention since his hand could not completely cover his face. Tao Tu noticed this and instantly relaxed. It was good that Teach could think this way. She propped herself up slightly, kneeling and crawling on her knees to Teach. Taking his hand, she said earnestly, "This is my compensation. It's what I should do." After saying this, she leaned down, her head moving. When the two emerged from the tavern, it was already noon, and the awkwardness between them had dissipated through mutual familiarity. Outside, Tao Tu gave Teach her phone number. "Remember to call me often, Teach." This sounded like something she had said to Shaki. "Why don't you join our Navy? Never mind. Tao too had initially wanted Teach to join her, but given that Teach was the master of the prosperous Latinos Islands in West Sea, having him become a Navy officer seemed unrealistic. However, the speaker had no intention, but the listener had meaning. Teach, hearing Tao Tu's suggestion, began to plot a huge plan in his mind. Perhaps there would be an opportunity for him within the Navy. Before the O'Hara massacre, he could take in Robin, personally execute Alvia, create a fake corpse to deceive them, and then use a secret passage to transfer the mother and daughter. After doing all this, he could apply to be the executioner of Roger, absorbing Roger's haki during the execution. After this, he would defect and secure a place in the New World during the Great Pirate Era. His plan was foolproof. Next, he needed to win over the Eliza Bello Palace. With her introduction, it would be easier to join the Navy. As for his identity, that was naturally not a problem. The Latinos Islands had always provided financial support to the Navy, and as the son of a pirate from Marcy, his information would have long been thoroughly investigated. However, this kind of retired pirate navy and government would generally not pursue them fiercely unless they were extremely malicious, as such actions would only force all pirates to become desperate. Good, let us go with this plan. It's best not to raise books. What if they disappear? Just keep reading daily updates. Chapter 96. Ziz is easy thinking of one of his plans. Teach had a deeply affectionate expression. No, Guillaume, I'm willing to follow you, if the Navy agrees, but on the condition that I can only be your subordinate in the Navy. Upon hearing that her man would make such a decision for her, Peach Rabbit was overwhelmed with emotion and pulled Teach in for a fierce kiss. I will contact Admiral Kong immediately and let him decide. Don't worry, Teach. I will fight for you. We must be a couple who are always in love. I'll go prepare first and contact you in a bit. Peach Rabbit, unable to continue being affectionate with Teach, hurried off to find her transponder snail to contact the Navy Admiral. Teach watched her graceful figure leave, feeling no burden of deceit in his heart. He believed that when he became the ruler of the world and unified the Pirate King world, the compensation he would give to Peach Rabbit would far exceed the deceit of this moment. At that time, whether it was Peach Rabbit wanting to fulfill her justice or whatever else, it would be easy in Teach's world. Suddenly, he felt a gaze upon him. Teach turned around to see a figure on the second floor of the Illyris Palace looking at him. It was indeed the Illyris Palace, and she did not hide her gaze, locking eyes with Teach. That gaze carried an interrogative and dangerous aura, making Teach feel as if he had been caught cheating by his wife. With a Shuanbu, a skill that awakens naturally when one's physical capabilities reach a certain level, he instantly arrived at the base of the Illyris Palace. Come in, a cold voice from the second floor called out. Okay. Upon reaching the second floor, Teach found Illyris still in her pajamas, her hair down, sitting on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed, her toes playfully lifting a high-heel shoe, looking at Teach with a scrutinizing gaze. Good morning, no. Good afternoon, Princess Illyris. Did you leave yesterday to do those things? You should know my stance. I must say, Marshall D, Teach, you really live up to being the Emperor of the West Sea. Quite bold indeed. I don't understand your meaning, Princess Illyris. I'll give you a chance. From now on, come with me to Mariewa, serve me, and I will help you obtain the identity of a celestial dragon. Don't worry about whether I can do it. I can. This temptation was certainly significant. If this Princess Illyris were an elite celestial dragon, she might indeed be able to make it happen, and Teach couldn't help but feel tempted. His ambition was to become the king of the world, and being a celestial dragon would make it easier. However, he quickly abandoned the thought, as he found this Illyris completely inscrutable. He still remembered the strange sensation when she touched him with sea prism stone. It was too bizarre. If he agreed, it would mean entrusting his future to someone else. Teach's nature would never allow that. Thank you for your kindness, Princess Illyris, but I am not interested in becoming a world noble. A powerful conqueror's haki emanated from her body, targeting only Teach. This haki, capable of affecting physical reality, was controlled by Illyris like an extension of her will, focused solely on Teach, with no damage to the surrounding objects. Teach's haki was certainly not lacking either. He gritted his teeth slightly, meeting Illyris's gaze, completely disregarding the difference in their status, facing her with a truly equal attitude for the first time. Moreover, as time passed, Teach began to feel a hint of pressure, his spirit becoming highly energized, and his wild, handsome face changed expression. He started to exhibit hostility, treating Illyris as an enemy, using a fierce gaze to lock eyes with her. Teach thought to himself that this person was truly strange. If it came to a fight, he was confident that his strength as an admiral would not be underestimated, especially since this was his territory, with many allies. And both of his sisters could provide great assistance. In one piece, Oda once mentioned in SBS that no one can withstand the siege of two admirals. Another saying is that they are of equal rank. For instance, the battle power of an admiral is 95 to 99, while that of the Yonko is 96 to 100. Although there may be slight differences due to individual combat strength, they are definitely in the same tier. As long as this Illyris Palace is not the one he suspected, she definitely wouldn't be much stronger than Teach. He was fully prepared for battle, but suddenly, Illyris withdrew her haki, losing the suppression of her haki. Teach's full power was released, directly knocking Illyris down, her upper body landing on the bed, her nightgown fluttering up. If Teach wasn't mistaken, it was colorless. She was wearing something transparent. Illyris' high heels were also knocked off by the haki, revealing her delicate, white feet directly to Teach. This left Teach completely baffled. What was this celestial dragon thinking? Lying on the bed, Illyris had a strange blush on her face, covering her cheeks with her hands. Her eyes peeking through the parted fingers, with an indescribable gaze fixed ahead. There was a reason for this. Illyris' personality was similar to that of a fierce person, both being extremely bloodthirsty and cruel. Moreover, as someone from nobility, she had long grown tired of all pleasures in life, and only this could excite her, which was a completely twisted psychology. Throughout her life, no one had dared to treat her like Teach did, especially with the expression Teach was showing: fierce, vicious, irritable, wild, bloodthirsty, and cruel, causing Illyris, facing him directly, to tremble in her heart. It had been many years since she felt this way. She took a few breaths to compose herself. Sitting up, she remained on the edge of the bed, instructing Teach, "Since you are unwilling, I won't force you, but the world nobility cannot be defied. As compensation, you will cleanse my right foot with your mouth and tongue, and I will forgive you for your offense against me." Such a reward? Teach's first thought was this, but he soon realized that she was trying to humiliate him. Licking? Teach didn't care, but with such an intention, he absolutely could not allow it. Frowning, he said to Illyris, "Neither servile nor overbearing, sorry, Princess Illyris, I cannot do that." The frown on his face appeared to Illyris as if a filter had been applied. What was originally a slight frown transformed into a fierce expression. Illyris achieved her goal. She never intended for Teach to apologize. She simply wanted to see Teach's expression turn fierce, a cunning scheme. Her complexion became even more flushed, and she couldn't help but cover her chest. "You say that again." Teach found it strange that this celestial dragon was acting this way. Why not just get to the point? He became increasingly impatient, his expression more perfunctory and weary. "I said I cannot do that." Zzz. Teach did not hear a response. Instead, he heard the sound of running water. How strange. This was a palace prepared for celestial dragons. How could there be a water leak? "Then can this palace lick you?" "What?" Teach thought he must have misheard. He looked at Illyris in surprise, only to see her serious expression as if she were unaware. "What do you mean? Why are you still surprised after I rejected you?" "Forget it. You can go. Let me think about things." She seemed to be in a hurry to send Teach away. Teach found the actions of this celestial dragon puzzling. He guessed a little, but was not certain. He quickened his pace to leave, as his plan was to win over Illyris to join the Navy. In this matter, which did not violate his principles, was best not to resist. Chapter 97. The flooding of Gold Mountain Lilith. What a close call. What happened to me? In the palace, only Lilith's voice could be heard talking to herself. However, her expression was quite good. "I really like it. No, I can't think like that. He is the darkness this time. I must hold on. Wait until this is over to say anything. Teach. You won't be able to escape my grasp. It doesn't matter how it goes. As long as this ends a bit faster, I can't wait any longer. Teach, you need to be quicker. Don't keep me waiting too long. Or else ha. He hum. Lilith's palace was in a slightly mad state. Her eyes filled with desire, and the flush on her face became extremely strange. She got off the bed, raised the hem of her skirt, and bit it. I imitated Teach's expression just now, and immediately, the sound of water filled the room. She trembled as she reached out to do things, mimicking Teach's expression in the mirror while moving her hands. The whole room was filled with water vapor, and by the time she was done, it was as if a pipe had burst, with water accumulating to ankle height. Lilith's fair jade feet splashed through the water, and with a casual activation of her ability, all the substance disappeared. She murmured to the mirror, "Teach, you can't escape. You can't escape, Teach. Be faster. Don't keep me waiting too long." Outside the palace, Teach encountered Peach Rabbit, who had just finished speaking with Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Admiral wants to speak with you personally, Peach Rabbit said, holding up a snail phone to Teach, who was waiting for her. Teach nodded thoughtfully and had Peach Rabbit dial Steelbone Kong's number. Brew, 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 brew. Hello, is this Major Peach Rabbit? The snail phone magically transformed into a figure with a mohawk hairstyle, a mountain-shaped beard on his chin, and a stitched scar under his left eye. Haha, long time no see, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. This is Marshall D. Teach, the master of the West Seas Ladinos Islands, paying my respects. Teach spoke smoothly, fitting the image of a schemer. Steelbone Kong looked at the snail phone in his hand, and as soon as he opened his mouth, his appearance changed. The image of Teach's snail phone was that of a man with short black facial hair and eyes that stood upright like a regal emperor. First call. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Kong also exchanged pleasantries before getting straight to the point. I heard from Major Peach Rabbit that you wish to join our Navy. Of course, I won't hide it from you, Admiral Steelbone. I have fallen in love at first sight with Peach Rabbit, and we have agreed to be together. I'm also tired of life in the Ladinos Islands and want to experience the vastness of the sea. After pausing, he added, this is just preliminary talk to slightly ease your defenses. However, my joining the Navy comes with conditions. As you know, my territory has always cooperated with your Navy, and I have high regard for your style, which is why I often sponsor you. But if I'm to join the Navy this time, I have only one request, to be stationed under Peach Rabbit's command, and only female sailors are allowed on our warships. Otherwise, I will have to cancel some commitments regarding the Ladinos Islands. This was said intentionally, creating an illusion for Kong that he was infatuated with Peach Rabbit's beauty. Otherwise, he would surely suspect Teach's true motives. Additionally, Teach planned to disguise himself as a lecherous figure, causing a ruckus in the Navy, and then showing an obsession with Peach Rabbit's body. 4 high-ranking figures like Kong and the world government. What they fear most is having subordinates with desires. If you appear to be without wants, they will inevitably suspect you of having ulterior motives. Moreover, as a financial figure for the Navy, Teach could only relax their vigilance in this way. This also benefited from Teach's recent behavior, as he had been surrounded by beautiful women for the past 3 years. In fact, in the past few days, he had dealt with the families of the underground forces in the West Sea and set up a garden to raise them. There are no secrets in this world, especially in the West Sea, where there are bound to be many Navy and government spies. All these points confirmed Teach's lechery, a feigned lechery that would only serve to lower the Navy's vigilance toward him when he caused trouble. Mr. Marshall, let's put your request aside for now. Whether you can join the Navy is not something we can decide alone. The Navy certainly hopes for your joining, but we still need to consult the Gora CI. However, if they also agree, your conditions may not be impossible to meet. There's just one thing. Our female sailors do have some limitations, as you know. The gender ratio in recruitment and the training costs are slightly higher than those for male sailors, so. Kong didn't finish his sentence, but this was essentially asking for money. Don't think that a fleet admiral can't do such a thing. All past fleet admirals have acted like heads of families, willing to lower their pride to raise more funds for their children. At this moment, the face of a strong person isn't as important as the allowances, relocation fees, and salaries for soldiers. Soldiers risk their lives for justice and might sacrifice themselves at any moment. As a fleet admiral, he certainly wishes to give his children as much allowance as possible. Therefore, don't be fooled by Steelbone Kong's cunning and greedy appearance. It's all for the Navy. Ha! Money is not an issue, Fleet Admiral. As long as you can agree to my request, the Ladinos Islands will increase our sponsorship of the Navy. Rest assured. Ha! That's good. I will go consult the Gora CI on behalf of Mr. Marshall. I look forward to us fighting together. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly, as if afraid Teach might have second thoughts. He immediately picked up the exclusive snail phone used to contact the Gora CI and dialed. Chapter 98 Good News. The 5 elders have toughened up. Bad news. They VE softened again. Brew, 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 brew. Your Excellency, the 5 elders. I am Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong, and I have a matter to discuss with you all. The transponder snail transformed into an image of an old man wearing a black hat. It's Kong. What is the matter? The West Sea Emperor, Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. Just contacted me and requested to join the Navy. Such a powerful figure changing sides. Kong had no choice but to report to the 5 elders, and given Teach strength, he speculated that he would at least start as a rear admiral upon joining the Navy. There is no such thing as qualifications and a bunch of messy reasons. In this world, strength is paramount, and that is an unchanging principle. How could you expect a powerful figure at the level of a vice admiral to join the Navy and start from scratch as a recruit? It's impossible. Dignity is something that some laid-back, strong individuals may not care about, but others must give it. Strong figures must be given the respect they deserve. To have a top-tier powerhouse join and start from the bottom? That's neither fair nor just. That's foolish. It's like asking a Nobel laureate to apply for a position at a university, and the president says you need to go through an evaluation first. So why not teach at our affiliated elementary school for now, and after enough time and qualifications, we'll promote you. The Navy has had other strong figures join before, and without exception, they had to be given their rightful status and rank. Otherwise, who would come? This is the principle of paying a high price for a good horse. The 5 elders fell silent upon hearing Kong's words, not out of surprise, but out of anger. Why would Blackbeard request to join your Navy? A bald 5 elder shouted. Another 5 elder with a map-like head calmed down and asked in a deep voice, how could you agree to his request to bring this matter to us? The islands of Lontaris should have given you considerable benefits, right? The other 5 elders shared the same thought, waiting for Kong's answer. Blackbeard said he fell in love at first sight with Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit of the Navy and hopes to join the Navy to be with her. Additionally, he requested that only female sailors be allowed on his ship with Peach Rabbit. This indeed aligns with the flamboyant character of this West Sea Emperor. The youngest-looking 5 elder with blonde hair stroked his beard and spoke up. Don't hide it, Kong. Can you guarantee that the Navy hasn't gained any benefits from him? The bald elder, seeing that his question didn't receive a formal response, spoke up again to emphasize. The training cost for female sailors is higher. If they're all gathered on one warship, it will naturally require more berries. Blackbeard said he would handle his own requests. I believe the Navy should accept his sponsorship. Steelbone Kong responded with composure. A few of the 5 elders exchanged glances. Their expressions heavy. It was about the Navy. You may hang up now. We need to discuss this further. Yes. Holy Land Mariehua on the red line. The power center of the world government. The 5 elders, known as the highest point of power in the world, began their discussions. Since the rise of the islands of Lontaris, the Navy has been gaining more and more money from them. If this continues, the Navy will gradually reduce its dependence on the world government, and our control over the Navy will face the greatest weakness. Yes, if we let it go unchecked. With the economic support of the islands of Lontaris, the Navy could completely detach itself from the world government's rule to some extent. These damn Marines. We cannot agree, and we must take action against the islands of Lontaris. Blackbeard's rise has been somewhat exaggerated. Let us not forget his name is Marshall D. Teach. He is a bastard from that lineage, and consolidating the industries of the West Sea will also greatly benefit our clan's rule. Let us take action. Have the agents infiltrate and get close to Blackbeard. On play to his preferences, find a female agent to infiltrate by his side. When the time is right, we'll replace him with the islands of Lontaris. This is just what we need to insert a pawn into these underground forces, and from there, we can quickly develop into the world's top dark power. A good plan, but be cautious of Blackbeard's strength. I've heard he possesses the power of a mythical Zoan devil fruit, and is also a very powerful beast. It's nothing to worry about. This agent is going in to sacrifice herself. Let her store sea prism stone within her, and when the time is right, strike when Blackbeard is most relaxed. He wants to be able to escape death. Additionally, let us assign Stussy for this mission. She already tasked with building a Dark World force? At that time, she can control the islands of Lontaris and infiltrate the Dark World. I agree. Me too. A group of old geezers finalized the plan to secretly harm Teach. Let Stussy go directly. The sea ultimately belongs to our clan, and with the adults around, they won't stir up any trouble. I wonder where the adults have gone recently. We dare not inquire or investigate. Let us wait until those maids prepared for him return to confirm. That makes sense. We must not offend him. Suddenly, in the room where the 5 elders have been gathering to discuss how to rule the world, a ring from a transponder snail sounded. The 5 widened their eyes, surprised to look at the source of the sound, which was a small altar dedicated to the transponder snail. As it was used to contact that adult, it was still that bald 5 elder in a kimono who quickly slid like a fish to the altar, kneeling on one knee to answer the call from the transponder snail. Behind him, the other 5 elders also knelt on one knee, bowing their heads to receive orders. Agree to his joining the Navy. The voice was very stern, but it concealed a sense of satisfaction and happiness after indulging. The 5 elders could not discern any emotion in the person's words and did not dare to listen. Yes, my lord. After the call ended, the 5 dared not stand up from the ground for a long time, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Their every move was perceived by the Lord, which was nothing. But the main point was that their decision actually contradicted the Lord. Fortunately, the Lord was magnanimous. Otherwise, the rough-looking bald man was now meticulously maintaining the transponder snail with great respect and then the five fell into silence. Stop dawdling. Hurry and notify Steelbone Calm. Yes, that's the priority. Also, for Stussy, let her abandon the assassination of Blackbeard. She can be offered to Blackbeard as a gift. I agree. The five elders hurriedly wrapped things up, finally resolving the matter. On the islands of Lontaris, Teach and Peach Rabbit were still waiting for a response from the Marine Admiral. Enjoying their time on the island, the two like a couple, with Peach Rabbit linking her arm through Teach's and resting her head on his shoulder. This street was filled with various clothes, food, and other merchandise already set up, while others were not allowed to show themselves by Teach's orders. As Peach Rabbit, now dressed just like in the original story, that big spider swaying outside as she walked with her long legs. Teach only allowed himself to see the big spider. Anyone else? They would face only one outcome, a painful one. That's south why the street was empty, with various goods displayed, only for the two to explore. Teach chuckled happily as he walked. Guion, from now on, your spider can only be seen by me, and it's time to change your military uniform. This lady's suit looks great, just right since you Marines love wearing this. Teach has a strong possessiveness. His woman must never wear revealing clothes in front of others. Especially in this world, people often wear some revealing outfits. His subordinate Bella Birdie used to frequently wear very revealing clothing in the original work, but now she's been taught by Teach to dress very conservatively, only changing into those revealing clothes in front of Teach. Chapter 99. The Battle Invitation from the Gluttonous Peach Rabbit and the Illyris Palace Brew. While the two were still wandering and touching, the phone bug in Peach Rabbit's arms rang. Peach Rabbit Major, please inform Marshall D. Teach that his joining the Navy has been finalized. Although he only knew that Peach Rabbit said she and Teach were mutually affectionate, he didn't expect them to stick together so closely. Steelbone Admiral, I got it. Prepare my position. I will definitely report to the Navy headquarters next month. Vice Admiral Marshall, looking forward to working with you. See you next month. With the first step of his plan confirmed, Teach was exceptionally joyful and couldn't help but pull Peach Rabbit close and give her a passionate kiss. Peach Rabbit blushed, accepted it, and then asked curiously, Teach, why do you have to report to our Navy headquarters next month? The Ladinos Islands still need me to handle some follow-up matters. Wait for me. You're not allowed to seek any comfort this month. I will reward you personally when I get there. In fact, Teach had already accepted an invitation and had to go. Additionally, he needed Peach Rabbit to maintain her desires. Once he arrived there, they could release together and shape his lecherous image from the start. As for Peach Rabbit, she truly lived up to her title. It was well known that rabbits had strong desires and could not hold back for long. It was fine if she didn't taste it, but after trying it with Teach, it became hard to suppress. If she couldn't be with Teach, she had to endure a month without any comfort. This was truly unbearable for her, and this little man had quite a few tricks to torment her. She shot Teach a sidelong glance and huffed. Humph, you really know how to torture people. Just do as I say, otherwise, humph. Teach's large hand slapped her rear. The slap made Peach Rabbit shiver, her eyes misty, leaning against Teach's embrace and softly humming. I really can't do anything about you. Well then, let us satisfy you enough before you leave. With a wave of his hand, the entire street was quickly covered by dark material, which then converged to form a huge house, with Teach and Peach Rabbit inside. Not long after, sounds of intense activity could be heard from within. That's enough, I beg you, end it. I am satisfied. Indeed, Peach Rabbit, with her strong desires, couldn't hold on for long before begging for mercy. Teach, completely focused, ignored her pleas and instead increased his strength. Finally, 2 hours later, Teach helped the limp and weak Peach Rabbit, whose gaze was vacant, an expression a mix of pain and comfort. No, I can't move. I want you to carry me. Her legs trembled, completely losing their ability to move, and water kept flowing down her thighs. Teach carried the feeble Peach Rabbit back to her residence, and as soon as she touched the bed, she immediately fell into a deep sleep. Teach looked at the sleeping Peach Rabbit, contemplating his future plans. Now that he could enter the Navy, Teach never expected it to be so easy. He understood that while most government officials were inept, the Gorosei were not fools. Teach knew how enticing his influence was. They shouldn't let him have too much contact with the Navy. His plan was to use the celestial dragon Illyris Palace to coerce the world government into agreeing to his joining the Navy. But the last meeting with Illyris Palace was not very friendly. Teach was puzzled and thought, it's best to seek an audience with Illyris Palace as soon as possible. She is a potential ally, and I should try to win her over. Although our last conversation wasn't great, we didn't completely sever ties. Moreover, the pure beauty of Illyris Palace was worth his coveting. This time, Teach arrived at the palace of Alira's palace, but did not find her watching from the window. However, as he approached, he heard her voice. Come in. Upstairs, Alira's palace's room was strangely clean, as if it had been washed with water. Looking again, Alira's palace had completely changed her attire. Her upper body was in a tight corset, and her lower body wore tight pants resembling yoga pants. She was barefoot, her pristine feet bare on the carpet. Due to the high standards of this place and Alira's palace's abilities, there was no dust, and her delicate feet were completely clean. This outfit clearly suggested she was about to exercise. She had been bored, but upon seeing Teach, her eyes sparkled. I have said before, I admire the fighting styles from the Ladinos Islands and your combat methods. Come on, Marshall D. Teach, let us have a match. I want to personally experience the charm of the Ladinos Islands. Teach cursed inwardly. This celestial dragon was indeed a madwoman. Ha! Since your highness desires it, I naturally should accompany you. Where would your highness like to start? Although he cursed inwardly, Teach still unconditionally obeyed her wishes. Don't pull any tricks. What I mean is to really have a true duel with you, using your full strength. As she spoke, Alira's palace got up from her large bed and kicked at Teach with her delicate foot. What a madwoman! Teach was annoyed as she attacked without warning, extending his large hand to catch her exquisite foot in defense. To his surprise, even using 80 of his strength, he still felt a tremendous force from her, causing him to take a step back. One cannot judge by appearances. Alira's palace has great strength. But before he could finish his thought, Alira's palace's other leg used the captured foot as a pivot to sweep across Teach's face. Teach had no way to respond and had to increase his strength, pulling the captured foot towards him with all his might, causing Alira's palace, who was in midair, to lose some balance. Then he extended his leg, using his exaggerated physical abilities to perform a split to block the incoming kick from Alira's palace. Alira supported herself with her hands, freeing her feet, and swept them from below, aiming to kick Teach's face. The first kick was manageable. Teach leaned back to avoid it, but the second was not so easy. Even as he leaned back with all his strength, the second kick had the advantage, and while he avoided the heel, the toes struck him directly on the face, especially pressing against the edge of his lips. Although it didn't cause harm, it was still a success for Alira's palace, who intended to make him lick her. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Although there were many movements and they were fluid, both were not weak and completed the series of actions in less than 3 seconds. They separated, and Alira's palace looked at Teach with a smile, extending her palm in front of him, licking her fingers with her soft, pink tongue, teasing Teach with a mocking gaze, hinting at the spot that had just been licked during their exchange. In truth, she had already stirred up boundless waves in her heart. Although Teach's fierce expression had awakened some special preferences in her, her own personality still had its quirks. Especially watching the fierce Teach licking her was the highest enjoyment for Alira's palace. Teach's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Just moments ago, he was still wary of the identity of Empress Illilith, barely managing to defend himself. He never expected to capsize in the gutter, with a lingering jelly-like sensation and fragrance still on his lips. However, her intentions were far from innocent. His dignity would not allow this. It would be one thing if Empress Illilith were his woman, but she wasn't. That was a serious problem. A dark aura filled his eagle-like, wolfish eyes as he stared intently at the celestial dragon who dared to mock him. After 3 years, this was the first time Teach had taken a battle completely seriously. There's a reason for Empress Illilith's personality, which will be explained later. Chapter 100. Battle 2 in a fit of rage mixed with laughter. Teach and Alira faced off for a moment before bursting into laughter. Since Alira's wish has been fulfilled, I shall give you a real battle in the history of the Dianos boxing arena. With that, his muscles swelled, and the shirt he was wearing tore apart with a sound as if the fabric was being shredded. The two of them tacitly decided not to use their fruit abilities or hockey, purely relying on their physical strength to grapple. Teach executed a feigned kick aimed directly at Alira's abdomen, which was actually a test, and he did not put in all his strength. Alira was not fooled. She swung her arm down to deflect Teach's leg, changing its direction. Teach took advantage of the force and charged forward, quickly getting close to Alira. Unfortunately, she was a full meter taller than him. He intended to deliver a headbutt to her forehead, but due to the height difference, it was ineffective, instead hitting a part of her body that provided significant cushioning. Alira staggered back, clutching the cushioned area, gasping for air, but her face showed no signs of pain. Instead, she wore an unusual expression. Teach found himself feeling somewhat awkward. This was not his intention at all. Yet, the instinct of battle took over, and his body acted on its own. Perhaps this youthful body was unconsciously seeking a motherly embrace. After just a few seconds, Illyris counterattacked. Her hand and foot techniques appeared weak, feigning an attack. As they closed in, neither used their full strength, merely exchanging moves to test each other. However, Illyris broke the unspoken rules of martial arts and suddenly increased her strength, tripping Teach. Her right leg wrapped around Teach's waist, and she spun around him, locking him from behind. With a tight grip, she exerted more force, like a carnivorous flower devouring its prey. Standing over 4 meters tall, she completely enveloped Teach, who was just over 3 meters, making it seem as if he had been swallowed whole. The massive cushioning at the back of his neck felt like the neck pillows often worn by overworked individuals in his past life. But this pillow was large, soft, slippery, tender, fragrant, and round. As Illyris increased her strength, these two pillows pressed even closer against him, creating an astonishing sensation that was simply breathtaking. Teach inwardly cursed himself for being careless, having not dodged Illyris' sudden attack. Thanks to his octopus-type devil fruit powers, although he had honed his body to be as monstrous as Kaido or Big Mom, his flexibility rivaled that of any child whose bones had not fully developed. He could move in any way, as if performing a contortionist act, ignoring the fact that his right leg was twisted in a way that could break someone else's bones. He bent his body nearly in half and pushed off the ground with great force, finally escaping between those two pillows. Using the one leg still locked by Illyris' long legs as a pivot, he turned the tables and locked her instead. Now the roles were reversed. Teach was behind Illyris, holding her tightly. The human body works this way. It's easier for a larger person to escape the grasp of a smaller one than it is for a smaller one to restrain a larger one. Teach was like an octopus, his limbs tightly constricting around her. Not only did he hold her tight, but he also freed up his hands to attack. Teach clenched his fist, intending to deliver a sneak attack, but then thought better of it. Injuring this mother celestial dragon wouldn't be good. Instead, he decided on a method that would punish her without causing real harm. Transforming his fist into claws, he targeted the soft flesh in Illyris' armpit and waist. His 5 fingers moving rapidly, losing their shape, and his fingers acting like boneless tentacles, making the tickling sensation even more unbearable. In an instant, Illyris, who was still struggling, fell silent. The sensation left her feeling mixed emotions. For her, this kind of pain was not torture. Rather, her bones felt soft, and she stopped resisting, allowing the person behind her to torment her as they pleased. Her complexion flushed, and she kept exhaling, her breath fragrant and fresh, spreading like perfume in the air. But soon, her expression changed to one of panic, as if she were trying to hide something. Teach was lost in the moment. After all, he was holding a stunning beauty, and with her identity as a celestial dragon, he didn't care about much else. Please, I'm begging you, haha, spare me. Give me a moment to breathe. I can't take it anymore. Given Illyris' personality, she should have been enjoying the excitement of the moment, but instead, her face was filled with extraordinary fear and anxiety. Ha ha ha, I can't lose. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. As she spoke, tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, tracing down her beautiful face to her neck. Eek, eek, eek. First came a sharp cry, followed by a brief gasp, and then it turned into a long, lingering scream. At the same time, the weather in the room changed, turning from sunny to a torrential downpour. Chapter 100 is here. Thank you, dear readers. I never expected my first novel to reach this point. I couldn't have done it without your support. Love you all. Bois, 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 moi. Chapter 101. Sommelier, the rain had been falling for a long time. Teach felt a bit embarrassed. He just wanted to teach Princess Illyris a lesson. Princess Illyris, let's just call this gladiatorial match to a close. I wonder if you enjoyed yourself? Ha ha. Feel free to come find me for another match in the future, Teach said, and after finishing, he intended to leave. Princess Illyris, you must be exhausted from the fight. Please do take a rest. I will take my leave now. Teach understood that for them, such physical combat was nothing significant and wouldn't be satisfying. Illyris, having just been provoked into that state, would certainly not give up easily. Wait. Oomph. Princess Illyris grabbed Teach by the collar and lifted him up, curiously observing his actions. And she suddenly realized something was amiss. Teach had secretly branded her with a dark matter venom totem in the form of a dragon horn while they were fighting. When she wasn't paying attention, with this totem, he could control this celestial dragon. This was a specially made top-tier mental imprint and totem emblem. It was not just ordinary venom, but instead condensed a unique substance of Teach's, completely fused with dark matter. It would not alter a person's thoughts, preserving the host will to the greatest extent possible, with one caveat. they would be under Teach control. If they failed to comply or harbored rebellious thoughts, the host would experience intense pain, unbearable itching all over, and overwhelming heat in their body. Even the strongest-willed individuals would be driven to the brink of despair by this pain that surpassed human limits, ultimately forced to kneel and beg Teach for mercy, agreeing to any of his demands. Teach watched as Princess Aliris lay helpless and dazed on the bed, momentarily setting aside his earlier speculations about her. This woman, a member of the world's most noble race and an absolute elite, was now completely under his control. He activated the mental toxin imprint totem on Aliris, and dark matter invaded every inch of her body. The previously idle Princess Aliris was jolted by this sudden torment. Arching her back off the bed, she then rolled on the soft bed, clutching her stomach to alleviate her sensations. "What have you done to me? Are you seeking death? Stop it." She knew that this would only have the opposite effect. "Ha, you celestial dragon have quite a hard mouth." Teach knew that people in this world had the strongest willpower. As long as they could preserve their will, they could unleash power regardless of the difficulties, which mainly related to personal mindset. But this did not mean that there were no disparities in talent. For example, characters like Ace, Luffy, and Katakuri in the original work had visibly outstanding talents, showcasing their abilities from a young age. They all shared a commonality. They had powerful elders, which was somewhat disheartening, as it involved the concept of bloodlines. In this world, the offspring of strong individuals had a great chance of inheriting their talents. As long as those offspring were not too lacking, they would at least start with the strength of a vice admiral. The world's nobility were the victors from 800 years ago, so naturally, they all had strong ancestors. Their talents should not be lacking. Teach believed that the current Princess Aliris was among the best, so he aimed to completely destroy her will and make her serve him. Teach intensified the power of the totem imprint, subjecting Princess Aliris to unbearable torment. Finally, Princess Aliris succumbed. Thanks to everyone for your support. The complete chapter can be found in the comments. Chapter 102. The call from Shaki. After a while, the pain intensified to an unbearable level, even for her. And this time she genuinely begged for mercy. However, Tiki had no intention of letting up. Instead, he increased the intensity, allowing Aliris to fully experience the most excruciating punishment known to mankind. Her eyes rolled back, saliva dripped from her mouth, and she had lost the strength to resist the pain in her body. Moving would only bring more agony, and she wanted to force herself into unconsciousness. But Tiki's mental toxin made it difficult for her to lose consciousness. Tears streamed down her face as she regretted her actions, finally experiencing the torment of the human world. "Haha, Aliris, what were you saying just now? I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again?" Tiki slowly halted his ability to imprint totems, granting Aliris a brief respite from the pain. Relaxed on the bed, Aliris was about to faint, but a thought struck her, and she forced herself to keep her eyes open. Trembling on the soft bed, she knelt before Tiki at the bedside. I was wrong. I didn't hear you clearly. Mother Celestial Dragon Aliris, can you say that again?" "Aliris, Mother Celestial Dragon, pledges loyalty to my Lord Marshall D, Teach, forever submissive and dare not resist. To betray this oath is to die a miserable death in the sea." "Ha, good. But you are indeed a celestial dragon on the outside." Yes. What are you?" "I am." Tiki rolled over onto the soft bed, hands behind his head, waiting for the world's most noble woman to fall into misfortune. Aliris lost the credentials she had kept for many years. The next day, in high spirits, Tiki walked out of the palace with Aliris following behind. They were just out to satisfy their appetites, and Tiki's cooking for his pet wasn't finished yet. Brew, 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 brew. Sounds echoed from Tiki's dark space. Tiki reached into his bosom and pulled out a phone bug from the dark space. "This is Shaki's from the Sabati archipelago." Tiki glanced sideways at the curious Aliris, snorting, originally wide-eyed and curious. Aliris's face suddenly showed a look of fear as she quickly turned her head, pretending to survey the scenery, indicating that she wouldn't eavesdrop. That contrast was quite cute. Tiki was very satisfied with her actions. He connected the phone bug. "Hello, Mr. Sea Emperor. I hope my call hasn't interrupted your enjoyment." Shaki began with a sarcastic tone. Knowing full well what had happened in the Latinos archipelago, and being completely aware of Tiki's recent actions, she opened with a sharp remark. "Haha, Miss Shaki. I'm delighted to receive your call. I wonder what instructions you have for me, and I will do my utmost to address any issues you may have." You better. What do I possibly need from you?" "You're just trying to take advantage of me with your words." The phone bug displaying Shaki's face flushed red before turning serious. "You should be well aware of the current powers at sea. In a new world, aside from the gradually retreating Roger pirates, there are also the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, the strongest maritime forces. I'm aware of those individuals. Tiki also put away his playful demeanor and formally responded to Shaki, one of the largest forces at sea right now. The captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin, has contacted me, Shaki stated in a flat tone. This surprised Tiki. Shaki and Charlotte Linlin were both members of the Rocks Pirates, and they knew each other directly, which Tiki completely understood. However, to Tiki's knowledge, the two women shouldn't be on very friendly terms. So what could have happened to enable communication between them? Chapter 103. Charlotte Linlin's invitation. What does she want from you? Teach asked curiously. Truly deserving of the title of Emperor of the West Sea. Her charm is astonishing. Linlin was the most beautiful woman on our ship back then. And how many crew members wanted to get close to her only to have their souls extracted and turned into homies? As far as I know, she detests men the most. Aside from the children she has adopted now, she has never inquired about anyone else. Xiachi felt a bit jealous and explained the uniqueness of Charlotte Linlin. Teach was surprised. How could this world be so different from the original story? He had suspected the peculiarities of the Illyris Palace, but even if there were elites among the celestial dragons, they shouldn't be this strong. With Illyris's bizarre strength, the feeling she brought when delivering Sea Stone to Teach, combined with her martial arts skills that were not weaker than Teach's, especially her swordsmanship, though it was only used to defeat that West Sea official, was definitely her strongest ability. The Illyris Palace must have more secrets. Could such a powerful person merely be one among the elite celestial dragons? How many admiral-level, strong individuals must be within the world government and the world nobility? What was there to fear about pirates? Looking back at this bizarre Big Mom, it should be noted that in the original story, Charlotte Linlin was always having children. How did it turn into her adopting them here? Teach also knew that Charlotte Linlin looked very beautiful when she was young. But where did the hatred for men come from? Teach was confused, his mind in disarray, until Xiachi repeatedly called his name through the transponder snail, bringing him back to reality. Illyris Palace, listening in with curiosity, felt a bit jealous that her master was on the phone with another woman. But she dare not show it. As soon as Teach looked at her, she hurriedly lowered her head. I'm here, Xiachi. I haven't seen this Charlotte Linlin. I don't know why she would look for me. The transponder snail imitated a dismissive expression. Don't know her? Then why did you look so lost in thought when I mentioned her? You couldn't even hear me calling you. Teach coughed awkwardly to placate the old baby. Xiachi, you're overthinking it. I was just wondering when we could fulfill our agreement. My name must have echoed across the sea by now, right? You must be ready for me when I come to Sabaody. Xiachi's transponder snail was momentarily stunned. Cough, cough, cough. Her face turned red, and she inadvertently exhaled the smoke from her mouth. Wait, let's talk about it when you arrive. She mumbled. Then she got to the main topic. Linlin invites you to a tea party in a week. As far as I know, you're the only outsider at this tea party. She specifically asked me to buy your information and find a way to contact you. However, I didn't agree to it, nor did I give her your transponder snail number. I don't know if you want to communicate with her. Teach thought for a moment and felt it was probably okay. You can give her my contact information. It's fine. No, you should give me your transponder snail number, and I'll contact her. Then remember Linlin's transponder snail number is XXXXXXXX. Xiachi first shared all the information she knew about Charlotte Linlin with Teach, and they chatted for a while longer. Just as they were about to end the call, Xiachi warned, Teach, that woman Charlotte Linlin is not simple. Her talent is the most terrifying on our ship. The steel balloon is no legend. You must be very careful and never fall into her trap. I still have to wait for you to fulfill your promise in Sabaody. Haha, don't worry, Xiachi. Even if I die, I will crawl out of hell to meet you. Xiachi's transponder snail showed anger. Don't say such ominous things. And she became a bit worried. Charlotte Linlin's strength must be greater than the information she has shown. You should be prepared. Don't worry. Teach sensed the seriousness from the other side and became serious as well. Come to Sabaody when you have time. The words were spoken quickly before she hung up. Teach didn't expect Xiachi to tease him at the end, shaking his head as he looked at Illyris Palace, who had been waiting for a long time. She had already dismissed everyone around and sent her maid group to drive away all the civilians. As soon as Teach finished the call, she rushed over to pledge her loyalty. Master, how did Inu do? She pointed to herself, indicating she had dismissed the surrounding people to keep Teach secrets. Haha, very good. My celestial dragon pig. Then Master, Inu needs a reward. Slap. You dare to negotiate with your master? Teach set aside the matters with Big Mom, and after dinner, he took Illyris Palace back to his chamber to continue his grand plans for controlling the celestial dragons. 3 days later, the live broadcast of the Lidianos boxing arena had already ended yesterday, and Alira's palace planned to stay with her master on the Lydianos Islands. However, Teach still needed a celestial dragon in the government to serve as his background, so he could better disguise himself within the Navy. Illyris completely obeyed Teach's arrangements. The Navy headquarters was very close to Mary Geos. If necessary, she could always summon Teach in the name of the celestial dragons. In front of outsiders, she remained the proud elite celestial dragon. Behind the scenes, the dark dragon horn totem tattoo on her body would not show any mercy. At the port of Lydianos Islands, there were still no ships. Only the luxurious ship that Alira's palace traveled on, and 2 Navy ships belonging to Peach Rabbit. Teach pretended to respectfully send Alira's onto the grand ship, and then bid farewell to Peach Rabbit. Teach, once you handle things here, come to the Navy headquarters to find me. I will treat you well, Peach Rabbit said, her face a bit red, then leaned close to Teach's ear. You said you couldn't? Be careful, or I might turn the tables on you. Teach gave her bunny bottom a hard slap and threatened, you will regret your words. Peach Rabbit's face turned pale and then flushed, clearly thinking of something. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Teach, she boarded the ship. Chapter 104. Heading to the New World after sending off Teach with Enu and Peach Rabbit, Teach did not immediately set off for the New World to prepare for Big Mom's banquet invitation. He had spent most of his time these past few days completely conquering Enu and comforting Peach Rabbit. Today, he still needed to say goodbye to his sisters. A night of revelry. Teach himself did not need to sleep, but he also did not allow Lai, Kaiki, Camuel, and Bella Betty to rest. Each of these 4 had their own unique charm, doubling the joy, especially when they stacked up like a tower, taking turns to output. After everything was over, and the 4 of them had lost their fighting strength, Teach wrapped himself in a blanket and pulled out a snail phone from the dark space. Of course, the snail phone was covered. This creature also had emotional life. In the original work, the snail phone that was moved by Buggy during the Marineford War, and the one that was petrified by Big Mom's sweet fruit, all indicated the biological consciousness of the snail phone. Teach certainly would not allow other male creatures to lay eyes on his women. He was contemplating when to switch to a female snail phone, as it would be somewhat inconvenient in this kind of scenario. BRR. Mama. The snail phone was connected and transformed into the image of a beautiful woman with lipstick. She looked at the snail in her palm, her gaze sharp and evil, with a short beard on her chin and slightly long canine teeth, resembling Teach's characteristics. She had seen the portrait of this Emperor of the West Sea, and these features confirmed her suspicion. Marshall D. Teach? Mama. It's really difficult to contact you, man. Teach had been busy flattering women after receiving news from Shocky these past few days and had no time to call her back immediately. This crazy woman looked somewhat different from her original portrayal, at least in appearance. Charlotte Linlin, you're a pirate elder I admire. I wonder what the most promising maritime overlord of the New World wants with a mere businessman from the West Sea? Pirate elder. Do you also want to be a pirate? How about joining my BGM-0M pirate crew? As long as you agree to the position of vice captain, it's yours. Teach's snail phone expression became extremely anxious, looking fearful. Lady Charlotte, please don't joke like this. I'm just a small frog at the bottom of a well in the West Sea, timid and weak. Mama. If the Emperor of the West Sea is a frog at the bottom of a well, then there aren't many strong ones in the sea. Blackbeard Teach. My tea party will start in 3 days. I've only invited you, a big shot. The rest are all insignificant guys. Mama, you must come to me. Miss Charlotte, don't worry. I will bring gifts from the Lydianos Islands. I've long admired the delicacies of Tato Land. Gifts from the Lydianos Islands? Is it cherry pie? Mama. Cherry pie. Suddenly, Charlotte Linlin began to dance like a little child, excitedly humming a childish song about the food she was going to eat, embodying a few tons of childlike joy. Her excitement was not without reason. In the original work, Big Mom was like this. Her personality became increasingly capricious as she aged. When happy, she could act like a little girl, and when angry, she would become ruthless, which might relate to her hunger pangs, perhaps also linked to her soul fruit and caramel. Especially the delicacies from the Lydianos Islands, as previously mentioned. One of the 3 subordinate islands outside the main island specializes in making food for Teach and his crew, who have large appetites. Teach was not stingy about his own enjoyment. He specifically spent a lot of money hiring many high-end chefs to prepare dishes nonstop for 24 hours, particularly cherry pie, which was Teach's favorite food. His favorite was still the one made by his sister Kaiki, but he couldn't let her tire herself out making it all the time. So those chefs were assigned to research making cherry pie. However, Even with tight security, some news would leak, especially to someone like Big Mom, who loved food and sweets. People would have heard that there was a gourmet island in the Ladinos Islands, home to the world's most skilled chefs. Thus, when Charlotte Linlin heard about Teach's gifts, she became so excited that she lost composure, flailing her arms and legs. Hee, it's just a cherry pie. Miss Linlin can eat as much as she wants. But the gifts I mentioned are far more useful than any cherry pie. That kind of stuff doesn't matter. The cherry pie must be brought to me. And other desserts too. Teach must bring them. The more excited Charlotte Linlin became, the sharper her tone grew. Facing such a crazy Big Mom, it was Teach's first time. He had to coax Charlotte Linlin like a child for a long time before she quieted down. Once she regained her composure, Charlotte Linlin transformed from a childlike demeanor into the imposing presence of a maritime overlord. Blackbeard Teach, see you in 3 days. She became somewhat taciturn, her tone a bit serious, perhaps embarrassed that Teach had seen her childish side. I also look forward to appreciating Big Mom's grandeur. See you in 3 days. After ending the call, Teach's body recovered a bit. He looked at the 4 women around him, sprawled like corpses and disregarding their delicate resistance. He forcibly activated the engine again. A few hours later, Teach slowly put on his shirt and buttoned it one by one. Draping on the captain's coat, a tiger-striped fur coat with a black base and purple patterns. This was already the second one. There was still a bit of the tiger's skin left, as the one from 3 years ago no longer fit him, because Teach had grown over a meter taller. He looked smooth and imposing, making him appear like a world overlord. Sister Lai, I have some things to take care of now, and I need to infiltrate the Navy. Please take care of the Ladinos Islands for me. Teach finally arranged things for himself with the first one to recover, Lai. And, Kaiki, I trust you two can handle things here. If anyone has any ill intentions, just kill them and contact me as soon as possible. Lai did not respond immediately. She adjusted Teach's collar and patted the invisible dust off his coat. Then she embraced Teach from behind, resting her chin on his back, and after a long time, she murmured, "Don't worry, come back soon. I'll protect this place for you." Teach touched Lai's hand, and neither of them spoke again. After a moment of tenderness, Teach was gently pushed away by Lai. She knew she couldn't delay her brother for too long. She firmly believed that Teach would become the strongest in the future, the ruler of the world, and as a woman of the world's strongest overlord. She couldn't let personal feelings hinder his path. Chapter 105. Hunting Sea Kings on the Shores of the Archipelago of Reborn. In the year 1497 of the sea calendar, Teach was about to conclude his transitional period in the West Sea, and the experiences to come would be even more dangerous. He needed to confront the monstrous beings of the New World and lurk within the strongest naval forces on the planet. Teach felt no fear. He only needed to plan cautiously, contemplating for a long time while gazing at the sea. After solidifying some future plans, he prepared to set off. He leaped nearly 100 meters with a light tap of his toes. In mid-air, his body swelled, transforming into a majestic and enchanting beast, a dragon-headed octopus, over 1,000 meters in size. The storm howled beneath him, lifting him as he surveyed the surroundings with a fierce gaze, akin to a regal emperor surveying his territory. Finally, he found a direction and swiftly dove towards the sea, creating massive splashes as his colossal body crashed into the water, sending small waves crashing against the shores of the archipelago of Reborn. A thin layer of mucus covered Teach's dragon-headed octopus body, designed to shield him from the effects of VR0BR0 on ability users in the sea. Under the water, he appeared as a gigantic sea king, swimming through the ocean like an arrow released from a bow. The West Sea had almost no special weather or sea kings, even if there were a few. Teach had thoroughly understood them over the past 3 years. Soon, he left the realm of the West Sea. Ahead lay a calm sea area, a windless zone. Teach did not hesitate and pressed on. The seawater here was entirely different, with a variety of marine life increasing. However, he had yet to see any sea kings. But soon, within Teach's observation hockey, he sensed strange movements in a distant section of the sea. The reason for the strangeness was singular. The quantity and quality of these creatures had reached a terrifying level. It was a school of fish, not an ordinary one, but a large group composed of countless sea kings. Even Teach couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Such a group of sea kings posed a challenge to the strong at sea. Quickly regaining his focus, Teach felt excitement. He had arrived a few days earlier than the date Annie had mentioned, aiming to achieve a leap in strength here to face future challenges. This group of sea kings was his target. If he could completely absorb their flesh and blood essence, Teach would surpass Annie and Kaido, becoming a monstrous powerhouse in physical combat. Thus, a cruel, greedy smile appeared on his dragon face as he accelerated towards the Sea King group. Although these Sea Kings were not very intelligent and lacked the high wisdom of the ancient Sea Kings near Fishman Island, they were not foolish either. Upon seeing this unfamiliar dragon-headed octopus, they thought it was a new companion among Sea Kings. But their joy was short-lived as this strange octopus Sea King charged straight towards the outermost giant Sea King, biting down hard. With remarkable skill, 2 of its tentacles secured the bitten Sea King, while the remaining 6 flailed to fend off other Sea Kings trying to interrupt its feeding. This caused the Sea King group to erupt in chaos. Countless Sea Kings attacked the dragon-headed octopus as if they had intelligence. However, the difference in strength was significant. Those 6 massive defensive tentacles swung wildly with incredible force, making it difficult even for Sea Kings to withstand the terrifying consequences of being struck by them. Moreover, the suckers on the tentacles would latch onto them, sucking their blood, making the Sea Kings weep in pain. Additionally, the sharp, needle-like tips of the tentacles pierced through the shells of defensive turtle-type Sea Kings, specifically designed to breach defenses. The defenses of other Sea Kings were no match for that turtle's. Piercing was one thing. Such wounds were trivial for Sea Kings, but the needles also contained venom. This potent venom was exceedingly strange. A single drop could kill thousands of meters of Sea Kings. Some Sea Kings injected with it went mad, attacking their own companions. A result of Teach's mental toxin control affecting the injected enemies. Thus, Teach absorbed countless Sea Kings, and finally, this group of Sea Kings grew fearful and ceased their attempts to stop him. They continued to flee, swimming towards the New World's sea, away from Teach. Teach quickly used his tentacles to drain the surrounding Sea Kings he had already caught, then turned to pursue the fleeing ones. A day later, in the Totland Sea of the New World. The sea in the New World had been tumultuous lately, with many Sea Kings wandering around as if mad. Although the weather in the New World was always strange, it was the first time such a collective frenzy among Sea Kings occurred. All the pirates along the way were either smashed by waves or accidentally fell into the mouth of a giant octopus Sea King. The Sea Kings, following Teach's pursuit, arrived in the Totland Sea. This was the territory of the future Sea Emperor, the current top ruler of the New World, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. After 2 days of relentless pursuit and consumption, the group of Sea Kings was now reduced to just a few. As they rapidly approached, Teach, seeing his destination near, no longer hesitated. He prepared to quickly resolve the situation. On the sea, there were 34 small islands affiliated with Totland. These were the islands where Big Mom's children and ministers would be stationed. However, at this moment, not all of Big Mom's children were present, as many future ministers had yet to arrive, leaving only the few initial children Big Mom had adopted in charge. The outermost island of the Totland Sea was specifically designated to welcome guests for tea parties. Big Mom's eldest son, Perispero, the family's absolute strategist, was waiting here to greet the most important guest in his mother's words, the Emperor of the West Sea, Blackbeard. He had been waiting for a long time. All the other tea party guests had already arrived, but this one had yet to show up. Perispero was not weary. He was only worried that those unruly guests might clash with Blackbeard, so it would be best if Blackbeard arrived early. Perispero fixed his gaze on the sea. Suddenly, the water appeared to boil. Many giant Sea Kings surged from the water towards them. Perispero broke out in a cold sweat. Had this group of Sea Kings gone mad? If they recklessly charged here, these giant Sea Kings would surely obliterate the small islands of Totland. He quickly took out a din-din mushie to call his mother. Mom, the situation is urgent. Several giant Sea Kings are charging towards our islands in the Totland Sea like they're insane. And what is about to happen, he was stunned before he could finish his sentence. What'll happen? Perispero. Big Mom waited a moment, noticing her son's shock, and immediately pressed for details. It's nothing, Mom. Our guest has arrived. Mama. Perispero, you must take good care of this guest for me. Hurry and let him come. Yes. What did Perispero see? Those giant Sea Kings were charging toward the island he was on, and were almost there, as one giant Sea King over 3,000 meters in size surged from the water. It was a formidable dragon-headed octopus. He leaped into the air, with 8 octopus tentacles rapidly growing from the dragon head as a base, each tentacle seemingly alive, swiftly reaching out to grab the Sea Kings on the surface. Then, it directly captured those Sea Kings, followed by their rapid deflation, each turning from a Sea King into small fish and shrimp, clearly devoured by the dragon-headed octopus. Then the octopus retracted its tentacles, restoring its feelers in midair. The dragon's head was majestic and stern, and its 8 tentacles danced unconsciously around it. perfectly resembling a world-destroying monster from mythology.